In his previous life, Cao Mo was adopted by the Cao family, only to be cast out when their biological son, Cao Kun, was found. The once benevolent family transformed into a cold and unwelcoming entity as the affection and kinship that had flourished began to fade into oblivion. They swiftly aligned themselves with the true young master, Cao Kun, asserting that he had been deprived of familial love for over a decade and thus should be the one to depart. On one hand, they worried about Cao Kun's ability to cope, while on the other, their greater concern lay in the fear that Cao Mo might covet the vast family fortune. After being expelled from the Cao household, Cao Kun perpetually regarded Cao Mo's existence as a blemish, using the resources and connections of the Cao family to undermine him at every turn. Cao Mo found himself unable to secure a decent job, ultimately resorting to delivering takeout to make ends meet, only to perish on a late order during a torrential downpour. Reborn at the recognition banquet, where Cao Kun publicly revealed himself, Cao Mo resolved to live differently. He sought wealth and aimed to locate his biological parents. Thus, he engaged in futures trading to amass fortune and ventured into venture capital, leveraging the knowledge from his past life to gain an edge. He even established a short video platform before the release of the iPhone, all in the hopes of attracting his biological parents to seek him out. However, upon discovering his identity as a member of the illustrious third generation of Beijing's elite, the situation spiraled out of control. Renaming himself Liu Mo, he gradually became ensnared in a far greater maelstrom. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Hangsheng. The gentle strains of classical music permeated the grand banquet hall. Waiters adorned in bow ties navigated the room, offering attentive service while balancing trays of beverages. A long table against the wall was laden with an array of drinks and an assortment of small cakes and desserts. Cao Mo leaned against the wall. The brilliantly illuminated hall was teeming with guests, yet he found himself standing in the shadows at the edge of the banquet. He glanced down at his attire and the champagne in his hand. With impeccably groomed nails, a tailored suit, and surrounded by numerous guests in formal wear, he observed clusters of people engaged in hushed conversations. Memories surged into his consciousness like a relentless tide, a potent sense of resentment crashing against his nerves. Cao Mo felt his heart race violently with a blend of indignation and the thrill of rebirth. His right hand, tucked into his pocket, instinctively clenched into a fist. Rebirth. It was indeed a concept that sparked the imagination, yet when it unfolded in his own life, Cao Mo could only express gratitude to his ancestors for their protection. Before him lay a scene etched into his very soul. Cao Jianya, the patriarch of the Cao family, hosting a grand banquet to welcome his long-lost son, Cao Kun. His gaze wandered, momentarily fixating on the arriving guests, while the doors to the rooms above remained firmly closed. He tilted his head back and drained his champagne glass. Having been adopted by the Cao family since childhood, he became aware of his status as an adopted child when he entered elementary school. He was indoctrinated with the belief that he must strive academically to support Cao Jianya in his old age, as his sisters were destined to marry. He harbored a sense of gratitude towards the Cao family, for they had provided him with a life of comfort for over a decade and an elite education in Hongqing's finest schools. Upon entering university, he had pledged to study diligently, aspiring to repay his adoptive parents through dedicated service to the Cao family. However, everything changed with Cao Kun's return. The once amiable family had turned their backs on him, and at Cao Kun's behest, they not only suppressed him, but also pressured him to leave Hangsheng after graduation. Mercilessly cast out, he faced relentless oppression at school, and upon graduation, he encountered insurmountable obstacles in his job search. Yet, no matter the circumstances, he never once sought assistance from Cao Kun, nor did he ever yield. The ultimate consequence was a struggle for survival amidst the storm. And just as he managed to uncover a sliver of information regarding his biological parents, he collapsed at a crossroads, overwhelmed by a nearly overdue delivery. Cao Mo raised his hand to glance at his wristwatch. It was July 8, 2004. On the same night in his previous life, he received the formal notification of his departure from the Cao family. As he reminisced, a commotion erupted within the banquet hall. The door to a room on the second floor swung open. A tall, middle-aged man and a woman clad in a purple gown emerged, each holding the hand of a young man dressed in a bespoke silver-gray suit, his expression slightly awkward. As they descended the staircase, three young women gradually exited the room behind them. That is Chairman Cao. The one beside him must be Mrs. Cao. She truly looks splendid today. Look, several of the Cao family's young ladies have arrived. Who is that young man in the center? Need to be stated? Today marks the banquet announcing the heir of the Cao family. Have you not scrutinized the invitation carefully? Look over there by the wall. Isn't that Cao Mo, the adopted son of Cao Jianya? What's he doing here? Who cares? I heard that Cao Jianya's biological son is named Cao Kun. This pretender's days are likely numbered. Cao Mo's demeanor remained tranquil as he absorbed the voices surrounding him, acutely aware of the gazes directed towards him. The attendees of the banquet hall lifted their eyes to observe them, Even those who had no desire to approach stood rooted, gazing up at the members of the Cao family descending the staircase. Cao Mo was no exception. He fixated intently on Cao Kun, who was being led down the stairs by Cao Jianya and Wang Meiwan. Although the two had not seen each other for over a decade, the sight of Cao Kun stirred a haze of confusion within Cao Mo, swiftly followed by a surge of resentment. He did not harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the other members of the Cao family, despite their complicity in aiding Cao Kun to undermine his various career opportunities. After all, he could empathize with them. His own potential was likely similar, albeit differing in degree. However, his hatred for Cao Kun ran profound and deep. Were it not for his complaints to the Cao couple, would he have faced such relentless suppression? Following them were the three daughters of the Cao family, with one presumably absent. The eldest sister, Cao Peiting, should now be 25, assisting Cao Jianya in managing the family's business. If memory serves, she would wed 2 years hence, transferring her influence within the Cao group to Cao Kun. The second sister, Cao Peiyu, graduated last year and has only recently joined the Cao group. The third sister, Cao Peina, is studying at university in Haishu and has become a nascent internet celebrity. As for the Cao family's prodigious fourth daughter, Cao Peiyao, she likely chose not to attend. Indeed, she was abroad and had not returned. Cao Jianya's face radiated with joy, while Wang Meiwan equally exuded delight. The two stood on the third step, holding Cao Kun's hand, with their three daughters lined up behind them. "Dear friends and family," Cao Jianya exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Cao Kun's shoulders, "thank you all for attending. Today is a momentous occasion for the Cao family. My son, Cao Kun, has returned home." The hall erupted in applause, accompanied by a chorus of congratulatory remarks. Cao Mo stood at the back, his focus unwavering. He was not concerned with the Cao couple or their daughters, but rather fixated on Cao Kun's visage. Cao Jianya continued, "Though he has been away for 20 years, I am fortunate that my son, Cao Kun, is now an exemplary student at Zhejiang University, set to graduate next year and join the Cao family business. I believe he will emerge as a worthy heir." A myriad of praises flowed forth as smiles adorned the faces of the Cao couple. Cao Mo remained quietly at the rear. His gaze briefly met Cao Kun's before it naturally averted. The smile on Cao Kun's lips appeared somewhat forced and anxious. Yet Cao Mo discerned the pride and excitement lurking within his eyes. It seemed that the awkwardness was merely a facade. Indeed, young Master Cao is remarkably talented, a high-achieving student, quite impressive. Indeed, Chairman Cao, congratulations. Following the brief introductions, the Cao couple led Cao Kun down the steps, commencing to introduce him to the major business magnates of Hangqing. This was entirely customary, particularly as many mid-sized company executives had brought their wives and daughters, merely seeking business opportunities and a chance for their daughters to shine before Cao Kun. Cao Kun performed admirably, displaying no genuine awkwardness. Everything was merely superficial. Cao Mo internally scoffed. Since he had been reborn, it was time to strategize for his future. He could not afford to be suppressed by Cao Kun yet again, as in his previous life. With this thought, Cao Mo turned to leave. Chapter 2. I underestimated you. He was determined not to grant Cao Kun the opportunity to publicly humiliate him. Nor would he harbor any illusions as he did in his previous life. He needed to return home, to proactively distance himself from the Cao family. And above all, he must not repeat the foolishness of his past existence. He would take with him all the money he could, for leaving the Cao household would still necessitate a means of livelihood. Over the years, although he had lived in affluence and adopted some of the heirs of the Cao family's eldest son, he was not one to squander money frivolously. After all, he was not their biological child, and the Cao couple had not bestowed upon him an abundance of wealth. His personal account still held approximately $1.4 million. Yet his credit cards would undoubtedly be suspended. In his previous life, they had been halted the very day after Cao Kun's identity was publicly revealed. Regardless of whether it was Cao Kun's idea or not, he must plan ahead. How he wished he could have been reborn a few days earlier, if only to amass a bit more money for his own security. In this life, he was determined to quickly acquire wealth. As for his senior year, he could forego it. There was no need to seek employment. It was futile. No matter what, he could not escape the oppressive fate imposed by the Cao family. It would be better to venture out on his own. His mind raced with thoughts, yet his steps were not as swift. Cao Kun had already spotted him standing on the steps. This was the moment of his true re-emergence into the Cao household. What was rightfully his would ultimately remain his. Where was Cao Mo? When he saw Cao Mo standing silently, sipping champagne, a sense of triumph welled up within him that he could not conceal. To navigate the current situation, he smiled warmly while casting furtive glances at Cao Mo. nodding in acknowledgement. He stretched out his hand for a handshake and moved toward Cao Mo with purpose. Cao Mo, he suddenly called out loudly, his voice resonating and capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have yet to express my gratitude. With a smile adorning his face, he approached. Cao Mo was momentarily frozen in place by that shout. No, he could not simply walk away. That would be a loss of face for his adoptive parents. All along, everyone knew he was an adopted son, studying at Zhejiang University. Even within his small circle, this fact was well understood, a consequence of his never having concealed his identity. Now, with Cao Kun approaching, it was merely a matter of public humiliation, just as it had been in his previous life. Yet, Cao Kun, I shall not be as I was before. Kun, is it you calling me? He stood there, casually picking up a glass of champagne from a nearby table, smiling at his counterpart. The crowd in the hall instinctively parted to create a pathway for them. Even Cao Jianya and Wang Meiwan followed suit, approaching him. With a broad smile, Cao Kun extended his hand, saying, I must thank you. During the years I was away from home, it was you who fulfilled your filial duty and cared for my parents. He gripped Cao Mo's hand firmly. Cao Mo, wearing a similarly composed smile, internally scoffed. If it weren't for my adoptive parents compelling me to come, I would never have set foot in this place. You merely informed Wang Meiwan in advance that you would humiliate me here, and your adoptive mother agreed solely, because you were her biological son. The mother who once showered me with affection now seemed to be a different person, utterly compliant with Cao Kun. In fact, she had deliberately arranged for me to avoid any encounters with him these past few days. So, is this the nature of humanity? What spectacle? The true and false heirs face to face. What could be the purpose of this? Shoo, lower your voice. What else could it be? An adopted son is, after all, not a biological one. The Cao family would undeniably side with Cao Kun. This was to be expected. However, if things escalated into a public scene, wouldn't that bring disgrace to the Cao family? Unthinkable. Even for the sake of their reputation, Cao Jianya would not allow things to spiral out of control. Let us observe. Both Cao Mo and Cao Kun heard the whispers, but chose to ignore them in unison. Not at all, my parents raised me, and I must always acknowledge their kindness. Cao Mo held his wine glass in his left hand and waved his right hand gently. Cao Kun released his grip, stepped forward, and picked up another glass, turning his back. Now it was the two of them facing the guests. Wang Meiwan appeared slightly anxious, tightening her hold on Cao Jinya's arm as they moved to stand beside them, also turning around. However, Cao Mo heard Wang Meiwan's voice softly cautioning, if Kun says anything, you must endure it. Cao Mo's smile was nearly flawless. He had not been unfamiliar with such occasions. Cao Kun raised his glass and proclaimed loudly, ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you are all well acquainted with the person beside me. Indeed, this is my elder brother, Cao Mo, the adopted son my parents have raised for 20 years. Although we share no blood ties, he is, in my eyes, akin to family. Throughout my life, I have been most grateful to my adoptive parents. Had they not nurtured me, I would not have had the opportunity to return to my biological parents' side. Indeed, he is one who knows gratitude, someone murmured from the crowd. Wang Meiwan immediately turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. Cao Mo understood what he ought to do at that moment. He handed his glass to Cao Kun, smiling as he said, please hold this for me. Cao Kun's lips twitched as he hesitated to take it, but with all eyes upon them, he smiled and accepted the glass. Only to witness Cao Kun take 2 steps back and kneel directly before Cao Jianya and Wang Meiwan. Mom and Dad, first and foremost, congratulations on finding Kun. The Cao family now has a true heir. I will forever remember your kindness in raising me. He bowed deeply before them. Damn, if one is to do it, one must do it thoroughly. Gritting his teeth, he performed 3 deep bows. Wang Meiwan, beaming, and together with Cao Jianya, helped him back to his feet. Cao Jianya patted his shoulder, saying, Mo, you are very thoughtful. Wang Meiwan raised her hand to cover her mouth, a hint of emotion in her voice as she said, Mo, I have never doubted that you are my own. Cao Mo chuckled heartily, exclaiming, of course. I have received nothing but elite education since childhood, and I have turned out well. I have learned the virtues of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. Now that Kun has returned, I see no difference between us. However, I am, after all, not of the Cao bloodline. I have known this since I was young. So, please do not worry. Kun and I will honor you both well. Right, Kun? He turned a glance at Cao Kun. Cao Kun handed him the glass, stating, absolutely. As the saying goes, when brothers are united, their strength is unbreakable. Together, we will elevate the Cao family to new heights. He pulled Cao Mo to face the guests, raising his glass as he declared, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for witnessing this moment. My brother and I will continue to strive, and the Cao family will never forget your long-standing support and assistance. Applause erupted throughout the hall. Cao Kun suddenly murmured, "I underestimated you." Cao Mo raised his glass and took a sip, then gently nudged him with a shoulder, saying, do not jest. We ought to be good brothers. If you have any grievances, speak to me privately, and do not distress our parents. Wang Meiwan stood a little closer to the two, though she still found it somewhat difficult to hear clearly. Once the applause subsided, Cao Mo spoke. Today marks the return of Brother Kun, and it is an opportune moment for everyone to meet. Typically, our esteemed uncles and aunts are preoccupied with their own affairs, making it quite rare for us to gather together. Brother Kun, this is a splendid opportunity for you to expand your acquaintance. Having just returned, it is essential to begin forging connections within various circles. He added, I shall not intrude any longer. With a gentle nudge on Cao Kun's shoulder, he encouraged, go forth and reclaim all that is rightfully yours. His voice was loud enough for those nearby to hear. Smiles adorned the faces of all present, seemingly pleased with the display of camaraderie between the brothers. Wang Meiwan reached out, crossing over him to take Cao Kun's hand. Kun, let mother introduce you to these elders. There will be ample time later to meet peers your own age. Cao Jianye maintained a constant smile, though the authenticity of his emotions remained known only to him. As the trio departed from Cao Mo, he ceased to focus on them. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the three sisters still standing on the steps. Noticing their attention upon him, he raised his glass in a distant salute and drained its contents in one swift motion. After placing the glass down, he turned and left. Exiting the hotel, he gazed at the myriad luxury cars in the parking lot, feeling no attachment as he hopped into his vehicle and sped away. Chapter 3. Please, don't drive him away. The Porsche 911 is a car beloved by the youth, and he is no exception. However, it is a fleeting possession that will soon be reclaimed. His only recourse is to sell it swiftly for cash. Having learned from past experiences, he would not be as foolish this time, leaving the Cao family with nothing but a few thousand yuan in his WeChat account. After exhausting the funds provided by the Cao family without securing employment, it was only thanks to his elder sister's timely assistance with a few tens of thousands that he had not been driven to despair by Cao Kun's relentless torment. This time will be different. He would take with him all that he could. Raised within the elite educational environment of the Cao family, he would not endure the same hardships as in his previous life, provided he had even a modest startup capital. In less than half an hour, he successfully sold the car to a second-hand dealer. To be candid, the vehicle had barely been driven, just over 10,000 kilometers, mostly for weekend escapades or commutes between home and school, with occasional outings during holidays. It was well-maintained and free of any dents or scratches. Originally valued at nearly 1.7 million, he received a mere 1.2 million, a significant depreciation. Yet he had no alternative. That scoundrel Cao Kun, even if he looked down upon the car, would certainly claim it for himself. In this life, he resolved to shed any concern for appearances. Calculating his available cash, he found it somewhat lacking. Dropping out of school was imperative. With both himself and Cao Kun attending the same institution, he feared public humiliation awaited him next semester. No, more accurately, he dreaded that from the very next day, any opportunity would be seized to belittle him. Despite how magnanimously Cao Kun may present himself in public, he was acutely aware that, in private, Cao Kun wished for his demise. There was no need to grant him that satisfaction, nor did he wish to relive such experiences. However, if he were to drop out, he would need to secure a place to stay. Moreover, he must devise a means to earn a living. Suddenly, he recalled the scant funds from his previous life. most of which had been expended on living expenses, with the remainder invested in the stock market. With the benefit of his former memories, this endeavor would not prove difficult. After dining out, he returned home, or rather, to the Cao residence. His room was on the second floor, adjacent to Cao Kun's. He retrieved 2 large suitcases and stuffed them with his belongings. Without boarding school, all his possessions resided there. He left behind all school books, none of which he required. The desktop computer worth over 50,000 yuan was certainly too cumbersome to transport, but he could take his laptop. After packing, he noticed the time nearing 10 o'clock. Anticipating the return of the Cao family, he opened the door to descend to the living room. As he opened the door, he overheard a conversation below. I wonder if the master and madam will provide young Master Mo with some money to prevent him from starving? I doubt it. After all, the true heir has returned. With such substantial family assets, Cao Mo will surely be driven out. Otherwise, the tale of the 2 heirs would only exist in novels. Moreover, young Master Mo has never had a good relationship with the second and third young ladies. With young Master Kun back, it's bound to get messy. Honestly, I think young Master Mo is rather fortunate. What does it matter if they treat him well? He simply knows he is not a true Cao. No, Ligia. How can you say that? You're being too superficial. And what of it? Whoever pays my wages, I heed their words. Yesterday, young Master Kun discreetly inquired about many matters concerning young Master Mo. All right, enough chatter. We are all servants here, merely here to earn our keep. Let us be mindful of our positions. Indeed, let us refrain from discussing such matters to avoid attracting trouble. Just do your job well. I want to involve myself in anything else. Cao Mo halted in his tracks, a wry smile escaping him. Superficial? Is there anyone in this world who isn't? He waited until the servants had finished their conversation and retreated to their quarters before descending. He fetched a bottle of iced cola from the kitchen and settled onto the living room sofa, waiting in silence. The wall clock ticked away until 11 o'clock, at which point the sound of the garage door rising echoed from outside. Soon, the entrance of the villa swung open, revealing Cao Jianya returning with his family. The first to enter were Cao Jianya and Cao Kun, side by side. The servants emerged from their quarters, standing reverently in wait for orders. Following closely were Wang Meiwan and her 3 daughters. Lastly, the family butler, Wang Bo, entered, immediately setting about the task of preparing tea and managing other trivial matters. Cao Mo observed them quietly from the sofa until Cao Kun spoke. Cao Mo, why did you return so early? The excitement in his eyes lingered, yet his gaze toward Cao Mo was tinged with palpable superiority. Rising to his feet, Cao Mo remained silent. You didn't wait for us, Cao Mo? Cao Jianya's smile faded, replaced by a stern inquiry. Without allowing him to respond, Wang Meiwan interjected, You're old enough to consider the family. By leaving early, what will others think of us? Are we mistreating you simply because Kun has returned? Did you feel so wrong that you had to leave? Her words were heavy with reproach. You are bringing shame to the Cao family. The group proceeded to the living room sofa. Cao Peiting frowned, stating, Mother has a point. Regardless of the circumstances, we should remain united as a family. At the very least, we ought to see our guests off properly. If you leave early, what will people say about the Cao family? Have you considered that? Do you wish for them to believe that the Cao family cannot accommodate you? Gao Paiyu, the second daughter, tossed her handbag aside, lounging on the sofa with a grin. Does it even need to be said? He knows very well that with the return of the true son of the Cao family, his place here is likely gone. Even if he remained in the banquet hall, it would only serve to heighten his embarrassment. As for the opinions of others regarding the Cao family, Cao Jinya had undoubtedly given it little thought. He sat down and picked up the tea brought by a servant, only to set it back down as it was too hot to sip. Xiao Montak, I have also contemplated your situation, he said, recalling the process of adopting her, which had been shared with her in her youth. There has always been a place for you within the Cao family. Throughout your upbringing, we have never treated you poorly. Cao Mo nodded slightly and remained silent. I have provided you with the finest education and living conditions, just as I have for your sister and your younger siblings. I have never treated you differently. In a year, you will graduate from university, and I am confident that you will be more than capable of working at the group after your graduation. Do not overthink or harbor excessive concerns. After all, You have lived with us for over a decade. Cao Kun immediately grew anxious. Father, are you intending to expel him? Though I may not fully grasp the situation, I have gleaned some understanding in recent days. If he is cast out, how will uncle and the others perceive it? The Cao family is the foremost clan in Hangsheng, and there are those at second uncle's side who are undoubtedly watching us closely. Father, do not leave them any opportunity for gossip. Even though I did not receive elite education from a young age, I still managed to gain admission to Zhejiang University. And you have all seen my grades. Next semester, we will begin our internships, and I would like to learn from you about managing a company, as I will eventually oversee the group, which requires time and experience. My elder brother has been a companion to you all these years, and it is worth noting that, at the very least, Mother has had an emotional anchor during my absence. Please do not cast him out, Father and Mother. I implore you, do not do so. Chapter 4. No, I cannot allow you to give him any financial support. He glanced at Cao Mo, and predictably, he saw the jealousy flickering in his eyes. Aware that this jealousy stemmed from the elite education he had received, while Cao Kun had not been afforded the same opportunity, Cao Mo silently observed his performance. Wang Meiwan refrained from speaking further after making a single remark. Instead, she gently clasped Cao Kun's hand and said, Moer, let us set aside the matter of your unauthorized departure from the banquet hall. Now that Kun has returned, while I do feel a twinge of reluctance, I genuinely do not wish to see you living here any longer. Kun is reasonable and agrees to your staying, but I do not share that sentiment. You are not my biological child, yet we have treated you well over the years, and I believe you should acknowledge this. With my son back, it is time for you to find your own place. I fear that if I do not remain impartial, it may sow discord between you two. For many years, Kun has endured a difficult life, and I wish to compensate him properly. This truly mirrors the circumstances of the past life. While Cao Kun's words belied his true feelings, Wang Meiwan, now with a son, carried herself with greater confidence within the Cao family, speaking with less trepidation. In any case, the family fortune of the Chaos would ultimately belong to Cao Kun. He had never contemplated acquiring anything from the Cao family. With Cao Kun's return, he had intended to move out regardless of whether they expelled him or not. As for the other branches of the family, Cao Mo knew a few, but had not formed deep connections, as he had always focused on his studies and had little leisure time. Cao Peiding furrowed her brow, but remained silent. Cao Peiyu and Cao Peina exchanged glances without uttering a word. Cao Jianya sighed, Meiwan, how about? No, it is too late. Tonight we have already publicly announced Kuiner's identity in Hangsheng, and he has also been introduced to the upper echelons of society. Even among the youth, he has made some acquaintances. Although Mo was raised in the Cao family, it would be inappropriate for him to continue residing here now that Kun has returned. Cao Kun, out of the corner of his eye, noticed Cao Mo's lowered head, a flicker of triumph crossing his features. Father, I have already arranged a lunch with them tomorrow. In the afternoon, they will introduce me to some individuals, particularly those working in government, whom I am eager to meet. Cao Jianya nodded, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, while our family does have members in government, their ranks are rather low, and they're all from your second uncle's branch. Fostering good relations with them will benefit you in the future. Just as he was about to continue, Cao Mo interjected. I have packed my belongings and will be leaving shortly. Father, Mother, I am grateful for your nurturing. Without you, I might be delivering takeout on the streets right now. He smiled, turning to his three sisters. Thank you all for your understanding over the years. Third sister Cao Peina smiled back. It's nothing. We are all family. Cao Kun immediately chimed in. Third sister, although he has taken away my familial affection for over a decade, I never proposed to expel him. Did I not just say tonight that my elder brother is my true brother? Regardless, he has lived in the Cao family for 20 years, accompanying father and mother for that long. Such sentiment cannot simply be dismissed. There are many rooms in this house. It is not as if we cannot accommodate him. Enough. Let it be. Wang Meiwan declared, I wish for him to move out tonight. If we keep him here, outsiders will surely question the Cao family's judgment. With our biological son returned, how can we still harbor an adopted son? She patted Cao Kun's hand reassuringly. Do not worry, with your father and me here. No one in Hangsheng will dare speak ill of the Cao family. Cao Mo scanned the faces around him and noticed the butler, Uncle Wang, approaching, whispering something into Cao Jianya's ear. The latter's expression darkened noticeably. Let them in. Afterward, he instructed Cao Peiting and the others. Ting Ting, you three should return to your rooms. Your second uncle has arrived. Cao Mo understood that the public revelation of Cao Kun's identity had not been disclosed to the other members of the Cao family, nor had they been invited to the banquet. Ultimately, it was because Cao Jianya, as the eldest son, controlled the family's business, and the others were indifferent due to his lack of an heir. Now that he had publicly announced Cao Kun's identity, it was uncertain who would ultimately wield control over the family's vast fortune. The arrival of these individuals at the Cao family would undoubtedly stir up considerable commotion. It was merely a contest for interests and influence. Cao Mo, you should return to your room as well. What follows is not suitable for you to overhear. Cao Jianya said. Cao Mo gritted his teeth and replied, Fine, I will leave now, but could you spare me some cash? I will have to stay at a hotel. Otherwise, at this hour, I truly have nowhere to go. Cao Jianya nodded. After going upstairs, find your eldest sister. She will provide you with some cash. Only then did Cao Mo give a slight nod to Cao Jianya and Wang Meiwan before being the first to ascend the stairs. Following him, the three Cao daughters trailed upstairs to their respective rooms. In just 2 minutes, as he reached his room's doorway, a car had already parked outside, and the front door of the living room swung open. Hearing the door and voices below, Cao Mo opened his door, intending to retrieve his luggage and depart from the Cao family. Standing at the doorway was Cao Peiting, who suddenly spoke, Cao Mo, if you don't mind. Would you like a chow with the three of us? Cao Mo shook his head. What is there to discuss? You were never particularly close to me. Now that your biological brother has returned, would it not be self-deprecating for me to seek out suffering? Cao Peiyu let out a scoff, remarking, Cao Mo, I've always said that you would grow up to be an ungrateful wretch. It seems my words have come to fruition, and now you're in a tizzy? What is the matter? Even my dear brother hasn't cast you out. Are you afraid of revealing your true self? Cao Peiting interjected, gently tapping her arm. Her face contorted into a semblance of a smile. Cao Mo, my second sister has always been this way. Please don't take it to heart. Are you planning to move out right now? Standing at the threshold of his room, Cao Mo gazed at the three enchanting women before him and replied, I have known since childhood that I was adopted. I have strived in my studies to repay the kindness bestowed upon me by my adoptive family. I will never forget the Cao family's grace. Moving out now, is it not to secure Cao Kun's position as the favored son? Do you not wish for my departure? Suddenly, Cao Peiyu laughed. Cao Mo, spare us the display of your pitiful pride. Being a Cao by blood or not makes no difference. There is nothing to discuss here. No family places their biological son behind an adopted one. Can I interpret your current demeanor as mere pretense? Cao Mo replied with a faint smile. You may say whatever you like. However, I must express my gratitude that, despite your disdain for me, you have refrained from casting me out. Thank you for tolerating my presence all these years. Cao Peiting stepped forward, standing before him. Cao Mo, you should understand the implications of Cao Kun's return. If you wish to avoid discussing it, I can transfer some money to you shortly. Just be frugal with it until you graduate and secure a job. Cao Peiyu followed suit, exclaiming, Elder sister, why should we give him money? Cao Mo remained silent. Cao Peiting sighed. Since you entered middle school, you have been aware that he is not our biological brother. He knows it too, yet neither our parents nor I have ever withheld his allowance. Our family is not lacking in funds. Father just suggested I give him some cash. Mother is merely caught up in the joy of having found her younger son. Do not meddle. Let this be a chance for our younger brother to earn some virtue. After all, Cao Mo is also in pain. Cao Peiyu's voice sharpened. It was Mother who insisted he move out. Besides, with the younger brother back, he has no right to enjoy the privileges of the Cao family. No, I will not permit you to give him money. Chapter 5. Leaving the Cao family. Cao Peina approached, standing in front of Cao Mo. Cao Mo, I actually support your decision to move out. Otherwise, your life may become quite difficult. If you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to call me. The three sisters, who had previously treated him well, were now divided in their opinions after just a few days. It was clear that within less than a year in his past life, they had aligned themselves entirely with Cao Kun. It was unclear whether this was due to Wang Meiwan or Cao Kun, but the current second and third sisters had indeed become the most unkind towards him. The eldest and the youngest sister, Cao Peiyao, were comparatively kinder, especially the youngest, who had always been his shadow before high school, but eventually accelerated through school into university abroad. Cao Mo looked at them and suddenly smiled, deeply bowing. To my three sisters, I am grateful for your past kindness and tolerance. Regardless of whether you truly understand, thank you. Gao Pai Ting Sai, An Zai. If you truly intend to leave, wait a moment while I fetch some cash for you. With that, she turned and pushed open her door, presumably to retrieve the money. Meanwhile, Cao Peina opened her handbag, took out her wallet, and directly handed him all the cash inside. Cao Mo did not put on a pretense. He needed the money, and the more, the better. The amount Cao Peina provided was around 3,000, which would certainly suffice for hotel accommodations. Cao Peiyu scoffed, rolling her eyes away. Cao Mo had initially hoped for a little more money, but even if he received none, it was of little concern as there were funds in his own account. Soon, Cao Peiting emerged, handing him a modest bag. He could not discern the exact amount within, but it was certainly no less than 10,000. Elder sister, I have another year until graduation. He was uncertain how Cao Kun had fared with his adoptive parents, yet he too was at Zhejiang University, indicating his intelligence. Moreover, he sensed that tonight, Cao Kun appeared somewhat sensitive. It was likely that once they graduated and began job hunting, he would not permit Cao Mo to return to work at Chao's enterprise. Furthermore, he anticipated being targeted by him, and he hoped she would speak well of him to prevent him from being entirely jobless. Cao Peiting immediately replied, "That won't happen. Aren't you majoring in finance? I know your grades are excellent." Cao Peiyu interjected, "You're overthinking it. Brother Kuin's status is worlds apart from yours. Does he need to stoop to regard a mere insect in the mud? Besides, if you truly have talent, leave Hangxing for Beijing, Haisher, or even Lingnan to work. If you're capable, do not rely on the Cao family name. Earn your keep by your own merit." Cao Peinan nodded earnestly. With your capabilities, securing a job should not be problematic. Moreover, Cao Kun would not genuinely target you. After all, you pose no threat to him. Cao Mo merely smiled bitterly and nodded, choosing to remain silent. Cao Peiting reflected for a moment before speaking. In your senior year, the focus will be on internships. We had already arranged for you to intern in the investment department of the group, but now it seems a bit difficult. Cao Mo thought to himself that he had no intention of continuing his studies. At least, it was unnecessary at this point. The purpose of education was merely to gain knowledge for a secure future, and true financial acumen could only be acquired through work. Besides, he was well aware of many future events, rendering it unnecessary to waste a year on schooling or internships. Instead, he should utilize this year to establish himself in the market. In his eyes, opportunities were abundant, and what he lacked was merely sufficient capital. Enough said. I must take my leave now. If my dear sisters could find it in their hearts to spare me some living expenses, I would be most grateful. He smiled and turned to enter his room, leaving the three lovely sisters outside. However, he quickly emerged, pulling two large suitcases behind him. At that moment, the three sisters were still outside. Upon seeing the suitcases in his hands, Cao Peina was the first to speak. "Did you come back early just to pack your bags?" Cao Mo nodded. "I merely wished to spare my parents and you all from discomfort. I certainly did not want my presence to cause any conflict with Cao Kun. However, it seems at least there are no longer any issues between mother and Cao Kun. Whether I leave today or tomorrow makes no difference. It is better to depart sooner. At least you know how to be sensible." Cao Peiyu muttered under her breath. Cao Peiting said nothing but took her phone from her bag and began to operate it. "I'll arrange for my assistant to transfer some money to you tomorrow. If you face any difficulties in the future, feel free to call me. If you truly cannot find a good internship, just let me know. Indeed, if there are real challenges, it's definitely to the eldest sister one should turn for help." Cao Mo forced a smile and began to push his suitcase away. Cao Peina added, "And me too. If you run out of money, just let me know. I may not have much, but I can spare 3,000 to 5,000. Cao Mo, my buck." He nodded at her, deliberately avoiding the disapproving gaze of Cao Peiyu, and proceeded to push his suitcase towards the elevator. The three sisters remained rooted in place, watching him enter the elevator until the doors closed behind him. Cao Mo was acutely aware that their reactions and attitudes were not particularly terrible, nor could they be labeled right or wrong. The fact of the matter was that he was not a member of the Cao family, a truth known to all. With his biological brother having returned, could one expect to be treated as before? It was not that it was impossible, but rather that very few were inclined to do so. Almost none. Their current demeanor towards him was, in fact, the most normal response. Moreover, in recent days, Cao Kun had undoubtedly spoken unfavorably about him behind his back. His focus now solely on his own standing within the Cao family, and on erasing any trace of his existence in the eyes of Cao Jianya and Wang Meiwan. Indeed, erasure. This way, all attention within the Cao family would be concentrated solely on Cao Kun. However, it was highly likely that Cao Kun had yet to meet his younger sister, Cao Peiyao, the prodigious girl of the Cao family. She had once been his little shadow. Having not returned during the holiday, she might be aware of Cao Kun's existence, but they had not yet crossed paths. She was a remarkably intelligent and opinionated young lady. Exiting the elevator, Cao Mo found the living room empty. Presumably, they had retreated to the small reception room or perhaps to the study. Dragging two suitcases, he stood at the entrance of the living room, casting a glance back at the Cao family villa, where he had resided for nearly 2 decades. This place held all his memories, while those from before his arrival at the Cao family had been utterly erased. Yet more significantly, there remained recollections of his previous life, where this family had transitioned from having affection for him to unflinchingly supporting Cao Kun, right until his own downfall. The lingering emotions were hardly profound. Pushing the door open, Cao Mo hefted his suitcases and strode out of the Cao family villa. Once outside the villa complex, he managed to hail a taxi and decided to stay at a hotel near the university for the night. Driver, to the Financial College of Zhejiang University. Sure thing. The green taxi swiftly turned a corner and vanished from sight. The villa area was situated by the West Lake, and it was already evening, with few vehicles on the road. The handsome youth swiftly typed a short message on his phone. "Thank you for your support, elder sister. If all goes well, I plan to leave Hangsheng after graduation and likely will not return, thus avoiding any unnecessary confusion for the family. Wishing you eternal youth and beauty." Chapter 6. The pursuit of wealth is paramount. After hitting send, he revised a few words and sent it to his third sister. At that moment, Cao Peiding was filling the bathtub with water when she heard the notification sound on her phone. She picked it up and glanced at the screen, a look of confusion crossing her striking features. Was he truly planning to leave Hangsheng after graduation? And where would he go afterward? As the vice president of the project department at the Cao Group, Cao Peiding pondered for only a few seconds before setting her phone down. Oh well, her biological brother had been found. Though his character was not entirely satisfactory, he was still her brother. Even if Cao Mo were to depart from the Cao family, his upbringing and experiences would surely enable him to find a new job quickly after graduation. After checking into a modest hotel, Cao Mo washed up and went to bed. Too weary to contemplate further, he fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning, after having breakfast, he recalled that it was still the holiday. The school had yet to commence. And even if he wished to withdraw, he would need to wait until the semester began to file the necessary paperwork. With 2 weeks remaining before the start of term, he had ample time to accomplish certain tasks. Standing at the 4th-floor window, he gazed at the bustling street below and murmured, "What a pity. Continuing this semester holds little significance." Turning back to his desk, he powered on his laptop and accessed his securities account. The fastest way to generate wealth was not through investment, but through speculation. However, speculation could not be a long-term strategy. Based on the index futures trends, he recalled, making a profit was undeniably feasible. Yet, if he invested in enterprises once Cao Kun discovered it, he would undoubtedly leverage the Cao family's resources to suppress him. Therefore, his plan was to make a profit and then leave the south, heading towards Lingnan or the north to develop, thus evading the grasp of the Cao Group. Unless he could establish a solid foothold before Cao Kun graduated, the latter would certainly cause him considerable trouble. Even Haishur, being so close to Hangsheng posed risks, as the Cao family held considerable influence there, and Cao Kun would likely make it impossible for him to find refuge. His mind was filled with crucial timelines and the charts of various stocks and futures, though not an overwhelming amount. He vividly remembered what he had observed in his past life. Even without intricate details, he retained the knowledge of highs and lows. It was imperative to multiply his 2.6 million by at least 10 times within a few short months. The more, the better. Thus, even a 10-fold increase would not suffice. He needed a 100-fold return to realize his initial investment plan. His stock account still held a few shares, which he had bought and sold intermittently since his freshman year. However, those were now of little use. Relying on stocks would not yield a 10-fold return swiftly, let alone a 100-fold. Thus, futures became a viable option. The other route was to utilize the events he remembered were about to transpire. July was not devoid of profitable opportunities. He recalled distinctly that this year's American soybean futures could make him immensely wealthy. Had he been reborn before June, before Cao Kun's return, borrowing some money from Cao Jianye to invest in soybeans would have secured him a fortune for life. Yet, having been reborn in July, there were still opportunities to exploit. This was the first soybean trade war between Dacia and the United States. He held no regard for notions of patriotism. The elite education he received imparted only one principle: profit. His mind was even flooded with the content of papers he had remembered from his previous life. Last semester, Professor Tao from the Financial College had specifically discussed this case, and several students' theses were based on the collapse of soybean futures prices leading foreign capital to invade Dacia's edible oil market, among other topics. To what extent did he recall dates, prices, and specific time points? The potential implications of bilateral relations and industrial competition, and the subsequent international scramble for control over Dacia's edible oil industry were of no concern to him at this moment. As long as there was money to be made, he would not let this opportunity slip by. In May, the U.S. Department of Agriculture released a report filled with content, the crux being one point: an abundant soybean harvest. This led to soybean futures prices forming a double-top structure from April to May, followed by a series of significant declines from mid-May until early August. By November, over the span of 6 months, the CBOT soybean futures price plummeted from 1.056 cents to 505 cents. What he could leverage was to enter the market and short sell, starting from the price of 955 cents on the 12th until the price dropped to 590 cents on August 4th, allowing him to capitalize on a margin of 365 cents. That same day, he could switch to a long position, continuing until the 12th of August at 710 cents, and further to a low of 565 cents on August 16th. In total, he could potentially profit from 3 phases, with a maximum gain of 630 cents. Even though there remains some room for maneuver, its significance has diminished considerably, as the fluctuations are minimal and require a transition that extends until the end of November. The funds at my disposal are sufficient to exchange for 300,000. Once this wave is concluded, I can promptly reinvest all the capital into international WTI crude oil futures. This, indeed, warrants long-term attention and strategic engagement. The second opportunity, which is tantalizingly close, presents a high probability of netting 100 million without necessitating any investment. The sole risk involved is the potential loss of life. In early August, Su Hao, the sole heir of the Zhongbang Group, a private enterprise in Haishur, was ensnared in a plot resulting in the tragic deaths of 2 women, a mother and daughter, during a drunken game. Su Zhongbang, the chairman of Zhongbang Group, was utterly devastated. Shortly thereafter, Su Hao's sister, Suanue, was found strangled in her vehicle, her clothing removed. The final outcome was that Su Hao, the family's only heir, was imprisoned, and the entire Su family lineage vanished from the public eye. As for Su Hao, it is highly probable that he perished within those confines. Such a dismal fate indeed. The orchestrators of this scheme were none other than the second branch of the Su family. Numerous incidents of this nature have transpired within the business and political spheres of Haishur, and I recall quite a few. Upon reflecting on the secrets I learned in my previous life, alongside various cases I encountered on platforms like Douyin, I truly feel as though I possess a wealth of hidden knowledge. and this information can be commodified for profit. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, a faint smile crept upon my face. Although my rebirth did not bestow upon me any extraordinary abilities, it has indeed provided me with a path to redemption. Particularly this infernal memory. Upon checking my account at the ATM, I discovered that not only had my eldest sister, Cao Peiting, gifted me 100,000, but my third sister, Cao Peina, had also transferred 30,000. Thus, excluding cash, my total available funds amounted to 63 million. I shall reserve a few thousand for living expenses, rent a modest abode, and allocate the remainder towards soybean futures. With this in mind, I commenced a search for foreign brokerage firms in Haishur. At this juncture, domestic individuals are permitted to engage in futures trading, albeit limited to domestic markets. To delve into international futures products, one must navigate through agency platforms, and even then, not by one's own hand. This is a rather antiquated situation. Nevertheless, it poses no significant challenge for me. Moreover, I have no qualms about others being privy to my trading strategies. Ultimately, I opted for CITIC New International, the sole Sino-foreign joint venture futures company capable of trading soybeans and crude oil. Other foreign entities, though present, are constrained by regulatory limitations and are primarily focused on representative offices and the derivative departments of banks. My decision to forego a purely foreign firm stemmed from ulterior motives. With a plan in place, I wasted no time. For every passing day sees a decline in soybean futures prices. That very day, I procured a ticket to Haishur. Chapter 7. Father, please proceed. At the top floor of the Cao Group headquarters, within the chairman's office, Cao Jianya sat alongside Cao Peiting and Cao Kun. Father, I am pursuing a degree in business administration, and I wish to start from the ground up within the group's investment or project department, Cao Kun stated earnestly. His gaze fixed upon his elder sister, Cao Peiting. He sensed that, despite the paternity test confirming his lineage, apart from their parents, only his second sister, Cao Peiyu, seemed to accept his presence readily. Yet his elder and third sisters appeared to harbor reservations about him. The youngest, his fourth sister, remained a mystery to him. All he knew was that she was a prodigious talent, having already commenced her first year of a Master S program at Harvard at merely 19 years of age. Even when their mother, Wang Meiwan, called her back to acknowledge him, she declined, citing a lack of time. His curiosity about this sister was piqued. What manner of genius could ascend to graduate studies at such a tender age? However, he understood clearly that, aside from the resources the Cao family might extend to him through his entrepreneurial endeavors, the shares held by both his sisters were rather meager. The true heir to the family fortune was solely him, alone, the prerequisite being that he must prove himself superior to his cousins. Ting, what do you think? Internships are indeed necessary, Cao Jianya remarked, placing his cigar in the ashtray and lifting his teacup to regard Cao Peiting. Father, I have no objections, but Cao Peiting pondered. Simply possessing a degree in business administration from Zhejiang University does not adequately showcase his strengths. She smiled at Cao Kun. The Cao family is vast. You heard what your second uncle mentioned last night. While this matter requires confirmation from grandfather, the children of several uncles have returned from studying abroad, or are still pursuing their studies overseas. I don't mean to disparage domestic institutions, but the current landscape in the field of business administration lacks true luminaries. Even if there are some, they are primarily entrenched within companies rather than academia. Schools here often adhere to rote learning, whereas foreign institutions provide a wealth of case studies and group discussions, fostering skills through real-world examples and hands-on practice. Not to mention, many professors hail from entrepreneurial backgrounds themselves. In comparison, it is evident that education abroad is far more conducive to honing one's capabilities. Thus, my recommendation is that while you are on break, you should consider enrolling in a prestigious foreign institution for business administration, ideally pursuing an MBA, so that when competing with others, you hold some advantages. Otherwise, your educational background, solely rooted in domestic experience, will not afford you considerable leverage in terms of qualifications or perspective. Turning to Cao Jianya, she added, Father, you are still under 50 and can reasonably continue working for another decade. To secure my brother's future control of the Cao family, merely being the eldest grandson may not suffice. Cao Ziani not det, Sai Ying. Kun, I never anticipated that we would be able to find you. Mo is not of the Cao bloodline, so while I have assumed control of the family, I have not had many aspirations regarding equity. Now that you have returned, I will endeavor to secure greater interest for you. Regarding your grandfather, I will arrange matters in a few days and take you to visit him. Cao Kun nodded earnestly. The paternity test sufficed to confirm his lineage, yet he remained cautious about speaking too much. Cao Jinya continued. From an industrial perspective, the Cao family, after more than 2 decades of development, has essentially engaged in nearly every sector possible. However, one point you must understand indeed. Father, please proceed. Cao Kun responded obediently. Cao Jinya elaborated. In comparison to your peers, your education prior to university does not afford you any advantages. Most of them have studied abroad, and even collateral relatives possess resources ample enough to attend esteemed foreign institutions. Hence, your elder sister's insights are accurate. After you meet with your grandfather, I suggest you study abroad for a few years before returning to the project department, diligently engaging in several projects before spending 2 years learning from your elder sister. When she acknowledges your capabilities, you may come to me. Thus, I can afford to give you a maximum of 5 years to become competent in all aspects of the project department, after which I will teach you how to oversee the entirety of the Cao Group's operations. Cao Kun's lips twitched slightly, and he forced a smile. Father, elder sister, I am fully aware that your intentions are rooted in care for my well-being, and I assure you, I am untroubled. The experiences of my childhood belong to the past. They represent an innate disadvantage when compared to my cousins. I am resolute in my commitment to strive diligently from this moment onward, to not only catch up with them, but to surpass them. I shall not bring shame upon you. Cao Peiting interjected. Then it is settled. After the commencement of your studies, you will essentially be embarking on an internship. While this experience may hold little practical significance for the average individual, your current status is markedly different. She continued, I recommend that you pursue an MBA at Harvard, provided your English proficiency is sufficiently competent. Cao Kun's expression grew somewhat troubled as he furrowed his brow. His prior education had been rather conventional. Although he excelled academically and had no issues with reading and writing in English, his listening and speaking skills left much to be desired. He had no desire to study abroad. What if, upon leaving the country, Cao Mo were to persist in his entanglement with the family? After finally returning to the Cao household, he now faced the prospect of leaving once more. Was there something amiss with his elder sister? Yet, their father seemed to wholeheartedly endorse her perspective. Sister, while it is true that my listening and speaking skills in English are somewhat lacking, my reading and writing are quite proficient. However, these qualifications are of little consequence. What I wish to convey is that degrees and diplomas truly hold no real significance. Cao Jinya paused momentarily, then with a serious expression inquired, Is this your perspective? Cao Kun nodded. Father, elder sister, if the information I have recently received is accurate, our family indeed holds dominion over the Cao Corporation. Is that not correct? Cao Jianya nodded in affirmation, while Cao Peiting remained non-committal. Cao Kun's gaze darkened slightly as he continued. The knowledge I acquired during my schooling, while incomparable to that of an MBA abroad, does not constitute the pivotal element in inheriting the family business. Just as you, father, likely did not receive an education overseas, yet under your stewardship, the Cao Corporation has flourished across numerous industries over the past decade. Furthermore, although you, elder sister, graduated from an institution abroad, and our younger sister is currently studying at Harvard, this does not imply that the future of the Cao family must wholly adopt foreign management systems. It has only been a few years since we joined the World Trade Organization. Even if the nation aims to fully liberalize its market, such transitions require time. I do not oppose the idea of studying abroad. It was once a consideration of mine. However, circumstances have changed. I have grasped the sentiments expressed by my second uncle during his visit. Even if my academic credentials do not measure up to theirs, none can rival your capabilities in managing the conglomerate. Father, I believe the crux lies in acquiring a profound understanding of your management style, while also enlisting MBA graduates from abroad to work at the Cao Corporation. As an individual in a position of authority, it is paramount to maintain a balance of interests rather than engage directly in frontline management. Much like Cao Mo, did he not also forego studying abroad? I'm confident that even if he fails to gain admission, the strength of the Cao family could certainly secure him an alternative opportunity. Chapter 8. Reluctance to depart from you. It must be said that Cao Kun's assertions do possess a modicum of validity, though still somewhat immature. This perspective undoubtedly brought a sense of satisfaction to Cao Jianya. Montage a situation is zomavat distinst, Cao Jianya remarked. Cao Peiting cast a glance at her father before breaking into a smile. It is he who is unwilling to pursue studies abroad. He has long been aware of his status as a foster son of the Cao family, and thus he has always aspired to contribute to the Cao Corporation as soon as possible. Initially, he had the opportunity to study abroad, yet he chose not to. Isn't that foolish? This encapsulated Cao Kun's thoughts. From the moment he first laid eyes on Cao Jianya, he recognized him as the helmsman of the foremost family in Hangsheng, a figure frequently seen in the news. Upon discovering that he might be the long-lost son of Cao Jianya, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and express his gratitude to the director of the orphanage. Had it not been for the director, he might not have even completed high school, let alone subsequently attend university and be discovered for his striking resemblance to Cao Jianya. From that day forth, he devoted all his energy to understanding the Cao family. The wait for the paternity test results felt like an eternity. Upon confirmation of his genetic link to Cao Jianya, he was elated beyond measure. Henceforth, he plotted how to expedite his ascent as an heir to the Cao family, transcending merely being Cao Jianya's successor. However, the astonished expression on his face was fleeting, quickly replaced by a contemplative demeanor as he remarked. So, while he may not share the bloodline of the Cao family, he undeniably harbors a desire to repay the Cao family sooner rather than later. I wonder if I am correct in this assessment. Cao Peiting, perceptive to his expression, nodded affirmatively. You are indeed the heir of the Cao family. This is an immutable fact. Thus, there is no need for comparison with him, especially since he has already distanced himself from the Cao household. You need only focus on your own future. Everything else is inconsequential. Do you understand? I do not wish to see the heir of the Cao family and its future patriarch as a person of narrow-mindedness. This sentiment went unspoken. Yet since the release of Cao Kun's paternity test report, he had frequently invoked the notion of bloodline, seemingly eager to ensure all were aware of his legal heir status. This was not the hallmark of a competent ruler. Sighing, he confessed, Father, the truth is, I am primarily reluctant to leave you both. I have only just returned and begun to experience the warmth of family, and now I must part from you. Cao Kun lowered his gaze, his voice barely above a whisper. Cao Peiting expressed her disappointment. Regardless, I still advocate for your studying abroad. Your earlier statements do not resonate with me. I too have returned from overseas studies. While the corporation is under Father's capable management, you must understand this. The majority of those actively working are young individuals. If you do not venture abroad for your studies, the operations within the project department will adhere to foreign management protocols. There are many things that cannot be learned at domestic universities, and it is conceivable that during team discussions, you may find yourself unable to comprehend what others are saying. Pausing for effect, she continued, if you insist on remaining in the country, I would advise against joining the project department altogether. Instead, you should learn directly from Father. Cao Kun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Elder sister, please do not say such things. I have only just returned home and am reluctant to part from our parents. I have never firmly refused to study abroad. He deliberately met the gazes of both Cao Jianya and Cao Peiting before lowering his head, falling silent. He appeared vulnerable, aggrieved, and resigned. Cao Jianya sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Very well. In a few days, you shall join the corporation for your internship in the project department. Ting Ting, please take some time to mentor him. If necessary, arrange for a tutor to provide him with guidance. Cao Peiting opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, swallowing her sigh instead. In 2004, 2 million was merely a substantial sum for the average person. However, in Haishur, it barely garnered attention. Many individuals, even among the youth, were capable of producing such funds, even if that money was not self-earned, much like Cao Mo, a second-generation affluent individual. CITIC Shinji was a Sino-foreign joint venture, boasting a prominent facade as Haishi's sole enterprise capable of facilitating personal investments in overseas futures. It was also the only domestic broker equipped to trade international futures through electronic platforms at the time. Although the number of individuals seeking consultation was relatively limited, upon entering a modest consulting room of approximately 6 square meters, Cao Mo observed that nearly half of the small adjoining rooms were occupied by clients. After confirming that he could invest directly without needing to convert his funds into US dollars, he began to inquire about leverage and fees, specifically the commissions involved. He opted for a leverage of 12 times, the maximum being 13, though he did not impose any special requests, recognizing that the leverage rate fluctuated with daily price movements. As for the commission, it amounted to 25 per contract, nearly 100th of the total value, and was charged in both directions, a rather exorbitant fee. However, he found himself with little choice. Upon further investigation, he learned that when trading soybeans, he needed to ensure that no account held more than 500 contracts. Otherwise, he would be required to submit daily position reports to the Commodity Futures Trading Commission in the United States. This limit also represented the cumulative maximum position for a single account over all months. CITIC New Horizons would settle his fees according to the daily midpoint exchange rate, as part of the costs were payable to the exchange located in the United States. After meticulous calculation, he determined that after reserving a few tens of thousands, he would have approximately 32 million available for investment based on the current exchange rate. By allocating 75 million at the current margin of 350 per contract, he could trade 250 contracts, reserving the remaining funds as backup margin. According to the rules of the Chicago Exchange, transactions exceeding 250 contracts were classified as large trades, necessitating the submission of large position reports to the CFTC. Thus, as advised by the client manager, it was prudent not to exceed 250 contracts. Should he have other requirements, he could increase the number of accounts, albeit at a cost of 1,000 per account each month. Cao Mo felt a sense of relief regarding CITIC New Horizons' policy on unrealized gains, which allowed him to release up to 80 of such gains as new margin. He planned to enter the market on July 12th, and if trading could commence the next day, he might secure additional profits, allowing for further investment. Cao Mo silently calculated that one contract of soybeans equated to 5,000 bushels. Regardless of a leverage, a price fluctuation of 4 points or 1 cent would incur a loss of 50 per contract. Interestingly, he realized that his own calculation method was fundamentally flawed. The correct approach involved dividing the total amount for each contract by 12, leading to a ratio of 833. For example, planning to enter at 955 cents, multiplying by 5,000 bushels resulted in a price of 47,750 per contract. Dividing this by 12 yielded 397,917. With all his funds committed, he could manage fewer than 100 contracts. However, the exchange stipulated an initial margin of 1,350 per contract, implying that in an absolute extreme scenario, if he entered profitably, he would not need to replenish the margin, allowing him to effectively operate at a leverage of up to 35 times, rather than the agreed 12 times. Estimating the potential fluctuations, he anticipated a total of 630 cents, meaning that if all went favorably, his profit could reach 630 multiplied by 5,000 bushels multiplied by 250 contracts, yielding an astonishing 75 million. Even after accounting for various fees, theoretically, he could still expect around 8 million. The exorbitant fees charged by CITIC New Horizons loomed large in his calculations. However, incorporating the profits as new margin for compounded operations presented a complex figure to ascertain. He recognized the need for more accounts, but lacked sufficient personnel to assist with the trading, estimating he would require at least several hundred accounts. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided against this. Would the Chicago Exchange truly be oblivious to such a massive synchronous transaction? In the end, he opted for 10 accounts. Chapter 9. This was a grand gamble. All 10 accounts were provided by CITIC New Horizons, none registered under his name. The monthly account usage fee amounted to 10,000. The trading was under constant surveillance, and should his maintenance margin fall below 75, he would be obliged to replenish it. Failure to do so would result in forced liquidation. Cao Mo assented to all these terms, and in return, he received software disks along with the account names and passwords. Upon returning to the hotel, one would be remiss to claim that he felt unexcited. Having been a hindsight strategist in past lives, this time he vowed not to be a fool beforehand. By the time all arrangements were concluded, it was already the afternoon of July 10th, and the staff had even worked overtime to facilitate this for him. His newly acquired 10 accounts, whether for WTI crude oil or soybeans, could indeed be traded at any moment, despite being on different exchanges. On the 11th, Cao Mo busied himself familiarizing himself with the trading software, while the rest of his time was spent eating and sleeping, hardly stepping outside the hotel. As trading time approached, he arose at 6 a.m. to wash up, ensuring he was fully alert. At 6:30, he powered on his computer and connected to the hotel's internet. He opened the software and set up his only funded account to short at 955 cents per bushel. With only 250 contracts, his effective leverage stood at approximately 33 times. For each unit fluctuation, his capital would gain or lose 150, and should the price drop to 875 cents, he would need to add margin. The remaining 20,000 to 30,000 would first be deducted by CITIC New Horizons for account usage fees and trading costs, meaning his actual limit could not exceed 4 cents. For he had no funds to supplement the margin. Nevertheless, he was confident that his memory would not betray him. Mid-July marked the second phase of a significant downturn, followed by a rebound peak on August 12th, with a mandatory liquidation by the 16th. The subsequent period would be characterized by a sideways trend, oscillating until it ultimately plummeted to an extreme of 505 cents in November. This was indeed a grand gamble. Wagering everything, if successful, he would soar to great heights. Even in failure, he believed he could secure at least $100 million from the Sioux family, redirecting his efforts elsewhere. Yet he vowed never to engage with the financial markets again, not even in crude oil, for he was uncertain of the magnitude of his rebirth's impact on the original trends of this world. Once he had amassed sufficient wealth, he would depart the south for the capital in search of his biological parents. At 7 a.m. sharp, trading commenced, continuing the trend from the previous day. The opening price registered at 954.75 cents, followed by a gradual fluctuation as Cao Mo observed silently. Just after the market opened, the price surged upward by 1 unit, reaching 955 cents, but it barely held for 10 seconds before descending once more. Cao Mo felt his heart race, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. The short position was successfully executed. The trading volume began to expand slightly. 953.5. The price dropped by 2 units. 950.25. 946.25. The descent persisted. Cao Mo exhaled in relief. He was already in profit on paper. When the price fell to 931.75, he felt entirely reassured. The trend was irreversible. Moreover, this aligned with the collusion between the U.S. government and financial consortiums to dismantle the daxia soybean industry, absorb edible oil factories, and promote genetically modified soybeans as part of a broader strategy. From macro perspective, shorting was undoubtedly the correct move, despite this cycle lasting merely 6 months. However, the daxia company, which had contracted 48 million tons of soybeans at the end of last year, would now be compelled to relinquish shares in the edible oil factories. Additionally, soybean cultivators in the Northeast would have to accept genetically modified soybean seeds. This marks the inception of an era where the entire industry chain has been infiltrated and dominated by the United States and financial conglomerates. However, what does this have to do with an ordinary university student? Even if he were aware, he lacks the courage to voice his thoughts. In the ensuing days, the market continued its descent, and Cao Mo, having dismissed the intraday fluctuations, ceased to pay attention. By July 16th, a minor rebound quickened his heartbeat. Yet from July 20th onward, the decline resumed, allowing him to exhale in relief. The consecutive plummets on July 20th and 21st left the market devoid of any signs of recovery, continuing its dismal trajectory. As the market continued to fall, Cao Mo turned his gaze away. He activated 2 additional accounts, investing profits into each, amounting to 245 lots. Moreover, he closed out 5 lots from his original account, ensuring his single account's holdings remained below the regulatory threshold of 250 lots. A glance at his accounts revealed substantial earnings, although it might not suffice for his future plans. He was merely 21, soon to be 22. His aspirations revolved around departing from Hangsheng. Should he find his biological parents, it would fulfill a long-held wish from a previous life. If he fails to locate them, so be it. On another note, provided that there are no issues in futures trading, his funds could sustain a carefree existence until death. However, should he embark on entrepreneurship, Cao Kun would likely suppress him. And in terms of both resources and connections, he would be outmatched. What he required was not solely financial backing, but also power. While hope for authority seemed elusive, he could still leverage influence. After setting an alarm for himself, he began his research on Zhongbang Group. The group primarily engages in 3 industries: trust investment, real estate, and construction. Initially, Su Zhenbang organized a group of individuals to work as contractors in construction following the reforms, eventually establishing his own company. After decades of hard work, Zhongbang Group now boasts 2 publicly listed companies, with total assets exceeding 600 billion. However, details regarding the investment arm remain ambiguous. The information on the company's official website is not always comprehensive, revealing only stakes in numerous companies across various sectors, with a number of undisclosed investments still uncertain. Nonetheless, Cao Mo was aware that Zhongbang Group was collaborating with the Haishu government to establish a commercial bank while simultaneously negotiating with Hangsheng. His knowledge stemmed from later news reports mentioning Su Zhenbang's brother, Su Jinghua, attending the ribbon-cutting ceremonies for 2 commercial banks. Of course, Zhongbang Group was not the sole shareholder. Typically, there would be numerous stakeholders in a commercial bank. Yet this was not the focal point. He recalled that, upon seeing the news in his previous life, Su Wanyue was indeed stunning and possessed an astute investment acumen. It was likely she was leading this initiative, with Su Zhenbang serving merely as a figurehead. There remained over half a month until Su Hao would fall victim to his scheme. The official cause of death for the mother and daughter who had come out to play was reported as asphyxiation due to excessive alcohol consumption. However, the whispers suggested that the group had indulged excessively. The mother and daughter were akin to golden geese, having been force-fed at least 2 bottles of foreign liquor, ultimately succumbing to severe intoxication that paralyzed their throat muscles, causing choking. At the time, as one of the privileged second-generation wealthy, he naturally had his own circle, and the information had circulated within it. However, he was in Hangsheng while the incident transpired in Haishu. When the news reached him, he found it hard to believe. How could one choke to death simply from swallowing? It baffled him. He vividly remembered the scene depicted in the photographs. The 40th to 48th floors of the Zhongbang building housed the offices of Zhongbang Investment. In the general manager's office sat a woman of exquisite beauty, almost ethereal in appearance. Chapter 10. Su Wanyue. Su Wanyue, hailed as the most beautiful woman in Haishu, was a prodigy during her school years. Having graduated from Harvard Business School at the age of 22, she swiftly assumed full control of Zhongbang Group's investment operations within a mere 3 years. Without her signature, securing investment from Zhongbang was impossible. Countless young elites pursued her, not only from Haishu, but also from Lingnan and the capital. Yet she was also known by another moniker, the Ice Queen. Few were fortunate enough to receive her smile. Since her return from studying abroad and joining the investment department, her cold demeanor and unique professional insight had become the group's most significant asset. As for Su Hao, he was merely 2 years her senior. A 27-year-old prince of Zhongbang Group, serving as the executive president, wielding considerable power over the real estate and construction sectors. Like her, he was also an elite who had studied abroad. The only downside was that Su Hao remained unmarried, frequently changing girlfriends every couple of months. Although he was one of Haishi's most notorious playboys, his business acumen was undoubtedly impressive. He simply preferred not to marry early. This reluctance was the key to his entrapment by the second branch of the Su family. Cao Mo gazed at Su Wanyue's photograph and could not help but concede that she was breathtakingly beautiful. The internet featured a plethora of her images, from conference appearances to ribbon-cutting ceremonies. According to online speculation, she stood over 170 centimeters tall, likely around 173 centimeters. When in the public eye, she invariably donned professional attire. With her tall, slender figure and exquisite features, even her frosty demeanor could not overshadow her striking beauty and immense wealth. Cao Mo found it unfathomable that such a woman could be found stripped of her clothing and suffocated in a vehicle. The sheer brutality of the murder, compounded by the indignity of her being stripped, was enough to make Su Zhenbong fortunate not to have succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage in the hospital. With assets nearing $1 trillion, while not the largest in this era, Zhenbong Group was undoubtedly a top-tier private listed enterprise in Haishur. The two Su siblings each oversaw 3 industries, yet which was the most profitable remained a mystery, though 2 of their companies were publicly listed, alongside another listed firm in Hong Kong. The second branch of the Su family's scheme was exceptionally ruthless. After much contemplation, Cao Mo ultimately resolved to seize an opportunity, not out of any desire to alter anyone's fate, but purely for the sake of monetary gain. On the 48th floor of the Zhongbong building, Su Wanyue stood beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, her back against a filing cabinet and bookshelf. Her expansive desk was cluttered with documents. Her long black hair was simply pinned up, and her exquisite features bore no expression. Below her elongated neck was a deep gray standard office suit. Having just reviewed a project proposal filtered by her subordinates, she succinctly rejected it, tossing down her pen and rising to gaze out at the river beyond the glass. Her posture was distinctive, not arms crossed, but rather one leg slightly forward, hands resting on her waist. Her long legs were not only lengthy, but also straight and proportionate, resembling the lines found in Japanese manga. She wore no outer coat, her white shirt tucked into her skirt, accentuating her delicately slender waist, while below, her figure flared into a prominent, rounded backside. Suddenly, her phone rang, prompting Su Wanyue to turn, revealing a face so exquisitely crafted it seemed almost unreal. She strode over with legs as long as those of a supermodel, picking up her phone to glance at an unfamiliar number. Hello, E.M. Suwanwe. Her voice was cold and detached. Who I am is of little consequence at this moment. Behind the hotel fire door, Cao Mo felt a twinge of anxiety, despite having rehearsed multiple times. Yet, upon hearing her voice, his heart involuntarily raced. Tell your brother, after the celebration banquet for the 2 plots of land secured in Lujiazui, if Jean, who, the son of the chairman of the construction group, invites him to Blue Moon, he must not go. It is a trap. Someone has orchestrated a scheme to draw him in, and the second target will be you. Su Wanyue was acutely aware of her brother's proclivities. Though she felt it was not her place to intervene, she understood that this time there were 3 plots put up for public bidding in Lujiazui, and even her brother, Su Hao, would not dare to presume a guaranteed win. This was no secret. How do you know someone will set him up? She asked coldly. Cao Mo Yingan deeply, forcing himself to remain composed as he continued. That night, a mother and daughter will appear at Blue Moon. Su Hao and Jean will be drugged, resulting in the death of that mother and daughter. The trap has been arranged by your second uncle, Su Jinya. Jean, who is not the initiator of that gathering. The mother and daughter bear the surname Wang. They are locals. One is 36 years old, the other 18. He did not address Su Wanyue's question directly, but pressed on. Given Su Hao's character, he will undoubtedly seek to indulge in a liaison with both. The likelihood of the mother and daughter dying is high, and Su Hao will fall into the trap. The subsequent plan is aimed at you. You will be murdered in your own vehicle. The motive? Your father and you have both refused to entertain a marriage alliance with the Leaf family from the capital, who are connected to Su Jinya. The ultimate goal is to shatter your father, Su Zhenbong, perhaps leading to a stroke or similar calamity. Following this, Zhenbong Group will fall into the hands of Su Jinya, while the other half will be seized by the Leaf family. His voice was steady, devoid of dramatic inflections, and after delivering this unsettling information, he awaited Su Wanyue's response in silence. He refrained from mentioning the state of the victims' bodies or whether they would be violated. as such details had not been disclosed in the police report. The line fell silent, yet Su Wanyue did not terminate the call. Her expression turned increasingly frigid, her red lips parting as she demanded, "How do you know all this? Why not tell Su Hao directly? What do you intend to achieve?" 3 questions in rapid succession. Cao Mo discerned that, despite her icy demeanor, she was affected by the gravity of his revelations. "Miss Su, if I were you, I would refrain from pursuing these inquiries. What you ought to do is wait for the bidding results, then arrange for someone to verify whether there was any tampering with the drinks that night. And if indeed a mother and daughter were present, there is no need to rush. We still have time. Who exactly are you?" Su Wanyue emanated an aura of danger. Given the stakes involved in her own life, her emotions naturally fluctuated. Cao Mo merely smiled. "Miss Su, I will contact you again, with several days remaining before the announcement." He added, "However, if your brother does not engage, you must be vigilant regarding his and your own safety. The best course of action is to apprehend Su Jinya." Cao Mo had not discarded his phone card. He believed it would appear mysterious, yet deemed it foolish. At this juncture, phone cards were not tied to real names and did not require identification. One could easily procure hundreds of numbers from any convenience store. Even if Su Wanyue managed to trace him, what of it? He was confident that with only 3 days until the government announced the bidding results, Su Wanyue would focus on uncovering his identity rather than concerning herself with her family's future. He merely hoped that she would accompany Su Hao to inspect the drinks that night. When the time came to contact her again, that would be the moment to discuss finances. A mere 200 million was certainly not an excessive amount for Su Jianbao. However, with such capital, he could accomplish many endeavors. Furthermore, it was likely he would gain the goodwill of the Su family, although he still grappled with the potential challenge of explaining how he acquired such knowledge. For now, he decided to set those thoughts aside. There will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. The boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Everything, he resolved, would be left to fate. He pondered whether this life would follow the same trajectory as the last. At least for now, he could reference significant events he had previously monitored, such as soybean futures, crude oil futures, and various peculiar occurrences. Chapter 11. Since rebirth has occurred, one must seize it all. Su Wanyue gazed at the disconnected call, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and determination. Her brother's reputation had already become notorious in Haishu. Regardless of who initiated the call, her uncle Su Jinya undoubtedly possessed a motive. Jinbang Group was founded by her father, and her uncle and aunt had received their current positions and wealth with minimal effort. What more could they desire? In that era, it was a matter of course for a father to support his younger siblings. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. She had witnessed countless examples of this and was not particularly surprised. Her uncle had long harbored discontent towards her father, believing that the senior executives of the company held more shares than he did, which he considered an egregious affront to familial ties. This unfamiliar call, regardless of its source, had at least served as a wake-up call. She picked up a teacup from the side, took a sip, and sat behind her desk, resting her chest on the table as she contemplated deeply for an extended period before dialing again. "Dad, please tell my brother not to go out tonight. I need to speak with you both in person." "Well, what is the matter? Is there something crucial?" Su Jianbang's voice was robust and filled with concern. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Dad, let us discuss it in your study at home. It's imperative that my brother stays in tonight. This is of great importance." "Very well, then. I'll head home early after work and cancel my evening engagements." Su Jianbang responded decisively, without further inquiry. After returning to his hotel room, Cao Mo felt a pang of regret. He believed he should have waited a couple more days. However, this thought was fleeting and quickly dismissed as he focused on more pressing matters. The reason he had chosen to contact Su Wanyue on the 4th was that today marked the time to close positions and take long positions. The price of soybeans had plummeted to 590 cents. Following his morning strategy to close at 590 cents and then take a long position at the same price, his profits had been substantial. Although he did not need to scrutinize each account's profit margins, simple calculations revealed a significant gain. With a total of 225 contracts across 4 accounts, his unrealized profits had already exceeded $7.3 million. After deducting all commissions and fees, along with the rollover costs. His total amount was just shy of $8 million. Commissions were notably expensive, charged on a per-trade basis, whether Su Wanyue believed him or not. He regarded today's profits as his source of confidence. Next, he would wait until August 12th to reverse positions and then close everything out on the 16th. According to the regulations of the exchange, all funds can be transferred into personal accounts within 2 days. However, he certainly would not do so. August 20th marked the unequivocal day for him to short WTI, with the shorting price set at 49.40 per barrel. The closing date and price were established at 41.31 per barrel on August 31st. This time, he would only operate 1,000 contracts per account, ensuring that he would not attract any attention. Within a mere 10 days, he could attain a net profit threefold through trading. This constituted his short-term strategy for amassing wealth in the market. At CITIC New Era, a pair of beautiful eyes fixated on the screen, which displayed Cao Mo's account status. When he closed his position at 5.90, it was not particularly remarkable. However, his account simultaneously executed a long position within the same second. This could only signify one thing. Both the short closing and long opening were premeditated. A glance at the timing and pricing of his previous short positions revealed a pattern. Particularly in this year, individuals trading American commodity futures were few and far between. Each broker, while preoccupied with their own affairs, merely needed to glance at the red accounts on another screen upon hearing the alert's beeping sound to identify the corresponding individuals. As Cao Mo contemplated his strategy for WTI crude oil, a petite beauty, her expression one of astonishment, jotted down his soybean futures trading points on a sticky note. The day after signing the agreement, Cao Mo had preset the short opening price at 9.55 cents, which was the peak price for American summer. Subsequently, he initiated a compound interest model operating 5 accounts identically. It wasn't until today that he executed a second round of overall trades, closing at the day's lowest point of 5.90 cents and reversing to go long. Observing the transaction timestamps, it was evident that these two actions were synchronized, meaning that both the closing at 5.90 and the long were predetermined. How could this be possible? Was he somehow clairvoyant? She then checked other clients' accounts, but unfortunately, only 3 others had participated in the soybean trades, and they had already closed their positions. The saying masters are among the common folk had yet to gain traction. But Huang Yuan had never witnessed such a scenario where not a single fluctuation point was missed since she began her career. She remained glued to this account in the office until closing time, yet saw no further operations from it. Once his closing and long position succeeded, Cao Mo became convinced that his rebirth had not affected the timeline or events of this world. Skipping his senior year would spare him from public humiliation at the hands of Cao Kun. Once he received the Su family's funds, would he not be able to join Su Wanyue's investment company? Yet, without a diploma, he might face discrimination. This closed loop could not be formed. He lay in bed, pondering for a long while, yet could not decide on his course of action. With a background in finance, his best fit would be in an investment bank or investment firm. Upon reflection, Zhenbang Group was indeed a commendable choice. But where were his biological parents? Were they still alive? During the summer after high school graduation, he had attempted to investigate the welfare institution where the Cao Jianya couple had adopted him. Unfortunately, all he discovered was that he had been placed in that institution by the government, indicating that he could not trace the human traffickers. Consequently, he remained ignorant of the precise location of his abduction. Judging solely by height, he now stood at 188 meters, which was not typical for the southern region. Thus, it was highly likely that he hailed from the north. He was grateful that the Cao family had not deprived him of proper nutrition, allowing him to grow so tall. After a lengthy period of restless thoughts, Cao Mo stood up in agitation. He needed to earn money, obtain a degree, and, above all, locate his biological parents. He had already made tens of millions. Even if he spent it all on uncovering his origins, it would suffice for his expenses. If he could utilize the resources of Zhenbang Group, would that not be more efficient than battling alone? Cao Kun, I will surely bring you down. The others in the Cao family may be spared, but you, I shall never forgive. In my previous life, you treated me in this manner, and in this life, I shall repay you in kind. The most beautiful woman in Haishur, Su Wanyue, having saved my life, even if it means being shameless, I will undoubtedly win her over. I must find my biological parents as well. Since I have been reborn, I shall have it all. Chapter 12. A bit of a dilemma. Why have you called me back? Su family mansion study. Su Hao asked somewhat unhappily. Standing at nearly 185 meters, he was considered tall in Haishur, and his elongated eyes added a touch of softness to his appearance. Su Zhenbong leaned back in his chair, raising his chin slightly. It was your sister who insisted that I summon you back. Su Hao glanced at his sister. Isn't the bidding for the land you're involved in concluding in the next few days? Su Hao scoffed. That's not the case. Land auctions announce results on the spot. Nowadays, it's all about who offers the most money. Could it be that this was merely a jest? Su Hao added, recently, there's been a notification about 3 plots in Lujiazui. The auction is the day after tomorrow. My side is all set, just need to go. Do you have any insider information? Su Wanyue shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. I received word that your second uncle's family might be planning something against ours. You'd best be cautious and not sleep with just anyone. Her voice was cool, tinged with a hint of disdain. What if they set a trap in this regard? What will happen to you and Dad then? Su Zhenbong's expression tightened. Wanyue, clarify. Do you have any concrete information? Su Hao stroked his chin in contemplation. Lately, your second uncle has been urging me to persuade you. You're not a child anymore. It's time to marry, right? Su Wanyue hesitated for a moment, deciding to tell the truth. I received information that Zhenbong Real Estate will acquire 2 plots of land, and on the night of the celebration banquet, Jean will invite you to Blue Moon. Your drinks will be spiked, and she struggled to continue. Su Zhenbong's expression became serious, remaining silent. After some thought, Su Hao nodded slowly. If Jean who invites me, I might indeed go. And then, Su Wanyue's face flushed slightly. A mother-daughter pair, surnamed Wang, will die in your private room, and both you and Jean will be implicated. As for me, someone will come and kill me. Su Zhenbong's face darkened with evident anger. Are you saying this is a scheme by your second uncle? Su Hao's expression was grim, lost in thought. Su Wanyue also fell silent. Speak up. Who told you this news? Su Zhenbong rapped his knuckles on the table. Su Wanyue shook her head. I received a call with this information this afternoon, but the caller did not reveal their identity, only that they wanted to frame Big Brother first, then kill me, causing you to collapse. She speculated that if Big Brother truly got caught, he would likely perish inside as well. After she finished speaking, she turned to Su Hao and said, Brother, can't you exercise a bit of restraint? With so many women in Haishur, is there truly not one that catches your fancy? Must you indulge in such flamboyant antics? You welcome both mother and daughter without hesitation? Su Hao flashed a grin, replying, But you said it yourself, didn't you? They had drugged me. Who knows what might be lurking in that drink? Moreover, you have no idea who the other party is. And you come rushing back to share this with us so brazenly? After shooting him a glare, Su Wanyue shifted her gaze to their father. Su Zhenbang waved his hand, saying, Let us turn this to our advantage. The on-site bidding is the day after tomorrow. Prepare for the celebration banquet. If Jean Hu truly calls you, just go. You may drink, but don't overindulge. Su Hao chuckled. Rest assured, since someone has already called, regardless of whether I was drugged or not, I intend to partake in a little of the wine. The only question is, how shall we arrange the personnel? Shall I handle it myself, or will you take charge? None of the 3 doubted Su Zhenye's willingness to undertake such actions, clearly indicating his capacity and intent to carry out the task. Sighing, Su Zhenbang asked, What else did that person say? Su Wanyue shook her head. He only mentioned that there is still time, nothing more. I suspect you will call me again after the bidding day. Su Hao appeared nonchalant, smiling as he said, Su Kan and his group are inconsequential. There is no need to worry. However, regarding Uncle S' side, once we ascertain that the wine is tampered with, what do you plan to do? Su Zhenbang lowered his gaze, falling into silence. Both Su Hao and Su Wanyue observed him, remaining quiet as they awaited his response. After having voiced her concerns, Su Wanyue found herself increasingly convinced that this matter might indeed hold some truth, especially since neither her father nor brother expressed skepticism. They simply wished to uncover the identity of the caller. After a while, Su Zhenbang still did not speak. Su Wanyue insisted, Dad, You know what kind of person that one from the Lee family is, worse than my brother. How could I possibly marry him? Uncle has been pushing for the match, but your continued delay is untenable. Who knows what schemes he and the Lee family might be plotting? Suawanadith, Indith. There is that possibility. However, the Lee heir has only met you a few months prior. If I were to step in, you and Mom would undoubtedly struggle to cope. If anything were to happen to my sister, this family would be doomed. At that point, the Zhenbang group would fall into the hands of Uncle and Aunt. With this train of thought, it dawned on him that perhaps the Li family and Uncle were indeed conspiring to divide the Zhenbang group. Su Zhenbang exhaled a deep breath, stating, "No worries. That day, I will have your uncle who follow closely behind you. As for you, heir, I will arrange for 2 female bodyguards to be with you at all times. Regarding your uncle, I have made other arrangements. You need not concern yourselves with that." The following day, after rising, Cao Mo opened his computer to check the price and trends of American soybeans, while also browsing the website of the Domestic Soybean Association. It was only around 8 a.m. that he descended for breakfast before returning to his room. After switching to view West Texas crude oil for a while, he shook his head and shut the computer. Standing by the window, he gazed at the street scenery of Haishur. After resting for a moment, he sat at the desk, jotting down the names Su Wanyu, Su Hao, and Su Zhenyi of the Zhenbang group. Pondering, he realized that his plans had not been overly exposed. At least he could claim to have inadvertently overheard a conspiracy, without needing to clarify to Su Wanyu where he had heard it. He thought that once everything was confirmed, the Su family would owe him their gratitude. On the second page, he wrote down the name Cao Kun. He then stared at the name, lost in contemplation. In 2 lifetimes, what remained unclear to him was where Cao Kun had grown up. What were his adoptive parents engaged in? Even how Cao Kun had gone missing was an enigma. Cao Jianyi and Wang Meiwan had never shared such details with him. He only recalled that after being adopted, he had brought considerable comfort to Wang Meiwan. Subsequently, they had desired to have another son, leading to the birth of Cao Pei Yao, after which Wang Meiwan could no longer bear children. Thus, Cao Pei Yao shared a closer bond with him than with Wang Meiwan. However, Cao Pei Yao was exceedingly intelligent and had essentially not returned after studying abroad. In his previous life, he too had lost contact with her and had not seen her again until his death. Days passed under the oppressive scrutiny of Cao Kun, until a delivery mishap had him colliding with a pickup truck. In this life, he wondered if that little tail would still reach out to him after learning of Cao Kun's return. His phone number would remain unchanged. At the very least, there were still people he needed to contact. Even if he wished to contend with Cao Kun, he could not truly harm Cao, Jianyi, and Wang Meiwan. The debt of nurturing was indelible. What a dilemma. Chapter 13, Anticipation. I now announce the results of the bidding. Cao Mo stood in a corner of the bidding hall, observing Su Hao, who had previously raised his placard, now exuding confidence. He wondered if Su Hao realized that tonight would mark a turning point in his life. If Su Wanyu hadn't informed him, it could only mean that the relationship between the siblings was strained. Perhaps they were vying for the position of chairman of the Zhenbang group. In the evening, he still intended to visit the Blue Moon to witness the commotion. Regardless of whether Su Hao had fallen into a trap, at the very least, he would enjoy the spectacle. As for Su Wanyu, that would depend on her own choices. At worst, he would spend the day of August 10th with her. After all, she was to become his financial supporter. Nothing could go amiss. Surveying the entire venue, he saw Su Hao already smiling as he took the stage to sign the contract. Meanwhile, the enterprises that had failed to secure a bid appeared disheartened. Public land auctions depended on who had the deepest pockets. The highest bidder emerged victorious, and the results declared on-site were unalterable, unless the land was not auctioned but rather allocated directly to an enterprise. In this regard, Cao Mo was not particularly knowledgeable, but he had done some research to participate in this auction. The internet truly has the power to transform this world. With a smile, Cao Mo turned to leave the auction hall, intending to grab a quick bite before heading to the Blue Moon at 10 p.m. Su Wanyu did not appear in the auction hall, which was not particularly surprising. What truly baffled Cao Mo was that Su Hao, a super-rich heir, ostensibly lacked a shortage of women. Given his status, what type of woman could he possibly desire? While he was indeed competent in managing the group, His behavior was utterly contemptible. Memories of descriptions from his previous life surfaced in his mind. That mother-daughter duo had originally been out to sell themselves, specifically targeting clients who reveled in mother-daughter competitions. That night, 2 bodies were discovered in a private room, and the heirs of the Jinbang group, Su Hao and Jin Hu, son of the construction group, along with a certain Zhao, were taken away. Yet, in the end, only Jin Hu and Su Hao were imprisoned, while Zhao was merely detained and fined for public indecency. Beyond that, little information surfaced. Reflecting on it, now still felt somewhat surreal. Earlier, I noticed that Su Hao was clearly accompanied by bodyguards in the auction hall. Why, on this very night in my previous life, did the bodyguards fail to serve any purpose? Even if they did not enter, merely being stationed outside would have enabled them to swiftly escort their young master away in the event of an incident. Pondering this conundrum left me perplexed. Cao Mo arrived at the Blue Moon earlier than planned. He ventured inside and secured an empty booth, ordering several bottles of beer and a fruit platter, settling in to sip slowly. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of the Jinbang group, the celebration banquet was just concluding. Su Wanyu had not made an appearance. The 2 elders, Su Zhenbang and Su Jinye, along with the senior management team, were present, as were the second-generation members, all in attendance for the celebration. A demand specifically put forth by Su Zhenbang. This arrangement left Su Jinye feeling quite uncomfortable. Within the group, he wielded little power, possessing only a building materials factory entirely his own, along with a building materials market exclusive to the second branch. In these matters, Su Zhenbang had no involvement. It could be said that the second branch was wholly dependent on the Jinbang group, although the building materials market was indeed a noteworthy asset. As Su Hao approached the 2 elders to toast, his phone rang. Standing beside his father and uncle, he answered the call. "Oh, Blue Moon? Sure. I'll head over as soon as this wraps up. However, I've had quite a bit to drink tonight, so I'll take it easy." "Well, who told them not to bid? Those 2 plots of land are mine for the taking. I cannot possibly relinquish them." "Ha ha ha. Puzi, you truly are something." Really?" He asked right behind Su Jinye. Though his voice was not overly loud, it was certainly audible enough for Su Jinye to hear distinctly. A flicker of delight crossed Su Jinye's eyes. He had not anticipated that they would secure the land in today's auction. But the schemes he had concocted were not ones he could abandon. Moreover, the Li family had offered a considerable sum, and once Su Hao entered, there was no chance he would emerge unscathed. The Jinbang group, the largest private enterprise in Haishu, would soon be half his. No longer would he need to endure the disdainful gaze of his selfish elder brother, nor confront the miserly demeanor of his sister-in-law. As for Su Wanyu, once Su Hao was inside, he could easily utilize the Li family's assistance to coerce her into marriage. It was known that upon their first meeting, the young master Li had nearly overwhelmed the little starlet, leaving her in a state of disarray. "The Su family was meant to belong to me." Su Jinye, though his expression remained unchanged, the glint in his eyes did not escape Su Zhenbang's notice. Soon, Su Hao concluded the call. "Dad, uncle, please continue. I have a gathering to attend shortly." "Oh, Su Hao, no worries. If you have matters to attend to, do as you please. Your father and I will toast to the others." Su Jinye rose and turned to Su Hao, his face brimming with pride. "Truly the pillar of our Su family's future. Su Hao, your uncle is proud of you." Su Hao laughed heartily as he departed. That little brat, as arrogant as ever. Su Jinye turned to raise his glass, addressing the still-seated Su Zhenbang. "Brother, Su Hao is leaving soon. Aren't you going to toast the others? Without these employees, we would have nothing." Su Zhenbang smiled. "Indeed, I should go around and greet them." Typically, such responsibilities were entrusted to Su Hao. As he was the president, I seldom involved myself in company affairs, as he made most decisions. With a chuckle, Su Jinye made his way to the executive's table. Su Zhenbang took out his phone. "Hey, second brother, you go ahead. I'll take this call and join you shortly." Su Jinye flashed a smile before heading off. Su Zhenbang retreated to a corner, leaning against the wall, observing Su Jinye and Su Kun old who. "Have you confirmed? Just arrange everything as planned. Afterward, there's no need to send anyone back from the sea. Just him alone will suffice. Leave the other young ones to Su Hao. Just ensure he doesn't lose them." After concluding the call, he lifted his glass and approached the lively executive's table. Though Cao Mo did not know Su Hao personally, he had done his research. There were indeed photos of Su Hao circulating online. Upon seeing Su Hao enter, he noted that the young man was flanked by no less than 6 bodyguards. As Su Hao ascended the stairs, Cao Mo raised his glass to clink with the young woman beside him. All that remained was to wait. In less than 10 minutes, he observed 2 vibrant young women following closely behind Su Wanyu, also ascending the stairs. Cao Mo was momentarily taken aback. What the heck? Is Su Wanyu heading straight to the scene? He wondered how she would react if she witnessed Su Hao's entourage coercing that mother and daughter duo. But he quickly realized the truth. This was undoubtedly a scheme to gather evidence, possibly not intended for the police. Given Su Hao's nature, if he were to discover this was a trap, he would certainly not fall for it. If he took the spiked drinks for testing, it was likely he would directly confront Su Jinya. However, the actual truth remained elusive. For now, all he could do was wait. Chapter 14. Each with $1 billion in life-saving funds. Is that too much to ask? To speak candidly, Su Wanyu was undeniably stunning. When she entered, aside from the music, nearly everyone in the room was wide-eyed, captivated by her presence. Her figure and beauty were even more irresistible under the dim lights. He could not discern which of the 2 women who had entered after her were the mother and daughter, but he was certain they were now upstairs. Handsome, come have a drink. Cao Mo raised his glass, saying, let us switch places. I'll sit on your side. He was surrounded by 3 women, all viewing him as a potential mark. However, this sum of money was trivial to him. Moreover, he had hardly drunk much. The majority of the alcohol had been consumed by these 3 women. By changing positions, he aimed to better observe Su Hao when he descended, and, as a man, Su Wanyu's beauty was undoubtedly compelling enough to warrant another glance. After about 5 minutes, he noticed the bodyguards escorting Su Hao and Su Wanyu back downstairs, along with 2 young men. Had it concluded so swiftly? Where were the mother and daughter? Had they not been taken down to confront Su Jinya? Or did they possess an alternative plan? As more than a dozen individuals passed before them, Cao Mo scrutinized Su Hao and Su Wanyu. One exuded coldness, while the other radiated allure. The 2 female bodyguards even carried several bottles of liquor, presumably to take back for testing. Cao Mo raised his glass, and as they all watched the group hastily depart, he grinned at the 3 beautiful women beside him. They are truly breathtaking. Indeed, that handsome guy is exceptionally dashing. Another remarked, while a third scoffed, look at how many bodyguards he has. Is he someone we can mingle with? Let us just enjoy our drinks. Hey, you didn't finish your drink earlier. Cao Mo chuckled, downing the rest of his beer. I'll pass. The remaining drinks are yours. He pulled a wad of cash, approximately 1,000, from his pocket and placed it on the table. You all can split this. I'm heading home. He extricated his arm from the soft embrace of 2 arms and a chest, acutely aware that it was late and that lingering any longer might invite a beating upon his return home. With a cheerful smile, he rose to depart, the sounds of laughter echoing behind him. The 3 companions, engaged in revelry, began to divide their earnings. Nevertheless, his objectives had already been fulfilled. It was time to return to the hotel. Tomorrow, around noon or in the afternoon, he would call Su Wanyu to inquire about the situation. If her claims were substantiated, it could be deemed that he had garnered her trust. If the drink had been tampered with, he would suffer no loss. Shortly after Su Hao and Su Wanyu left the Blue Moon, the celebration concluded. Su Jinbang stood at the hotel entrance, feigning a phone call with his mobile device. Su Zhanyi climbed into his car, waving cheerfully before departing. Observing as the brothers Su Kan and Su Zhi each entered their vehicles, Su Zhanbang dialed a number. Just left. Don't let me down. The younger ones are inconsequential. Bring Su Zhanyi to the island near Zhoushan. Wait for my call. He pocketed his phone and turned back towards the hotel, having no intention of leaving. Who could say if the second son had arranged for something untoward to occur in the car? Once he had initiated action against his son, there would be no turning back. He would not cease until he or his children lay dead. Do not blame my ruthlessness. You were the one who struck first. He had assumed they could coexist peacefully for several more years, yet never expected that his daughter would become the focal point of their conflict. Zanye, how did you muster the audacity? Did you truly believe my journey over these decades had been smooth sailing? Su Zhenbang was not a man of leniency. If he chose to act, He would do so with lethal precision. In no more than 4 hours, Su Zhenyi would find himself on an unnamed island in Zhoushan. As for its precise location, he was unsure. Su Zhenyi had indulged in considerable drink, particularly after Su Hao's departure. Over the years, he had sought opportunities to cultivate relationships with the senior executives of the company, particularly within the real estate sector. After all, his construction materials factory and market were intimately connected to real estate. Following Su Hao's exit, he had consumed at least 3 cups, totaling approximately 6 taels. Added to what he had drunk previously, he estimated it to be nearing 8 taels of liquor. Although this was not his limit, he was indeed approaching inebriation. Once seated in his vehicle, he glanced at his phone, finding no new messages. That boy, Su Hao, had a penchant for married women, a fact he had confirmed on multiple occasions. Tonight, he had arranged for a mother-daughter duo. He was confident that Su Hao would not let this opportunity slip away. Generally speaking, encounters with a mother and daughter were exceedingly rare, and this pair had been difficult to procure. He had already paid 100,000, with the remainder to be settled later. Additionally, he had greased the palms at the Public Security Bureau with nearly 200,000, seeking nothing less than a charge of public indecency. Moreover, his accomplices were equipped with hidden cameras. Once the footage was released, Su Hao's reputation would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. Su Zhenyi had no bodyguards, only a driver. The vehicle traversed the quiet streets. At this hour, while the volume of traffic was not excessive, it was certainly present. At 10:30, his car exited the main road, preparing to leave the elevated highway and take a side road. Just as his vehicle descended, 2 SUVs suddenly surged from the street below, colliding with his car from 2 opposing directions. Su Zhenyi, resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, though not asleep, was entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. The 2 SUVs struck the driver's side and the rear of the vehicle. His Mercedes was instantly spun around by the impact. The driver lost consciousness immediately. Unfastened from a seatbelt, Su Zhenyi's head slammed against the window of the adjacent car, and he began to vomit, expelling the contents of his stomach all over the interior. Within mere seconds, he was dragged out, enveloped in a burlap sack, and rendered unconscious before being tossed into another vehicle. The 2 unmarked SUVs swiftly vanished into the night. At 12:30 a.m., inside a car, Su Hao and Su Wanyu received the freshly released test results, their expressions transforming dramatically. The siblings exchanged a glance. What a mother and daughter. Su Wanyu, exuding an aura of icy fury, inquired. Su Hao rubbed his nose and divulged, "I paid them a bit. They revealed everything. Someone offered them 200,000 to come here." Was it Su Zhenyi? No, it was Zhao Feng who arranged it. However, this detail was inconsequential, as Su Hao waved it off. He had also indulged a bit too much. "I'll check in with Zhao Feng shortly. Do you want to head home first?" Su Wanyu shook her head resolutely. "I want to accompany you. I need to ascertain whether this was orchestrated by Su Zhenyi. If he was the one who tainted the drink, can you imagine how our father would react?" "Drive. Let us see Zhao Feng," Su Hao instructed. The bodyguard in the front seat acknowledged, and the vehicles began to move, departing the laboratory in tandem. Cao Mo rose early, engaging in his usual exercise before logging onto his computer to observe the trends in soybean prices. According to his recollection, there was no necessity for any trading actions today. His profits had been steadily increasing, yet he remained reluctant to pursue compounded returns. The risks of being monitored by the exchange were untenable. He could potentially lose all his funds, ending up with nothing. There was no need to take such risks. Opening additional accounts could draw unwanted attention from CITIC Shinji. Well then, Su Hao is safe, but Su Wanyu remains in peril. Though it doesn't involve me. How should I address this? 1 billion for a life-saving fund. Surely that is not excessive. Chapter 15. The Pursuit of Wealth. Once the funds were secured, he would directly seek out a local attorney in the capital to assist in locating his biological parents, which should pose no problem. Lawyers were indeed the best candidates for a private investigation. Naturally, if other options arose, he would not overlook them either. After waiting until lunchtime, he returned to his room, turned on the television, and then picked up his phone to call Su Wanyu. He was perplexed as to why, after the previous night, She had not reached out to him. Perhaps she was awaiting his call. Su Wenyu was not at the office. She was in her bedroom at home, just out of the shower, donning a bathrobe and drying her hair. The previous night, she had witnessed and heard Zhao Feng's testimony firsthand. A staggering 500,000. But this sum was promised by a stranger. An additional 500,000 would be provided upon completion of the task. All he was required to do was escort a mother-daughter duo to a private room and serve the drinks they provided. His mission was simply to invite Jin Hu, who would in turn invite Su Hao. The pretext was effortlessly natural. Their family's construction company was not particularly large, primarily reliant on the construction group for sustenance. Yet they were currently struggling. Thus, aligning with Su Hao was certainly a means to secure projects. Did it not just so happen that Su Hao had recently acquired 2 parcels of land that were destined for development? The real estate market was exceedingly lucrative. It was only a matter of time before they commenced their designs. Everything was well-reasoned and justified. At least, it sounded perfectly logical. Even the appearance of the mother-daughter flower is not an issue. It merely caters to their preferences, especially since he has already savored the flavor. The sole concern lies with the beverage, which poses a problem. The high concentration of aphrodisiac effects, regardless of other factors, would inflict considerable harm on both Su Hao and Jin Hu's bodies, even if nothing untoward were to occur tonight. Who, for heaven's sake, can endure such exertion repeatedly for an entire night? Are they courting death? All the other party desires is merely a video recorded in secrecy. After all, their appearance will not be revealed in the footage, and with money at stake, they could also establish a connection with the Jinbang group. What could possibly be more advantageous? However, Su Wanwell likely understands that, given Su Hao and Jin Hu's temperament, the Zhao family's company will soon vanish. As for Zhao Feng himself, he has already lost 10 toes. She did not inquire about his current whereabouts. Su Hao remained silent on the matter. Contemplating the expressions on Jin Hu and Su Hao's faces at that moment, she dared not speculate further. Men, huh? Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang. Su Wanyue approached the bedside table and picked up her phone, glancing at the screen to see the contact labeled as 1. Her heart skipped a beat. It was the young man who had been reminding her. Now, it was evident that everything he had claimed was indeed accurate. However, a question lingered in her mind. How did this individual know all of this when Su Jinye had not made an appearance? The phone continued to ring. She pressed the call button, her heart fluttering with a touch of anxiety as she spoke. Hello? Miss Su, greetings, came the calm voice of Cao Mo, resonating in her ear. I presume you have confirmed that the beverages were indeed problematic after last night's events, correct? Su Wanyue was about to respond, but refrained from doing so. She has never favored being led by others. Can you now disclose your name? A few days ago, you alerted me. What is your objective? Her voice remained steady, void of tremors, retaining its previous coolness. Haha, it's not yet the time to demand compensation. Cao Mo chuckled. At present, I would like your brother's phone number. I trust you can provide it. After all, you're my next target. And I would prefer that the most beautiful woman in Haishur does not hear too much about how she met her demise. Cao Mo fished out the cigarettes and lighter he had purchased yesterday, hesitating for a moment before ultimately leaving the package unopened, merely toying with a lighter in his hand. Last night, I observed you and your brother enter and exit the Blue Moon. Surely, this should sufficiently demonstrate my sincerity. Su Wanyue interrupted him, inquiring, what do you desire? I want your elder brother's phone number, and I wish to see if he is willing to save your life. Su Wanyue was momentarily taken aback, and then anger surged within her. After forcibly suppressing her fury, she spoke again. I will send you my brother's number, but will you tell me who you are? You claim that you overheard such a clandestine matter by chance. Does that not seem rather casual? Cao Mo pondered for a moment before responding. It was not casual. It was unintentional. This matter has nothing to do with me, and you will come to believe that in due time. All right, let's leave it at that. Simply send me your brother's number. If Su Jinye takes action, I hope your brother can prevent him. With that, Cao Mo ended the call. On the other end, Su Wanyue heard the dial tone and, in her frustration, hurled her phone onto the bed with great force. The impact was so vigorous that the already loose belt of her bathrobe slipped off, revealing a considerable expanse of her fair, glistening skin the fabric swaying behind her. A brick-like Nokia and 95 bounced off the bed and fell to the carpet. Bastard. Suvanju kerst vehemently. She tore off her bathrobe and stepped into the dressing room to get dressed. Cao Mo waited for a full half-hour before receiving a text message. Su Hao, 139. He dialed the number, only to find it turned off. Sighing, he had no choice but to give up. At this moment, Su Hao had yet to rise, naturally leaving his phone off. After sending Jean, who home last night, he personally oversaw the packing of Zhao Feng into a box and sinking it to the depths of the Huangpu River, even if only a skeleton remained. There was no chance of it being discovered. By the time he returned, it was nearly 5 in the morning, and he was sound asleep. In the entire villa, only the siblings were present, one still asleep and the other just waking up. Su Jinbong had left early in the morning with his bodyguards. Hu Wushuang called him promptly at 7, announcing that the matter had been resolved. After a brief confirmation of the boarding location, he set out with his men. Hu Wushuang had been by his side for nearly 30 years. He had saved his life back in the day, watching him marry and raise children, both of whom now worked at the Jinbong Group, living respectable lives. He felt completely at ease with Hu Wushuang. He resolved to clarify the entire situation before personally sending his younger brother down, though he had initially dismissed the notion of taking matters into his own hands. The resentment had festered within him, prompting him to question what wrongs he had committed against the second branch. All the way, he reflected on the myriad interactions between himself and the second son, Su Jinya, over the decades. Ultimately, it was merely about hardening his heart. Meanwhile, Cao Mo had nothing to occupy his time but to await August 12th. The remainder of his hours was dedicated to contacting the police in the capital, utilizing the published phone numbers to inquire about the missing boy from 20 years prior. One call after another, he left his phone number and email address. The monotony, coupled with encounters with disinterested individuals, was something he could endure. From his previous life's investigations, it was evident that he was likely from the capital. However, the details of how he ended up in Hangsheng remained a mystery. The information he had paid for indicated that his appearance bore a connection to a prominent family in the capital, particularly his eyebrows, eyes, and nose, which resembled those of a significant figure. Yet, the informant had hesitated to confirm, as that family wielded immense power and was not to be trifled with. Regrettably, he did not even acquire a surname. The individuals he paid to provide information were vague. They expressed a desire to verify further before relaying the information, but that evening, the delivery he had ordered went awry. Money. Afterward, he planned to head to the capital. Chapter 16. How can she find peace of mind? As for the Cao family, if they could secure the assistance of the Jinbong Group, dealing with the Cao family would undoubtedly be a straightforward affair. He believed they would be more than willing to extend their business to Hangsheng. When he rose to call Su Hao in the afternoon, it was already past 4. Su Hao's mood was evidently buoyant. Cao Mo was somewhat taken aback when he heard Su Hao's voice. "I'm aware of your existence," Su Hao stated coolly. "My sister has informed me. When you called, I anticipated it was you. I am curious how you came by this information and what you wish to obtain from me." It was evident that the siblings reacted similarly. Cao Mo chuckled, deliberately allowing his laughter to reach Su Hao's ears. "I'm certainly not an anonymous hero. On one hand, I need the Su family's assistance. On the other, I require financial support. However, it is not the appropriate time to discuss such matters." He paused, allowing ample time for Su Hao to ponder. He continued, "Young Master Su, if you have not yet disposed of Su Jinya, you must exercise caution. On the 12th, your sister, Su Wanyue, will be murdered in her own car. Furthermore, after her death, her body will be stripped of all its garments." Su Hao could not contain his fury and cursed vehemently. Cao Mo, unfazed, pressed on. "I cannot ascertain whether it was orchestrated by Su Jinya's people, but this is what I have heard. According to the original plan, you and Jean who were to administer a copious amount of liquor to that mother and daughter pair, after which you would exploit them, given that they are likely already under the influence of drugs. It is highly probable that they will perish as a result of your actions. You and Jean who would inevitably find yourselves incarcerated. The aim concerning your sister appears to be to bring your father, Su Jinbong, to his knees, forcing you to wallow in regret while imprisoned. Once sentenced, you would have no chance of emerging alive. Ultimately, the nearly 100 billion value of the Jinbang Group would fall into the hands of others. What do you think the likelihood of this is? Su Hao, suppressing the tempest of rage within him, listened intently. His fingers, gripping the phone, turned as pale as parchment. Cao Mo found a measure of admiration for him. Had anyone else been privy to such information, they would have erupted. Yet, Su Hao remained silent, absorbing every word. Until now, his breaths were still relatively steady. Little did he know, he had already bitten into his wrist with such force that it drew blood. Su Hao was never a virtuous man. He held rigorous expectations of his employees, employed ruthless tactics against competitors, and exhibited a somewhat perverse demeanor toward the women in his life. However, he possessed one redeeming quality. He cherished his sister, despite her icy demeanor towards him. Born from his overly sentimental nature, he indeed indulged her. Their mother had passed away early, and their father, preoccupied with work, had never sought a stepmother for them. Thus, one could say that Su Wanyue was effectively raised by Su Hao himself. The thought of her being murdered and subsequently stripped of her clothing was utterly intolerable. Cao Mo inquired about the likelihood of such events. Su Hao released his wrist and, with a grim smile, replied, "It is highly probable. The likelihood is substantial." As he bared his teeth in a smile, blood stained the corners of his mouth, rendering his expression somewhat ghastly. "This favor, whether from me or my father, must be acknowledged. You mentioned needing my assistance. I assure you, I will expend every resource of the Jinbang Group to aid you. You require funds, correct? State your amount and provide me with an account number, and I shall arrange for a swift transfer, whether domestically or internationally." Cao Mo breathed a sigh of relief internally. "I require 200 million, consider it a lifeline for you and your sister." "Very well, send me the account details. And what do the other matter?" Cao Mo replied, "No rush. Let's discuss that once you have secured evidence to imprison Su Jinya." "Unnecessary. I detest being indebted. Simply state what you need." Cao Mo awkwardly scratched his chin. "I have yet to formulate how to articulate this. Why is Su Hao so impatient? And what of Su Jinya?" He cautiously suggested. "That is not your concern. Do not involve yourself. If you require funds, provide me with the account. If you need my assistance, simply inform me of the matter." Su Hao had regained his composure. As he listened to the phone conversation, he contemplated reaching out to Uncle Hu for assistance in eliminating the entire Su Jinya family, sparing not even their dog. Rooting out the threat was the most fundamental course of action. After a moment's hesitation, Cao Mo stated, "Let us discuss things once you have resolved the situation. I am in no hurry. I will contact you again on the 12th. Su Hao frowned at his phone, realizing the call had indeed been terminated. "Damn it, I don't even know the name, only this number. I cannot trace their location now. I must procure equipment to ensure I can meet them next time." Setting aside that thought, his feelings of hatred resurfaced. "Uncle, my dear uncle, and my lovely Aunt Su Can. Just wait, it won't be long. No, my beloved uncle. I want you to witness the death of everyone in the second branch before I send you down to join them. A family, after all, must reunite, mustn't they?" He tore off a few sheets of tissue to wipe the blood from his wrist. The wound had already begun to swell. He carelessly dabbed at it before moving to the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating how to eliminate the second branch without alerting the authorities. Su Kan and Su Zhe were in the real estate company. Su Miaoshuan had just graduated, but was currently in Beijing studying film and performance. After his sister left last night, he called their father to confirm that the liquor was indeed compromised, the dosage of the aphrodisiac sufficient to incapacitate Knox. It was evident that the adversary aimed to render him utterly defenseless. Thus, Uncle Hu had likely already taken action. He was just uncertain of the current situation. He attempted to call Hu Wushuang. The phone was not turned off, yet no one answered, leaving him unsure of what they were preoccupied with. He had not gone to the office, nor did he know if his father had. Glancing at his wrist, he realized he should first visit a hospital for treatment, and then address the subsequent matters. As for his sister's safety, he felt no concern whatsoever. Both bodyguards were armed with their preferred melee weapons, and moreover, his sister was not driving at all. One bodyguard would drop her off at work, and another would pick her up in a different vehicle after hours, leaving no opportunity for anyone to infiltrate her car. Indeed, this will not suffice, he resolved. I shall leverage my connections to arrange for 2 additional female bodyguards for my sister. As the more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Su Wanyue had also not gone to the office. She sat in her room, opened her computer, and began working remotely. If she did not use her laptop, she could operate with her Nokia N95, that old sliding brick of a phone, which was remarkably functional. At the very least, sending and receiving emails posed no issues. However, after working for a while, she suddenly found herself grinding her teeth in frustration. Damn it! She was unwilling to disclose anything about her situation. When she asked Su how, he simply reassured her that as long as she was accompanied by bodyguards, there would be no issues. Before entering her car, she was to have the bodyguards inspected inside and out, particularly the brakes and brake pads. Beyond that, there was no need for her to fret. The fact that this scoundrel was withholding details from her, and Su Hao was equally reticent, left her acutely aware of the danger she faced. Yet those in the know refused to share that knowledge with her. How could she find peace of mind? How could she calm herself to work? Damn it, don't let me find you. Chapter 17. Sibling Rivalry 1. As Su Zhenbong changed his attire and stepped across the gangplank onto another vessel, it was already late afternoon. Nearing dinner time, this was a fishing boat. After transitioning to this vessel, they would proceed to the island, an arrangement orchestrated by Hu Wushuang, which he had no objections to. If Wushuang deemed it necessary, there must be a sound rationale behind it. Soon enough, the small fishing boat veered around the island, vanishing from the sight of those waiting. For bodyguards remained on this side, all armed, while 2 others accompanied him to the island. There were still 2 remaining, left on the shore watching the vehicle. Su Zhenbong had always been exceptionally cautious. This was a habit ingrained in him from years past, one he could not alter. Accompanied by the rhythmic chugging sound, the small boat completed a considerable arc before finally reaching the shore. This was a desolate island, scarcely measuring a few square kilometers in size. Su Zhenbong observed the dilapidated buildings scattered across the island and nodded in approval. Indeed, this place was rather suitable. Devoid of boats, Su Zhenye would have no means of escape. However, he was confident that even without supervision, the second brother could not flee. Wu Shuang must have already severed his tendons and ligaments. Big brother, you've arrived. A middle-aged man emerged from the house and, upon seeing him, bowed respectfully. The 4 burly men standing outside followed suit, bowing without uttering a word. They were not in Su Zhenbong's employ, but were entirely under Wu Shuang's command. Nonetheless, their actions served Su Zhenbong's interests. Where is he? Su Zhenbong inquired with a nod. Inside, rendered incapable of movement. You need not worry, replied Wu Shuang, who appeared indistinguishable from fishermen, save for his skin, which lacked the sun-kissed hue of the trade. Su Zhenbong followed him into the house, leaving 2 bodyguards outside. The sun had yet to dip below the horizon, and the daylight was still quite bright. Su Zhenye was seated on the ground against the wall, his suit now a mere shadow of its original color. To ensure his lucidity, he had only been incapacitated without further harm. Presently, his arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. A few bottles of water and some bread lay nearby. After capturing him last night, they had driven him here overnight. And since boarding the boat, he had remained silent. Of course, we have not inflicted much harm, Wu Shuang stated respectfully. Su Zhenye opened his eyes and glanced at his elder brother. Big brother, why? His voice was somewhat hoarse. When I saw Brother Wu, I knew it was you. Why treat me this way? Clad in the attire of an ordinary man, Su Zhenbong, unperturbed by the question, took a seat directly across from him. Second brother, after all these years, ask your conscience, when I ventured into smuggling, was it for the sake of money, or was it out of concern for your well-being? He did not expect Su Zhenye to answer. Instead, he continued, in those days, I engaged in fierce battles over cargo, witnessing countless deaths. Later, I fought for contracts, for river sand, for transport vessels. Do you have any idea how many lives perished? The river was stained red across its breadth. You have never seen such a sight, have you? When I first embarked on the building materials business, I brought you along to ensure your comfort and, in part, to care for our mother. I placed you in an office while I toiled alongside my brothers from dawn till dusk. What did I gain from that? I established a company, solidifying the name of Su Zhenbong along this riverbank. What contribution did you make? None. You did nothing. Embezzlement, deceit. I have mentioned nothing to you about such matters, have I? From a small company to a large corporation to a conglomerate, my brothers all hold shares, and they earn them with their lives. What about you? You did nothing. I granted you a 3% stake. I gifted you a building materials factory and even helped secure a market for you. Adding it all up, including annual dividends, you could easily earn $30 million a year, couldn't you? Your two sons, Su Kan and Su Jia, work in this company and being part of the Su family. Their status is not low, is it? Their salaries and benefits are certainly not lacking, right? Tell me, where have I wronged you? He extended his hand. Immediately, Wu Shuang produced a cigarette, placing it in his hand before igniting it with a lighter. Su Jinbong took a drag and then said, "Second brother, if you can articulate how I have wronged your family today, I will gladly offer you a hand. As for your injuries, I will arrange for you to receive treatment immediately. Speak up. Wu Shuang is here too. Let him hear your grievances. Where have I wronged you?" After he finished speaking, he resumed, smoking in silence. Wu Shuang stood to the side, silent, merely observing Su Jinbong. Su senya kovt softly, remaining equalitasiturn. Yes, he was acutely aware that his elder brother had not treated him unjustly. It was his own greed that had led to this situation. Yet, he could not bring himself to voice this truth. Even now, he could not fathom why he had ended up here. He did not believe that the events of last night had been leaked. By all accounts, Suha should have been in custody, and his elder brother should have been occupied managing affairs in the city, dealing with the media. There was no way he could have found the time to come here. He was uncertain of his whereabouts, but it was undoubtedly an island. He could still hear the sound of the waves. The duration of a cigarette is fleeting, perhaps no more than a couple of minutes. Su Jinbong extinguished the cigarette, and placed it in his pocket. What is the matter? Lost for words? Very well. I shall ask you, why did you set a trap for Su Hao yesterday? Su Jinya's complexion changed dramatically. Since I have never wronged you, nor have I committed any transgressions against you, why would you target my son? Su Jinbong's expression remained calm, but Su Jinya knew that his elder brother's fury had reached its zenith. He was at a loss for a response. He had never anticipated that this matter would come to light. Noticing his silence, Su Jinbong's gaze darkened, understanding the implications of the second brother's reaction. Not only had he acted against his son, but was he also poised to strike against his daughter? What benefits had the Leaf family provided you to warrant such treachery against your own elder brother? Slap. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Su Jinbong struck him across the face. Given that Su Jinya was seated on the ground, the force was not substantial. When our mother passed, she entrusted me with your care. She only saw you by her side, unaware of the sacrifices I made as your elder brother to ensure you could be there. I feared that the injuries I bore would frighten her. I worried that the bloodshed of my brothers would intimidate her. I even feared that I might frighten your wife. Do you understand, second brother? After all I have done for you, this is the reward I receive? You raise your hand against my son and daughter? Slap. Another strike followed. Su Jinya extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, maintaining his silence. Su Jinbong sighed, propping himself up on his knees as he stood, brushing off his trousers. Do you think that the young master of the Leaf family you mentioned is someone of significance? He is merely a scion of the third branch of the Leaf family in the capital. That place holds far more prestige than our southern region. Do you know why I refused to allow a union with Wanyu? He kicked Su Jinya's leg, because the moment I laid eyes on him, I recognized him as nothing more than a privileged brat. He could never be the heir of the Leaf family. Neither his demeanor nor his gaze belonged to someone from that lineage. Upon further inquiry, I discovered he was indeed not from the main line. Is a mere offshoot scion worthy of your flattery? Do you take my Su family for fools? Speak up. What promises did he make you? What backup do you have? Su Jinya clenched his teeth tightly, unwilling to utter a single word. The atmosphere was on the verge of stagnation. Suddenly, Su Jinbong broke into a smile. Second brother, shall I summon Su Kan and Su Jia to inquire with you? Chapter 18. Sibling Conflict 2. Su Jinya opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, even Su Jinbong and Hu Wushuang were taken aback by the resentment and venom reflected in his gaze. His eyes were bloodshot, the whites marred with crimson streaks. Just moments ago, he had sat there, utterly still. Despite his limbs being rendered useless, his shoulders at least retained some mobility. Su Jinya's self-control instilled a sense of fear in Su Jinbao. Ha ha ha. Su Jinya chuckled, revealing teeth stained with blood. Brother, doesn't T, the title of the foremost in Haisher, fill you with pride? A peculiar smile graced his face, one that bore an unsettling calmness. Do you believe you have treated me well? Do you think your relentless pursuit of wealth equates to filial piety? Ha ha. Do you recall where you were when mother passed away? He suddenly raised his voice. You were behind bars. Sus tembanges complexion shifted. This was the most painful chapter of his life. It was during the sand boat heist when countless bodies sank into the Huangpu River, and while the exact number was uncertain, he had personally sent dozens to their graves. That year, his mother required heart surgery. However, the medical standards in the country at that time were woefully inadequate. He had been arrested and had not yet been rescued by the people behind him. He learned of his mother's passing in a hospital in the capital only after his release. This was his greatest torment, never having had a final farewell. For 3 consecutive days, the robust Su Zhenbong knelt before his mother's memorial, fasting to the brink of death himself. Ha ha ha, Su Zhenbong, do you think mother desired your wealth? I was by her side from the very beginning until her burial. I orchestrated everything myself. Do you remember? When Wan Yue was just born and the elder sister-in-law bled out, I handled all the subsequent arrangements. Have I wronged you? Su Zhenbong, open your eyes and look at me. Tell me how I have wronged you? What have you brought to this family besides money? He shrieked, panting heavily. He attempted to raise his hand, but could only manage a slight motion of his shoulder, with his arms remaining utterly still. Looking down at his own arms, he forced a grim smile. I admit, I have been greedy. For all these years, you have prioritized your band of brothers over your own family. I am your biological brother, the only sibling you have in this world. The one who cared for our mother for 8 years, assisted with the elder sister-in-law, and helped raise the children. What have you given me? As your own brother, why should I receive less than others? Why? Su Zhenbong fell silent, lighting another cigarette, lost in thought. Brother, I know I will not survive. Su Senya sniffed. Could you spare me a cigarette? Su Zhenbong bent down, placing a cigarette between his lips. Su Senya inhaled deeply. Hu Wushuang stood silently to the side, neither participating in the conversation nor moving. After finishing their cigarettes in silence, Su Jinya discarded the butt and pleaded softly, Grant me a swift end, brother. He tilted his head back slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhenbong inquired, Li Wei, the one from the capital's branch, when did you begin your schemes? I want to ask about that. Just tell me who else is involved? Besides the Li family, who from Haisher is participating, if you tell me everything, I will spare Su Kan and Su Zhe, he added. Su Jinya chuckled softly, then sighed deeply. The children shall have their fortunes. I had intended to leave them more. But alas, no one else is involved. Everyone was orchestrated by me. The Li family agreed to hand over the construction sector to me after you all have perished. They will take the real estate and investments. Additionally, 2 commercial banks will grant Su Kan and Su Zhe each a 15 stake. Su Zhenbong clenched his teeth. Who arranged the attack on Wanhua? When was it scheduled? Su Jinya glanced up at him, shaking his head. If last night had been successful, it would have happened after Su Hao was taken in. It shouldn't happen now. He was unclear on how Su Zhenbong had learned this, but it was of little consequence. At this point, all he desired was for his brother to spare his family and children. As for himself, he was acutely aware that he would not see another day. In Haisher, who are the individuals assisting you? Who facilitated contact with Zhao Feng? The vice president of the construction market, Gao Wenxue, Su Jinya replied. Do Su Kan and the others know any of this? No. I haven't uttered a word to them. What about your sister-in-law? Does she know? Su Jinya shook his head. Such matters were not for them to know. Even if successful, he wouldn't disclose anything to them. Su Zhenbong lit another cigarette and placed it in Su Jinya's mouth. How many people from the Li family have been in contact with you? What are their names? Su Jinya inhaled, watching the smoke dissipate into the sea breeze. 2 individuals. One surnamed Geng, the other surnamed Feng. Su Zhenbong sighed. Is there anything else you wish to say? Su Jinya shook his head. All of this was orchestrated by me. My discontent lies with you, not with the family. I only implore you to spare my family. Tears streamed down his face, dripping onto his soiled clothing. Brother, considering my care for the elder sister-in-law and Wan Yue, spare my family. Su Jinbong rose, turning to gaze at the dilapidated windows overlooking the sea. After a moment of silence, he turned back and stated, "Second brother, find peace on your journey." He stepped forward, striding through the doorless frame, with the bodyguards immediately following. "Su senius chautit, brote. Spare my family. I owe you a debt that I shall repay in my next life." Su Jinbong continued without pause, swiftly reaching the shore to board the boat. Moments later, 4 strong men dragged the gagged Su Jinya onto the vessel, and Hu Wushuang waved her hand as she boarded. Soon, Su Jinya was bound with chains. Encircled multiple times, the small fishing boat sputtered towards the sea, traveling over 20 nautical miles. Su Jinbong, cigarette in mouth, watched as Su Jinya was propped against the rail, while Hu Wushuang observed him quietly. Su Senba Nadif. With a splash, Su Jinya vanished beneath the surface of the sea. Wushuang, leave no one from the Su Jinya family alive. His daughter is in the capital. You shall personally take men there. The vice president of the construction market, Gao Wenxue, uncover everyone around him. Also, regarding the Li family, there is Li Wei and 2 others, one surnamed Geng and the other surnamed Feng. Determine how many heirs the Li family's 3rd branch has, and leave not one behind. Prepare whatever number of people you need. He produced 2 cards, handing them to Hu Wushuang. Each contains 10 million. Acquire whatever you need, but leave no traces. Return only when the task is complete. After a pause, he continued, "Once the matter is settled, upon your return, the shares of the construction city and factory will be distributed among you and the other brothers." Hu Wushuang said nothing, simply accepting the cards and carefully placing them in her pocket. Su Jinbong cast a dark glance at the sea. "If the funds are insufficient, return and inform me personally." Hu Wushuang acknowledged, "Yes, brother Jinbong. If I fail, I will ensure my body is brought back." Su Jinbong nodded, "If it comes to that, I shall ensure your sister-in-law and children live as wealthy individuals for the rest of their lives." Chapter 19. I am Cao Mo. The call was made by me. Cao Mo gazed at the densely packed notes in his notebook, most of which contained the telephone numbers of various police stations in the capital, along with the feedback he had received thereafter. He remained oblivious to the fact that, outside, the Su family had already eliminated Zhao Feng and Su Jinya within a single day, and soon, the 2nd branch of the Su family would be left in utter ruin. As for other matters, he had yet to contemplate them deeply. He was merely waiting, anticipating a call from either Su Hao or Su Wanyu. Until then, his focus was primarily on uncovering clues about his biological parents and preparing for the upcoming transition to engage in international crude oil trading. However, merely a few days had passed when, on August 9th, he received a call from Su Hao. Upon seeing the caller ID, he did not hesitate to answer. "Good afternoon, Mr. Su," he greeted. Su Hao's somewhat capricious voice emanated from the phone. "I shall treat you to dinner tonight. I will send you the address shortly. After so many days, you must have formulated your conditions by now. As I mentioned before, as long as I, Su Hao, can manage it without endangering my family, I am willing to agree to your requests." Cao Mo swiftly deduced that this implied those who had targeted his sister had already been dealt with. Su Hao did not respond to this inquiry, but continued, "I will send you the dinner address shortly. Just come directly. There will only be 3 of us, Yumi, and my sister. Whatever demands you may have, tonight is your only opportunity. Come tomorrow, and I shall entertain no requests from you. Even if you were to publicly accuse me of ingratitude or other such things, I would remain unfazed." "Ah, they're indeed forcing my hand to appear," thought Cao Mo. In just a few days, had all involved parties been apprehended or even eliminated? Was it truly the case that a top-ranking entrepreneur was this formidable? Did the Cao family possess similar capabilities to achieve their status as the foremost in Hangsheng? In his previous life, Cao Kun had been free to humiliate and suppress him. Would he still stand idly by as he did then? No, that would not be the case. Had he lacked the ability to earn, he might have endured until graduation, only to head to the capital. But now, with his newfound capacity to generate income and the support of the Su family, would Cao Kun resort to the Cao family's clandestine tactics against him? Curse it. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. "All right, send me the address and time. I will certainly be there. Cao Mo deeply, Ao Sesti Li. Rest assured, Mr. Su, My demands will not be beyond your acceptance. A soft grunt came from Su Hao's end before he hung up. 2 minutes later, Cao Mo glanced at the text message on his phone and opened the map on his computer. The private dining establishment was somewhat distant, but that posed no issue. After acknowledging the message, he began to jot down notes. The time was set for 7 in the evening, and he estimated that a taxi ride would take over an hour. Thus, he had only about an hour to prepare. Naturally, he could continue to contemplate how to maximize his interests during the journey. However, he could not bring his notebook with him. Better safe than sorry. The notebook contained information on several subsequent matters, all of which were publicly accessible from his previous life. The more confidential content pertained to investment opportunities over the next decade, including plans for a takeover. These details were not to be disclosed to anyone. After securing the notebook in the hotel safe, he took a blank sheet of paper and began to deliberate on whether to request cash or investment from the Su family. In recent days, Su Wenyu had been accompanied by bodyguards at all times, even during her office hours, where 2 guards remained present in her office. It could be said that these days marked the most tense period of her life, bar none. She only truly exhaled in relief after her father personally informed her and her elder brother that the situation had been resolved, at least alleviating the dangers in Haishur. As for the person who had issued the warning call and what demands they might present, Su Jinbang's exact words were that the future of the Su family belonged to the 2 of them, to be divided according to their current responsibilities once they married. In a while, I will be heading to the capital for a few months. For the time being, I leave this in your capable hands. The individual who had made the call, regardless of what conditions they might propose, Su Hao would decide whether to agree or not. At just over 50 years of age, Su Jinbang was far from retirement. Yet both she and Su Hao understood that this implied he was seeking an alternative avenue in the capital. Their father had departed that very morning, and her brother Su Hao had informed her of dinner plans for the evening, inviting only the mysterious individual who refused to reveal their identity. With her immediate danger resolved, she found herself less averse to the enigmatic figure. Though some annoyance lingered in her heart, the icy beauty, Su Wenyu, was the first to arrive at the private kitchen, followed closely by her 3 bodyguards, who ensured the room was secure before allowing her entry, while they remained outside. Although she had visited this place before, she felt relatively relaxed, despite her lack of familiarity. Before long, Su Hao arrived. Seated together, the 2 siblings presented a striking contrast. The male was exceptionally handsome, his fair complexion perpetually adorned with a nonchalant expression. Yet his eyes conveyed a profound calmness. The female, on the other hand, was breathtakingly beautiful, rendering any other woman before her utterly envious. Despite being 25 years old, her skin remained delicately fair and youthful, further complemented by her commitment to daily exercise, which kept her figure taut and curvaceous, accentuated by her tall stature and slender waist. Ignoring her seemingly expressionless visage, she was truly a paragon of beauty. Even at a height of 6 feet, the male appeared less imposing beside her. Cao Mo arrived shortly after 6:50, hesitating momentarily at the entrance. He surmised that entering would undoubtedly subject him to a search, an experience he wished to avoid. Thus, he opted to call Su Hao. As Su Hao sipped from his teacup while engaging in casual conversation with Su Wenyu, he glanced at his vibrating phone, answered it, and inquired, "Have you arrived?" "Yes, but could you possibly have someone come out to receive me? I'm not familiar with Haishur." "Oh, so you're not a local. Or perhaps you are not part of the upper echelons, for otherwise, one would be well acquainted with such a renowned private kitchen. Please hold on, I will come out shortly." After hanging up, Su Wenyu turned to her brother, saying, "Is it necessary for you to go personally to fetch him?" "Suao Smaid. It is essential to extend this courtesy, regardless of whether he intends to assert dominance or not. Given his 2 phone calls, I ought to reciprocate." With a slight furrow of her brow, Su Wenyu conceded, "All right, I will accompany you." Cao Mo was taken aback when he saw that it was not Su Hao's bodyguards who had come to greet him, but rather Su Hao and Su Wenyu themselves. He stood in the courtyard, just a short distance from the entrance, clad in casual attire, with only a single shoulder bag. "Mr. Su," he called out. Both Su Hao and Su Wenyu halted in their tracks. A youthful figure, with a hint of boyishness, stood over 6 feet tall, possessing a lanky build. He wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt and blue jeans, with a shoulder bag slung across him. His features were handsome, though the slight immaturity in his face rendered him even younger, appearing to be no older than 19. Strangely, however, the young man's gaze was entirely unlike that of his peers. Upon encountering the two of them, he exhibited no signs of awkwardness whatsoever. Su Wanyue scrutinized Cao Mo from head to toe. He was nothing more than a mere child, and he certainly did not appear to be of good character. His gaze fixated on her figure. Standing at a height of 188 meters, he was considered tall in the southern regions. He had seen the brother and sister duo in photographs, and had encountered them in person at Blue Moon. Thus, he called out to them. Yet, his eyes could not help but linger on Su Wanyue. She was stunningly beautiful, almost ethereal, as though she belonged to a different era. Her long hair was elegantly styled atop her head, revealing her slender, fair neck, accentuated by a striking ruby pendant that was impossible to overlook, nestled in the delicate valley that would undoubtedly captivate any man. Her waist was astonishingly slim, embodying a perfect ratio that would become a standard a decade later. At 25, she appeared to be merely a senior or a recent graduate, yet her icy demeanor lent her an air of maturity far beyond her years. After averting his gaze, Cao Mo calmly introduced himself. I am Cao Mo. It was I who made the call. Chapter 20. The First Encounter. Su Hao regarded Cao Mo's composed demeanor and stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. Cao Mo, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Cao Mo grasped his hand and continued, I am the adopted son of the Cao family in Hangsheng. You may verify this. Approximately half a month ago, there should have been reports online and in newspapers. Su Wanyue remained silent, not even approaching to shake hands. Instead, she produced a large brick-like phone that clashed with her elegant attire, found Cao Mo's number, and pressed the call button. Upon hearing the ringtone emanate from Cao Mo's phone, she slightly raised her chin. Su Hao stood by, watching the scene with a smile. Cao Mo glanced at his phone before handing it to Su Hao. This should suffice as my identification. Su Hao did not reach out. He merely glanced at it and nodded with a smile. Cao Mo, please. At this moment, Su Wanyue forced a smile and turned to lead the way into a small private room. Su Hao and Cao Mo followed, their gazes inevitably drifting to Su Wanyue's delicate waist and shapely figure. Mr. Su, I have refrained from disclosing my personal information. I hope you can forgive me, Cao Mo said. Su Hao laughed heartily, as their heights were almost comparable. He placed an arm around Cao Mo's shoulder. Not at all. If you hadn't contacted my sister, we might still be uncertain about the outcome of the situation. Thankfully, everything is well now. Tonight, my sister and I have invited you for dinner. I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on how you came to know about this matter. Compared to someone like Su Hao, who was entrenched in the business world, Cao Mo had scarcely accumulated such experience in his lifetime. However, he understood that clarity was paramount today. Otherwise, he would fail to earn the trust of the brother-sister duo before him. After Su Wanyue opened the door and stood by to assist them, she entered only after Su Hao and Cao Mo had gone inside, closing the door behind her. During this exchange, Cao Mo noted 4 bodyguards present. Likely the others were in the vehicle or monitoring it from outside. Though unseen, he would have arranged the same if he were in their position. After all, with such wealth, personal safety should be a priority. Cao Mo had never dined at such a private establishment in his life. Once seated, he casually placed his bag on the chair beside him. Su Hao poured him a cup of tea, stating, Since you are unfamiliar with Haisher, I took the liberty of ordering the dishes. Here, all the dishes are served at once without further interruption, unless you ring for additional service. No problem. I'm indeed unfamiliar with the area, and I'm not particularly picky about food. What would you like to drink? Red wine, white wine, or liquor? We likely have everything here if you just name it. Suawing wayir chirfili. Cao Mo shook his head. I do not drink. Tea will suffice. Su Wanyue interjected, It's preferable not to drink, lest we delay the matter at hand. Su Hao shot his sister a teasing glance, nodding in agreement. Very well, let us dine and enjoy tea, and then discuss the important matters. The room was filled with soft classical music that created a soothing atmosphere, neither intrusive nor disruptive to conversation, thus instilling a sense of relaxation. Cao Mo felt no exception to this ambience. He raised his teacup and addressed them, Mr. Su, Miss Su. I must apologize for concealing my personal information from you. The content of the call was of utmost importance, and my name is of little consequence in comparison. Since you have graciously invited me to dinner, it indicates that matters have been resolved. Am I correct? Su Wanyue glanced at Su Hao, who stood with his teacup raised. Smiling, it is essentially resolved. We have someone addressing the situation at home, so I cannot divulge specifics at this moment. However, it is certain that we are safe for now. That is the crux of the matter, is it not? Su Wanyue then stood, holding her teacup, and sincerely added, regardless. I must express my gratitude for your call. Cao Mo nodded, sipping his tea before sitting back down, confirming that the situation had been resolved. He understood that while Su Hao's words were not outright lies, they were not wholly truthful either. However, he considered this inconsequential, as it had no bearing on the conditions he intended to propose. Once they were all seated, Su Hao briefly inquired about Cao Mo's relationship with Cao Kun of the Cao family in Hangsheng, a matter that was hardly a secret. Moreover, being business elites, both he and Su Wanyue were acutely aware of external information. They had seen the initial reports. It was only now that they were meeting the individual at the center of the situation, Cao Mo, the adopted son of the Cao family. As the dishes had yet to be served, the conversation predominantly revolved around Cao Mo, while Su Wanyue remained silent, sipping her tea. Occasionally, Cao Mo's gaze would drift toward her striking visage. Such a beautiful woman, even in the presence of her savior, remained icy and distant. He could only wonder how she interacted with others. Are you in Haisher to distance yourself from the Cao family? Suaoing Guayuth. Not entirely. I intend to begin searching for my biological parents, but for now, the priority is to earn some money. Su Hao nodded, acknowledging that earning money was paramount, especially since few university students managed to start earning during their college years, and even those who did often did so merely for pocket money. It was rare to find someone with a plan for the future and the ability to execute it. Cao Mo, you have been in Haisher recently. What are your intentions? By the way, you haven't graduated yet, have you? Cao Mo chuckled. I'm in my senior year, but I plan to drop out. He expressed no embarrassment, directly stating that Cao Kun would likely target him, and he preferred to avoid public humiliation. Thus, leaving seemed the best option. Su Hao smiled, but chose not to pursue the topic further. Knock, knock, knock. A bodyguard tapped 3 times on the door before pushing it open. 2 serving carts rolled in, ready to present the dishes. After a moment of silence, once the food was laid out, Su Hao declared, no need for wine. You may leave. Understood, young Master Su. The 2 chefs, donned in white uniforms and chef hats, responded promptly, turning and exiting with the carts. Su Hao was quite well-versed in Hangzhou cuisine, yet he found himself entirely unfamiliar with Huayan cuisine. The culinary offerings of Haisher diverged significantly from those of Hangzhou, primarily leaning towards a sweeter palate, though it was not entirely unpalatable. After a brief introduction to the dishes, Su Hao was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Otherwise, Cao Mo would be left merely observing. No matter how beautiful Su Wanyue was, she could not serve as a substitute for sustenance. What brought Cao Mo some solace was that dining was simply dining. Apart from introducing the dishes and inquiring about their palatability, Su Hao said little else. However, the meal was consumed quickly. Although Su Wanyue ate sparingly, her grace was undeniable, and she spoke very little. Su Hao exhibited a remarkable degree of consideration, which made Cao Mo feel somewhat awkward, even experiencing a sense of being overwhelmed by the attention. It was only when he set down his chopsticks that Su Hao followed suit. Ha, Cao Mo, your appetite is impressive. I can hardly manage any more. Su Wanyue smiled slightly, leaving Cao Mo utterly astonished. This woman, when not smiling, could easily be overlooked, but when she did smile, it was truly breathtaking. Chapter 21. 2 Matters. After rinsing his mouth with tea, Su Hao lit a cigarette. Once Cao Mo had done the same, he gently tapped the table, signaling the transition to more serious matters. Cao Mo, now that we are satiated, let us discuss business, he said. Cao Mo, note that what I mentioned over the phone still stands. Su Hao exhaled a plume of smoke. Since you are here, it indicates you have given thought to what you desire. Speak freely. I shall not refuse that which I can accommodate. This implied that he should not overreach. For if he made excessive demands due to being my sister and me being his saviors, I would have to decline. Cao Mo lifted his teacup, took a sip, and placed it down with a serious demeanor. There are two matters. Both Su Hao and Su Wanyue fixed their gaze upon him as he continued. First, as I mentioned earlier, I am an adopted son of the Cao family, and with Cao Kun's return, leaving the Cao family is my only option. I wish to locate my biological parents. This endeavor may take considerable time, but on my own, my efficiency will be quite low. Therefore, I require your family's connections to assist me. This should not significantly tax your resources. Suawanadith indicating agreement. Su Wanyue followed suit, acknowledging that once arranged, it would be manageable, though 20 years had passed, and they could only assist to the extent possible. We hope you find your biological parents soon, she added. Cao Mo nodded again. Secondly, I initially intended to request 200 million in cash from you, believing it to be an amount you could provide without much strain. However, I have since changed my mind. Su Hao raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. 200 million, although I could potentially leverage it for profit, the lack of experience renders it too perilous for me. Thus, I wish to establish an investment company, primarily focused on external investments, ideally capable of engaging in international commodity futures and financial derivatives. I seek your assistance in acquiring the necessary qualifications, and I hope you will invest 100 million. I shall also invest 100 million, but I require final decision-making authority. Furthermore, I must insist that I be allowed to repurchase all shares at the price of 100 million in the future. I wonder if you would agree to these terms? Su Hao stroked his chin in contemplation before replying, in truth, granting you 100 million as a gesture of gratitude poses no issue. However, I fail to comprehend how, given the scarcity of experts in domestic futures trading, you, without a university degree, would possess such a sum. Additionally, is the domestic stock market not adequate? Are you aware of the considerable risks associated with international futures? Cao Mo offered no response, merely gazing at Su Wanyue. His gaze was fervent, and though she sensed it, she felt no anger. On the contrary, she found Cao Mo's ambition quite commendable. It was merely a matter of leveraging opportunities. And regardless of whether he could eventually redeem his shares, this approach felt less excessive. As an investor, there exist numerous opportunities domestically. Why then pursue international futures? Could you elaborate on your experience? Cao Mo chuckled lightly. When I departed from the Cao family, I sold my car, accumulating approximately 7 million, which constituted my entire fortune. Upon arriving in Haishur, I undertook a singular venture. He reached for a backpack resting on a nearby chair, opened it, and retrieved a laptop. I invested over $300,000 shorting U.S. soybean futures, and I have now nearly earned close to 100 million. He powered on the laptop, connected it to his mobile phone's network, and waited patiently for the connection. Once online, he opened his trading account. The laptop was hefty, and he adjusted his grip before handing it to Su Wanyue. As she and Su Hao leaned in to scrutinize the screen, he remarked, in May of this year, following the USDA's announcement of a bountiful soybean harvest, soybean futures prices began to plummet from late May onward. The steep declines in June were partly due to the signing of contracts by domestic edible oil companies for 48 million tons of U.S. soybeans at the end of last year. Although the contracts pertain solely to premiums, a contract is a contract. With the current nosedive in soybean prices, domestic enterprises stand to lose everything. It appears to me that this is a conspiracy. I can ascertain that international grain merchants aim to control domestic edible oil companies. And moreover, they seek to annihilate domestic soybean agriculture, as genetically modified soybeans yield approximately 8 percentage points more oil than indigenous varieties. These are merely deductions. I believe soybean prices will continue to decline until the end of this year, until a new round of import contracts are signed. He refrained from specifying months, merely alluding to the year's end, though, in reality, the absolute lowest point would occur in late November, a detail he wisely omitted. Across the table, Su Hao and Su Wanyue were left speechless. It was evident that, from July 12th to the present, in less than a month's time, there had been a total of 20 trading days. In the account Cao Mo displayed, there were only 245 contracts of soybeans, yet profits had exceeded $3 million. as shown in the net gains after all fees. The profit margin was astonishing. At that moment, Cao Mo added, I currently possess 7 accounts, with a total holding of 715 contracts. Initially, I only had 250 contracts in one account, which gradually expanded to the current 7 accounts with 715 contracts. Su Wanyu looked up in astonishment. You are employing compound trading techniques. Have you prior experience in futures trading? Cao Mo shook his head. This is my first foray into futures. In fact, my accounts were opened on July 10th, right at CITIC New International. If Miss Su is skeptical, she may verify this easily. Su Hao, gritting his teeth, regarded him with an expression difficult to define. Are you a genius? Wanyue, can we observe his trading history? Su Wanyue nodded, but refrained from taking action. Her disbelief was palpable. Cao Mo, would you mind if I called to verify now? I have a friend in a high position at CITIC New International. Cao Mo raised his teacup and replied, No problem. Feel free to check. I have no objections. He is truly indifferent. However, Su Wanyue, without hesitation, took out that hefty brick and set it aside. Cao Mo glanced at his watch. It was still not yet 8 o'clock. Indeed, how long could a simple meal take? Even if one started dining at 7:20, half an hour would suffice. He lowered his head to sip his tea, as Su Wanyue's cool voice resonated in his ears. Yuhan, yes, it's me. Do you have a moment? Uh-huh. I just finished eating. I need your help to look into something, and since you're at the office, could you check on a gentleman named Cao Mo? He opened an account with you on the 10th. Su Wanyue fell silent for a considerable time. Su Hao, sitting nearby, perhaps caught a hint of what was being discussed, his expression shifting repeatedly. Su Wanyue's demeanor transformed into one of astonishment, disbelief, and then shock. Her enchanting eyes lifted to meet Cao Mo's gaze, as she exclaimed, Really? Is that true? I don't know. I need to inquire further to ascertain, she continued. If there's an opportunity, I will certainly introduce you. All right then, thank you. Let's have a meal together someday. Sure, goodbye. After hanging up, Su Wanyue regarded the composed Cao Mo, and after a lengthy silence, she spoke. The upper echelons of CITIC New Era have already taken note of your maneuvers. Chapter 22. Can I count it as a loan? Su Hao inquired with surprise. Why is she interested in this? Su Wanyue fixed her gaze on Cao Mo, stating, Yuhan mentioned that Mr. Chao's operations are unprecedentedly precise. Not a single fluctuation point has been missed. Especially during the transitions from short to long positions, all accounts operated in perfect synchrony, leaving no fluctuation point wasted. The additional accounts entered at the day's extreme price levels. Yuhan said, This is characteristic of preset orders. This implies that Mr. Cao possesses a clear understanding of at what price soybean futures will reverse, accurate, without any errors, capturing each fluctuation point. She turned her attention to Su Hao, earnestly stating, Brother, if this were a single account, one might say it was mere coincidence. But if there are multiple accounts closing at the same price before reversing to go long, there is no possibility other than preset orders. She looked at Cao Mo again, hesitatingly asking, How exactly did you accomplish this? Cao Mo chuckled lightly. I'm just guessing. I merely felt there would likely be a reversal at that price. Nothing more. However, that is not the purpose of my visit today. I am not here to showcase my prowess in futures. Rather, I aim to demonstrate that I possess sufficient capital to collaborate with you in establishing an investment company. My current earnings are nearing $15 million. The next step will involve transitioning to West Texas Intermediate crude oil. After all, my current funds are still rather limited. I cannot even execute 3,000 contracts with a single account. Su Hao extinguished a cigarette end, stating, I've agreed to this matter as well. If Wanyue doesn't invest, I will. Just 100 million. Even if it all fails, consider it a token of gratitude to you. What do you think? He directed the inquiry towards Cao Mo rather than Su Wanyue. Earning a profit exceeding 100-fold within a month is a result the futures market offers. But more importantly, not everyone can achieve such gains in futures trading. Those with such capabilities will undoubtedly attract investment. Moreover, this proposal was initiated by Cao Mo. To refuse would be foolish. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wanyue interjected, I happen to have an investment company, and while our projects include financial products, we primarily focus on corporate investments. Essentially, Based on what you just mentioned, my company aligns perfectly with your requirements. I can invest 100 million, but I would like to retain at least 30 million in reserve. Cao Mo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, Miss Su, but what I seek is not your money. Within 2 months, I am confident I can double the capital. In other words, my need for funds is merely temporary. Excluding the qualification application process, I would only require your funds for a month or two, and if market conditions are favorable, not exceeding 6 months. Therefore, my condition is to use 100 million in funds without charge, after which I will redeem equity for 100 million. It's akin to borrowing your funds to generate profit and subsequently repaying you. Su Hao smiled. Cao Mo, money indeed breeds more money. This is a truth. However, only substantial capital investments can yield the fastest returns. Without sufficient funds, you squander the opportunity to profit. He glanced at Su Wanyue. What if my sister and I each contribute 100 million? However, like his sister, he hoped to retain a portion of the equity, or rather, as long as you can prove your genuine ability to earn profits in the futures market within 6 months. I am willing to exchange 100 million for a 10 stake in your company, with no withdrawal or transfer of shares. How's that sound? Su Wanyue added. I feel the same. 100 million for a 10 stake. If all is lost, consider it a gift to you. With the prospect of profit, these two, seasoned in the business world, would not let such an opportunity slip by. Moreover, the 200 million Cao Mo originally sought was not an unreasonable request, and now being offered a total of 20 equity was indeed a lucrative deal. Cao Mo was somewhat taken aback by their decisiveness. Yet he understood that, in terms of long-term value, offering 100 million for even 1 point of equity could be perceived as generous. This was a proposition that he could not accept under any circumstances. Seeing him shake his head, Su Hao began to waver. Could it be that this fellow possesses such confidence? The futures market is no playground. Real money is at stake, and with leverage, mistakes could lead to a free fall. What is your leverage for soybeans? Su Wanyue inquired 10 times. Cao Mo shook his head 12 times. That is the maximum I can apply for. Su Wanyue's eyes brightened. At this moment, the icy demeanor of the Ice Queen had vanished. Instead, she appeared particularly intrigued. Realizing that a 12-fold leverage was merely the maximum available to someone who had just opened an account, not necessarily indicative of Cao Mo's full capabilities. Su Hao also grasped the implication of his words. What distinguishes a personal account from a corporate account? He genuinely knew little, having never ventured into futures trading before. However, Su Wanyue was well aware. Personal accounts have position limits. If it were a corporate account, there would be no such restrictions. Currently, when trading soybeans, a single account cannot hold more than 500 contracts for an extended period. Each account is limited to 245 contracts, presumably to evade scrutiny from the exchange. If it were crude oil, the limit would be 500 contracts. In contrast, a corporate account imposes no such limitations, maximizing the utilization of funds. Cao Mo nodded. Yes, that's correct. Hence, I need your assistance in applying for the necessary qualifications. Su Wanyue closed her laptop and handed it to him, saying, Would you like me to help you register a company? Cao Mo nodded. Yes, but I need to first register an offshore company abroad, preferably one that conceals my information, and then fully control an investment company in Haishur. Su Wanyue blinked. No problem. Do you have a specific location in mind? Cao Mo replied, Perhaps Hong Kong. After all, it's my own country, and it wouldn't be easy for the U.S. to investigate. He held this perspective quite naively. Su Wanyue did not explicitly mention this point. She merely nodded and said, Very well, I shall call you in a couple of days. You only need to provide your identification. She added that this matter would require some time, as it would take a while for her contact from the island to arrive. Regardless of Cao Mo's thoughts on the matter, she refrained from asking too many questions. After they finished speaking, Su Hao interjected, Cao Mo, apart from this, do you require anything else? Cao Mo shook his head, replying that he did not need anything more, as what he had was sufficient. That 100 million. How much equity will it grant us? Consider it as angel round investment. Feel free to name your price. A somewhat awkward smile returned to Su Hao's face, which made Cao Mo feel slightly uncomfortable. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Can I treat it as a loan? He was reluctant to offer equity. Having experienced poverty in his previous life, he was unwilling to let anyone partake in his earnings this time around. Su Wanyue gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, her expression now calm. Although she had not entirely reverted to her icy demeanor, it was evident that she no longer wished to elaborate further. Cao Mo was uncertain of her thoughts. Su Hao continued, Cao Mo, I am a few years your senior, and I address you as brother. You must understand that we no longer live in an age where one can thrive alone. The pace of change in both the market and technology is astounding. Ultimately, an individual cannot achieve monumental success alone, and that is a fact. Moreover, while the resources of the Su family may not be omnipotent, to merely employ them in search of your biological parents would be a rather extravagant use. Cao Mo noted how stili. He too believed that his approach seemed somewhat unsympathetic. After all, no one would lend such a significant sum to someone they had just met. However, he genuinely did not want to relinquish any equity. It stemmed from his past experiences of being bullied while working delivery jobs. Brother Hao, Sister Wanwe, if I may address you that way, for 200 million, I can offer you 10% equity. If that works, splendid. If not, then so be it. His expression was sincere, and he added, what I say now may be hard for you to believe, but I have confidence in myself. How about this? I won't require your funds for the time being. After I show you my financial situation by the end of the month, we can decide if my offer of 200 million for 10% is reasonable. Furthermore, he had numerous tasks to attend to and would be staying in Haishur for an extended period. Upon hearing his address, Su Hao chuckled and stood up, patting him on the shoulder. All right, from now on, you shall call me Brother Hao. Ha. Su Wanyuan nodded demurely, saying nothing. Given the age difference, it seemed fitting. As the conversation progressed, Su Hao continued, very well, let's conclude for today. Where are you staying? I will arrange for someone to pick you up tomorrow to sign the contract at the company. How does that sound? Cao Mo provided the address of his hotel. But Su Hao shook his head. While staying at a hotel is convenient, how about you move to the hotel beneath our group? If you prefer not to stay at a hotel, I work in real estate. I have plenty of houses available. You can choose one. Su Wanyuan nodded in agreement. Offering a mere 5% equity for 100 million was difficult to assess as a gain or a loss, but considering the life-saving favor, gifting a house seemed appropriate. How about selecting a model unit for him? She suggested. If he doesn't wish to handle laundry or cooking, then staying at a hotel would indeed be quite convenient. Cao Mo, not one to be overly coy, readily agreed. Then I shall opt for a house. I can cook for myself, and with a washing machine. Laundry is no issue. Having lived alone in my previous life, there is nothing I cannot manage. However, he suggested that they delay signing any contracts until the end of the month when his current operations would be concluded, allowing them to assess his profitability before making any decisions. Both Su Hao and Su Wanyue nodded in understanding. Upon returning home, Su Hao led Su Wanyue to his room. Once seated, he looked at his sister with a smile and asked, I am not well versed in the specifics of futures trading. You previously mentioned his type of limit order. Could you elaborate? Su Wanyue explained once more. Only then did Su Hao truly grasp the extraordinary nature of Cao Mo's operations. Are you suggesting that he effectively executed trades at both the peak and the trough, with no deviation whatsoever? Su Wanyue nodded, letting out a sigh. Indeed, it is exceedingly rare, especially with both opening and closing positions at the same price, and not even within the same account. When Yuhan informed me, I was initially skeptical, but she could indeed see Cao Mo's account and transaction details. Su Hao began tapping his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, and after a moment, he stated resolutely, if that is the case, then consider the 100 million as a gift to him. Such talent should ideally be brought into the Su family. Suvanjue Chakelaiti. Brother, few capable individuals are willing to work under others. While fostering good relations is certainly beneficial, we must not forget that he indeed saved us. I plan to invest 100 million initially. Over the long term, he cannot consistently maintain such precision, but engaging in stocks should still ensure overall profitability. Should he manage to sustain this level of accuracy, I would invest wholeheartedly in his company, even if he does not contribute financially. As for other investments, she paused before continuing. How old is he? In equity investment, vision is paramount, Other factors are secondary. This we shall assess further. So regarded her, responding, alright. In terms of investment, I am not as adept as you. After returning to his hotel, Cao Mo took a shower, brushed his teeth, and sat at the desk to examine the market. Today, U.S. soybean futures opened at 613 cents and closed at 614.75 cents, with a peak of 617 cents and a low of only 610.25 cents. In 2 days, a peak price of 710 cents was anticipated, after which a decline would follow. He allocated his available funds into a new account and continued to invest long. For 2 consecutive days, Suhao did not reach out to him, and he did not rush to make contact until August 12th, just before the market opened. He set all accounts to close positions and open short positions at 710 cents per bushel. On that day, U.S. soybeans opened at 638.5 cents, and as the price rose above 690 cents, Cao Mo lit a cigarette to alleviate his stress and tension. The day's highest price reached 710 cents. The lowest was 637.5 cents, and it ultimately closed at 687.5 cents per bushel. How exhilarating! The benefits of his rebirth indeed filled him with immense satisfaction. Although he lacked enhancements to his physical form or spatial capabilities, this photographic memory provided him with an exceptional avenue for profit. On the morning of the 14th, while jogging in the hotel gym, his phone rang. Suhao informed him that the house had been prepared. It was a model unit, immaculately arranged inside and out, with everything in readiness. He invited Cao Mo to come and see if he liked it. If so, they could sign the transfer on site. If he did not find it to his liking, there was always the option of a luxurious suite on the top floor of his Su family's hotel. If he chose to stay at the hotel, the room would be his. It was, after all, a fully equipped room, and they had always kept it reserved, rarely occupied except for regular cleaning. The choice was entirely his. Cao Mo hurried back to his room to shower and change. The model apartment provided by Suhao is situated by the riverside, offering indeed a splendid river view. It is a third-floor unit comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. While its size is not particularly large, the meticulous attention to detail during its decoration is commendable. Cao Mo inspected all the rooms, noting that the decor was in a European style, which did not particularly appeal to him. A simpler decoration would have sufficed, as this elaborate style would require considerable upkeep, especially since he was living alone and had little time to spare. Furthermore, the apartment had yet to be equipped with internet access. Despite its favorable location, Cao Mo ultimately declined the offer. "Forget it. How go? I think I'll stay at a hotel. I'm too lazy to cook or do laundry," he said. Suhao chuckled nonchalantly. "If you like it, just call the project manager to sign the contract. As for cleaning and cooking, you can hire a maid. Not to mention, the maids in Haisha are quite skilled and cultured. It's not as troublesome as you think." Cao Mo found it difficult to refuse Suhao's kindness. The future development prospects in Haisha were boundless. Even if he wished to purchase a property there, he could afford it. However, he felt it unnecessary. Although the apartment was of little consequence to the Su family, with a cost probably not exceeding 1 million, he contemplated accepting Suhao's goodwill. After signing the contract and receiving the keys, the sales manager handed him additional information regarding available maids. He could even select a maid proficient in a particular cuisine, who could also assist with cleaning. It was fair to say that apart from providing companionship, there was little these maids would refuse to do, though it would come at his own expense. Cao Mo saved the manager's contact information, who was surnamed Qian and called Qian Xiaoqiang, a rather unassuming name. Once the formalities were complete, and as he followed Suhao outside, he overheard Suhao inquiring, "Last time, you mentioned having sold your car to raise funds. What kind of car do you want now? A Ferrari, a Porsche, or something else?" After some contemplation, Cao Mo admitted his fondness for his previous 911, yet acquiring another identical one was out of the question. It would be too ostentatious. "I'm thinking of buying an Audi. It's less flashy and more convenient to drive," he replied. Suhao laughed heartily, "Given your current worth, an Audi is beneath you." Cao Mo chuckled in response. "An Audi it is, then?" Seeing Cao Mo's resolve, Suhao did not press further. Instead, he took out his phone and stepped aside to make a call. How about visiting my company? I've arranged for an A-class Audi to be delivered there shortly. When you leave, all the paperwork will be sorted. And since you prefer subtlety, I'll have them send an A6L. Cao Mo sighed inwardly, recognizing the advantages of wealth and influence. At that moment, as an outsider, he found it challenging to obtain a license plate. However, he knew he wouldn't have to worry about such matters. Su Hao would take care of everything. Thank you, how good, he said. What for? It's merely an Audi. Suao replied dismissively. Chapter 24. The First Objective. When Cao Mo first entered university, his family gifted him a 911, which initially gave off a somewhat showy impression. However, he soon learned to temper his demeanor, largely due to his elder sister, Cao Peiting's timely advice. From the second semester of his first year onwards, he adopted a more low-key approach and truly began to dedicate himself to his studies. Ordinarily, had he been a true scion of the Cao family, he would have continued to flaunt his status, being the sole heir and lacking for nothing. By high school, he had likely already enjoyed the company of countless girls, and university life was no different. Yet, things were not as they once were. He did not find Su Hao's gifts of a house and a car particularly significant. He could afford them himself, and Su Hao was well aware of this fact. His calm demeanor impressed Su Hao, who regarded him with newfound respect. Had he expressed gratitude or appeared overly submissive, Su Hao likely would not have valued him as much. He might have even considered keeping him in a more subordinate role, profiting from him. Such a scenario was not beyond Su Hao's character, and he would hardly perceive it as wrong, given the vast disparity in their respective powers. However, Cao Mo's value extended beyond mere monetary gain. He had saved the lives of the 3 Su family members and demonstrated his own ability to generate income while proactively proposing a collaborative venture. Although he felt that a 1 billion investment for a mere 5% stake was somewhat inadequate, that was merely a calculation based on a purely investment-oriented perspective. Considering the favor owed, it could only be seen as Cao Mo agreeing to facilitate their profitable endeavor. The two held fundamentally different views regarding their partnership. Cao Mo was confident he could seize several opportunities that would position them at the forefront of the market, potentially yielding returns of at least 10 billion or even 100 billion for Su Hao and Su won $2 billion investment. Nevertheless, discussing such matters at this stage felt premature. Cao Mo was quite aware of his own positioning. After all, his soul belonged to a man in his 40s. His composed demeanor left a lasting impression on Su Hao. Upon reaching the top floor of the Jinbang Group, Su Hao's office was devoid of clutter or ostentation. Rather, it exuded the essence of a true business elite. The bookshelf was filled with project files and documents rather than superficial decor. However, the office did feature a sizable reception area. Cao Mo settled onto the sofa, a teacup before him, as he attentively listened to Su Hao explain the structure and operations of the Jinbang Group. Although he had little interest in these physical enterprises, he was earnest in his engagement. After all, such knowledge was not something one could glean from a classroom and had largely eluded him in his previous life. As noon approached, the car arrived. Su Hao glanced at the time and said, "Let us go. The car is here. Shall we grab a meal together?" After a moment's thought, Cao Mo suggested, "Why not invite Miss Su? She can bring the agreement along, and we can finalize everything." However, he admitted, "I'm not quite clear on the company registration process, so I'll have to rely on you." "Don't worry," Su Hao smiled. "She's in this building too. Shall I take you to her?" Pretending to be unaware, Cao Mo followed him downstairs. On the 48th floor, when Su Wan saw him, she was not surprised, but instead asked, "I prepared the agreement. Would you like to take a look now?" She retrieved a stack of documents from her drawer and handed them to him. Cao Mo was meticulous, recognizing the significance of these documents for their future interests. Su Hao settled onto the opposite sofa, observing him closely as he reviewed the agreement. "The lawyer from Hong Kong will arrive tonight. Please make a few copies of your ID, and if you have a passport, that will do as well. After that, we'll establish an offshore company in Hong Kong, and then we can form an investment company together. If I'm not mistaken, that's the gist of it. We'll contribute 2 billion to the domestic company for a 10% stake, correct?" Without raising his head, Cao Mo confirmed, "That's right. I already have my first investment target in mind. though I'm uncertain if they're willing to accept outside investment. This is not my area of expertise. Suao, intrigued, inquired, which company is it? What do they do? Su Wanyu observed the young man before her as he diligently perused the agreement, finding his serious demeanor rather charming. Cao Mo shook his head, deeming it premature, suggesting they discuss it further once his company was established. He set the documents aside and raised his gaze to meet Su Wanyue, who was elegantly attired in a fitted skirt and a crisp white shirt. His eyes instinctively lingered on her ample bosom before he locked eyes with her and continued. Last month, or rather, in June, a company received the Class A qualification for Navigational Electronic Map Surveying issued by the National Administration of Surveying and Mapping. This marks the first instance of a private enterprise in the country acquiring such a qualification. The owner's surname is Zhang. I wonder if you have come across this news. Suvanyu furuit herbrais, aknorid ging her avarinis. It's called DGAO Maps, she responded. Cao Mo pressed on. I intend to invest 200 million yuan in this company, aiming to secure over 60% of their shares. However, this investment will be purely financial. I do not plan to engage in any managerial roles, nor will I appoint anyone to oversee their finances, as I lack expertise in that area. Suao eprowisht inquiring. You have high hopes for them? Cao Mo nodded, retrieving his dopod phone and placing it on the coffee table. This is my phone with a colorful display. Brother Hao, you likely use a BlackBerry, while Sister Wanyue has a Nokia N95, exuding that quintessential business aura. The two took out their phones to observe. Cao Mo quickly organized his thoughts. Initially, phones lacked such functionalities. Now, I can access the internet and browse the web. I can even shop on certain platforms, while your devices cannot. He picked up a stylus from his side, adding, with this, I can use it as both a mouse and a pen for input or browsing. But do you remember what phones looked like at the outset? I cannot predict how phones will evolve in the future, but I am certain that DGAO will likely collaborate with local automobile companies or public transportation sectors, providing them with real-time vehicle locations and electronic navigation capabilities. He paused momentarily. Su Hao interjected, in the future, such functions will be achievable on our phones. Cao Mo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the trend. Su Wanyue's mind wandered to her friend Huang Yuhan's words, which struck her with uncanny accuracy. He came to the market as if withdrawing cash from a 24-hour bank, able to withdraw as much as he desired, whenever he wished. A slight smile graced her lips, erasing the icy demeanor she typically portrayed. Cao Mo, you are aware that my company is also an investment firm. Are you not concerned about me potentially intercepting your plans? Cao Mo shrugged, given that this is a partnership. There is no need for me to conceal anything from you. Moreover, this is merely one project I find promising. It does not signify the sole investment opportunity. I trust that you, Sister Wanyue, will make judicious decisions. Su Wanyue chuckled softly, returning to her desk in her high heels. The sound of her steps sent a thrill through Cao Mo's heart. Though his soul may be over 40, he found it challenging to fully control the instincts of his youthful body. He glanced at her curvaceous figure as she turned away and remarked to Su Hao, Brother Hao, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I expect to withdraw all my funds from futures by September 3rd, which should translate to over 400 million yuan in renminbi. Su Hao's expression sharpened. What? That much? Your principal was less than 3 million. Su Wanyue's beautiful eyes fixated on Cao Mo's profile, her astonishment palpable. Could it be that he truly had not made any errors? Such a rate of return was undeniably enviable. Indeed, Cao Mo affirmed, today is the 14th. I plan to exit soybean futures and pivot to international crude oil trading. My strategy is to maintain this until the end of the month. Regardless, I must withdraw by the 31st, with funds expected to arrive by the 3rd. By then, I will have capital to register a company in Hong Kong and subsequently invest to establish it. The first project will be DGAO, Chapter 25, Huang Yuhan. Sister Wanyue, I will need your assistance in negotiating with DGAO. Under normal circumstances, they are not in urgent need of funds. Even if they have a shortfall, it is likely minimal. The best approach would be to leverage the resources of the Su family, applying some pressure to widen their funding gap. I surmise they are seeking collaboration with government departments, particularly concerning electronic map surveying, which necessitates vehicles, thus indicating potential partnerships with automobile companies. As an outsider, I find it challenging to navigate this sector. Cao Mo, I never imagined you would entertain such ideas. This is precisely the right mindset. Su Wanyue felt her perception of Cao Mo shift once more. Such business acumen was second nature to them, yet he was merely a university student, about to enter his senior year. He was nothing short of extraordinary, seemingly born for investment. She resolved to inform Huang Yuhan later, urging her to keep a close watch on his maneuvers. No, she would visit Yuhan this afternoon to observe his specific operations. Su Hao continued, Wanyue, this task falls to you. Engage them in discussion while I arrange for someone to investigate which company they intend to partner with. Cao Mo turned to him. It's not imperative to proceed in that manner. If they agree to the investment, obtaining a preferential investment right would be advantageous. I believe monopolizing the opportunity is unlikely to succeed. However, they have yet to report any profits, while they have likely attracted some interest from investment banks. It is certainly not the optimal time for investment. We should wait until they proactively seek financing to negotiate favorable terms. Su Wanyuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in approaching them now, as it could yield a lower price. Cao Mo smiled, acknowledging her point exactly, which is why we should approach them now. The ultimate goal is to acquire at least 50% of their shares. I have a strong premonition that this company will not have more than 3 financing opportunities prior to its public listing. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion? Suaoing Guayif. I am well aware that they only secured 1 round of financing before going public. Cao Mo hesitated before elaborating their uniqueness. Being the first in the nation, they are likely to advance rapidly. Once the technology is fully integrated into mobile devices, even if others attempt to replicate it through funding, they will likely struggle to match their pace. This is fundamentally a matter of being first to market. Su Wanyue observed him, seated in her chair, as he spoke eloquently. He appeared far removed from the image of a mere university student, instead resembling a seasoned investor with a keen eye for opportunity. Moreover, he showed no reluctance to share insights. She had also been monitoring this company, yet had not made the decision to investigate further, while he, unfamiliar with the city, had already resolved to invest without conducting due diligence. Had he even had funds at that time? Was this the disparity? Cao Mo rose to place the agreement on her desk, then retrieved his passport from his bag, laying it atop the documents. Sister Wanyue, I've left the items here. Please return them once you're done. Su Wanyu nodded in silent acknowledgement. Su Hao stood. Let us go. It's time for lunch. Afterward, the car should be ready. He explained to Su Wanyue that since Cao Mo lacked transportation, they arranged for a vehicle to be sent his way. He chose a low-key Audi A6L. Su Wanyue cast a glance at Cao Mo before turning to Su Hao, rising to inquire, where shall we dine? Su Hao replied, somewhere nearby. A casual meal will suffice. This afternoon, I have matters to attend to, leaving me with no alternative. Grasping the car keys, I descended into the underground parking lot and slipped into my own A6. The license plate is an A, granting me access to every corner of the city without constraint. This is indeed a significant matter, as it pertains to the ease of my travels. As for the car's specifications, I am not particularly knowledgeable, having only driven it once since my rebirth. Merely to sell it, I acknowledge my ignorance in automotive affairs. Nevertheless, knowing how to drive suffices. Upon examining the contents of the vehicle, the first item to catch my eye was a fuel card nestled within the armrest compartment. How thoughtful! The little details from the Su family truly bring a sense of comfort. I do not know how much money it holds, nor do I care to inquire, as the vehicle registration is also in the armrest compartment. With a push of a button, I found myself momentarily at a loss. How does one navigate to Jianwei Garden? After my sister accompanied my eldest sister to find a personal trainer, they did not join us for a meal. He prefers down-to-earth cuisine, yet he is acutely aware that upscale restaurants befit his current status. As for social circles, apologies, but my elder sister forbids my attendance. In fact, my daily free time rarely exceeds an hour. Listening and speaking remain my weak points. Not to mention, I have classes this afternoon, a finance management course arranged for me by my sister from the finance university. It could be said that I have not had such a tightly packed schedule in years. It is quite vexing, Yet I am no fool. I understand that my family is diligently nurturing my potential. Returning to my room, I lit a cigarette, carelessly tossed the Dunhill on the table, and collapsed onto the sofa. I wonder where that rascal, Cao Mo, is hiding now. Why can I not find him anywhere? However, school is about to commence, and I refuse to believe he can truly drop out. Lacking family resources, he seems to have little money as well. Information on this matter is scant. My elder sisters are unwilling to divulge anything, while my second sister claims he still possesses at least 100,000. It is a pity about that car. If it were my possession, I could easily sell it for $1 million or so. Yet when I think of my current Ferrari, I find no sense of inequity. Once school begins, I shall reveal your true identity as merely the Cao family's adopted son before everyone. I wonder how you will evade then. A month has passed, and my aversion towards Cao Mo, along with my desire for his disappearance, has lessened in intensity. However, the thought of him still occasionally irritates me, especially when I recall that night at the banquet, when he so brazenly showcased himself. It infuriates me further. But it matters not. Once school starts and I see you again, I shall surely devise a way to deal with you. In the afternoon, Su Wanyue did not arrive at work on time. She went directly to Citic Xinjia with her ever-present bodyguard. The bodyguard remained in the car and outside, while she strutted in her high heels straight to Huang Yuhan's office. "Wow, yeah, you're here. Why didn't you call me in advance?" exclaimed Huang Yuhan, clad in a professional suit, as she excitedly rushed over to embrace her. Nuzzling her head against Su Wanyue's chest, standing at a modest height of 5'9", Huang Yuhan has a petite frame, yet boasts an exquisite body shape, with a commendable ratio of her bust, waist, and hips. If she were just 2 sizes larger, she would be another Su Wanyue, albeit without the icy demeanor. Su Wanyue affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "I have something to discuss with you." Reluctantly, Huang Yuhan released her grip, sighing, "Yeah, why are you so stunning? If I were a man, I would gladly risk my life to be with you." Chapter 26. Huang Yuhan is unconvinced. After this, she quickly adopted a serious expression and asked, "What brings you here?" Their friendship blossomed from being classmates abroad to becoming inseparable confidants. Since then, Huang Yuhan has envied Su Wanyue's ample bosom. Initially, this would leave Su Wanyue blushing, but over time, she grew accustomed to it, especially in the familiarity of Huang Yuhan's office, where no one would dare to enter without knocking. Clearing her throat, Su Wanyue inquired, "Do you remember Cao Mo? I would like to review his trading records." Huang Yuhan hesitated, saying, "Technically, I shouldn't disclose that to you. It's illegal." Su Wanyue insisted, "I'm watching." "I'm watching." Within 3 seconds, Huang Yuhan capitulated. This morning, he preemptively closed all 10 accounts-long positions at the highest price of 710 cents, simultaneously reversing to short. Huang Yuhan did not let her view the computer screen, but instead sat back in her chair and regarded her. "Do you know this Cao Mo?" "Su Wanyue Nadif. I had lunch with him and my brother earlier today." Mention of Su Hao piqued Huang Yuhan's interest. "Why doesn't your brother fancy me? Is it because I'm short?" Su Wanyue, well aware of her brother's nature, knew he was a carefree spirit, only serious when he chose to be. He mentioned he would exit soybeans the day after tomorrow and shift to international crude oil, specifically West Texas Intermediate. He plans to completely withdraw from the futures market by the 31st. Su Wanyue did not conceal this information. However, to Huang Yuhan, it struck like a bolt of lightning. That's impossible. No one could achieve that. Soybeans are still profitable. Is he truly willing to forego profits? Or does he possess foresight regarding future trends? Huang Yuhan's expression grew grave. If that is the case, how could he divulge this to you? Su Wanyue approached her side, gazing at the screen. "Show me his trading records." With a sigh, Huang Yuhan opened a new window and displayed Cao Mo's account. "Look, this is the price point he opened on July 12th. Precisely the highest point of that day, not a single fluctuation off. Observe the time he placed his orders. It was set right at the market open. Now look here. This is when he continued to open positions using his profits, and I'll pull up the intraday chart for that day. Do you see? The new accounts entered the market at the same peak. Furthermore, this morning, he set his opening price right at the market open, and the price automatically executed. He closed positions while simultaneously opening short ones. In total, He executed 13 trades, each one pinpoint accurate, all at the extremes. Yeah. Do you think this is something one person could achieve? Once could be dismissed as a calculated entry point, but to do so consecutively 13 times? I genuinely suspect he has insider information, knowing precisely where to drive the price. Su Wanyue stared at the screen, her mind reeling, yet her visage remained composed. I don't know. I only saw his account interface during our first meeting, and he was trying to persuade me and my brother to invest in him. Huang Yuhan looked up at her. Yeah, how tall is he? And what does he look like? Is he handsome? Su Wanyue's lips curled slightly. He must be around 6 feet tall, about the same height as my brother. His appearance is indeed quite handsome, yet he pales in comparison to my brother. He hasn't even graduated from university. What do you expect? Huang Yuhan chuckled. Of course, my aspiration is to marry. If I were to wed a man who treats the market as his personal ATM, would I still need to work? All I need to do is to look beautiful and cater to his every desire. I can practice yoga to ensure I can meet his every whim. Su Wanyu shifted her gaze downward, then turned to the screen. Huang Yuan huffed, what's the matter? I'm not that young anymore. She lifted her hands, playfully squeezing her chest. 32C is perfection in my eyes, she muttered with a hint of indignation. Su Wanyu straightened her posture and moved to the other side of the discussion area, crossing her legs. Encased in black stockings, her calves appeared even more graceful. He gives me an unsettling feeling, Su Wanyu remarked earnestly. He claims he has never traded futures before, which means this is his first attempt. What kind of person can execute trades with such precision on their first foray, like cutting through particles? Huang Yuhan calmly analyzed. Yeah, he must have insider information. Any commodity traded in futures is a tool for international capital to generate profit. Engaging in trading is inherently a pursuit of profit or a means of hedging, fundamentally aimed at financial gain. Without collaboration with such capital, it would be impossible for him to execute every order with such exactitude. Suwan Juediman Sayident. She was uncertain whether Cao Mo had any backing from international capital, but the information gathered by the Su family in recent times indicated that Cao Mo lacked any such background. He was merely a foster son raised by the Cao family. A pitiful youth forced to leave the family and establish his own path due to Cao Kun's return. Su Hao even possessed a photocopy of the contract for the sale of Cao Mo's Porsche 911, not to mention the records from Zhejiang University, including his advisor and 3 years' worth of academic performance, were readily accessible. From any angle, Cao Mo appeared to be an ordinary university student. Yet, the image of Cao Mo's eyes lingered in her mind, deep, tranquil, occasionally lost in thought, but predominantly serene and nonchalant, resembling a middle-aged man who has seen through all worldly matters. Yet his performance in the futures market was astoundingly impressive, a level of precision that was almost terrifying. Mere descriptions of amazement fell short, as it could only be characterized by an almost incredulous accuracy. If such a person could consistently maintain these results, how could he exist in this world? It was inconceivable. He must eventually stumble in the futures market. Enormous profits and a smooth sailing trajectory can lead an individual to complacency and an unfounded confidence. Yet the market remains perpetually indifferent. It will not change for anyone. Indeed, he would inevitably experience the market's cruelty in the future, and perhaps sooner than anticipated. Huang Yuhan continued to murmur her speculations and judgments, but Su Wanyu paid little attention. Several perplexing matters occupied her thoughts. Wasn't she supposed to be searching for her biological parents? After so many days, there had been no developments. Her elder brother, Su Hao, communicated openly with her regarding Cao Mo, sharing all information without barriers. Cao Montak was an enigma. Furthermore, how could he be so certain about leaving soybeans to trade in crude oil on a fixed date? Did he think he could maintain such a state, entering precisely and immediately beginning to profit? If it were that simple, wouldn't our years of labor have been in vain? Huang Yuhan was indignant. Chapter 27. Confidentiality. Suddenly, Su Wanyu burst into laughter. Yeah, what are you laughing at? Huang Yuhan pouted in displeasure. Su Wanyu, it's just that you sound like a little shrew right now. If he truly possesses the ability to generate wealth, that would be advantageous for me. Have you forgotten I just mentioned that my brother and I intend to invest in establishing a company with him? The greater his abilities, the more he can help me profit. Curiously, Huang Yuhan inquired, how much do you plan to invest? My brother and I will each contribute 100 million. Goodness. Huang Yuhan gasped. I wouldn't have that much even if I sold everything. She moved to sit beside Su Wanyu, wrapping her arms around her, and of course, indulging in a little affectionate rubbing. Yeah, what kind of company is it? Can I participate, even a little? A hint of bashfulness appeared on Su Wanyu's exquisite face. This girl was far too mischievous. She pushed Huang Yuhan away, saying, it's an investment firm, and we need to apply for investor qualifications for 2 exchanges in the United States. Huang Yuhan paused, then asked, why do you need qualifications? The scrutiny is quite stringent, and it takes considerable time. Su Wanyu explained, once we obtain investor qualifications, there are no limits on the position sizes for individual accounts. Huang Yuhan shook her head, responding earnestly, yeah, you may not understand how stringent the review process is for institutional investors at those 2 exchanges. There are 3 classifications for qualifications: individual speculators, corporate hedging accounts, and investment institutions, with the most stringent regulations applying to investment institutions. Seeing Huang Yuhan's seriousness, Su Wanyu straightened up as well. I do not recommend that you pursue this qualification. Huang Yuhan refrained from elaborating further, delivering her conclusion directly. Su Wanyu, puzzled, asked, why not? Oh, just don't ask. Huang Yuhan shook her head. Are you worried that Cao Mo's precise operations will draw attention? Huang Yuhan shook her head again. That's a concern for the process, not the outcome. After a moment's hesitation, she lowered her voice. The ultimate result could be account freezes and the forfeiture of all funds. Is it the outcome you desire? But our operations are entirely compliant. That is irrelevant. The rules belong to others, and the accounts are always under their supervision. Just like Cao Mo's account. I could forcibly close it at any time. Huang Yuhan stated earnestly, of course I would not do so, as he has not violated any rules and is generating profits for me. Our company has no reason to act against him. However, what if he were to profit billions of dollars? Do you believe your company could retrieve those funds? Su Wanyu's expression turned icy. Why wouldn't we? Huang Yuhan reached out to touch Su Wanyu's face, sighing, oh my yeah, that isn't a place where reason prevails. They are not there to help you make money. They are there to have you part with it. What kind of platform in this world would allow you to freely seize money? Once they notice you making substantial profits, they can issue a regulation, and just like that, your money disappears. Why take the risk? The best approach is to spread out across several platforms, create multiple accounts, and avoid synchronized operations. This minimizes the likelihood of scrutiny, and you can still reclaim your funds, as they are personal accounts and do not incur significant taxes. Su Wanyu pondered for a moment. I understand. I'll discuss it with my brother and Cao Mo when I return. However, I need you to assist me with a favor. What is it? Just speak your mind. Huang Yuhan playfully patted her ample bosom, which was quite substantial given her petite stature. Su Wanyu replied, I need you to keep a secret. Do not disclose the process of Cao Mo's operations to anyone. Is that understood? Huang Yuhan chuckled. Maintaining the confidentiality of client accounts is inherently our company's responsibility, as clearly stated in our agreement with him. Su Wanyu shook her head. No, I mean from this moment forth, do not mention this matter to anyone. Just the 2 of us should know. Huang Yuhan blinked, then raised 1 finger, followed by 2. 3 conditions? That's excessive. No, it's 3 matters. What are those 3 matters? Speak. First, I wish to meet Cao Mo. I want to dine with him. You must not reveal that I work at Zhongxin Xinji. I can easily fabricate a job for that occasion. Second and third are one and the same. Create 2 opportunities for me to have dinner with your brother, and ensure he doesn't leave halfway through. Huang Yuhan exclaimed, do you so ardently desire to become my sister-in-law? Su Wanyu couldn't help but pinch Huang Yuhan's cheek, gritting her teeth. Ouch, that hurts. Let go of me. After a moment, Su Wanyu released her grip. Huang Yuhan rubbed her cheek and remarked, what can I say? Your brother is the most handsome unmarried man I've encountered since returning to the country. It's not that I'm after his wealth. I earn quite well myself. But he possesses not only striking looks, but also an aura of affluence that would make one proud to be seen with him. Her eyes glimmered with a dreamy expression. I can hardly envision myself nestled in his embrace, standing on my tiptoes, gazing up to kiss him. It's simply intoxicating. Su Wanyu was left speechless, You hopeless romantic. Huan Yuhan, you're beyond saving. With 2 large suitcases neatly arranged, he unpacked his clothes and then sought out the property manager. When he and Su Hao had previously visited, they had already made quite an impression, and now, upon seeing him, the staff were exceedingly warm and welcoming. After all, they were all under the auspices of the Su family, and he was not someone to be trifled with. Jianyue Garden, while not expansive, epitomized the essence of refinement. As the locals valued 2 words, exquisite. The greenery and density ratios were exceptionally favorable, and the property was devoid of elderly residents, comprising entirely of young individuals. Upon learning that he sought a cleaning lady, the property manager promptly made a phone call to summon assistance. Within moments, 4 cleaning ladies arrived. Cao Mo briefly inquired and chose a woman in her 40s whose fingers appeared to be of modest size. The arrangement was for a monthly fee of 3,000 yuan, required her assistance solely with cleaning and laundry. After signing the contract, Cao Mo led the lady to his residence. "Aunt Shui, I want to be cooking here. But while you clean, could you also wash the sheets and clothes? Once you're done, just take them out of the washing machine to dry. For undergarments, use the dryer directly. There is nothing else to worry about." Aunt Shui nodded in understanding. Cao Mo added, "I have one more condition. The study is off limits." Aunt Shui acknowledged this as well. Cao Mo pointed to the room. "Please take my clothes out of the suitcase. They need washing. You can start now. I have to step out, so please lock the door after you're done." After finalizing the details, Cao Mo drove away from Jianyue Garden, intending to purchase a few articles of clothing. The refrigerator in the house was rather empty, containing only coffee and tea, presumably arranged by Su Hao. There was nothing else of necessity. He still needed to acquire bath towels and toiletries. Chapter 28. The money is still limited. Su Hao was remarkably patient. From the start until now, he had never pressured Cao Mo regarding the search for his biological parents. Ultimately, it depended on the individual's willingness. He began to return to his normal work routine, and Cao Mo even saw his latest updates online. Indeed, Su Hao had taken on a new girlfriend. Meanwhile, Su Wanyue had not contacted him for 2 days. Cao Mo paid little mind. His focus was entirely on soybean futures. On August 16th, the 3rd day of residing in his new home, he rose exceptionally early. He was up by 6, drank some water, and then set out for a run. The previous day had been spent confirming whether the trends in crude oil matched his expectations. Indeed, there was no discrepancy. What slightly vexed him was the internet speed. It was still too sluggish. Having grown accustomed to high-speed connections, he couldn't help but internally lament the slow rates of this era. At 6:30, after running nearly 5 kilometers, he returned home, placed the breakfast he had bought on the dining table, and quickly took a shower before turning on his computer to set today's closing price, 565 cents per bushel. He planned to close all 10 accounts at this price. Indifferent to the other prices of the day, the lowest price that day was indeed 565 cents. The data was imprinted in his mind, easily recalled like images. Once this task was completed, he finally sat down to enjoy his breakfast. He also prepared a cup of coffee using the machine provided by Su Hao and returned to the study. At 7 o'clock, the opening price for American soybeans was 581.25 cents, reaching a high of 581.25 cents before beginning to decline. The market sentiment was largely unified, as the bearish sentiment stemming from the May agricultural report indicating a bountiful soybean harvest remained steadfast. By midday, the lowest price had already reached 565 cents, precisely as he had anticipated. By the close at 5 o'clock, it stood at 575.50 cents. All pending orders were executed. A total of 450 contracts were involved. Some held from the beginning and others added gradually. The profits varied across accounts, but surely the first account yielded the highest returns. With a profit margin of 630 cents per contract, each contract representing 5,000 bushels, totaling 245 contracts, of which 5 had capitalized on the steep decline in July. Just from this single account, profits approached $8 million. As he gazed at the cumulative figure in his accounts, Cao Mo felt parched. $73 million. After accounting for the principal, less than 340,000 remained, totaling 24 $9 million. That equated to 200 million renminbi. Unfortunately, he was still unable to withdraw any funds directly. On August 20th, he planned to enter WTI. That day would represent the optimal entry point for international crude oil in the near term. Overall, the trend indicated a long-term rise. Regrettably, he could only operate a limited number of accounts, and each account needed to navigate regulatory and reporting constraints. The money was still insufficient. Huang Yuhan fixated intensely on the screen. Upon witnessing Cao Mo's accounts close simultaneously, she immediately checked the other 9 accounts belonging to him. There were no surprises. All accounts had closed at 565 cents. Remembering Su Wanyue's words about Cao Mo closing today but not continuing with soybeans, she vigorously rubbed her face. This was outrageous. After deducting fees, Cao Mo had earned nearly 65 times his investment in just 1 month. Robbing a bank could hardly be executed with such swiftness, could it? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that everything is entirely legal and compliant, perfectly circumventing the regulations and oversight of the Chicago Exchange. While the company has indeed accrued a substantial amount of fees, those funds do not line our own pockets. If I were oblivious to the situation, it might be bearable. However, I'm acutely aware of each and every maneuver on their part. It is akin to watching someone leisurely fill a sack with money while I remain bound and unable to move, left to merely observe helplessly. Company employees are prohibited from engaging in futures trading. It is a rigid rule, utterly inhumane. Sigh, who can truly comprehend this sentiment? She picked up her phone and dialed Su Wanyue. At this hour, it was still early for the average office worker. She had deliberately arrived at the company so early to witness Cao Mo's operations for the day. However, she held out until the afternoon close, confirming that Cao Mo's exit point was indeed the lowest point of the day before reaching out to Su Wanyue. At 5 o'clock, as Su Wanyue was tidying up her belongings, she noted that she never participated in company dinners, typically leaving such engagements to the deputy general representative. On one hand, it was due to her older brother's unscrupulous nature, which left her with a rather unfavorable view of all men. On the other, she was acutely aware of her own beauty and wished to avoid the sticky gazes that often accompanied it. Upon feeling her phone vibrate, she saw it was a call from Huang Yuhan and promptly answered. Hello. Yeah, let me tell you, Cao Mo closed all his positions today. He capitalized on the entire downward trend, not letting a single fluctuation slip by. Huang Yuhan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Su Wanyue's elegant brows furrowed slightly as she responded. I understand. Yuhan, do you think that if this continues, the exchange will inevitably discover Cao Mo? If that happens, my investment will be at risk. Huang Yuhan paused momentarily before replying. The exchange's screening mechanisms will certainly uncover this. It is an inevitable outcome. But didn't you say he wouldn't be trading soybeans anymore? That should mitigate the risk. Even if he turns to oil, that would involve the New York Exchange. So, yeah, there is no need for concern. At least this time, it seems to have concluded. Perhaps you could advise him against such extreme operations in the future. They draw too much attention. Su Wanyue acknowledged with a brief indicating she had heard. Yet she quickly followed up with another question. Do you have time tomorrow? I intend to invite Cao Mo to dinner. Would you like to join? Didn't you express a desire to dine with him? Absolutely. Hurry and arrange it. Huang Yuhan responded eagerly. I should wrap up here as well. Do you have plans for tonight? Su Wanyue replied. You choose a restaurant. We can dine together in the evening. Okay, I'll think a nice place and text you. After hanging up, Su Wanyue toyed with her large Nokia N95, contemplating how to invite Cao Mo for dinner. After a brief moment, she dialed his number. At that moment, Cao Mo was wandering around a supermarket, intending to prepare his own meal. When his phone vibrated, he glanced at the screen and saw it was Su Wanyue, quickly answering. Hello, Sister Wanyue. Cao Mo. Would you like to join me for dinner tomorrow night? It took Cao Mo a second to react. Oh, sure, but I'm not very familiar with Haishur. I have trouble finding some places. Su Wanyue replied coolly. No worries, I will send someone to pick you up from your home tomorrow. They will call you when they arrive outside your community. All right, is there anything I need to prepare, Sister Wanyue? Nothing much, just dinner. Additionally, there are some matters that require a professional's insights. She did not elaborate further, and Cao Mo refrained from probing. After finalizing the plans, Cao Mo resumed his grocery shopping. Chapter 29. The company collaborating with Cao Mo does not belong to Jinbao. It has been over half a month since Su Hao was set up. The disappearance of the Su family has begun to draw public attention, with some even posting online suggesting that the Su family may have perished. Conspiracy theories have a vast market at any time. Fortunately, the internet had not yet reached the level of transparency that would be commonplace decades later. Su Hao set down his phone, a heavy expression clouding his face. His father had been in the capital for over a week now, and he understood well the purpose of that visit. Just moments ago, his father mentioned that the matters concerning the second branch had been entirely resolved, assuring him there was no need for concern. He also informed Su Hao that all individuals in Haisher connected to their siblings had been dealt with, thanks to arrangements made by Hu Wushuang's personnel. However, Su Hao would need to remain in the capital for a while, at least until a foothold could be established for the Su family there. He was to take full responsibility for matters in Haisher. Additionally, the construction materials city and factory belonging to the second branch were entrusted to Hu Wushuang's people, with instructions not to take any action or interfere, simply to act as if they were unaware. After reiterating these points, Su Zhenbong ended the call. Thus, the Su family was not merely relying on the boom in the real estate industry, but was also drawing undue attention in Haisher. His father's trip to the capital likely harbored intentions of fragmenting the group. This notion probably emerged when they discussed separating the tangible and light asset investment sectors between him and his sister. Yet, what could he possibly contribute to the Su family? He sighed, rising to approach his bedside. His office and his father's were located on the same floor, affording him a view of the sea. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag. In addition to their existing enterprises, they needed to diversify further. Currently, the core industries of Jinbang Group encompass construction and real estate, along with the investment banking overseen by his sister. However, this did not encapsulate the entirety of Jinbang Group. There were also trade, entertainment, pharmaceuticals, and maritime logistics. Although these were largely collaborative ventures, only the first three core sectors truly belonged to the Su family. The real estate and construction industries were undeniably on an upward trajectory. As a half-steering force, he was acutely aware of the national policies at the highest levels. Yet, as a private enterprise, he was equally sensitive to potential crises. He currently harbored a sense of insecurity regarding Jinbang Group. There was a capability to generate profits, and the board was satisfied, yet a lingering sense of insecurity persisted. Capital was aggressively accumulating land. He possessed wealth but lacked investment acumen. His sister excelled in investment, though her vision did not seem to align with his expectations. Reflecting on the situation with Gao, he pondered why Cao Mo had conceived the idea while his sister had not. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, replaying his sister's explanation in his mind. Brother, when no profit is visible, no one is willing to invest real money. That is how everyone operates. Unless a venture is profitable, who would invest? Yet, when a project becomes truly viable, the number of potential investors often becomes overwhelming. This is the paradox of investment. Jinbang Group does not engage in angel round investments. This principle was established by their father from the outset, and he wholeheartedly agreed with it. Thus, even with knowledge of Gao, he had never considered investing. However, the company collaborating with Cao Mo was not part of Jinbang. As Cao Mo exited the community, he spotted a red Volkswagen Beetle. The vehicle appeared vintage, yet was anything but inexpensive. Indeed, it was a car that only a woman would favor. The voice he had just heard on the phone belonged to a woman, yet as he exited the community and rolled down the car window, he was greeted by the sight of a strikingly beautiful young lady. "Hello, I am Cao Mo," he declared, standing a meter away with a warm smile. "Please get in." The woman appraised him thoroughly before responding, "I am Huang Yuhan, a friend of Su Wanyue." Cao Mo circled around to the passenger side, opened the door, and settled into the seat. Upon closing the door, he was enveloped by the scent of perfume wafting through the car, fresh and pleasantly aromatic, yet not overwhelming. Only after fastening his seatbelt did the vehicle begin to move. Huang Yuhan had been observing him since he stepped out. This young man was quite handsome, though he appeared to be under 20. His height was impressive, and his clean demeanor exuded warmth. Moreover, During his introduction, his gaze was remarkably serene, devoid of any tumult. As a woman of beauty herself, she felt confident that he would notice her height while seated in the car, yet his gaze remained strikingly clear. Forget it. He is not my type. After the car had traveled a few dozen meters, Huang Yuhan contemplated asking how he had made such an accurate prediction, but then remembered the need to conceal her identity and her company's affairs, promptly sealing her lips. Meanwhile, Cao Mo was at a loss for words with his seemingly delicate sister, opting for silence as he gazed out at the streets passing by. Huang Yuhan. He recalled the last time he dined with Su Hao and Su Wanyue. She had called out the name Yuhan during a phone conversation. Thus, this woman was likely a high-ranking official from Zhongxin Xinji. Why had she invited him to dinner tonight? Perhaps it was best to continue feigning ignorance. He could speak where appropriate and remain oblivious elsewhere. As they cruised along the thoroughfare, Cao Mo contemplated the traffic lights and streets ahead, increasingly convinced of the merit in investing in DGAO, especially given the promising prospects in automotive electronic navigation systems. The golden era of real estate driving growth across various sectors had commenced, ushering in a wealthier populace willing to spend. Automotive navigation represented a substantial opportunity. After about 10 minutes, Huang Yuhan could no longer restrain her curiosity and asked, "Little brother, how old are you this year? How did you come to know Su Wanyue?" Cao Mo turned to glance at the unyielding Huang Yuhan, responding that they had met by chance. Surely, this was not deceitful, he mused. If she had come to pick him up, it implied a close relationship with the enigmatic Su Wanyue. Since she was unaware, it meant Su Wanyue had chosen not to disclose their connection, and he would follow suit. Huang Yuhan chuckled. "You're not a local, are you? Not familiar with Haisher, I presume? The restaurant we're dining at is quite close to your home, just half an hour away. You would surely know if you were local." Cao Mo note that? "No, I'm not from here. I've only been in the area for a month." Huang Yuhan turned the steering wheel and made a left turn. "Where are you from?" "Hangcheng." "Ah, the housing prices in Hangcheng are quite similar to those in Haisher, aren't they?" "Ah, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't made any comparisons." Their conversation meandered aimlessly until they arrived at the restaurant. It was a modest yet renowned establishment specializing in local cuisine, bustling with patrons. However, the private dining area in the back could only be accessed by reservation or through connections with the owner. Yet, as with many restaurants, there was a reserved private room. As Huang Yuhan walked beside Cao Mo, she silently compared their heights, her chin barely reaching his. Upon entering the private room, they were greeted by two female bodyguards stationed outside. Cao Mo's keen memory immediately recognized them as Su Wanyue as personal protectors. Huang Yuhan stepped forward and opened the door. "Yeah, I brought him." Chapter 30, A Dinner for Three. Cao Mo stepped forward, Sister Wanyue. Su Wanyue's appearance today was captivating. Her hair was elegantly styled in a loose bun, with a few strands cascading down her face, complemented by a subtle yet sophisticated makeup that exuded maturity and allure. She wore a black, cross-front half-sleeve dress cinched at the waist with a matching belt, accentuating her graceful figure. A deep green necklace hung elegantly at her neckline, and as she rose, its movement was distinctly noticeable. "Please take a seat. It's just the three of us tonight, making conversation easier." Su Wanyue observed his gaze, but he merely glanced at her, his eyes flashing with astonishment before returning to their tranquil clarity. Huang Yuhan smiled as she sat down, placing her bag beside her. "Yeah, you look absolutely stunning today." Su Wanyue ignored her compliment, taking a seat and stating, "I know you're unfamiliar with this area, so I've already ordered the dishes. They'll be served shortly." Huang Yuhan inquired, "What will we be drinking tonight?" Su Wanyue turned her attention to Cao Mo. "Do you wish to have some wine?" Cao Mo shook his head. Huang Yuhan gazed at Su Wanyue with disappointment. "Well, then we one tea drink." The round table, which could seat 8, was occupied by just the three of them, leaving Cao Mo feeling somewhat uneasy. He rose to pour tea for Huang Yuhan and, noticing Su Wanyue's cup was still full, poured himself a cup as well. "Sister Wanyue, do you have something to discuss with me today?" "Su Wanyue plaive. You two have already introduced yourselves, so I one tea repeated. Yuhan works in finance and has a good understanding of futures. I recall you showed me your trading history before. Later, I did some research, and I found that all your trades were executed at extreme price points. Don't you think that poses a risk? Cao Mo's heart sank. Indeed, trading at such extreme price points was highly conspicuous. Each account with 250 contracts must be reported, and since he was at 245 contracts, he avoided that obligation. However, the trading records would undoubtedly be known to Zhongxin Xinji. This meant that the lady before him, Miss Huang, was aware of his trading activities. Moving forward, it would be wise to exercise caution. For now, he would limit his operations to this single instance with soybeans and refrain from trading at extreme price points in the future. Maintaining a low profile was undoubtedly prudent. I mentioned to Yuhan that I wanted to collaborate with you, but her suggestion was that the company should avoid such qualifications. Cao Mo turned to glance at Huang Yuhan, who was smiling at him. Yuhan, could you elaborate? I truly don't understand these matters well. Oh, none of that Sister Yuhan business. You call her Sister Wanyue. So please call me Sister Yuhan, she giggled. Cao Mo complied. Sister Yuhan, why not apply for qualifications through the company? Is it more convenient to use personal accounts? Su Wanyue lifted her teacup to sip, already aware of Huang Yuhan's perspective, and instead focused on Cao Mo's profile. His eyelashes were long, and his Adam's apple was quite pronounced. Huang Yuhan then meticulously explained, in such circumstances, opening multiple accounts is advisable, ideally establishing several accounts in Hong Kong and elsewhere. If capital is limited, 3 to 5 accounts should suffice. After all, crude oil requires 3,000 barrels per contract, and for personal accounts, a single account can handle up to 20,000 contracts, which should be adequate. However, Ye informed me of your ability to execute trades at extreme price points, and I suggest you refrain from doing so. It draws too much attention. Once or twice is acceptable, but with repeated occurrences, the system will filter them out. Goodness, I completely overlooked this matter. No, not overlooked. Rather, it had never crossed my mind. I was solely preoccupied with thoughts of profit. His heart raced slightly, and a hint of perspiration began to form in his palms. He chided himself for his negligence. The woman before him was indeed correct in her reminder. However, it should not pose a significant issue. At least for the time being, I will refrain from engaging with soybeans again, and even if an opportunity arises, I shall not employ these accounts. By September 1st, these accounts will be deactivated. Cao Mo maintained a facade of composure, his expression betraying no hint of change. He smiled at Huang Yuhan and said, Sister Yuhan, it was merely a coincidence. Even if I am confident in my ability to profit, I truly lack the assurance that I can capture every ounce of profit margin each time. I trust you indeed. Huang Yuhan and Su Wanyue simultaneously cursed inwardly. This lad appears innocent, yet not a single word he utters is truthful. Su Wanyue observed his serene smile, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The intention was to convey the risks through Huang Yuhan. Such an obvious matter should have been comprehended by him. Why must he feign innocence? Huang Yuhan responded with a smile. It's best to be cautious. After all, I merely came today to get acquainted with you. Ye has sung your praises to the heavens. Cao Mo was taken aback as he glanced at Su Wanyue, who was seated alongside Huang Yuhan. Her exquisite visage bore a slightly downcast gaze, her frosty expression unchanged from her usual demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the praise. Sister Wanyue, you flatter me. I truly am just fortunate, Cao Mo replied with a slight smile. No need to worry, I lack that kind of ability. In truth, he genuinely did not possess such capability. He merely operated based on memory. In reality, he was entirely unaware of daily opening and closing prices. Yet, he did possess knowledge of certain critical turning points in minor trends. This had nothing to do with technique. Su Wanyue remained silent, and with the dishes yet to arrive, Huang Yuhan continued. By the way, I heard you are still a university student? Yes, at Zhejiang University. I'll be a senior next semester. Quite impressive. Zhejiang University is considered a top-tier institution. What is your major? Finance. Cao Mo felt a sense of gratitude towards this sister he had just met. No wonder she is studying finance. However, I still believe that if one studies finance, it would be better to go to the United States. At least there, the teachings are cutting-edge, and professors utilize the latest real-world cases for analysis, Huang Yuhan remarked, noting that domestically, The education was somewhat lacking in comparison. Cao Mo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Zhejiang University was quite commendable, but he had no intention of continuing into his senior year. At this, Su Wanyue appeared somewhat surprised, her beautiful eyes glancing over. Why not? Huang Yuhan inquired curiously. Honestly, I simply wish to abandon my current lifestyle. I no longer need to acquire knowledge through formal education. What I require is practical experience to accumulate knowledge. Su Wanyue nodded thoughtfully. If you're solely focused on investments, indeed, having money and insight suffices. Other matters can be entrusted to lawyers. I must admit, you are correct. Cao Mo chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Huang Yuhan then asked, do you plan to start your own company? Cao Mo nodded, yes. Sister Wanyue is already assisting me in registering the company. Just as he finished speaking, the three heard a knock at the door. Once opened, the dishes were served. In truth, there were only 6 dishes and 1 soup. The dishes are here. Let us eat first. Yuhan, do you have anything else to say? We can discuss while dining, Su Wanyue suggested. Chapter 31, a follow-up discussion. The food was exquisite, a sentiment Cao Mo sincerely felt. To be frank, in his recollection, he had not tasted anything so delightful in over 20 years. The last memorable meal was shared with Su Hao and Su Wanyue. Since his rebirth, he had primarily dined on street food and at small eateries. Due to his abstinence from alcohol, the atmosphere felt somewhat chilly. The ice princess, Su Wanyue, was naturally reticent, while Huang Yuhan assumed the role of the primary conversationalist. She probed various aspects of Cao Mo's experience, which was somewhat taxing for him, given his limited experience in the corporate realm. However, sensing Huang Yuhan's lack of malice, he did not take it too much to heart. After all, he possessed nothing that could incite her envy. Once the meal concluded, Su Wanyue remarked, the offshore company matter will be resolved in a few days. The registered capital is set at $30 million, with no fixed subscription deadline. Additionally, if you wish to invest back in the country, a portion must be paid in, with a minimum of 1 million renminbi. I have already contributed 2 million renminbi on your behalf. Cao Mo set down the teacup he had been rinsing and met her beautiful gaze. Thank you, Sister Wanyue. I will repay you promptly. Huang Yuhan glanced between the two. Are you collaborating to start a company? No. I intend to establish an offshore company in Haishur and set up an investment firm with Sister Wanyue and Brother Hao. Cao Mo clarified. Su Wanyue did not directly respond to this inquiry. Regarding the company you mentioned, I have arranged for someone to investigate. They're currently in discussions to collaborate with a public firm in Haishur. Taking a sip of tea, she refrained from disclosing the specific company name, yet to Cao Mo. This was sufficient evidence of Su Wanyue's profound trust in Huang Yuhan, believing that such information was inconsequential and would not be leaked. Observing the somewhat bewildered expression on Huang Yuhan's face, Cao Mo smiled. Sister Wanyue, let us proceed normally. I am still gathering information on other companies. Subsequently, I will return to school to handle my withdrawal procedures. During this time, I will have to trouble you. Su Wanyue waved her delicate hand. It's nothing. I merely wanted to update you on my progress. Whenever you are free, let us go take a look together. Cao Mo nodded earnestly. Thank you, Sister Wanyue, for treating me to this meal. I see it's getting late. I must return to observe the crude oil trends. You truly won't engage with soybeans anymore? No. I'll monitor the crude oil situation over the next few days and choose an opportune moment to enter and make some profit. Otherwise, I want to have sufficient funds for subsequent investment projects. Su Wanyue glanced at the time. All right then. Will Yuhan be driving you back? Huang Yuhan smiled warmly at him, causing a touch of embarrassment to wash over him. Were it not for his unfamiliarity with the area, he would not require an escort. No need. I could take a taxi back, he replied. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyue did not press further. After exiting the private room, her bodyguard promptly followed. Thus far, there were numerous services offering online maps, including the 3 major ones, Turing, Tutu, and 4-dimensional New. Turing had already established collaborations with the public transport companies and government in the capital, primarily for information services. Other web versions were also available. The recent collaboration between Dega and the public firm predominantly relied on Dega's own navigation hardware, likely employing Dega's electronic map navigation engine. Whether this collaboration would be successful remained uncertain. Cao Mo raised his Dopod 696, stating, "This phone of mine can be considered a PDA. It runs on the Windows mobile system and can access electronic maps via the web. However, there lies a conundrum. The existing features utterly fail to meet my requirements. I find it impossible to simultaneously drive and consult a static map. This necessitates that I adjust the display with a pen while navigating, akin to maneuvering a mouse across a screen. I am often oblivious to my precise location on the map." Su Wanyu was attired in a sleek black professional ensemble, her fitted blouse accentuating her beauty, particularly as she had a penchant for adorning herself with necklaces, the pendant perpetually capturing Cao Mo's gaze. This admiration bore no relation to his mental age. It was simply a matter of aesthetic appeal, indeed, sheer beauty. She observed Cao Mo, who was intently aiming his phone at her. "What I yearn for is a map that can intuitively inform me of my precise location on a given street, the distance remaining to my designated destination, and the estimated time of arrival. It would be ideal if it could even incorporate information about traffic lights. The interface is of little consequence at this stage. Sister One, you consider this, if I have such needs. Is it not plausible that all taxis and private vehicles would share the same? Hence, this is the rationale behind my choice to advocate for investment in this venture." Just yesterday, upon returning home after dinner, he received a call from Su Wanyu, requesting his presence in her office the following morning to discuss an investment opportunity concerning Gao. This compelled him to sift through an abundance of information. Although the current internet offered a plethora of resources, he felt compelled to examine each item individually, which proved rather cumbersome. Yet, this is the reality we must accept. As for form mapping software, that is a different discussion altogether. Sister Wanyu, what I wish to convey is that the current maps only offer static imagery devoid of interactivity, and the route planning information is overly simplistic. There is another factor at play. He paused and gazed at Su Wanyu. Su Wanyu gestured towards the PDA in his hand. "Is this what you mean?" Cao Mo was not surprised by Su Wanyu's astuteness. In fact, during their previous conversation, they had touched upon the topic of smartphones, though they had not delved deeply into it at that time. Moreover, this matter could easily wait another 2 to 3 years. Steve Jobs had yet to utter that iconic proclamation. "Indeed, Sister Wanyu," Cao Mo beamed at her. "The smartphones available to us now are inadequate. However, this does not preclude the possibility of future advancements. I firmly believe that more powerful smartphones will emerge, accompanied by an increasing array of applications capable of fulfilling the diverse needs of society at large. I envision countless scenarios in which we utilize our smartphones. Returning to the Gao project, a smartphone could precisely inform me of my current speed, how to circumvent congested routes, and whether to proceed straight or turn at the next intersection. I would need to do nothing but heed the guidance of this navigation software to arrive at my destination via the most efficient route. This, I assert, epitomizes true electronic navigation, does it not?" Su Wanyu found herself momentarily entranced by the clarity in the young man's eyes and the confident smile that adorned his face. Yet, the scene he described involuntarily manifested in her mind. If such an effect could be achieved, one could only imagine how many users across the nation and even the globe would benefit from this functionality, even if it were merely software sales. The potential profit from in-car navigation alone would be substantial. I can assert with a degree of certainty that in the future, there will not be more than 3 similar applications in the domestic market. A triad of competitors is the most stable structure, but there will undoubtedly be a hierarchy, and I am convinced that Gao, as the first to obtain mapping qualifications, will lead the charge. A smile unconsciously crept onto Su Wanyu's face, mirroring his expression as she inquired, "You intend to engage in international crude oil trading tomorrow, with the aim of generating profits to invest in projects you believe in. Is that correct?" The icy demeanor of the beautiful woman softened, revealing her unparalleled radiance. "Cao Mo, note that, Sister Wanyu, your experience in investment surpasses mine. I possess little to share in terms of expertise. The typical return period for investments is protracted, often spanning several years. Exiting an investment typically occurs through 2 avenues: selling shares during subsequent financing rounds or offloading them post-IPO. Su Wanyu acknowledged his statement, Essentially, those are the two primary methods. Investment is akin to business, involving the purchase at a low price and selling at a higher price to realize profit, although one can also enjoy dividends in the interim. Chapter 32. Crude Oil Futures. After her statement, she rose to fetch him a bottle of water, handing it over. Investing in crude oil futures may require considerable capital. You likely have a limited amount to trade at present. Do you need assistance? Cao Mo accepted the water, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Naturally, the more capital, the better. However, Miss Huang's words last night were astute. If the exchange were to scrutinize my account, the risk of it being frozen would escalate, significantly diminishing the likelihood of retrieving my funds. I cannot bear such a risk. Yet, I possess 10 accounts. If utilized, the risk essentially dissipates. I have reviewed the regulations of the NYSE, and as long as I avoid coordinated actions, trading at the same price point simultaneously, I can circumvent regulatory oversight. Su Wanyu returned to her chair, and as she bent down, the sight inadvertently caused Cao Mo to avert his gaze. How much capital do you currently have? She inquired. Not quite 200 million, approximately $24 million. Su Wanyu's hand gripped her thigh beneath the table, the pressure causing her discomfort even through her stockings. She displayed a suitably astonished, yet not overly shocked expression. Is that so much? In such a brief period, you've escalated from less than 3 million to 200 million. At this rate, do you still need to invest into Gao? Cao Mo pondered. If I do not seize opportunities turn, how will I compete with Cao Kun in the future? The Cao family may be lenient, but I cannot afford to let Cao Kun, the one who previously led to my financial ruin, escape unscathed. Sister Wanyu, one must always engage in endeavors. I am merely 22. Even if I were to earn $1 billion in 2 years, should I then retire and seek out my parents? You with a fortune in the hundreds of billions, do you not also strive in your work? Moreover, after departing the Cao family, I must prepare for whatever circumstances may arise in the future. Su Wanyu's lips curled slightly, not solely due to her father's establishment of Jinbang Group, but also because of her own successes in the investment realm. None of her projects had incurred losses thus far. Even through projects she had signed, the earnings exceeded 200 million. Having wealth is certainly advantageous. If one could acquire even more, that would be splendid. Do you know how many contracts in crude oil $24 million can yield? Cao Mo contemplated before responding. With a tenfold leverage, it could amplify to 2. For $1 billion, allowing for approximately 4,000 contracts. However, the associated risks are considerable. Su Wanyu shared his concern. She retrieved a calculator. I have reviewed the recent prices, whether you are shorting or going long. Assuming a unit price of $50 per barrel, each contract comprises 1,000 barrels. And an individual account cannot exceed 20,000 contracts, correct? Without waiting for Cao Mo's reply, she continued, the margin per contract is currently set at 20 times, which translates to 5% margin. Thus, it would be 1,000 barrels multiplied by $50 multiplied by 0.05, equating to $2,500. Based on your $24 million, that amounts to less than 10,000 contracts. The trigger for a large report is set at 500 lots, and you'll need at least 10 accounts to make use of it. Her delicate fingers danced swiftly over the calculator, deftly calculating the number of transactions he could manage. Cao Mo watched her fingers, as pale as jade, move gracefully, and upon hearing the final figure, he remarked, I know my funds are limited, Sister Wanyu. Please don't mock me. Su Wanyu looked up at him and responded, I am not mocking you. What I mean is, if you feel your funds are insufficient, I can lend you some, treating it as your client management. We can share the profits equally after you earn. With 2 days remaining until Cao Mo planned to enter the market. No, just 1 day, he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of participating in a bull market that could last until 2008. The idea of leveraging someone else's resources was indeed appealing. How much can you lend me? He inquired. I can double it for you, 25 million. However, as Reinha mentioned yesterday, we should avoid using the company's credentials for trading. What do you think? Cao Mo pondered for a moment before stating, the credentials are still necessary. Whether or not we use the company's qualifications is a separate matter. Regarding the loan, It would be best if it could arrive before the day after tomorrow, directly deposited into my account at CITIC Shinji. I'll manage the allocation across several accounts. Suwon-yu smiled. No problem. I will handle the accounts for you, and I can also arrange for a trader. However, it must be done at my company, and I will find 20 traders for you. How does that sound? Cao Mo remained silent, reaching for the calculator on her desk and calculating for a while. He then looked up and said, if we leverage it 20 times, the risk is too great. Suwon-yu's lips parted slightly. I trust you. Cao Mo opened his mouth, but then placed the calculator back on the table. If each account is limited to a maximum of 500 lots, we need to provide a COT report. So, Sister Won-yu, I just need you to provide me with an additional 40 accounts, making a total of 50 accounts, each with different positions. But I do not need a trader. I can manage that myself. Noticing the hesitation on Suwon-yu's face, he added, I prefer to place orders at anticipated positions, so presetting them will suffice. Additionally, I wish to keep this matter discreet. That is your primary concern, isn't it? Suwon-yu sighed inwardly and nodded. If that is the case, you missed the opportunity to close your positions in time? Sister Won-yu. This will likely be my last foray into futures trading for quite some time, probably just a month. After that, even if I engage in futures, it will be for long-term expectations. Once the Haishur company is registered, I can operate an account with no position limits under the company name. Cao Mo's demeanor was earnest. While he could not discern whether Suwon-yu was expressing her true intentions or testing him further, he recalled a saying, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Being genuine and forthright about his original intentions to seek compensation has now evolved into a pursuit of collaboration and beyond the promises already made. He could see even greater support and assistance on the horizon. With these, coupled with his rebirth, he doubted there could be a chance of failure in this life. He was resolute. I will arrange for 50 accounts to be opened this afternoon, and I will send you all the account details and passwords afterward. Additionally, please send me your bank account information, and I will transfer the total of 25 million to you. You can then allocate the funds across each account as you see fit. I have only one request. Please, Sister Won-yu, say it. Do not allocate the same amount of funds to each account, and when trading, do not have identical positions across all accounts. Although I have begun to trust your capabilities, this sum is merely an experiment. If you profit, return my principal and share the earnings equally, if a margin call occurs. I expect an additional 10 of the company's shares. That seems fair. Cao Mo nodded at the serious expression on Suwon-yu's face. I will send you the account details once I return. Until dinner, Cao Mo did not receive the account information from Suwon-yu. At the very least, his phone screen displayed no new emails. He even drove to an ATM to check his foreign currency balance, but found it to be zero. Had Suwon-yu failed to act, or was he to wait until tomorrow to check? However, tomorrow was the 18th, leaving him little time. A total of 60 accounts needed to be preset, and merely inputting the account numbers would take an hour. This meant he would have to start entering them by 6 p.m. It was crucial to note that on August 20th, the price of oil had a tendency to drop after the initial surge, only to recover slightly before closing. That long green bar was quite telling. Finally, at 8 in the evening, he received a call from Suwon-yu. Hello, Cao Mo. I found 3 companies in Hong Kong and opened a total of 60 accounts. I deposited 50 million in total. I will send you the account details and passwords shortly via email. The installation disk for the trading software will be available for you to pick up tomorrow afternoon. It won't arrive from Hong Kong until noon. If you can withdraw from your CITIC Shinji account, remember to return the funds to me tomorrow. Cao Mo was taken aback. Why switch to companies in Hong Kong? Is there something wrong with CITIC Shinji? He found it hard to comprehend, but as long as there were accounts available, he would manage. Moreover, if Suwon-yu was willing to take such a risk, what was there for him to fear? After expressing his gratitude and hanging up, he had just prepared himself a cup of coffee to continue monitoring international crude oil futures when his phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Amid some background noise, a voice emerged. Hello, Cao Mo. Though it was their first conversation over the phone, he instantly recognized it as Cao Kun's voice. Cao Kun, what do you want? Cao Mo asked with a hint of coldness, as unwelcome memories surged within him. In his previous life, He had been publicly humiliated on the very first day of school when Cao Kun, accompanied by 2 lackeys, had sought him out in the cafeteria. "Brother, why are you eating just this?" Cao Kun had exclaimed with feigned shock. "You come from the Cao family, albeit as an adopted son. You should not bring shame to our family." He had then taken Cao Mo's tray and dumped its contents into the trash, standing beside it and saying, "What do you want to eat? Today it's on me." He could never forget the expressions on the faces of all the classmates around him. He had never revealed his identity at school, yet most knew he drove a Porsche 911, which hardly suggested he was impoverished. There had even been girls who approached him or expressed their feelings, but the public humiliation left him trembling with anger. While Cao Kun had loudly proclaimed their relationship, and that Cao Mo was merely a child adopted by the Cao family. Shaking off the memories, Cao Kun's voice broke through. "Brother, it's been a month since you left home, and Mom and the sisters all miss you. Why not come home tomorrow for a meal?" There was a hint of laughter in Cao Kun's voice as he added, "I finally mustered the courage to call you. Mom has been insisting I shouldn't disturb you, but she seems to miss you too. Didn't you say you want to be filial to her? Tomorrow, then, come back for a meal and spend some time with Mom and Dad," suggested Cao Kun. Cao Mo promptly declined. "It's inconvenient. I am not in Hangsheng. Let's wait until school starts, and I will return then." "Not in Hangsheng? Where have you gone?" Cao Kun said. "Let me make it clear. I am not trying to rush you away. I even pleaded with Mom and Dad to let you stay with the Cao family." Cao Kun immediately shifted his tone. Cao Mo smirked inwardly, recognizing the underlying intent of seeking reassurance from him. "You don't need to chat with Mom and Dad face to face. I can't go back right now, but I can call them later, or you can pass the phone to Mom." "I'm not home either," Cao Kun replied. And from the background noise, Cao Mo deduced he was likely out socializing. "Then let's discuss it when I return. Is there anything else? I am quite busy here." Cao Mo wanted to avoid a lengthy conversation, but also wished to sidestep an outright argument. Cao Kun chuckled a few times. "All right then, let me ask you something. Whatever happened to that Porsche 911? Cao Mo released a deep sigh. "That car was a birthday gift from my parents 2 years ago. Do you want it?" "Haha, not really wanting it. I just find the sound of Ferraris too loud, and thought I'd like a change," Cao Kun replied. Cao Mo could almost envision the grin on Cao Kun's face. "Want to show off? Fine, I'll indulge you. After leaving the Cao family, I have no financial source, and I sold a car." He stated coldly, "I love that car, but I had no choice. Without selling it, I wouldn't have any money. You know, even though I am adopted son, I have always been extravagant with spending." "What car are you driving now?" Cao Kun asked after a moment of laughter. "I initially considered getting a cheaper BMW, but I decided against it." "Come on, Cao Mo, you're still a member of the Cao family. How can you take the bus? Why don't I buy you a car? Choose one under 300,000, and I'll gift it to you." How can a member of the Cao family be without their own car? Cao Mo scoffed. "All right, just transfer the money to me. This is your phone number, right? I will send you my bank account details shortly. However, I suggest you consult with Mom and Dad first before transferring any money. I worry that your spending habits might not align with their intentions of providing you with a better education. Although 200,000 to 300,000 isn't much, just a night of drinking for the young Master Cao, you should at least get their approval. I wouldn't want to claim the car was a gift from you if it displeases them. Is that so? Then forget it. You might as well take the bus. Just remember to let me know before you return, and I will pick you up from the airport. We'll see when the time comes. If there's nothing else, I will hang up now. I genuinely have things to attend to. Cao Mo, you aren't off to work in another city to earn tuition, are you?" Cao Mo deliberately snorted coldly and hung up the phone. On the other end, Cao Kun laughed heartily as he stuffed his phone into his pocket and turned to his companions. "Damn it, he is not in Hangsheng. Young Master Kun, if Cao Mo isn't here, how can we embarrass him?" One of them remarked. Cao Kun fumed. "If it weren't for my parents being overly strict, I could have cornered him before he left Hangsheng." During this time, Cao Mo had been lavishly spending, surrounded by at least 2 or 3 rich second-generation heirs, all of whom had interests tied to the Cao group. These second-generation heirs understood the nuances of social connections early on, knowing whom to fawn over and whom they could brazenly suppress. Being with Cao Kun allowed them to enjoy his generosity while also serving as a crucial means to strengthen family ties. Young Master Kun. The fake young master will always be just that, a fake. The Cao family is vast and influential. Uncle Cao would never grant him any advantages. The entire family fortune belongs solely to you. Just like my family, we may be worth a few billion less, but we place immense importance on bloodlines. My cousin won't receive a single penny. Another chimed in, young Master Cohen. How about we hit up Night Blossoms tonight? A new batch of girls just arrived, and they are stunning. I also heard some college students are working part-time there. Cao Kun replied with a grin, college students, my foot. They're all just pretending to be pure. As long as you pay, there's nothing you can't do. Are we still going then? I've been itching to go for days. Of course, why not? My father has been keeping a close eye on my studies. I can't take it anymore. After Sue, when you hung up the phone, she set it down. Sue Hao, nearby, asked, does he really believe in the future of smartphone technology? Sue when you dismissed her brother's focus, knowing that his business acumen was more than adequate to manage the family group. In truth, it was only after her brother suggested investing that she considered the possibility. However, her perspective had since evolved. In Chapter 34, I wish to invest in him as a person. Brother, whether he believes in me, is uncertain. But what he said is undeniably correct. What we witness is the evolution of the telephone, from crank to rotary to keypad, and now to PDAs. The trend is assuredly in the right direction. As for DeGao, I am waiting for the opportune moment. I'll step in once they finalize their discussions with the public. By then, their understanding of their own worth will be clearer. Su Hao replied coolly that Mr. Zhuang is not young anymore. I did some background research, and he has nothing special. Several companies have met with them, but no substantive results have emerged. Su Wanyu scoffed. They merely wish to pick the low-hanging fruit. At this stage, any investment would require minimal expenditure. However, Mr. Zhuang from Dagao has stated that they're currently not profiting. They merely perceive themselves as valuable. They either lack funds or believe that collaborating with the public, even minimally, would yield returns. If successful, it could establish a benchmark effect, prompting further collaborations with other automobile manufacturers. Therefore, I'm not worried about whether I can invest, but rather concerned about whether Cao Mo will stumble in the futures market. Ideally, I hope he faces a significant setback. Su Hao chuckled, shaking ash off his cigarette onto the carpet. So, you actually hope for his downfall, so you can acquire more shares, leveraging his keen investment insight for greater returns. Su Wanyu glanced at her pink nails and replied nonchalantly, Brother, my desire to invest lies within him as a person. Even if that is my intention, it is only for profit. Do not read too much into it. Su Hao stood up. Repaying kindness is one thing. Business is another. If we can merge the two, I have no objections. Cao Mo, being an adopted son of the Cao family, was now regarded as a cast-off. The overall assets of the Cao family were not significantly inferior to those of the Su family. Thus, he lacked the capacity to confront them independently. Even if he could amass wealth in the futures market, having money alone was insufficient. The Cao family held a high status in Hangzhou with deep connections, and it was likely that even his father would prefer to avoid direct confrontation with them. For Cao Mo, establishing a connection with the Su family would be far more beneficial than being given billions. Additionally, during the call with their father, he mentioned that the situation in the capital was not looking good. Although he didn't explicitly state it, his meaning was clear. The Li family was likely still facing insurmountable challenges. Suvanyu Suden liftet, had he? Liush. Yes, Su Hao's expression darkened, and he frowned. Though he is merely from the third branch, he remains a member of the Li family. That fact will never change. Taking action against him means striking the Li family. Yet, failing to address it leaves our father feeling unsettled. Su Wanyue fell into silence. Su Hao glanced at the cigarette, but in his hand before extinguishing it in the ashtray. All issues on this side of Haishur had been resolved. He refrained from speaking much, for there were certain matters better left unknown to his sister. Of course, he was aware that she could surmise some things. Once he departed from the study, Su Wanyue approached the desk and took a seat, her gaze falling upon the photograph of their parents. A slender finger, delicate as jade, gently traced the face of the woman in the picture. After obtaining the CD and documents, Cao Mo made a trip to CITIC New Era, canceled 10 accounts, and then proceeded to the bank to transfer funds to Su Wanyue. Upon returning home, he installed the software, familiarized himself with its operation, and tested whether his high-end computer could handle opening 3 applications simultaneously. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. He also purchased a separate keyboard to connect to his laptop, ensuring a swift input of numerical accounts. That day, he ventured out only once. Upon his return, he immersed himself in mastering the software. The electronic trading platform operated around the clock, allowing him to view the principal amounts in those accounts, $50 million, with the smallest account holding less than 300 lots, and the largest exceeding 380 lots. Upon seeing these figures, he couldn't help but commend Su Wanyue's capabilities and meticulousness. On August 20th, he rose shortly after 5 in the morning. After completing his morning routine, he powered on his computer and began to set up orders. One by one, he inputted data for 60 accounts, establishing different short-selling price points between $494 and $4,925 after the market opened. Following the input, he meticulously double-checked everything. The mere actions of entering data and verifying it consumed nearly an hour and a half of his time. The reason he required no additional traders was simply that he wished to keep his operations discreet. The quantities bought for each account varied as well. The electronic platform allowed for all-day trading, yet he refrained from placing any orders the previous night. Time was ample, but he preferred not to rush into early trades. At 7 a.m., as the market opened, he noted a slight increase of merely 0.17 cents, before it peaked at $494 per barrel and then began to decline, finally resting at 487.7 cents, eliciting a sigh of relief from him. The margin of 5 left him with little room for maneuver. The confirmation of transactions across all accounts took a full 40 minutes. By the time he stepped out for breakfast, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Upon returning home, he continued to monitor the market until 5 p.m., when WTI closed at a price of 488.3. Cao Mo reviewed all accounts once more. Profits had indeed materialized, albeit modestly, yet sufficient to withstand greater fluctuations without necessitating additional margin contributions. The pressure he felt could only be alleviated by financial success. Now, feeling somewhat relaxed, Cao Mo resolved to undertake another task, withdrawing from school. This would inevitably require him to return to Hangzhou University. This time, however, he intended to drive back himself, testing the navigation system of the era along the way. The school term needed to be completed by the 26th, while freshmen would have to wait until the following month. The distance from Jiangyue Garden to the Financial College of Zhejiang University was nearly 200 kilometers, as indicated by the car's navigation. However, the interface was far from user-friendly, lacking real-time traffic updates and voice prompts, and could only be operated via dial. He couldn't even place his PDA beside him, as mobile phone holders were not yet a thing. After testing the Audi's navigation, Cao Mo returned to his room and took out his laptop, beginning to search for suitable investment opportunities. Based on a total investment of $50 million, a position in the Dow 30 could potentially yield nearly 3 times the net profit. Continued operations would undoubtedly yield even greater returns. The trading cycles could persist for 5 years, particularly during the dramatic downturn of 2008, which was nothing short of a money-printing machine. Returning to the present, he envisioned his principal reaching $100 million, with profit sharing potentially escalating to at least $13.5 billion. He was acutely aware that no peer could amass such wealth in the span of just 2 months. Certainly, the vast majority were precluded from even achieving the initial capital. For the Gao map, he intended for his investment to reach at least $100 million, anticipating a future round of financing, followed by an IPO and an eventual acquisition by the Alibaba Group. While he couldn't make any bold claims, he believed that this $100 million could transform into $6 billion within a decade. As for the previous mention of securing a 50 stake for Su Wanyue and Su Hao, that was merely a request. Its feasibility remained an enigma. With several hundred million still available, he would naturally continue to invest in other companies. In truth, from this moment until the next 4 years, he found little in the way of familiar, promising enterprises. Or rather, the existing companies offered scant investment opportunities. Having missed the 2001 internet bubble, He chose to quietly accumulate wealth now and address the financial crisis when it arrived. On the morning of the 24th, he set off from Haisher, preparing to head to Hangzhou University to finalize his withdrawal. By this time, the school leadership and faculty were already in place. He merely needed to locate his advisor. As for meeting classmates, such encounters were unnecessary. In Chapter 35, the phone rang again, and it was Su Wanyue, reaching him just as he arrived in Hangzhou, still en route to the school. Cao Mo, the offshore company has been registered. If you have time, come by to discuss the investment company matters, and take your offshore company documents with you. Cao Mo replied, "Oh, let us do it in a couple of days. I'm in Hangzhou, preparing to withdraw from school." Su Wanyue was taken aback. Did he truly intend to drop out? Sensing her silence, Cao Mo inquired, "What's wrong, Sister Wanyue?" Snapping back to reality, Su Wanyue responded, "How about you hold off on withdrawing? I can ask Su how if you could transfer to Fudan University's finance program in Haisher. It's quite reputable domestically, especially in terms of international finance. Thank you for your concern, Sister Wanyue, but I've already made my decision not to attend. No school can teach me as directly as the market does. I'm almost at school. I should be back by tonight. I'll come by your company tomorrow to discuss the investment matters. However, I need you to help me with a shareholding agreement to delegate my shares to you. I don't want my name appearing on a shareholder list or in any business documentation." Su Wanyue replied, "Let us discuss this when we meet tomorrow. How about we schedule it for 2 p.m.? I'll have my brother join us as well. I have a few meetings in the morning, so I might not have time." "All right, 2 p.m. it is. I'll be there for sure." After hanging up, Cao Mo pondered while driving. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of discomfort. Small ventures held no appeal, while grand enterprises seemed unattainable due to a lack of resources, personnel, and, most critically, talent. Moreover, he found himself lacking the technical prowess, even being utterly unversed in programming. His interest in creating websites had also waned. Before the advent of smartphones, many endeavors were simply unfeasible. Having lived at the societal margins in his previous life, he possessed knowledge, yet he was woefully ignorant of deeper complexities. How about creating a news website of your own? However, would the funds suffice? The endeavor entails external investments, alongside the establishment of your own company to manage the website, which is undeniably a formidable challenge. It requires substantial financial resources. Throughout the journey, he pondered these matters until he arrived at the school, parking in a hotel lot across the street. In this day and age, the number of vehicle owners has significantly increased. Those who are not staff members of the institution find it nearly impossible to enter. The withdrawal process was exceedingly swift. He personally handled the procedures, and although his advisor made earnest attempts to persuade him to stay, Cao Mo's resolve was unwavering. Within just over an hour, he had completed the necessary formalities, relinquishing various campus cards and identification, finishing before 11 in the morning. Cao Mo had never contemplated returning to the Cao family to visit his foster parents, nor did he wish to encounter Cao Kun. By 4 in the afternoon, he had returned to his home in Haisher. The round trip provided him with a comprehensive experience of the current in-car navigation system. He visited a bookstore to purchase some books and then proceeded to buy groceries. The following day, Cao Mo resumed his physical training, completing his run before acquiring breakfast to take home, where he brewed coffee, savored his meal, and indulged in reading. At 2 in the afternoon, he arrived punctually at the 48th floor of the Jinbong building. Su Wanyue's assistant was strikingly beautiful, exuding a hint of cold elegance. Apart from being slightly less statuesque than Su Wanyue, she was equally impressive in all other aspects. Height was not an issue. With heels on, they were nearly comparable. Perhaps due to their previous encounters, the assistant, surnamed Yao, courteously invited him into Su Wanyue's office. Upon seeing him, Su Wanyue immediately rose, exclaiming, "Cao Mo, let's make haste to the top floor to meet my brother. I have a meeting in an hour." "All right, I have no objections," Cao Mo readily agreed. Su Wanyue picked up a thick folder and a file bag from the side and approached him, a fragrant breeze wafting in her wake. "This contains the materials for the offshore company and the necessary items, including seals and some banking documents." Cao Mo accepted it with a thank you. Su Wanyue, not one to engage in pleasantries, appeared genuinely pressed for time. Following her into the elevator, Cao Mo smiled and nodded at Assistant Yao, who stood outside. As the elevator doors closed, Su Wanyue remarked, "My brother may not have much time either, so I wanted to inform you in advance. Although you have provided me with funds, it is still insufficient." Cao Mo quickly clarified, "Sister Wanyue, it's not that I don't wish to. I genuinely do not have that much at present. I'm short by nearly $1 million. However, I can completely rectify this by tomorrow. You are aware that I only had a little over 2,400 before." Su Wanyue observed the fluctuating numbers and replied nonchalantly, "No worries, you can make up for it later. The money is drawn from the company account. Other documents can be supplemented, but the amount must be accurate." Without waiting for Cao Mo's response, she continued, "Regarding the proxy shareholding, do you prefer it to be me or my brother? Or do you have another candidate in mind?" Cao Mo chuckled softly, "Either is fine. If Cao Kun is unavailable to manage the investment company in the future, I believe it would be better for you to hold the shares on my behalf, given that your current role is in an investment company." Su Wanyue did not turn her head, but allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. Upon reaching the top floor, the two exited the elevator and proceeded directly to Su Hao's office. Upon entering, Su Hao was engaged in a phone call. Were it not for Su Wanyue, their assistant would likely have denied them entry. Su Hao gestured towards the seating area and continued conversing at the floor-to-ceiling window. After a few minutes, he approached and seated himself. "Cao Mo, I apologize for the wait," he began directly. "Wanyue mentioned you wish for us to hold your shares?" "Yes." "How good. I prefer not to disclose my status as the largest shareholder of the company." "Why is that?" Su Hao inquired with intrigue. Cao Mo glanced at the impassive Su Wanyue and explained, "As a novice just embarking on my journey, without even a university degree, anyone I meet representing the company for investment discussions would likely find me untrustworthy. That is the first reason. Secondly, I have shared my circumstances with you both without reservation. I do not wish for the Cao family in Hangzhou to take any action against me. Therefore, I prefer to remain out of the media spotlight." "Is that all?" Su Hao asked. "Cao Mo note that." Earlier in the elevator, he expressed a desire for me to hold the shares on his behalf. Su Wanyue interjected. "Suao nadith, iknadikingth. If proxy holding is necessary, you are undoubtedly the more suitable choice." Su Wanyue then asked, "In that case, shall we approach this from a partner's perspective?" "Cao Mo, how do you envision the operation of the company? You know I have my own company to manage." Hearing her agreement relieved Cao Mo, and he responded, "It's quite simple. The operation of the company does not require a large team. If it necessitates investment to establish a physical entity, we can hire financial personnel and technical staff as needed." Su Hao raised his hand. "Wait a moment. Did you just say you want to invest in establishing a physical enterprise?" Cao Mo nodded. "I do have that intention, but the conditions are not yet ripe. We can discuss it later. You will hold the majority of shares in the company, so you will decide on the investment projects. However, will I also be responsible for daily management?" Su Wanyue regarded him intently. Cao Mo replied, "Not entirely. After I select projects, I will consult with you, and I will certainly have detailed proposals. However, I will not manage the company. I will only identify industries suitable for investment that can yield stable, continuous income with minimal effort on my part." Su Wanyue queried, "What if our perspectives diverge?" Chapter 36. What? He dropped out? Cao Mo looked into her beautiful eyes and resolutely declared, "I will not invest in project that I do not agree with. Not a single cent." At this moment, Su Hao refrained from interjecting. It was merely a project imbued with gratitude. For him, this investment company was of little significance. How could he expend so much energy on it? Cao Mo continued, "The Jinbong Group specializes in real estate, and it is well aware that, as evidenced by the documents and current situation, the real estate industry is the largest source of revenue for local finances and a crucial pillar of the national economy. Not to mention, the multitude of industries it stimulates is incalculable. Therefore, the real estate sector can remain robust for at least 20 years without issues. As for how much profit can be earned during this period, that depends on how much land is acquired. However, I will not venture into the real estate and construction sectors. I cannot navigate such investments. Hence, I will only invest in projects that require a substantial number of highly skilled technological talents. If I were to establish a company, I would only invest in these sectors. such as the internet industry or drones and robotics. He articulated his vision clearly, restricting investment to these few sectors, dismissing all others. Su Wanyue raised an eyebrow at him. Dega also requires networking and positioning. This resembles angel round investment. Cao Mo chuckled. Indeed, but imagine a future where everyone possesses a smartphone. And every driver would need Dega maps. Every vehicle would be equipped with in-car navigation systems. Once the company goes public, I mean listing in the United States, it could then be sold to automobile manufacturers worldwide. Su Hao cast a glance at him. Su Wanyue, too, had to nod in acknowledgement. They were not naive individuals fresh out of university. They understood the implications of his words. Su Wanyue inquired, "Do you have confidence in this?" Cao Mo, undoubtedly. I possess immense confidence in the first private enterprise in the country to acquire mapping and surveying qualifications. The mere attainment of such credentials signifies that General Manager Zhuang is exceptionally capable. Moreover, I am assured that I can gracefully withdraw when their growth stagnates. I firmly believe that within a year, a second online mapping service will emerge in the country. Therefore, I must expedite my efforts to generate profit, seeking to persuade DGAO Maps to accept our investment. Su Hao chuckled. This endeavor is feasible. They have yet to secure a contract with Volkswagen. Not to mention that Toyota's proprietary system is performing splendidly as well. Cao Mo immediately nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had been researching relevant information recently. In the vehicle navigation market, Toyota's G-Book essentially holds a monopolistic position, making it challenging for DGAO to secure orders. Regarding mapping, both Khalida and Seaway Texine dominate the landscape. It is true that they lack recognition. Furthermore, the procurement of satellite positioning data, alongside surveying and research advancements, requires substantial capital. Consequently, they are currently undervalued and in dire need of funds. I believe that if we can provide them with an investment of 100 million, we could potentially acquire at least 40 of the shares. Prior to their IPO, there may be another round of financing, at which point our stake could expand to over 50. If any company intends to fully acquire them, we can simply sell our shares for a profit, which is quite appealing, isn't it? Su Hao smiled, saying, I shall refrain from delving into the specifics. My role is merely to invest 100 million for you. Wanyu, once the contract arrives, please sign it. I have a meeting to prepare for shortly. Su Wanyu opened her folder and placed the documents on the coffee table. Upon signing, she and Su Hao confirmed that the investment was made as a personal endeavor. Cao Mo then retrieved documents from the briefcase regarding the offshore company, perused them briefly, and affixed his signature and seal. As for the delegation agreement, it was concluded once he and Su Wanyu signed. Upon returning to the 48th floor, Su Wanyu did not require him to linger long. Cao Mo suggested that Su Wanyu appoint personnel, including a CEO, for the company, while her firm would handle recruitment for finance and other roles. As for salaries, they should be comparable to those at her investment firm. The choice of office location was of little consequence. Registration could occur anywhere, and the actual work could be conducted in 2 rooms arranged at Zhenbong Investment, one for finance and the other for his own use. Su Wanyu did not decline. She merely cast him a glance that left him with a sense of profound significance. Back at home, Cao Mo began drafting the DGAO investment plan on his computer. In truth, this document was not immediately necessary. However, it would undoubtedly be required in the future. Although he was not entirely versed in the intricacies of capital operations, he had watched countless videos in his previous life, gaining insight into why certain companies could operate at a loss while their owners remained affluent. His strategy was to invest capital and urge DGAO to secure more qualifications, particularly to expedite the acquisition of TUML in Beijing, thereby directly seizing their influence in the capital. He emphasized the importance of TUML and insisted that DGAO must obtain the Class A qualification for aerial surveying and photography by New Year's Day, 2006, the highest qualification available in the country, without exception. While this may seem somewhat boastful, the document indeed represented the pinnacle of his current capabilities. He was not concerned with the magnitude of profits, but rather with capturing market share. Subsequently, he would await further venture capital participation to enhance market valuation. After the IPO, He could either exit or continue to wait for a future acquisition by an Alibaba-like entity at a valuation nearing 10 billion. It is worth noting that nearly all quality vehicles and applications in the future will require positioning services, rendering the market virtually limitless. Even if he were to exit within 5 years, he was confident he could generate substantial returns, multiplying his investment 5 or 6 times without expending significant time or effort, thus bearing no risk. His ambition was to invest in a platform akin to Tushio, eventually incorporating Weibo and short videos. While these would necessitate a fully intelligent mobile environment, commencing gradually was certainly feasible. Moreover, these endeavors would not demand excessive energy from him, as once he invested, he would have ample time to search for his biological parents. What? He dropped out? Cao Kun, leaning against his Ferrari, suddenly stood erect, his expression contorting into one of ferocity. Indeed, young Master Kun. Cao Mo withdrew from school 2 days ago. On campus, Cao Kun's Ferrari stood out conspicuously. It was not uncommon for luxury vehicles to enter through acquired passes, nor was it unusual for girls to approach him, seeking contact information. The once dashing Cao Kun now felt his mood plummet upon receiving this news. Very well. Do as you please. I shall devise another plan later. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight. After a moment, Cao Kun hung up the phone with a curse. He had initially intended to ascertain which classroom that fellow attended to humiliate him thoroughly, only to discover he had dropped out instead. With Cao Mo gone, how could he possibly humiliate him? Damn it, after concocting several methods of ridicule, they were now rendered useless. At present, Cao Kun was clad entirely in high-end custom attire devoid of any brand, a reflection of Wang Meijuan's unwavering focus on him. While not entirely submissive, she was keen to fulfill his desires. Aside from adhering to Cao Jinya's directives regarding academics, she had already procured 4 supercars for him to rotate through. Moreover, she had provided him with a secondary card for discretionary spending. Cao Kun settled into the car, wishing to conceal his unfavorable emotions from prying eyes, and called Wang Meijuan. Mother, today someone informed me that Cao Mo has dropped out. Would you kindly inquire if he requires any assistance? I cannot bear to watch him languish in despair. Perhaps you could ask father to help locate him. If he is still in Hangzhou, we could extend a helping hand. At this juncture, he does not need much. I wish to share some of my allowance with him. Even if he has ceased his studies, he is not yet graduated, making job hunting exceedingly difficult. Chapter 37. How do you know? Wang Meijuan's thoughts were clear to Cao Kun. Yet he sought to employ this method to subtly compel her to relinquish her attachment to Cao Mo. He had utilized similar tactics several times before. Unfortunen, Cao Mo. The timid soul had fled. However, it was of little consequence. They would inevitably cross paths again. For now, the priority remained to excel academically, lest his older sister and father cease their indulgence. On August 30th, Cao Mo liquidated all his international crude oil short positions, maintaining a cash position without further action. With 60 accounts, the overall profit aligned closely with his projections, since he was not fixated on buying at peak prices and selling at troughs. The minor profit discrepancies of a few cents did not concern him. Overall, his capital had quadrupled, with profits tripling. After calculations, with an initial capital of 50 million US dollars, he achieved profits of $528 billion US dollars. He captured screenshots of all account interfaces, packaged them, and sent them to Su Wanyu, stating in the email that he had attempted some operations with satisfactory results and was now awaiting the next opportunity. Less than half an hour after sending the email, he received a call from Su Wanyu, inviting him to view his new office. This had also been Cao Mo's intention. He was eager to discover the nature of his office, but more importantly, he wished to see Su Wanyu. After more than half an hour, he entered Su Wanyu's office accompanied by assistant Yao. Unlike her usual attire, Su Wanyu today donned a slightly fitted dress reminiscent of a futuristic stepmother's gown. Her hair was loosely gathered at the back, exuding a sense of casual elegance. Once assistant Yao exited, Su Wanyu stood up, revealing her enchanting figure. Cao Mo, perhaps we should forego any further investments and delve directly into futures trading. With your capabilities, why bother with investments? This is akin to sheer money grabbing, she remarked with a smile. Cao Mo returned her smile, Sister Wanyue, you are increasingly radiant. Su Wanyue cast a sidelong glance at him. Come with me. I'll show you your company. As she walked past him, a waft of her fragrance enveloped him. I've arranged 3 offices for you on this floor. However, this is merely temporary. Once the company expands, we can discuss relocating if you wish. Cao Mo followed her. That sounds perfectly fine to me. The office was located on the 48th floor of the Zhenbong building, situated on the opposite side of Su Wanyue's office, separated by several other offices. Spanning nearly 100 square meters, it comprised 3 rooms, the largest being his office, which featured a lounge area presumably intended for meetings and discussions among colleagues. The second was a finance office, and the last housed his assistant. All office supplies are ready. It's merely a matter of when you choose to commence work. Su Wanyue stated, the business license will be ready in a couple of days. What do you think? Cao Mo sat behind his designated desk, savoring the moment before looking up with a smile. Thank you, Sister Wanyue. This is truly remarkable. Su Wanyue crossed her arms and inquired, have you truly dropped out? Yes. The formalities have been completed. Cao Mo replied as he rose and moved to the lounge area. Su Wanyue followed suit, reclining on the sofa with her chin resting on one hand. When will you have time to visit Gao and discuss things with him again? I've already had an initial contact with President Zhuang, and I've briefed you on the situation. Cao Mo replied, I'd rather not go, Sister Wanyue. You've been in the investment industry for years. Your experience far surpasses mine. Essentially, my role is to generate capital for the company from the futures market and invest it all. As long as the company focuses on these 2 tasks, we need not concern ourselves with anything else. He continued, moreover, I don't require an assistant. I doubt I'll be coming to the office frequently. I can manage the primary tasks from home. Regarding Gao, I previously conveyed my requirements to both you and Brother Hao. The acquisition of Tuming and obtaining the Class A qualification for aerial surveying and photography. Other aspects are less significant. Indeed, Gao's own capabilities are sufficient to outpace competitors. Should they refuse, we could pursue a contract for electronic navigation with BMW and Audi within the same time frame. Cao Mo gazed at the stunning beauty before him, captivated by the maturity and allure conveyed through her attire and hairstyle, his fingers involuntarily fidgeting. He acknowledged his own lasciviousness. In his previous life, he never married, perpetually toiling at the bottom rungs of society without even a roof over his head. How could he entertain marriage? With no millions to his name, not even hundreds. In short videos, he was most enamored with the stepmother dress, accentuating ample bosoms, slender waists, and curvaceous legs. As for the face, he was rather indifferent. Now, having been granted a second chance at life and possessing substantial wealth, his standards had naturally elevated. Yet, none could compare to the enchanting figure before him. Su Wanyue seemed oblivious to his gaze. Though it was somewhat excessive, it was still within the bounds of normalcy, as she at least knew to avert her eyes. With a gentle smile, she offered, would you care for a piece of advice? What is it? Your lack of a university degree signifies that you have not received a complete education. While this may not seem crucial at present, it leaves you lacking in the experience required to manage a company directly. I can assist you now, but what about when the company grows? Suan is Gazisoland. I recall you mentioning your future plans to establish a high-tech company, correct? Cao Mo's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, that is my intention, but not at this moment. Regardless of the endeavor, a process of development from inception to realization is essential. It is true that your starting point is higher than others. Yet the capital of this company ultimately belongs to you. You must understand the nature of that 200 million. Since you're not pursuing further education, would you consider working part-time in my company? I can arrange a small team of 10 for you to manage as a fund manager, Su Wanyue proposed. Cao Mo instantly grasped her intentions. No, Sister Wanyue, I prefer not to engage too deeply in finance. I intend to keep the $50 million in principal invested in crude oil futures. With that amount, your investment returns will not be low, and may even surpass those yielded by your investment firm. However, there are other matters I wish to attend to. Su Wanyue furrowed her brow slightly. Is it about finding your biological parents? Cao Mo, note that. What progress have you made? Since entering university, I have been investigating. Currently, I only know that my biological parents are likely in the capital. I have contacted all the police stations there, but I still lack detailed leads. After a moment of silence, Su Wanyue said, "Have you discussed this with my brother?" Cao Mo shook his head. Su Wanyue raised her hand to her forehead. "If he has agreed to assist you, he will certainly help. Starting from the ground up, you've taken a wrong turn. Do you have an approximate year in mind? Pushing through the higher-ups at the Public Security Bureau is the most efficient method." She sighed, "Never mind. I'll speak to my brother and ask him to find someone in the higher echelons of the capital to assist in investigating the missing children cases from those 2 years." Cao Mo grinned. "Thank you, Sister Wanyue. As for Digeo, I will not be attending. Please strive to secure as much equity as possible within 2 to 3 years. You should be able to exit with at least a 5-fold increase." Su Wanyue uncrossed her legs. "How do you know that?" Cao Mo replied candidly. "In this high-tech enterprise, the market direction is poised to be global. Many can see this potential, yet they hesitate to invest, primarily because current in-car navigation is dominated by Toyota. Once we secure the Class A qualification for aerial surveying and photography, the company's valuation should exceed $2 billion. Presently, I suspect it is valued at no more than $2 billion, likely around $1.8 billion, and that is without considering the assessment from the team I sent, but rather the figure provided by Digeo itself." Chapter 38. This is not out of the realm of possibility. Su Wanyue found his figures neither surprising nor implausible. He was right. Digeo's actual valuation was indeed below $2 billion, approximately $1.8 billion. And this was not even the valuation from her team's assessment, but rather what Digeo had stated. She was merely intrigued that Cao Mo had not yet visited Digeo. His estimation stemmed solely from Digeo obtaining the first license in the country, and he had also mentioned acquiring over 50% equity for $100 million. Coupled with his performance in futures, these factors had continually piqued her interest in Cao Mo otherwise. Did she truly believe that the gratitude for saving her life would motivate her to assist him so proactively? The $2 billion offered by the siblings was already a staggering sum, after which they would part ways, with no further contact to be expected. This is precisely how the affluent repay their benefactors from the lower strata, simply, brutally, and without lingering consequences. "Very well, when you take your leave shortly, make sure to seek out Assistant Yao. The access pass has been prepared, and you may visit at your convenience from now on. However, I surmise that you may not frequent this place often. Am I correct?" Cao Mo chuckled and nodded. "It's not that I don't wish to come, but rather that it isn't necessary. Company management and investment are your forte, Sister Wanyu. I am better suited for identifying worthy target enterprises for investment." Returning once more to Su Wanyu's office, Cao Mo seated himself opposite her as she handed him a folder. "Please assist me in examining these companies. Which ones are worthy of investment?" A hint of awkwardness flickered across Cao Mo's face, yet he accepted the folder and began to peruse its contents one by one. Su Wanyu, seated across from him, busied herself with her tasks, though she occasionally glanced in his direction. Assistant Yao entered with a cup of tea, placing it beside him before turning to leave. Cao Mo glanced through the companies listed, noting that none were familiar to him. The reality was that in his previous life, he had ended up as a delivery worker, and during his rare moments of leisure, he merely scrolled through videos, occasionally learning about which companies were thriving, nothing more. He certainly understood that those who dominated platforms or held the largest market shares reaped the most lucrative rewards, adeptly navigating the rules of the game. The former category would include entities like Taobao, while the latter would encompass firms such as DJI. Yet among these dozen or so companies, he found none fitting that description. However, he did stumble upon a company named Taiyikai Electronics, which piqued his interest. Upon further inspection, he discovered that this enterprise specialized in manufacturing vacuum cleaners and was currently engaged in researching smart cleaning technologies, albeit without any products on the market. If memory served him correctly, this was akin to the future market leader, Ecovacs, even surpassing Xiaomi's Roborock in prowess. However, since they were merely an OEM, they were not in one of capital. Thus, he could not fathom why Su Wanyu had her sights set on them. Sister Wanyu. He opened the folder and pushed it toward her. After a brief glance, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Cao Mo inquired with a smile. Such OEM factories never lack for funds. They should be unlikely to accept investments, no? Su Wanyu nodded lightly. Indeed, the owner is not short on money. I'm aware of that. He recently acquired a plot of land in Suzhou that caught my attention. Do you believe this company is worthy of investment? Cao Mo nodded in agreement. Investing is undoubtedly worthwhile. The issue lies in their lack of need for funds. Are you familiar with the Roomba 400 from the United States? I have two at home. Su Wanyu blinked in surprise and then shook her head. Cao Mo reached for a pen from her holder and wrote down iRobot and Roomba. Sister Wanyu, these devices are robotic cleaners for sweeping and mopping, boasting a high degree of intelligence and commendable efficiency. Priced at just over 1,000 yuan each, they are quite affordable. However, there exists a significant market awareness issue domestically. Should the owner accept investments, I would indeed consider it a viable opportunity. As for the others, in my opinion, they do not warrant investment. Su Wanyu set aside her work, interlacing her fingers atop the table, her demeanor becoming markedly serious. Why so? Cao Mo hesitated. The concept of smart homes is, at present, rather premature. There is no pressing need for it. Yet, I find myself at a loss. Sister Wanyu, I previously mentioned the evolution of mobile phones. A simple extrapolation allows one to infer the future trajectory of mobile technology. Why not extend that reasoning to the evolution of cleaning tools? Look at brooms and mops. These are ubiquitous in every household. Now, it is the era of vacuum cleaners, is it not? So Guanju have linked. Are you suggesting that this is the future direction? Cao Mo chuckled. Sister Wanyu, there is nothing new under the sun. It is merely a matter of changes in channels, technology, and tools. He had heard this sentiment echoed before, yet it remained a truth nonetheless. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wanyu's expression shifted. I lack such awareness. How old is he? He attended a domestic university, which is not even among the top tier, and he has no experience studying abroad. He hasn't even completed his degree. How has he gained such insight? This mere realization was invaluable. With such understanding, could he not excel in any business endeavor? Indeed, there is nothing new under the sun. In terms of clothing, sustenance, shelter, and leisure, what novelty exists? It is simply a matter of changes in channels, technology, and tools. That is all there is to it. Cao Mo, you astonish me greatly. She couldn't help but inquire. What kind of books do you read? Cao Mo smiled and continued. Since Mr. Qian lacks financial constraints, what are your plans? Su Wanyu snapped back to focus. Shaking her head, if he lacks funds, then there is no investment. I have other projects to consider. My company and yours are technically competitors, though not entirely so. At times, this makes it difficult for me to discuss which projects are worth investing in. He maintained his smile. Su Wanyu raised an eyebrow. Reclining back in her chair, Jinbong Investment has been established for merely 6 years. We have invested in fewer than 20 projects, and thus far, we have only recouped part of our costs, with the remainder awaiting market expansion. However, I do have my financial team, and we have made significant investments in the stock market. Cao Mo's smile remained unwavering. Sister Wanyu, once I expand further, I might just acquire your investment company. Only then will I feel comfortable sharing all my ideas with you. Su Wanyu regarded him coolly. Cao Mo scratched his head. Really, I have no idea what Jinbong investment valuation is. However, I believe that by next year, I could feasibly acquire your company, which would allow me to share my thoughts freely. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Su Wanyu mused, recalling that this young man had been cast out by the Cao family with less than 3 million RMB just a month ago. Now, his wealth had surpassed 800 million in just a month and a half. Not to mention, he could easily earn at least $1 billion through futures trading. Would her company not indeed be at risk of acquisition? As she simmered in irritation and contemplation, Cao Mo spoke again. Sister Wanyu, in a couple of days, I will distribute your share of the profits to you. I am confident that I can achieve even greater returns within a year. Consider whether you would like to merge Jinbong Investment into my company. What if I refuse to sell? Su Wanyu retorted, Giritink hertit. Cao Mo deeply. If you choose not to sell, so be it. At worst, I will simply come in daily to work. No, I will find another office space. It's not as though I can't hire anyone. I can collaborate with auditors, accountants, and law firms. Most tasks can be managed by them. All I need is an assistant, a financial officer, and an accountant to handle everything. I am very confident in this, Sister Wanyu. Cao Mo took his leave. Su Wanyu remained in a state of vexation. Her ire stemmed from the fact that what Cao Mo had proposed was not outside the realm of possibility, and she felt utterly powerless to counter it. Chapter 39. Inquiry with Cao Mo. A person capable of uttering such words could not possibly be limited to Cao Mo alone. Yet among those in their early 20s who had yet to graduate from university, he was undoubtedly the first. She even believed that such statements would not be casually shared by anyone. Her social circle dictated that they were all competitors, devoid of friends. Unless the industries are entirely disparate, that is to say, not within the same arena, Cao Mo's company possesses a 5 stake, equating to a valuation of $2 billion. He is fully capable of legally diminishing the proportion he and his elder brother hold, despite the indifference they both exhibited initially. In hindsight, this possibility indeed exists. This implies that even if the company remains stagnant and does not engage in external investments, he merely needs to perpetually engage in compounding operations with futures, swiftly amassing sufficient capital to formally propose an acquisition of Jinbao. The only requirement on his part is financial resources. However, all the projects and team members from his side would subsequently become his own. How ironic is it that in repaying a debt of gratitude, he inadvertently creates a rival. Cao Mo did not spare a thought for Su Wanyue's feelings or reactions. His interest extended beyond Su Wanyue. He coveted her team. The distinction between personal ambition and business seemed trivial to him. Upon returning home, he reclined on the sofa and dialed his adoptive father, Cao Mo. After 3 rings, the call connected. "Dad, it's me," he spoke in a calm tone. "Mo, I heard from Kun that you've dropped out of school." Cao Mo's voice carried a hint of regret. "Yes, I've decided to leave. I no longer wish to continue my studies. I called to inquire if you had found any information regarding my biological parents when I was adopted." After a brief silence, Cao Mo replied, "We found no information about your biological parents. At that time, Kun had gone missing, and your mother was in tears every day. I resolved to adopt a child from the welfare home. The policies were chaotic back then. You were delivered to the welfare home by the police. I recall specifically asking if there was any news about your parents. At the very least, they should have been able to trace where those traffickers acquired you. Unfortunately, they claimed you were sold from Hebei, and they knew nothing of your origins. The police had no choice but to place you in the welfare home. Montakia, that era was tumultuous. Many children were abducted, and you were fortunate to be rescued by the police." Cao Mo listened silently, refraining from uttering a word. "There were no leads left at that time. I am sorry, Mo, for all these years." "Dad," Cao Mo interjected, "I understand. There's no need to dwell on it. My decision to drop out is also to spare you and Mom any distress. I harbor no resentment towards Cao Kun. The fact that he is your biological son is a reality. While I cannot say I have wronged him, the familial affection that rightfully belongs to him should remain his. I do not wish to encroach upon what is not rightfully mine. By the way, do you have any childhood photographs from the welfare home? I only possess pictures of us together from my early years." Cao Mo fell silent again. After a moment, he sighed, "Mo, are you doing well now? If you encounter any difficulties, please let me know. Cao Mo ziplit sopti, tangzu, zat. Please take care of yourself and Mom. I have other matters to attend to. I'll hang up now." Cao Mo hastily added, "Mo, if you need assistance in searching for your biological parents, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you." Cao Mo concluded before disconnecting the call. He found no need for sentimentality, nor was it necessary. His future days would not necessarily be inferior to anyone else's. The afternoon sun streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. A distant whistle echoed across the river, and Cao Mo approached the window, gazing at the water surface. He retrieved a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, hesitating momentarily before lighting one. Hebei? Thus, the information from his previous life could be deemed credible. It's just that his demise had occurred too swiftly, leaving him without the opportunity to acquire more precise leads. Nonetheless, it was increasingly likely that his biological parents resided in the capital, and the claim that he might be connected to a prominent figure appeared to be highly plausible. This meant that, at least in the future, his biological father would be a significant individual. Was he truly expected to wait another decade? What if that individual had claimed that his appearance mirrored that of the prominent figure in their youth? Ultimately, The search must commence. Waiting was absolutely not an option. Two potential paths lay before him. One was to expose himself, leveraging investment projects to gain visibility, making headlines, and capturing public attention. This would simultaneously hint at his current endeavor of searching for his mother. What advantages would exposure bring? Apart from potentially prompting his biological parents to seek him out, it presented risks and could even be perilous. Fame is not always a boon. The alternative path was to pursue his quest quietly and methodically. He turned back to his study, retrieved a notebook, and reviewed his call records with the local police station in the capital. He estimated his birth year to be around 1982, which could be verified through bone age assessment, though he was uncertain about the current availability of such technology. Regardless, the accuracy of his birthday was likely questionable. The time frame of his disappearance should be around 1983 or 1984. This was the extent of his current information. However, the capital's population was vast, and these historical records were precarious. Who could ascertain if they still existed? He took 2 photographs of himself and sent an email to Su Hao, outlining the approximate year of his disappearance and requesting assistance in utilizing the Su family's connections to reach out to the local police station in the capital, identifying families who had reported a missing boy in 1983 or 1984. As for his childhood photographs, he had those stored in his album and would need to rescan them before sending them along. After dispatching the email, he sent Su Hao a text message, reminding him to check his inbox. He set the matter aside only after receiving a confirmation text in return. The next step was to await a response. On September 10th, Cao Mo utilized 3 brokerage firms, employing a total of 10 accounts to short oil in a range of 20 cents beneath the peak of 4,509, setting a closing price near 428. With nothing else to occupy his time, he sought to earn some profit. By adopting this strategy, the prices across all accounts varied, minimizing the risk of regulatory scrutiny while yielding substantial profits. With an investment of less than $10 million, he realized over $8 million in gains within a single day. Cao Mo sat before his computer, gazing at the profits displayed on the screen, somewhat entranced. The speed at which money flowed and was astonishing. Yet, it brought no joy. It lacked the process, the labor that typically accompanies such endeavors. It was no wonder that few individuals in the realm of futures trading could sustain themselves over time. Once one tasted the speed of earning money, it was nearly impossible to resist the allure of continued profit. Reflecting on this, he realized he had been somewhat melodramatic. Earning money was simply that, earning money. Industry distinctions were inconsequential. The rapidity of wealth accumulation merely attested to his capability, yet apart from that, there was indeed little joy to be found. Thus, it could be said that this method of earning was devoid of any pleasure for him. What he sought was something engaging. This engagement could be understood as multifaceted or dimensional. However, such pursuits often entailed slower earnings, which ultimately related back to the issue of final yield. Leaning back in his chair, he lit a cigarette, watching the smoke rise and gradually dissipate. How devoid of meaning. Alas! Chapter 40, Truly Audacious. September 17th, Thursday. Having long been reminded of his obligation to attend the informal meeting with Dega, Cao Mo, who had been devoid of any social engagement, drove himself to the designated location. Upon receiving the news, he made only minimal preparations before setting off. On the phone, Su Wanyue explicitly stated that his presence was not required for any specific task, but rather it was an opportunity for him to learn. The previous day, he had leisurely executed buy orders for crude oil across 60 accounts at the prevailing market price. With today's opening exhibiting a significant gap upwards, followed by a continuous rise throughout the day, he felt no trepidation regarding potential losses from his purchases. Henceforth, his strategy in the futures market would simply be to exercise patience, awaiting the end of the following month. This approach was intended to ensure that the transaction prices across these accounts would vary significantly, rendering any unified action indiscernible. He resolved to adopt this method permanently. In fact, he had even transferred $75 million to cover the promised half of Su Wanyue's $25 million profit, directing the funds to her personal account rather than to Zhenbong Investment. Upon arriving at Dega, Cao Mo parked his car and stepped out, placing his shoulder bag on the hood while lighting a cigarette, leaning against the vehicle as he awaited Su Wanyue and the others. He had arrived approximately 20 minutes early. When Su Wanyue arrived, she was greeted by the sight of a tall young man, impeccably dressed in a formal suit with a sky blue tie, his head bowed as he focused on his PDA, perhaps browsing the internet. His long legs, with one foot poised on the ground, added to his allure. Assistant Yao opened the car door for her and retrieved a handbag and a briefcase from the passenger seat. As Su Wanyue descended with her own bag, Cao Mo approached her. Su Zong, he greeted, standing a meter away with his shoulder bag in hand. What brings you here so early? Normally, arriving 10 minutes prior to the scheduled time suffices. By the looks of it, you've been here for at least 10 minutes, she remarked. Cao Mo smiled and turned to greet Assistant Yao. Accompanying them was another man whom Cao Mo did not recognize. Assistant Yao introduced, Mr. Cao, this is Zheng Chuan. Cao Mo immediately extended his hand to shake Zheng Chuan's, adopting a humble demeanor regardless of the latter's role. As Su Wanyue waited for their handshake to conclude, she strode directly into the building. At this juncture, Dega did not possess its own independent tower, but occupied 2 floors of an office building. With a significant number of employees, Cao Mo followed closely behind, entering the conference room under the guidance of the receptionist. Su Wanyue assertively took the central seat, while Cao Mo sat at the edge, merely filling the numbers. Opposite them sat 3 individuals, and Cao Mo made no effort to memorize their names. Knowing that the leader was named Zhuang Chen sufficed. The positions of the others were irrelevant to him. That was information Su Wanyue needed to retain. The exchange lasted nearly an hour, during which Cao Mo observed Su Wanyue's commanding presence throughout the negotiation. To put succinctly, she highlighted the financial predicaments faced by the opposing party, emphasizing that any further development or acquisition of road information necessitated financial investment. Whether it involved photographing streets with their own vehicles or hiring personnel, funds were imperative. Their current electronic navigation system was unattractive, ineffective, and held almost no market share. The purported valuation of 200 million was, in reality, grossly inflated. Yet, Zhuangcheng Investment was willing to invest 100 million for a 60 stake. And it would be a purely financial investment without interference. Su Wanyue even articulated future trends that Cao Mo had shared with her, demonstrating the unabashed demeanor of capital investors, who, in pursuit of their goals, eschewed all notions of face and camaraderie. Zhuangcheng maintained an impassive demeanor, despite the evident discontent of his 2 vice presidents. One a technical expert and the other a chief financial officer, he clearly possessed a mastery of the situation. After outlining the current difficulties faced by his company, he candidly acknowledged the need for financing, though he did not express an immediate urgency. His understanding of the current landscape of the navigation system market appeared sound. At least from Cao Mo's perspective, Zhuangcheng demonstrated a keen self-awareness. The company was willing to offer 30 equity for a funding requirement of merely 60 million. However, Su Wanyue disagreed, proposing 2 options. Either she would invest 100 million for 60 or contribute 80 million for a 50 stake, contingent upon the signing of a performance agreement that mandated the fulfillment of 2 conditions by New Year's Day of 2006, namely, the acquisition of Tuming and obtaining a Class A qualification for aerial surveying. Failure to meet these conditions would result in relinquishing 10 equity to Zhuangcheng Investment. Throughout the negotiation process, Cao Mo perceived the discussions as quite arduous. He noted Zhuangchen's steadfastness juxtaposed with Su Wanyue's aggressive monetary approach. He contemplated offering counsel, but Su Wanyue occasionally cast him pointed glances, her warning gaze unmistakable. Cao Mo lacked experience in venture capital negotiations, yet instinctively believed that a mutually beneficial outcome should be the goal. The expectation that pressure would yield results was misguided. Zhuangcheng, however, displayed remarkable patience, continuing the dialogue without resorting to hostility. During the back-and-forth exchange of facts and stipulations, Cao Mo gleaned insights from Zhuangchen's perspective. The company was not entirely reliant on this investment for survival. It still had access to bank loans. However, the absence of additional cash flow would gradually erode the company's inherent market advantages. Furthermore, Zhuangchen's immediate priority was securing orders for Volkswagen, followed closely by BMW, necessitating multiple discussions in Changchun. The market share of Toyota was undeniable, yet competition with Jiashi remained a possibility, particularly given Daiga's competitive pricing. In reality, the navigation systems of all competitors were quite similar, and Zhuangchun asserted that, bolstered by the advantages of local enterprises in acquiring electronic maps, a successful outcome was not out of reach. Indeed, the company had already established preliminary cooperation intentions with Volkswagen. Nevertheless, the primary challenges he faced remained the insufficiency of map data and the need for system upgrades. The financing plan encompassed three areas of investment. First, the acquisition of electronic map data. Second, system upgrades. And third, marketing efforts. At that moment, Cao Mo was unaware that Daiga had not deployed many vehicles for street mapping, nor did it seem inclined to expand investments in that area. While electronic map data could be purchased, albeit of subpar quality, it was still adequate for the current stage. Zhuangchun accepted the 80 million investment and agreed to the performance conditions, but insisted on offering only 40 equity. In other words, he was adamant about accepting no more than 40 equity financing based on the 200 million valuation. He recognized that Tuming held considerable market potential in the capital, while Daiga's focus was on Haishur. However, with the vast expanse of the country, approaching 10 million square kilometers, the market opportunities were substantial. When Zhuangchun claimed he sought to achieve an IPO within 5 years, Cao Mo could not contain himself and blurted out, 5 years. Impossible. An IPO within 8 years might be feasible, but 5 years is simply unattainable. Su Wanyue's piercing gaze immediately bore into him, while assistant Yao stood in astonishment, fully aware of Cao Mo's collaboration with Su Wanyue. However, she had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak directly in front of President Su. Truly, what audacity! Zhuangchun was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards the furthest seat occupied by Cao Mo. Why did Mr. Cao believe that there was hope within 8 years, yet deemed it impossible within 5? Chapter 41. You are dismissed. Cao Mo smiled at Su Wanyue, saying, President Su, this is not a mere casual remark. Su Wanyue shot him a glare. All right then, please share your perspective with President Zhuang. The two vice presidents beside Zhuangchun were observing him intently. Yao Mena was scribbling notes, her intentions unclear, while Zheng Chuan wore a somewhat peculiar smile, evidently relishing the perceived offense Cao Mo had caused to Su Wanyue. Cao Mo addressed Zhuangchun, President Zhuang. To put it bluntly, whether considering a domestic listing or seeking to go public in the United States or Hong Kong, there is no hope for a domestic listing as you have been operating at a loss. The Hong Kong market similarly demands profitability, and I see no capacity for you to achieve this within the next 2 years. Employee salaries, system upgrades, and the purchase of electronic map data packages all require substantial funding, not to mention the marketing budget, coupled with the significant expenses associated with your mapping services. Whether providing mapping services to government entities or collaborating with the automotive industry, these are potential avenues for profit. However, I fail to see the volume of orders you have secured. Corporate collaborations, such as in the transportation sector, regardless of how many contracts you might secure in 3 years, or even if you manage to embed your navigation system in vehicles, the revenue generated would scarcely cover your various expenditures. Moreover, this assumes you achieve the prerequisite of obtaining a Class A qualification for aerial surveying. Of course, I am not suggesting that being in the red prohibits you from going public. After all, the U.S. market primarily thrives on concepts, and even a solid concept can suffice. Yet, you currently lack one. Furthermore, I can assert that to pursue a listing, you will need at least 3 to 5 years to penetrate the market, with the automotive sector being paramount. Failure to do so means you should abandon any thoughts of going public. This is an impossibility. Most critically, you do not possess the additional capital to continue investing. Even if venture capitalists view your company favorably, the mere existence of a profit model is enough to keep them at bay. If you cannot secure further investment, such as from our Zhuoqing investments, the viability of your operations becomes questionable. That is why I express these concerns. However, should you possess sufficient confidence, feel free to disregard my words. He spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Yao Mena feverishly recorded his words, while Su Wanyue contemplated earnestly. In truth, she was well aware of these matters, yet she withheld this information from Cao Mo, as bringing him here was intended for his learning. Even if negotiations with DeGeo did not reach a conclusion, there was no need to sour relations. The ultimate objective remained a successful investment, as this project was initially proposed by Cao Mo himself. He should not be oblivious to the fact that all actions and discussions ultimately aimed at securing investment rather than debating the feasibility of a public offering. From a capital perspective, the ability to go public is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether the investment can elevate the valuation and attract potential investors. Thus, Cao Mo's assertions were not unfounded. Particularly, his concluding remarks highlighted that the funds from Zhuoqing investments were essentially a lifeline for DeGeo. She did not possess insight into DeGeo's financial status. They were not a publicly listed company and had no obligation to disclose financial reports, which are not central to venture capitalists. But that was not the end of it. After spreading his hands, Cao Mo continued with a smile, President Zhuang, I hope I have not offended you. We are willing to invest and possess sufficient capital. However, mutual sincerity is essential. We wish to invest 100 million. With more funds, more opportunities arise. What may have taken 2 years to accomplish could be achieved in 1 year. Without new capital influx, once companies with ample funds enter this sector, your competitive edge may vanish. Only after he finished did Su Wanyue exclaim in a commanding tone, You are dismissed. Cao Mo chuckled, rising from his seat. Apologies, President Zhuang. My words were perhaps too candid. He grabbed his backpack, pushed back his chair, and exited directly. Gone. Zhuang Chun was left in astonishment. Goodness, how could Su Wanyue, who appeared so striking, treat her subordinate in such an unyielding manner? Was it customary to dismiss someone so abruptly in front of outsiders? Did employees not deserve dignity? The one who could bring forth such discussions should be a key player in the company, and what the young man articulated was not without merit. Moreover, he was genuinely advocating for investment, and Zhuang Chun was inclined to agree. Why then did she expel him? Should he attempt to retain him or let him go? After Cao Mo closed the door, a smile crept onto his lips. Su Wanyue was intriguing. It was not about saving face for herself or Zhuang Chun. Rather, she aimed to utilize her words to persuade the other party to accept the investment. Whether it was 100 million or 80 million was ultimately inconsequential. What mattered was the investment. This aligned perfectly with his thoughts and did not deviate from the initial goal. As for his own pride, that was of little significance. Her expulsion of him also implied a desire to maintain the confidentiality of his identity as the major stakeholder, perhaps even not wanting those around her to be aware. Aside from Yao Mena, it seemed that no one at Zhenbong Investments knew of his true identity. Upon reaching the lobby, a young lady at the front desk approached him, asking, Sir, how may I assist you? She presumed he was in search of the restroom, located at the end of the corridor. Cao Mo waved his hand with a smile, saying, No worries, I just stepped out for a smoke. By the way, could I trouble you for a bottle of water? I just need a drink while I smoke. Cao Mo stepped outside for a cigarette, then sat in his car to escape the sun, while simultaneously using his PDA to connect to the internet via WAP. The connection was still GPRS, slow but functional. He had even utilized this method to connect his computer to the internet before. He checked what could be accomplished after obtaining the Class A qualification for aerial surveying. In essence, acquiring this qualification could be summarized into several key points. The primary benefit is the ability to provide high-precision map data. Secondly, it enables participation in large-scale interprovincial surveying projects for profit. Thirdly, it solidifies a leading position within the industry. The third point is particularly critical. As for the other potential applications, such as three-dimensional mapping, this functionality only began to gain traction after the launch of the iPhone. However, for now, the 3 points succinctly convey its significance. Securing this qualification ensures that industry insiders recognize that apart from DeGeo, there are no other viable options. Hence, this is the true element that can guarantee DeGeo receives more collaboration orders from automotive enterprises. It remains uncertain whether Su Wanyue had researched this area. One would assume she had. I must confess, at this juncture, Utilizing GPRS for internet access is indeed excruciatingly slow. However, with nothing else to occupy his time, he felt a surge of joy when he was ushered out. He even entertained the notion that Su Wanyu might share a certain unspoken understanding with him. After a span of over 20 minutes, he beheld Su Wanyu emerging, accompanied by Zhuang Chun and others. He set aside his computer, stowed away his phone, and stepped out of the car. Chapter 42. I will not bet with you. Assistant Yao, you shall drive. Zheng Chuan, you will remain in my vehicle, while I will ride with Cao Mo. After exchanging pleasantries and farewells, Su Wanyu took charge with decisive authority. Without a second thought, she opened the passenger door of Cao Mo's car and settled in. Cao Mo cheerfully followed behind Yao Mei Na, remembering to roll down the window to wave goodbye to Zhuang Chun and the others. As they hit the road, Su Wanyu observed him with one hand firmly on the steering wheel, while his right hand lightly tapped the armrest. Did the negotiations bear fruit? He inquired. Will there be another round of discussions? Yes, another round should suffice, she replied, her gaze fixed on his profile, her tone icy. You ought not to express yourself in such a manner, as it deviates from our planned approach. It is imperative to have a strategy for every negotiation, with each statement meticulously premeditated. Cao Mo chuckled, comprehending her point. Understood. I shall be more mindful next time. Su Wanyu continued, it's not that you cannot speak, but you ought to communicate with me beforehand. Otherwise, we will be placed at a disadvantage. Cao Mo maintained his smile, replying, yes, I understand. After a brief pause, he queried, however, I believe the outcome should be quite favorable. Su Wanyu momentarily hesitated before affirming, the results are indeed promising. At the very least, we have clarified their genuine circumstances. Cao Mo glanced at the rearview mirror. What I stated is factual. They cannot possibly go public within 5 years. Yet the company's valuation can certainly be elevated. This is merely the game of passing the baton in capital. Unless they possess a sustainable profit model, the subsequent venture capitalists will merely be our successors. What about the qualifications for aerial surveying and photography? Have they made any commitments? There's a plan in place. Zhuang Chun is fully aware of its significance. They originally intended to apply, but they are currently in dire need of funds. I understand, and there's no shame in lacking funds. Which company isn't in need of capital these days? I'm in need of funds as well. Su Wanyu adjusted her seat for greater comfort. What exactly are you contemplating? Could you shed some light on your thoughts? The next negotiation will likely be our final opportunity, and if it falls through, there may not be another chance. Cao Mo regarded her thoughtfully, stating, as long as he agrees to my terms, I will proceed, but I cannot relinquish the conditions of the bet. I will offer him whatever amount he desires. But at a minimum, I require 40 equity along with the betting conditions. Otherwise, I would rather refrain from investing. Cao Mo resolved to convey his complete thoughts to her. I do not fully grasp your investment principles and conditions, yet my investment is driven by more than mere monetary gain. I seek to invest discreetly in the early stages, and my criteria for selecting investment targets may differ from those of other firms. For traditional industries, I will not invest a single penny. Even high-interest loans are off the table. Do you recall what I once said? Su Wanyu furrowed her brow. Which statement? There is nothing new under the sun. The future direction of the Gao is to provide their mapping data seamlessly integrated within pre-installed navigation systems and vehicles. With the proliferation of smartphones, navigation can be accessed directly via mobile devices, applicable not only to cars, but also to motorcycles, bicycles, and pedestrians. This evolution reflects changes in channels, technology, and tools. Achieving this level of integration will require considerable time, yet I will not retain their shares indefinitely. Once they go public, I will divest all equity, and should subsequent series B financing offer a favorable price, I shall sell regardless. Su Wanyu found herself perplexed by the rationale behind selling. Why? If things truly develop as you predict, would that not be advantageous? Cao Mo raised a finger, presenting the crux of the matter. How will he generate profit? Su Wanyu naturally replied, utilizing the Gao's navigation will undoubtedly incur charges. Additionally, there are alternative avenues, such as selling electronic map data packages and pre-installed navigation systems, all of which are fee-based. Cao Mo shook his head. Charging is feasible in the absence of competitors, yet for most individuals, charges equate to superior service. The extent of their navigation capabilities is not solely dictated by them. It also hinges on the smartphone platform. What if mobile development does not progress rapidly enough? What if a competitor offers free electronic navigation systems? Su Wanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? Cao Mo chuckled softly, merely suggesting. What if someone were to do just that? For instance, a company that does not profit from navigation might incorporate it into their services. What would Gao do then? Su Wanyu shook her head. I do not believe any company would undertake such an endeavor. The investment and returns would be utterly disproportionate. Even as a supplementary free service, it must ensure that other profit avenues can sufficiently cover these expenditures. I had someone estimate that to reach the level you describe, Gao would need to invest hundreds of millions in surveying and hardware-software development. Even with competition, they could simply sell electronic data packages on a subscription basis. This would adequately secure Gao's profits. Thus, what you propose is unlikely to transpire. Cao Mo turned to glance at the beautiful woman beside him again. She was indeed lovely, yet her intellect seemed to lag behind his pace. How about this, Wanyu? Let us make a wager. If free navigation services emerge in the future, you will agree to my condition. If they do not, I shall concede to your stipulation. Su Wanyu was uncertain of Cao Mo's ulterior motives. While she was confident he would not propose anything outrageous, his current demeanor exuded an unshakable certainty that instilled a sense of wariness within her. No, I will not engage in a bet with you. If, according to Cao Mo's deliberate acceleration of Gao's development, the same logic applies to competitors, then it stands to reason that within 7 years, completely free electronic navigation will certainly emerge. In 2013, Baidu launched free navigation, even offering full refunds to customers who had already made purchases. This is a historical fact. Wanyu, heed my words. Investments can be made freely, but when it comes to exiting, you must follow my guidance. We are currently into Gao's nascent stage. In a few years, as their user base expands, the fee-based model will inevitably be abolished. Navigation, by its nature, is a non-essential service. In the future, any vehicle of reasonable quality will be equipped with navigation, rendering charges unsustainable. Navigation system upgrades will likely become matters between the vehicle owners and dealerships, requiring no financial outlay for upgrades. Much like how Good develops real estate, selling properties while quality service or property management merely serves as an added bonus. If the property management firm performs well, it will be retained. If not, it will be replaced, as there are always alternatives for service provision. The technological sophistication is not insurmountable, and it will not be long before at least 4 or 5 companies introduce similar services. Only that Gao sees the initiative, which aligns with my reasoning of a step ahead, leads to a swift progression. Su Wanyu fell into silence. Cao Mo continued to inquire, Sister Wanyu, when do you usually exit your investments? Chapter 43. This matter is not urgent. He assumed Su Wanyu would divulge details to him, genuinely. At least up to this point, their collaborative relationship could not be more authentic, and the purpose of her visit today was inherently part of a live demonstration. However, commercial confidentiality prevailed. After casting him a fleeting glance, Su Wanyu parted her lips to utter 4 frigid words. Cao Mo turned in astonishment, gazing at her icy visage. What is going on? Did I say something? Was everything not fine a moment ago? Why did she suddenly transform into an ice queen? After a rapid reflection, he realized he had not uttered anything inappropriate. Could it have been a matter of tone? The atmosphere in the car grew somber. Su Wanyu was reluctant to speak, while Cao Mo was bewildered by her sudden ire, and likewise refrained from further conversation. They continued in this manner until they arrived at Jinbong Building. Before exiting the car, Su Wanyu remarked, Next time, you need not participate. I will notify you to sign once we have results. All right, please inform me then, he replied, his eyes lingering on her slender waist and subtly swaying hips as she departed, clicking his tongue in admiration. Such a temper, quite perplexing. Hu Wushuang emerged from the vehicle, flanked by 2 subordinates. Su Jinbong had flown back to Haisha that afternoon. Now, only he and his men remained. Despite having been here for quite some time, the Li family's members had yet to make a move, yet he had meticulously mastered the whereabouts and habits of each individual within the third branch of the Li family. He had accompanied Su Zhenbong to visit several influential figures, both to probe the political landscape of the capital and to establish a foothold there. His boss had instructed that the third branch of the Li family must be closely monitored, yet action could not be taken at this juncture. Previously unclear, he now fully understood that while the third branch held little power within the Li family, directly confronting Li Wei was not a viable option. The reasoning was straightforward. Just as he could discipline his subordinates, others could not. Targeting his men would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Thus, to confront Li Wei would equate to striking the face of the Li family. Though the Su family might not fear the Li family in terms of assets, the Li family's influence extended beyond commerce. Their first branch wielded considerable political power. Indeed, one could argue that without the elder generation of the Li family, they would amount to little. However, it was precisely this reason that the first branch pursued political careers while the second and third branches engaged in business, thus rendering the Li family a formidable entity. Unless evidence was impeccably airtight and circumstances appeared entirely natural, the repercussions would be beyond what the Su family could endure. Su Hao had assumed control over all of Su Jinye's enterprises in Haisher, transferring them to Wu Shuang's two sons' names. This effectively alleviated his concerns. Over the years, his boss remained steadfast in his principles, consistently delivering on promises. He intended to ensure Li Wei's downfall, or at the very least, prevent him from living comfortably. You two should return for a while, he instructed. Upon your return, refrain from discussing any matters over the phone. Everything must be conveyed face to face. Understood? One was named Hu Si, his cousin, while the other, Lei Lao Lu, had a name of little consequence. What mattered was that they had followed Wu Shuang since their days in the underworld, rather than Su Zhenbong. Nevertheless, the benefits came directly from Su Zhenbong. Albeit with minimal dialogue, tasks were predominantly delegated to Wu Shuang. Exchanging glances, Hu Si and Lei Lao Lu nodded in unison. I'll book tickets for tomorrow, Hu Si declared. Wu Shuang glanced at him and replied, once you secure what you need, drive over and contact me. I 1TB returning. Hu Si nodded in silence, while Lei Lao Lu remained entirely mute. They were indeed men of resolve. Wu Shuang had brought a total of 8 men, who, upon arrival, purchased several second-hand cars, complete with license plates, the most expensive of which guaranteed their unrestricted access to any part of the capital. They resided near the Third Ring Road, renting several apartments, going about their daily lives in a manner that left no one the wiser about their true intentions. At this moment, everyone was preoccupied with making money, too busy to pry into others' affairs. Su Hao personally received Su Zhenbong at the airport, with bodyguards trailing closely behind. You've done well over the past month. Su Seman remarked naively. Su Hao understood that this was merely due to the absence of anyone reporting his father's transgressions. Throughout this month, he had refrained from any extraneous actions apart from his normal duties, waiting for the finalized designs of the 2 newly acquired plots of land. He had already reviewed the first draft. The final version would require time, but naturally, he would report back to his father upon his return. I returned the first drafts for the 2 plots in Lujiazui. I instructed them to increase the building heights and enlarge the units. Additionally, I requested an increase in the plot ratio and greenery, along with the addition of a small park within the community. Su Zhenbong, seated in the rear, glanced at the rearview mirror, briefly meeting Su Hao's gaze and nodding slightly in approval. Su Hao continued, as for everything else, there has been no unusual activity. Everything is operating smoothly. However, Dad, do you remember the person who tipped us off? Suseman Riman Saident. He's a senior student this year, named Cao Mo from Hangsheng. I briefly outlined Cao Mo's background, emphasizing his performance in the futures market. The collaboration primarily involves my sister, and the company is called Zhuoqing Investment, located on the 48th floor, the same floor as my sister. However, that lad rarely shows up. Essentially, all tasks are delegated to my sister. Suseman appeared somewhat displacif. Though his expression remained neutral, Su Hao smiled slightly. That kid has quite the knack for making money. It seems the investment in Digeo is nearing fruition. What do you think, Dad? What do I think? Suseman replied. Although the Su family currently consists of only the 3 of us, we are not lacking in wealth. Our current fortune is sufficient to last for 10 lifetimes. Is that lad pursuing your sister? After a moment's hesitation, Su Hao shook his head. That's uncertain. But I doubt my sister would be interested in him. After all, he is just a college student, albeit one who has dropped out. Su Senban is Nortif. The Cao family in Hangsheng is on par with ours. For that lad to decisively leave school indicates a certain ruthlessness. With such capabilities, he could easily earn a fortune and live comfortably for life. Why would he seek collaboration with us? Remind one you not to be deceived by that lad. Suao Chakid, deceived? My sister is no ordinary person. She is the most beautiful woman in Haishur and an investment expert, likely more attuned to traps than I am. It's highly improbable, Dad. Su Jinbong did not pursue that line of conversation, stating, "We cannot provoke the Li family in the capital. Their first branch operates in the political realm, holding high positions far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The second and third branches rely on the first branch's influence for their business, which explains Li Wei's arrogance. Had it not been for the Li family's issues at the time, your sister might have truly fallen victim to him." Mentioning Li Wei stirred a deep-seated frustration within Su Jinbong with no outlet for release. "Have you accomplished everything I assigned to you?" Suao Nadith, indicating that the construction materials city and factory are now under the names of Uncle Hu's two sons, with all business registrations completed. I have not inquired further about the remaining matters. By the way, I visited Aunt Hu and presented her with some supplements and cosmetics. They did not ask any questions. They simply accepted my offerings. Moreover, she has already begun working over there and has completed her resignation procedures. Well, it doesn't matter that I gave them those gifts. It's not a significant amount. Su Jinbong remarked. Wu Shuang hasn't returned. I instructed them to remain vigilant over there. If a suitable opportunity arises, we must eliminate Li Wei. Otherwise, this lingering resentment will be unbearable. Su Hao sighed. Father, there's no need to rush this matter. Chapter 44. Digao accepts investment. Suao Fronith. About to voice his thoughts, but Su Jinbong interjected. No need for your reminders. Although we cannot move against the Li family, I have previously stated that the entire third branch of the Li family must perish, and since Li Wei is the sole heir, even if we cannot eliminate them all, Li Wei musti. Otherwise, once he recalls this matter, your sister will remain in jeopardy. Suao exalid deeply. The beauty of women can indeed be a curse. Had his sister not been born into the Su family, she might have already faced exploitation during her university years. He himself had engaged in such actions, albeit with monetary compensation and rather substantial sums at that. In these times, a virgin could command 20,000 yuan for any family in dire straits. As long as they consented to such arrangements, it was considered an agreement. Some even vied for the opportunity. Upon seeing money, these university students truly found it difficult to resist. Were it not for his lack of specific inclinations towards virgins, favoring mature women instead, he could only wonder how many innocent young maidens might have suffered due to his actions. All he could do was engage in mutual consent. It was merely a transaction. Additionally, Cao Mo had entrusted him to investigate the whereabouts of his biological parents in the capital. Watching the red K-line charts, Cao Mo chuckled with delight. This was his most significant surge since entering the futures market, spanning an entire month. Crude oil futures had risen from approximately 428 to around 549. The precise points had become inconsequential. His entry and exit prices would not align. Nonetheless, the overall holdings remained substantial, with profit margins multiplying significantly. A margin of $12 per barrel, with one contract equating to 1,000 barrels, he stood to gain $12,000 per contract. With nearly 24,000 contracts spread across 60 accounts, he could estimate a profit of $2.8 billion. Moreover, there was no one to share these earnings with. It was all his. Regrettably, he could not expand his operations further. He still needed to close out some positions in advance, awaiting a more opportune moment to short the market. However, he no longer required so many accounts. Once in the capital, he could amass a colossal company simply through financial means. It was likely that Liu Dongxiang's ambitious plans were already prepared, awaiting execution at the beginning of next month. To this day, he had yet to see any online promotions. While it was true that this fellow had begun shuttering offline stores en masse, Lu Dongxiang was certainly not short on funds. Yet, actions are driven by people. By the time he reached the capital, he must ensure he had at least $500 million in cash to invest in him. With his foresight into the future, he was confident he could persuade that exceptionally formidable individual. He spent his days at home, engrossed in books, monitoring market trends, and keeping an eye on domestic futures news, albeit without making any trades. He had purchased numerous books, all related to finance, and even sought suggestions from Su Wanhua. Life flowed by in a tranquil manner. On September 27th, after completing his position adjustments, he declined Su Wanhua's invitation to attend the final negotiations with Cao Maps. Sister Wanhua, I shall not attend to avoid any youthful impetuosity that might lead me to say something inappropriate. You are in charge. Regardless of the outcome, it matters not. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could send me the contact information for the law firm that assisted me in registering my company, as I plan to visit Hong Kong for a few days soon. Su Wanhua pondered for a moment before agreeing. In the contractual documents, Cao Mo's name would not appear. He would essentially be an invisible entity within the company. After hanging up, Su Wanhua reflected on the words her elder brother, Su Hao, had shared with her. Though somewhat vexed, it was not enough to deter her from collaborating with Cao Mo. At the very least, the channels, technology, and tools he had discussed had left her profoundly impressed. Everyone had experienced similar situations, yet no one had analyzed them. Or perhaps those who had analyzed them did not share their insights, but Cao Mo had openly shared his thoughts. Upon hearing these words, both her brother and father had lapsed into silence for a considerable time, and after fully digesting the implications, they could not help but regard Cao Mo with newfound respect. He was, after all, unlike other young individuals, especially given his background. Having left home, he managed to achieve such success while remaining humble and composed. Other young people, including Su Hao himself, had been quite the spectacle during their university years. Even now, Su Hao's actions were far from admirable. The signing ceremony between Zhuoqing Investment and Cao was devoid of any formalities. However, Cao announced on its official website that it had secured 80 million yuan in Series A financing, primarily for software upgrades and further development, without divulging much more information. Cao Mo learned of this news via phone. Su Wanhua informed him in a neutral tone that the company had now become the second largest shareholder of Cao, with the largest shareholder being Zhuang Chun, who held nearly 56% of the shares, with the remainder distributed among a few executives. This was Cao's first round of financing and likely its last, a notion Cao Mo found hard to believe. In fact, Cao had undergone 2 rounds of financing prior to its IPO, the first being $30 million and the second exceeding $200 million, after which it had been fully acquired and delisted. What Cao Mo sought was the opportunity for Cao to be acquired by the Alibaba Group. Based on calculations from his previous life, the $80 million he invested would eventually transform into approximately $600 million within a decade. Naturally, if Cao went public earlier, he could reap the rewards 2 years ahead of time. From this perspective, this investment could already be considered quite successful in terms of both time and returns. At the very least, for Zhuoqing Investment, this marked its inaugural project, a cause for celebration. However, Su Wanhua declined the invitation to dine together, leaving Cao Mo with no choice but to acquiesce. During the National Day holiday, Cao Mo journeyed to Hong Kong. The funds he transferred from his futures account, totaling less than $200 million, were entirely deposited into an offshore company. Electronic transfers were no longer a challenge. Even domestic banks had adopted online banking. He did not request a check. After depositing the funds into the offshore company, he spent 3 days in Hong Kong, purchasing a few items before returning. Among his purchases were gifts for Su Hao, Su Wanhua, and assistant Yao. He acquired a Patek Philippe wristwatch for each of the Su siblings, the most prestigious brand he knew of. The 2 watches cost him nearly $12 million. For assistant Yao, he chose a Gucci bag costing under $200,000. Upon returning to the country, Lu Dongxiang's audacious activities had been fervently publicized online for several days. As in his previous life, Cao Mo remained indifferent. His desire to invest in Lu Dongxiang was primarily rooted in the bitter memory of his past demise while delivering takeout, which had instilled in him a profound aversion to the Yellow Vest Brigade, particularly the loathsome owner of the ugly group, a wretch whose fate was clearly doomed from the start. He glanced at the myriad reports and speculations circulating online, curled his lip in disdain, and closed his laptop. With only a few days remaining until the margin call, he shifted his focus to futures trading, deciding it best to await proactive updates from Su Hao regarding the news from the capital. Chapter 45, A Reluctant Encounter. Brother Hao, when will you have time for us to sit down together? Cao Mo inquired, cradling his newly acquired Sony P908 as he dialed Su Hao's number. Aren't you working just downstairs? How about we grab a box lunch and you come to my office to eat and chat? Su Hao replied with a chuckle. Actually, Brother Hao, I'm not at the office, Cao Mo admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. He genuinely could not fathom what kept the investment firm's employees so perpetually occupied. To him, once money was invested, there was little left to do. Su Hao seemed taken aback. Then where are you? I'm at home. Forget the box lunch. How about I order something and bring it over to you? That won't be necessary. Why don't you come by after work? I'll be waiting for you in the office. We can have dinner together later. All right. I'll be there by 5. After hanging up, Su Hao's smile gradually faded. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze drifting over the river, feeling somewhat perplexed. What could Cao Mo possibly want to discuss? The matter of helping him locate his biological parents had already been entrusted to a friend in the capital, who was looking into it through the Public Security Bureau, yet no news had surfaced thus far. At 4:30 p.m., Cao Mo arrived at the company and made his way directly to Su Wanyue's office. When Assistant Yao saw him, a glimmer of respect flickered in her eyes as she opened the door to Su Wanyue's office and ushered him inside before quietly closing the door behind him. Su Wanyue looked up as he approached. Dressed casually, he bore no resemblance to a boss, his face lit up by a smile as he carried a bag. What brings you here today? She inquired, setting her documents aside. Cao Mo, I took a trip to Hong Kong a few days ago and brought you a gift. A slight smile graced Su Wanyue's lips, her mood instantly brightening. The thoughtfulness of receiving a gift, especially after such a long time without one, was undeniably uplifting. Let me see what you brought. Without hesitation, Cao Mo produced 2 packages from a bag. One contained a watch, the other a smartphone, presumably among the most advanced on the market. Upon seeing the packaging, Su Wanyue immediately recognized the watch's expensive nature, while the smartphone seemed less impressive. She opened the watch box to reveal a Patek Philippe. How much is this? Cao Mo answered nonchalantly, less than 6 million. Take a look at the phone as well. While it may not be as business-oriented as your bulky device, it is certainly one of the finest smartphones currently available. Glancing at the phone's packaging, Su Wanyue's interest waned slightly due to the design. However, she understood that Cao Mo's gesture was meant to encourage her to explore the device's advanced features. Thank you. I'll gladly accept your gift. Su Wanyue admired the watch for a moment before opening the phone's box. The lower section was foldable, revealing a considerably large screen along with a stylus. Imagine if one were to mount this in a vehicle. One could enjoy electronic navigation while driving, Cao Mo remarked with a grin. If the phone is equipped with more software providing various functionalities, just imagine the possibilities, he added. Su Wanyue nodded, taking the phone in hand to assess its size. Truthfully, it was on the larger side, but compared to her bulky device, it was far more aesthetically pleasing. Shall I assist you in swapping the SIM card? No need. Su Wanyue declined. I understand your intentions. After she switched the SIM card, Cao Mo continued. What if I were to develop software compatible with these phones? With billions of users worldwide, even if each person contributed just a dime each month, the earnings would be astronomical. Su Wanyue shot him a sidelong glance, returning her attention to exploring the phone's features. These devices have photography and video capabilities, albeit with subpar resolution. Picture a future where smartphones boast tens of millions of pixels, allowing users to upload their photos online, much like having a personal blog. Do you have a blog? Su Wanyue. Cao Mo shook his head. I refrain from sharing personal information online. I advise you to exercise caution in posting anything about yourself. The world is rife with malice. Su Wanyue found herself in agreement with this sentiment. The Su family, while affluent, still paled in comparison to true aristocracy. She had gleaned some insight into this disparity from her father's and elder brother's conversations, yet it was of little concern to her. "Do you have any further business?" "I have work to attend to," she said coolly, gathering her belongings and casting a cold gaze in his direction. Cao Mo stood. "Very well. I have a meeting with Brother Hao at 5. I brought him a gift as well." As he turned to leave, Su Wanwell watched him depart. Upon exiting, Assistant Yao approached him. Cao Mo retrieved a gift box from his bag. "Assistant Yao, I brought you a small gift from my recent trip to Hong Kong." Yao Mena's eyes sparkled with delight. "You even thought of me?" "Thank you, Mr. Cao." Cao Mo smiled. "No need for thanks. You've always been very considerate towards me. Allow me to escort you downstairs," Yao Mena offered, clutching the gift without immediately unwrapping it. "That won't be necessary. I need to see Mr. Su on the top floor as scheduled," he replied. Yao Mena accompanied him to the elevator, pressing the button for the ascending car and watching him step inside. Once back at her desk, she unwrapped the gift to find a Gucci bag. Although small and not particularly spacious, it was, after all, Gucci, perfect for a casual outing. Had she purchased it herself, it would have required over a year of frugality. Cao Mo placed the watch as packaging on Su Hao's desk. Su Hao glanced at it. "Oh, a Patek Philippe. For me?" "Cao Mo, note that. It's nearly 10 million, quite pricey indeed." Su Hao erupted in laughter. "This business venture is quite profitable. The house and car I gifted you barely totaled 400,000, and now you present me with something so extravagant. I might just have to consider gifting you something in return." Cao Mo joined in the laughter. "That won't be necessary. I'm no longer in need of money. The investment in Degao map has already come to fruition, and I believe it will yield returns of several times over in a few years." Su Hao opened the packaging and, in front of Cao Mo, removed his own watch, placing it in his drawer before donning the one Cao Mo had gifted him. After a moment of inspection, he nodded in approval. "Very nice, indeed. Your taste is commendable." They shared a laugh, the atmosphere lightening in mutual camaraderie. "Your visit is not solely for the purpose of gifting me, is it?" Cao Mo inquired directly. "Brother Hao, do you have any updates regarding the matter of locating my parents?" Suao replied candidly. "I have enlisted the assistance of friends in the capital to make inquiries with several bureau leaders. Your photograph has been sent as well. It shouldn't take long to access the archives at the bureau. However, you must understand that after 20 years, some individuals have left the capital, while others have relocated. It is not an easy task. Rest assured, I will inform you as soon as I receive any news." Cao Mo sighed. "Alas, Brother Su, if this proves fruitless, I shall have to resort to alternative methods." Su Hao studied him. "What methods?" Cao Mo offered a wry smile. "Aside from making my appearance known across the news to ensure that as many people in the capital recognize me as possible, I can't think of any other approach. However, this would mean I can no longer maintain a low profile. At the very least, the Cao family would be watching me, which is something I have been striving to avoid." Chapter 46. The Actions of Su Jinbong's Subordinates. Su Hao picked up a cigarette and gestured towards him. Cao Mo waved his hand dismissively. He rarely smoked, only indulging occasionally. After lighting his cigarette, Su Hao remarked, "From what you've told me about the Cao family, coupled with my own investigations, it seems they treated you well prior to Cao Kun's return. Why do you now appear so eager to distance yourself from him?" Cao Mo found himself at a loss for words. How could he articulate his disdain for the young man without sounding extreme? From an outsider's perspective, it would seem reasonable for him to step aside with the return of his biological son. Yet, there is no need to become adversaries with the Cao family, especially considering they had nurtured him for 2 decades, during which he had lived a life of comfort and ease, suffering little hardship. The circumstances surrounding Cao Kun's adoptive parents remained shrouded in mystery. The public records offered no insights on them. Regardless, having left the Cao family, it was of little consequence whether he met with Cao Kun or avoided him altogether. There was no reason to feel intimidated or indebted to him. After all, residing with the Cao family had never been his choice, meaning he could not confide in Cao Kun about these feelings. Each could lead their own lives, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, in his previous life, Cao Kun's actions towards him had been all too real, though they had yet to transpire in this timeline. Only he understood that, had he not dropped out of school, his identity as Cao family's foster son would have surely been exposed long ago at Zhejiang University. Moreover, the acquaintances surrounding Cao Kun would have exaggerated the narrative of his having stolen 20 years of life, affection, and privilege from him. Cao Kun, Cao Mo was an enigma. Although he feigned closeness when alone, his eyes betrayed a sense of triumph, leaving Cao Mo uncertain of his true nature. When he left the Cao household, Cao Kun had even advised his adoptive parents against forcing him to leave. Cao Mo had always maintained a respectful distance from that which he did not understand. Thus, he was reluctant to disclose his whereabouts or activities, even to his adoptive father. Su Hao flicked the ash from a cigarette. I believe I understand. However, this shouldn't compel you to avoid him. From an individual achievement standpoint, you have amassed considerable wealth through your own efforts. Could Cao Kun possibly measure up? The education you both received is hardly comparable. I have seen his photograph, and he does not possess your level of handsomeness. I cannot fathom why you would fear him. Cao Mo offered a bittersweet smile. Let's not dwell on this, Brother Hao. I must trouble you to continue enlisting your friends in the capital for assistance. Meanwhile, I will contemplate alternative strategies. If all else fails, I shall have to create some commotion myself. Otherwise, I feel as if I am an orphan, utterly alone in this world. Ha ha ha. That's hardly the case. Su Hao chuckled, offering no real comfort. Cao Mo rose. Brother Hao, I shall forego dinner. Given the circumstances, I will return and consider how to make some noise in the capital. Even if Cao Kun sees it, he will be powerless to act. The question remains, what shall I do? He stood to take his leave, and Su Hao observed the weight of concern upon him, choosing not to detain him. In the capital, Husi exited the vehicle, followed by Lei Lao Lu, who appeared weary as he pushed open the driver's door. I can't go on. I need to sleep, he murmured. Husi glanced at him. First eat something, then sleep. Once you wake, I'll contact the boss. The two had driven from Haishur without pausing. They found a hotel, hastily consumed some food, and then retired to their room, falling into a deep slumber. At 9 in the evening, Husi roused Lei Lao Lu, and they found a barbecue stall, ordering an array of dishes before calling Hu Wushuang. It took nearly an hour for Hu Wushuang to arrive. Once seated, he downed a glass of beer and inquired, "When did you arrive?" "About 4 in the afternoon. I slept a bit before calling you." "Very well. Let us eat something before discussing further." By the time they returned to their rented house, it was nearly midnight. Lei Lao Lu fell straight to sleep, while Husi followed Hu Wushuang to his room. "Did you bring the items?" "Yes, 100 grams, Husi replied, pulling a cigarette case from his pocket and handing it to Hu Wushuang. Hu Wushuang opened the case, revealing a plastic bag tightly sealed in multiple layers, containing a white powder along with a used syringe. He regarded Husi for a moment before stashing the item securely. He then patted Husi on the shoulder. "You are my cousin. I will not harm you. Tomorrow, you and Lao Lu will return home. Everything here is none of your concern, and you must not speak of this to anyone. Once home, you and Lao Lu will work at the building materials market, living as ordinary individuals. As for shares, I will ensure that Xiao Jie and Xiao Tao arrange them for the brothers. With the Su family's real estate company in play, there will be no shortage of business. Once you return, seek out Xiao Jie. He will make the necessary arrangements for you, as I have already informed him." Aside from Hu Wushuang, the 8 individuals brought along were oblivious to their purpose. They had merely been following the target for an extended period, never receiving any further instructions. This substance was procured solely by Husi, and not even in Haishur. It had been acquired through channels in the south. In this era, such items were rare but rampant in certain regions. Husi felt a twinge of apprehension. "Brother," he began, but was interrupted by Hu Wushuang. "Go back to sleep. We depart tomorrow. Do not leave the out-of-town license plate here." Husi nodded, exited, and closed the door behind him. After Hu Wushuang locked the door, he returned to the bedroom, turning on the light to scrutinize the contents of the plastic bag. He knew how to use this substance, having witnessed its application before. His next step would be to find an opportunity to abduct Li Wei and administer the injection. Simple as that. That night, Hu Wushuang pondered for a long time. The boss had not commanded him to take action, only to keep watch. Yet, he was the only one privy to the rationale behind it all. Others remain oblivious, merely engrossed in their tasks. Su Jinye's entire family now lies submerged beneath the ocean, with several associated individuals having perished. Those surnamed Zhao and Gao are both missing, never to be seen again. Su Hao and Su Wanyue can be said to have been nurtured under his watchful eye, and he is profoundly incensed. The principal culprit is Su Jinye, yet Li Wei's intentions are undeniably directed towards the child, Wanyue, who adored Hu Wushuang in her youth. Accompanying her in her formative years were Su Hao and his 2 sons. Thus, he resolved that a swift death for Li Wei was not the most prudent course of action. Rather, he would ensure that Li Wei was rendered incapacitated. An heir afflicted by addiction and AIDS? I am eager to witness how you will convey your innocence to the Li family. He retrieved a new mobile phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. Hello. A thick northeastern accent resonated. Hu Wushuang spoke slowly. I have a commission. Abduct someone for 10 million with a 3/7 payment scheme. How much? 10 million. 30% up front, 70% upon completion. I shall respond to you by this time tomorrow evening. Chapter 47. Even beautiful women are greedy. Upon returning home, Cao Mo scribbled in his notebook, contemplating what he could do to gain media attention. Create a website? He was aware of what an ICP license entailed, but how does one procure it? What kind of website should he develop? While short videos were a possibility, the exorbitant cost of mobile data and the high price of moderately intelligent phones posed significant challenges. Even if young people were willing to spend on smartphones, the uploading process remained problematic. Fortunately, he had access to broadband, and there was an abundance of digital cameras, indicating that users possessed adequate hardware. The issue lay in the fact that the concept of UGC had yet to emerge. Lu TV was the first video website in the country, but it had not yet launched. It was likely to debut by the end of this year or next. Following that would be Tudo and Youku, which also seemed poised for next year. After comparing various options, he recognized that short videos still held an advantage, particularly since no one else was currently pursuing them. If funding and talent were secured, he could launch this endeavor within 6 months. Moreover, once it gained traction, he could invest further into promotions and diverse marketing campaigns. He pondered, when would a microfilm about a bun-induced bloodbath be released? It seemed absent from his memory. That too was likely slated for next year. Refocusing, he considered how to collaborate with the government, television stations, and educational institutions, ultimately leading to user subsidies to attract UGC content creation. He needed to carefully contemplate the subsidy aspect. He needed to develop a solid understanding of it. He continued to think and write in his notebook until he resolved to establish a short video website, after which he proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. The following morning, after breakfast and brushing his teeth, Cao Mo resumed contemplating his plans. Having decided to pursue short videos, he intended to commit wholeheartedly. Profit was not his primary goal. Rather, he aimed to establish brand recognition and make his presence known, preferably through interviews. Once he had formulated his thoughts, he drove to Jinbong Building. He sought to have Su Wanyue continue as his partner, and it would be even better if he could involve Su Hao as well. He was determined not to relinquish the substantial support of the Su family. Carrying a backpack, he entered Jinbong Building, ascended to the 48th floor, and made his way to his office at Zhucheng Investment. Once inside, he sat at his computer and began typing vigorously. He had conjured a name, Shunnying, which signified short videos. He planned to rent a separate office space, though he was uncertain how many personnel would be required initially. However, he estimated needing at least 20 to 30 individuals. As for the registered capital, he intended to start with 10 million, which should suffice for a while. If additional funds were necessary, he could always increase the capital later. He did not plan to seek external financing, should funds run low. He could simply tap into the futures market. Regarding the talent required, he conducted a search to ascertain the technical expertise necessary to build a website. Baidu provided detailed information, which he copied directly. Of course, he would ultimately need to engage a headhunter to form his team. To attract talent, he resolved to offer salaries 10% above the market rate. After identifying a reputable headhunting firm, he began making calls, reaching out to the renowned Korn Ferry International. He arranged for someone to visit, allowing him to await their arrival in his office. During the call, he elaborated on his requirements, uncertain of who the firm would send. After conversing for several minutes, he turned to find assistant Yao Mena standing at his door. Yao assistant? Yao Mena's waist was indeed slender. Mr. Gao, President Su is aware of your presence and has asked me to inquire if you require any assistance. I can directly facilitate arrangements for you. Cao Mo contemplated for a moment, recognizing that he needed an office space capable of accommodating 40 to 50 individuals. And the company would need to be registered there as well. There was indeed something to address. Let's go. The two proceeded to Su Wanyue's office, where she was engaged in a phone call. Yao Mena glanced at them from outside and gestured as if to indicate a phone conversation, to which Cao Mo nodded. Upon noticing them at the door, Su Wanyue beckoned them inside. Yao Mena extended her hand, saying, President Su, please enter. I will fetch you a cup of tea. No need. I won't be here long. Cao Mo declined and pushed open the door, closing it behind him. Sister Wanyue. He approached and seated himself on the sofa opposite her. Su Wanyue put down her phone. What brings you to the office today? Cao Mo smiled. Sister Wanyue, I am quite the diligent individual, not one to take a few days off for leisure. I came primarily to use the office to meet with someone and discuss a matter. Oh, Su Wanyue regarded him. What matter? May I inquire? Cao Mo chuckled. Certainly. And it pertains to you as well. I wish to establish a company focused on short videos. Su Wanyue was momentarily taken aback before asking, Is this related to that future smartphone software you mentioned? Cao Mo shook his head, retrieving his phone. Sister Wanyue, I intend to create a website. Merely a website for now. However, I aspire to differentiate it from existing platforms. Su Wanyue's expression grew serious. Do elaborate. This phone is from Sony Ericsson, currently one of the best smartphones available domestically. However, that is not my primary focus. Broadband has become widely accessible. Although some households still rely on ADSL, schools and workplaces predominantly utilize high-speed broadband networks. This is sufficient for my purposes. Registered users will be able to upload videos, share interesting occurrences, and disseminate news. Naturally, they may also forward news articles from other websites. Su Wanyue listened attentively, refraining from interruptions. Cao Mo continued. The initial concept is to create a news and short video website, encompassing various aspects of daily life, along with short videos. I require a minor stakeholder and a suitable office space for 50 personnel. Su Wanyue chuckled. So, the last part is the crux of your request, is it not? She reclined against the chair's backrest, exuding an air of relaxation. The fabric of her blouse was taut across her chest, drawing attention in a rather conspicuous manner. Cao Mo found himself compelled to avert his gaze, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of stealing another glance. His movements did not escape Su Wanyue's notice, who chuckled softly. Cao Mo, if you're in need of shareholder, why not consider my brother? For matters concerning office spaces, it would be more prudent to consult him. There are several floors in the Zhenbong Group's office buildings that remain unleased. You can inquire with him. Her reasoning was undeniably sound. Cao Mo deeply. It's merely a matter of securing a shareholder position. Otherwise, I would be unable to register the company. The regulations set forth by the Industry and Commerce Bureau prohibit the establishment of a sole proprietorship, or else I wouldn't be troubling you. As for the office space, I shall seek out Hauga shortly. Su Wanyue interjected. So, you were suggesting you would like me to invest some funds as a minor shareholder? Cao Mo offered an awkward smile in response. Not quite. It's simply that one cannot register a company alone. Observing him intently for a moment, Su Wanyue declared, I agree, but I must secure at least a 20 stake. I will provide the funds, but I also wish to review your website planning and operational strategy, in addition to understanding your future revenue model. Such a stunning woman, yet so avaricious. Chapter 48. Su Wanyue was indifferent to the prospect of incurring losses. Sister Wanyue, are you truly considering a partnership with me? Cao Mo punde alao. Su Wanyue nodded. However, this is not a personal collaboration. It is Zhenbong Investment that will be partnering with you. That said, we must adhere to standard investment protocols. I require a comprehensive and detailed business plan. Without that, I cannot proceed with the collaboration. Cao Mo immediately shook his head. What nonsense is this? I am merely seeking assistance because I cannot register the company alone. It is not due to a lack of funds. Furthermore, This venture may very well incur substantial losses in its early years. Most internet companies experience such initial deficits, yet their valuations continue to rise. The short video sector is still in its infancy. Within a year, we will likely see at least 3 competitors emerge, with only those who pivot to film and video content surviving. The true boom of short videos is still several years away. I do not intend to partner with a business, nor do I lack the funds to start a company. Besides, the profitability model of the company will be unacceptable to you. At least for the next 7 to 10 years, the company is likely to operate at a loss. I merely need a company, not a studio, as that would diminish the appeal of attracting high-caliber talent. Su Wanyue promptly countered, if you are establishing a company, a newly formed entity will not inherently possess significant allure for talent. Xinbang's reputation, both domestically and in the international market, holds some weight and could attract the talent you seek. You are approaching me as an individual, not Xinbang Investment. I, representing Xinbang Investment, am drawn to your investment acumen. As for incurring losses, I am unperturbed. Cao Mo rose, stating, Sister Wanyue, if you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine. I shall consult Haogu instead. Although I only require him to invest 1 million, which would amount to a mere 1 share. Su Wanyue's pupils narrowed. You require a registered capital of 100 million? Cao Mo nodded. Indeed, it must be fully paid. Otherwise, a newly registered company would struggle to attract talent. I plan to increase the registered capital annually and will not accept any investments until after going public. Why would you reject me? Cao Mo found himself perplexed. Su Wanyue regarded him in silence, seemingly contemplating something. Her elder brother had previously mentioned that their father wished for her to be cautious of Cao Mo, concerned she might be deceived. In truth, she had never contemplated this issue, although his gaze occasionally held a hint of lechery. It was never to a degree that repulsed her. She was well aware of her own allure and beauty, often referred to as an ice queen or the most beautiful woman in Haishur. Setting aside other considerations, Cao Mo's perspective was indeed distinct from that of his peers. While many young individuals might envision the future in terms of 3 to 5 years, Cao Mo seemed to grasp the more fundamental core issues. Reflecting on his comments about channels, technology, and tools, she recognized that such insights were remarkably advanced for someone his age. Cao Mo, she suddenly smiled, her beauty radiating. The phrase exquisite beyond compare flashed through Cao Mo's mind. 1 stake? Surely, that is too little to offer, Su Wanyue teased. I am aware you are now financially capable and willing to invest. How about this? Since you wish to establish a legitimate company, it indicates your intent to engage seriously in business. While we all acknowledge your vision, operating a company without any business plan would render it a bottomless pit. I do not deny that this company may eventually turn a profit, but I recommend you draft a business plan that outlines your ideas, detailing how the company will generate revenue in the future. Assisting you in establishing a company is not a burden. However, failing to present a plan will leave an impression of aimlessness. Although I am not seeking to attract investments, developing a plan will help clarify your thoughts. In this regard, Cao Mo found himself in agreement. Yet, the dilemma remained that he was not entirely certain how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Sister Wanyue, if I were to say that I only know what kind of website I want, how to enrich its content and operational model, but I'm utterly clueless about the technical aspects, do you think it could succeed? Without hesitation, Su Wanyue replied, of course, it can succeed, but lacking technical expertise will certainly present challenges. You will need individuals who understand technology and operations to assist you. Your role will merely be to communicate the desired outcomes. The rest will be technical matters. Did you not say it yourself? Everything boils down to the evolution of channels, technology, and tools. Cao Mo nodded in agreement. That is correct. I only know what I want the website to be like and the approach I wish to take. I believe that with the right technical and managerial personnel, the website can be developed and launched operationally. Moreover, I am confident that I can significantly increase the number of registered and active users in a relatively short time frame, establishing the website as a leading platform within a few years. He was fully intent on replicating the model of Tushio. Having observed the public profiles of its founder, He recognized that they were a technical expert who originally ventured into search engines and data collection, having launched 5 startups before finally introducing Toshio. Such confidence? Su Wanyue remarked with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she gazed at him. Cao Mo explained, current websites predominantly acquire registered users through advertisements. Yet this model lacks appeal. I intend to adopt a different approach. The website's content will be sourced through technical means from other sites, while a substantial portion will be generated by registered users themselves. Furthermore, I plan to incentivize users by compensating them for content that garners a significant number of views. For instance, if a user uploads a story about a local event that exceeds 1,000 views, I would reward them with 0.5 yuan. Once individuals realize they can earn money by sharing their content on my website, how could I possibly lack registrations? Don't you think this sets me apart from other sites? Furthermore, the content they upload is not limited to text and images. It may also include short video clips, albeit of brief duration. After all, the current internet speed is relatively slow and data charges are exorbitant. A vivid image flashed through Su Wanyue's mind. Are they relying on you for financial support? Cao Mo chuckled. I will contribute, especially for university students. This platform will provide them with a space to showcase themselves, and I believe it holds great potential. Su Wanyue fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, how much do you intend to allocate as subsidies for users? There is no upper limit, but the unit price will gradually adjust. The key is to retain users. We will revise our pricing every 2 years, or as circumstances dictate. What Cao Mo did not mention was that, at this juncture, the actual number of users who can register and submit content is quite limited, particularly concerning the personalized recommendation feature, which is central to the operation. It requires a robust recommendation algorithm, necessitating extensive data collection, a concept that the Petit Zhang has yet to fully comprehend. The reason for his silence on this matter is that it is core to the operation and cannot be publicly discussed at this stage. Once we have recruited staff and signed employment agreements, we can proceed with this aspect. Let us revisit this discussion later, he suggested. This sentiment was understandable. Companies in this industry have generally not yet turned a profit since their inception. Everyone is engaged in a game of capital. However, your approach of subsidizing registered users is novel to me. Neither domestically nor internationally has such a precedent been established. Su Wanyue reflected, biting her luscious red lips. While attracting users through this method is certainly feasible, are you certain that allowing users to upload news or other content is viable? Moreover, can the content pass the necessary reviews? She leaned forward, revealing a deep and alluring neckline, though it was merely a hint of cleavage. Her flawless skin compelled Cao Mo to avert his gaze. This isn't my primary concern. Content review simply needs to adhere to relevant national regulations. The task of news editing and compilation is not vital for me. I believe users can handle it. For instance, if I see a news article on Sina and share on my site, as long as it receives over 1,000 clicks, I can earn 50 cents. To avoid duplication, we will require reviewers, but these details are not paramount. Cao Mo gently tapped the armrest of the sofa, emphasizing that copyright issues are at the core of the matter. Merely purchasing content rights from other media outlets would incur substantial expenses. If a lawsuit arises from this, I am certain to lose. Therefore, this aspect requires careful consideration. He must familiarize himself with the regulations set forth by the National Radio and Television Administration. He harbored a desire for Su Wanyue to join his company, as he candidly acknowledged her considerable allure to men, himself included. Though he did not consider himself a novice in matters of the heart, he recognized the physical reality of his current form and admitted to his own proclivity for beauty. There was no shame in this. Having been reborn, what was there to lose? Su Wanyue listened intently. While she possessed some knowledge of the internet industry, it was limited. She had only a passing interest in investing in this sector. In Haisher, the Zhenbong Group is a prominent name, primarily due to its early ventures into real estate. And its construction company stands as the largest private enterprise in the area, alongside numerous unlisted companies. She and Su Hao firmly believe that real estate remains the most lucrative industry today. Furthermore, like Cao Mo, Su Zhenbong also held the conviction that real estate could thrive for at least 20 to 30 years. Following China's accession to the WTO, Economic development and explosive trade growth have resulted in an increasing number of wealthy individuals, thereby stimulating growth across various industries. Thus, Su Jinbong's insights into Cao Mo's words were more profound than those of Su Hao and Su Wanyue. At present, Su Wanyue was grappling with the concept of new channels for user acquisition in the yet-to-be-formed website of Cao Mo. The enticing notion that users could earn money by registering and submitting content served as a captivating lure. She was confident that Cao Mo would fulfill his promise to financially reward users, as he appeared to have a swift method of generating funds, often sourcing from abroad to subsidize domestic endeavors. The issues you've raised are not insurmountable. We, the Su family, have acquaintances in the capital. We will be informed of any new policies there, she asserted. Yet, the sheer volume of media outlets domestically is staggering. Assuming there are 5,000, if each were to receive 20,000, that amounts to 1 billion annually. To my knowledge, no other company in the country has adopted such a practice. Even a few million in expenditures in this regard would be remarkable. Wanyue, you are correct, which is why I wish to pursue this. Just say whether you agree or not. Cao Mo replied nonchalantly. Su Wanyue rapidly calculated in her mind. She was indeed interested in joining. But the equity offered by this fellow was insufficient. Cao Mo, the shares you're offering are too scant, she stated plainly. I will not continue to beat around the bush. 20% is my minimum requirement. Cao Mo stood to leave. Wanyue, if it were not for the inability of one individual to register a company, I likely would not have sought you out. I will go upstairs to discuss the rental of a floor with Hao Gu and then meet with Zhuqing and others for talks. I must take my leave. We shall revisit this matter later. Su Wanyue remained composed in her seat, watching him turn and exit through the door without uttering a word to retain him. Once the door closed, she swiftly picked up her phone to call Su Hao. Cao Mo did not ascend the stairs. Instead, he returned to Zhuqing Investment. Resuming his work at his desk, he resolved to initially register a studio. Once it was confirmed that a one-person limited liability company could be established, he would proceed with the necessary business modifications. In his previous life, he had accumulated nearly 3 years of experience across more than a dozen companies. Though he had been compelled to move around due to Cao Kun's pressures, he did possess some work experience. In October of the following year, one-person limited liability companies would become permissible for registration, meaning he only needed to wait a year. This time would suffice for developing and testing the website. Even if he was uncertain about how long it would take to create such a site, he knew there were those who understood the process. He noticed the silhouette of Yao Mena passing outside. Suddenly, he felt that Su Wanyue's heart was perhaps not as expansive as her physical allure. Moreover, she seemed somewhat greedy. While it was understandable for one with capital to act this way, experiencing it personally was quite different. As for whether Su Wanyue might venture into establishing her own website due to his words, he had no concerns. The Jinbong Group's business did not extend into this realm. Even Su Wanyue had never invested in this area. Aside from Zhuqing Investment's first project, De Gao, her investments had all been in tangible enterprises. The concept of light assets likely had yet to emerge during this time. As he pondered, his phone rang. He retrieved it and answered. Hello, is this Mr. Cao? This is Ning Hongwei from Carey International. I have arrived at Jinbong Building. Should I proceed directly to the 48th floor? Cao Mo replied, No need. Please wait for me at the entrance. I will come down, and we can discuss in a different location. My company is not located here either. All right then. I shall await you at the entrance. My backpack is quite distinctive. Cao Mo smiled slightly. Very well. I will descend shortly. Ning Hongwei felt a surge of excitement within him. The voice of this Mr. Cao sounded remarkably youthful, suggesting he was relatively young. This order represents a significant opportunity, and it is imperative that we secure it entirely. Cao Mo descended swiftly, and upon exiting the elevator, he glanced towards the main entrance. Indeed, there stood a man holding a briefcase. It must be the esteemed Ning Hongwei. He pushed open the door and inquired, Are you Mr. Ning? Ning Hongwei turned, and his initial impression was one of youthfulness. Yes, indeed, you must be Mr. Cao, he responded. After a handshake, he produced a business card from his holder and offered it to Cao Mo with both hands. Cao Mo took a glance at it, pocketing it as he said, "I apologize, but I do not possess a business card. However, you have my phone number. This setting is not conducive for conversation. Shall we perhaps go for a cup of coffee? Do you have any recommendations?" Ning Hongwei was somewhat taken aback. Was Mr. Cao not a local? "No, I'm merely unfamiliar with this area. I came today to discuss a matter with a friend and decided to wait for you here." Chapter 50, Ma Kuei and 10 million. As a headhunter, Ning Hongwei was naturally well acquainted with the entire high city, particularly the commercial hub. It wasn't long before they settled in a CAF. "Mr. Gao, you only mentioned your general requirements over the phone. Could you please elaborate?" Ning Hongwei retrieved a voice recorder and placed it beside him. "If you don't mind, I would like to record your requirements. I fear I may not document them swiftly enough." Cao Mo cast a glance at the recorder, a Sony model. "No waities. I don't mind." "Very well." Ning Hongwei pressed the record button. "Mr. Cao, your needs represent a crucial business opportunity for us. I will candidly inform you that I will mobilize all our resources to provide you with the best we can offer." Cao Mo nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Let me share my thoughts." Ning Hongwei naturally prepared his notebook and pen, ready to take notes. "Currently, I plan to establish a studio because the existing company law does not permit the registration of a single-member limited liability company. I will convert it into a company once new regulations are enacted. You must convey this to others during discussions. What I aim to create is a website. Thus, I require individuals well-versed in the latest cutting-edge programming technologies to join my enterprise. I have been reviewing materials on this subject, such as Java and Python. I need your assistance in recruiting primarily those who can manage the company and core technical personnel." Ning Hongwei noted this down swiftly. "We will need to recruit a general manager, a technical director, an architect engineer, as well as streaming technology personnel on a long-term basis. Additionally, we will require a human resources manager, an administrative head, and financial staff. The rest is at your discretion. It would be preferable to recruit experienced individuals from other firms. Avoiding fresh graduates. I require candidates with experience, and their age should not exceed 30. These are my stipulations." Ning Hongwei looked up and asked, "And Mr. Cao, what scale are you envisioning for this company or studio? What about compensation and benefits?" Cao Mo smiled. "The registered capital of the studio will be 100 million yuan, not merely subscribed, but fully paid. As for salaries, I leave that to the individuals to suggest, as long as they align with their capabilities. I'm willing to pay what is deserved." The two spent a considerable amount of time in the CAF, with Cao Mo articulating the type of individuals he sought. Given the strict age requirements, Ning Hongwei instinctively felt that this task might prove challenging. However, the compensation he proposed was met with no objections from Cao Mo, who agreed outright. "Very well, Mr. Cao. I will compile the information and reach out to you tomorrow to finalize the contract. Does that work for you?" Cao Mo noted that. "That is acceptable. Although my studio has yet to be registered, the payment should be fine as a personal transaction." "That is perfectly fine. We can consider it a personal commission." Upon returning home, Cao Mo sought contact information for a chain real estate agency, requesting assistance in securing an entire floor office space. He then set this matter aside for the time being. Both recruitment and office leasing would require time. His only stipulation was that the office be located in the most bustling area of office buildings. On October 14th, Cao Mo cleared his positions between the 5465 and 5488 range, having engaged in long positions with an approximate price of around $12. Due to variations in buying and selling prices, some accounts yielded a few cents more or less. Overall, he accrued nearly $2.8 billion across 60 accounts. Without a second thought, he withdrew all profits, leaving $1 million in each account before transferring the majority to an offshore company, with the remainder directed to his personal bank account. Investment, of course, necessitated the use of an offshore entity, allowing him to play the role of a hands-off stakeholder while entrusting the rest to the individuals recruited from Core International. The next wave of operations would require patience. 2 weeks later, on October 27th, he planned a short sell below 5565. The 2 weeks would suffice for him to find an office building and execute basic renovations, which, in reality, were not of paramount importance. He was not a specialist, and had no need to concern himself with such details. He would leave that to the general manager. Ning Hongwei was quick in his actions. The contract had already been signed. He paid the deposit as stipulated in the agreement, with the remaining amount pending until the recruitment of personnel was completed. Core International would handle the recruitment of a general manager, a deputy who would also serve as the technical director, as well as an architect engineer, content editor, streaming engineer, graphic designer, a human resources officer who would also take on administrative duties, and 2 financial personnel, 1 accountant and 1 cashier. The rest would be recruited as needed once these key personnel were in place. After all, the petite Zhang Ming would not graduate until next year. He was still in his senior year. Based on his estimations and Ning Hongwei's suggestions, the company would likely require around 30 to 40 employees to operate smoothly, although both were uncertain about the specific timing and necessity for each role. Therefore, it was crucial that the general manager and technical director be secured first, with the remainder being delegated thereafter. In the following days, Cao Mo visited several office buildings, but none in the core business district had an entire floor available. Either the ceiling heights were inadequate, with the highest reaching only 3 meters, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. In summary, nothing met his expectations. However, this was the state of office buildings at present, and he felt powerless to change it. While purchasing an entire building was not beyond his means, it was unnecessary. And besides, who would sell an entire building? It had been over a week since his last meeting with Su Wanyu, and he had not reached out to her or Su Hao since. This thought weighed on him, causing a pang of discomfort. The reluctance to offer equity in the company was one aspect, while the absence of any meaningful equity incentive for core personnel was another. It was merely a studio, and simply attracting talent was a significant achievement. Thus, there is no need to mention equity incentives. Straightforward compensation would suffice. In his view, the company's personnel would grow swiftly, especially with the need for a content review team, which would require a substantial number of individuals. After much contemplation, he resolved to approach Su Hao. This young heir undoubtedly possessed some newly constructed office buildings. He needed to meet with Su Hao in person to discuss matters. Time rewound to a few days prior. Hu Wushuang understood that if Li Wei encountered any trouble, it would be a significant matter. The individual hailed from the northeast and harbored no fear of anyone. 1 million. In this era, what does that truly represent? In reality, no one possesses a concrete grasp of its value. Ma Kuei, a native of Liaoning province, commanded a band of over 30 underlings. Yet his notoriety was confined to his local sphere. However, each of these 30-odd individuals had their own connections. Thus it could be said that Ma Kuei wielded considerable influence. In this age, the presence of thugs in every region is an undeniable reality, even the capital teams with countless territorial divisions. The reason Hu Wushuang was able to locate him was due to a prior encounter last year while on business in the Northeast, during which they had shared drinks and exchanged contact information. Now, using a new phone number to call Ma Kuei, he was naturally unaware of Hu's identity. Chapter 51. Brother Hao, what do you say? However, a 1 million deal was one he would certainly not overlook. To say he would take a day to respond was not a tactic to gain leverage, but rather a moment to ponder. 1 million for a kidnapping indicated that the target was indeed valued at that price. Conversely, it also suggested that the individual being abducted was quite affluent. Either they came from a family of considerable wealth or nobility. Such matters were not unprecedented, and there have been more than a few instances of botched operations. His primary concern lay in whether he could escape after committing such acts in the capital. Hu Wushuang did not wait for him to return the call, but instead reached out again the following afternoon. Your number was given to me by someone else. Do not inquire further. I shall not disclose it. I know who you are and your whereabouts. 1 million. I shall prepare 300,000 in cash for you up front. After you deliver the person to us, the remaining balance will be paid in full. Ma Kuei held the phone to his ear, listening intently, and only then did he inquire, is the target an adult or a child, male or female? He refrained from asking about the person's background. After all, 300,000 was a substantial sum. First and foremost, he needed to secure that amount before considering anything else. As for the claim that he knew who he was and where he was located, he was not particularly worried. After all, there was still 700,000 at stake. Who is the target? You will know once you bring the person to the capital. Remember, it is only just to accept payment for services rendered. Failing to fulfill the agreement after receiving the payment will yield dire consequences. I wouldn't mind spending another 300,000 to acquire your entire family. Brother, since you were able to find me, it means you have faith in my capabilities. As for the notion of taking money, yet not delivering results, that is simply not an option. My people will arrive in the capital 3 days from now and will call you precisely at midnight. After a moment of silence, Hu Wushuang replied, have your people bring a phone capable of sending multimedia messages when they call. No need. I will contact you directly when the time comes. I will personally oversee this deal. After hanging up, Ma Kuei began to organize his subordinates to select the right personnel and instructed them to keep an eye out for unfamiliar faces appearing in their territory. Jinbang Group. Dad, he hasn't come to see me, Su Hao said with a look of helplessness. Su Wanyue lowered her head slightly, remaining silent. That day, as soon as Cao Mo stepped out, she had called her elder brother, urging him to agree to Cao Mo's demands and to strive for at least a 20 stake. Otherwise, she advised against acquiescing to his requests. Yet, unexpectedly, many days had passed without a word from Cao Mo, no calls, no emails. It was Su Wanyue who informed Su Jinbang, and it was only today that Su Hao learned what Cao Mo had communicated to her. Upon hearing his daughter's account, Su Jinbang was taken aback. The Su family was not involved in the internet sector, but they were aware through media reports that the industry was destined for remarkable growth, heralding a transformation in lifestyle trends. However, he did not endorse Cao Mo's suggestion of subsidizing users. Having wealth does not justify reckless spending. Attracting users through financial incentives is no different from those internet claims of gifting eggs to the elderly. Money spent with no prospect of return. Can that truly work? Su Jinbang pondered aloud. Investing such a sum. Can we even recoup the advertising costs? I'm skeptical about this matter. He turned to Su Hao, tapping the table for emphasis. If he approaches you, then invest a little. For anything else requiring your assistance, you can decide how to proceed. However, regarding Wanyue's concern about offering too much equity, I believe we can explore that further. Su Wanyue had been listening to her father and brother's conversation and interjected, I have already articulated Cao Mo's intentions. He seeks a company that is wholly his own. If regulations permit, he would undoubtedly register a sole proprietorship rather than settle for a mere studio. My interest lies not in this company, but in his vision. He is unlike any other young person I have encountered. He can effortlessly earn billions in the futures market and reinvest all of it into this website, even without fully grasping his ambitions. I contend that we should strive for a larger stake, even if it means remaining uninvolved in management. Su Hao ceased fiddling with his lighter and spoke earnestly. If he comes to me, I will undoubtedly seek to invest. If he declines, I will not press the issue. His approach to business is distinct. He does not seem inclined to take advantage of his Su family. He has never alluded to any notions of gratitude. This aspect is something I genuinely appreciate about him. However, Wanyue, don't you think your current mindset is becoming increasingly materialistic? Su Wanyue shot him a glare. I merely wish to bring more benefits to the company. Is that so wrong? Earning money is commendable, but if you genuinely recognize his potential, you ought to cultivate a good relationship with him rather than seeking to extract something from him. Su Hao retorted unapologetically. Su Wanyue trembled with indignation. Every project I have invested in is currently yielding profits. I am accountable for my work and for my family. Is that not right? Why shouldn't I strive for the benefits I can obtain? Cao Mo left without uttering a word, clearly intending to give me no consideration. I merely requested that he prepare a business plan. This is a standard procedure. Susemandiman Saident. Su Hao sighed. If I recall correctly, you mentioned that he sought you out solely to register a company rather than a studio. Otherwise, why would he only offer a 5 stake? This is plainly a request for your assistance. I appreciate money as well, but some funds should remain untouchable. Our family is not in dire need of it. With the national economy on the rise, the real estate market will not falter in the next 30 years, and profits will surely satisfy shareholders. The company's stock price will soon stabilize and appreciate. What more could you desire? The investment firm allows you to take charge. Yet there are no substantial expectations placed upon you. Su Wanyue wore a stern expression, fuming and refusing to meet his gaze. Ahem. Su Zhenbong cleared his throat. Wanyue, do you believe Cao Mo is a worthy investment? Su Wanyue nodded, unveiling to elaborate. If he indeed possesses keen insight and the ability to profit in futures trading, he will likely engage in other ventures in the future. Building a good rapport with him may yield further collaborative opportunities. The group's annual profits are already overwhelming. There is no need to create discord with him. Yu, I can empathize with your feelings, yet your temperament leaves me at a loss for words. If you are uncertain, it will be prudent to remain silent. I am acutely aware of my actions. Ding, ding, ding. Before Yu could finish her sentence, Su Hao's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Cao Mo. Please, remain silent while I put it on speaker, he instructed, proceeding to answer the call. Hello. Cao Mo, brother Hao, are you busy? If not, I'd like to inquire about something. Cao Mo's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly within the room. I have a moment. Coincidentally, I have a matter on which I wish to seek your perspective, Su Hao replied with a smile. Oh, what is it? Please go ahead. Brother Hao. Chapter 52. He can't be more than 23 years old, right? Yu remarked, you possess an acute business acumen and a far-sighted vision. Su Hao, while speaking, cast a sidelong glance at Yu, who rolled her eyes. The most critical sectors for Zhenbong Group are real estate and construction. What are your thoughts on these two industries? After a brief silence on Cao Mo's end, he replied, it's quite simple. Joining the WDO is the most significant step for the coming decades, if not centuries, ranking paramount in importance. This opens the nation's doors to foreign investments and facilitates the establishment and development of a comprehensive industrial system. Among all industries, only real estate possesses a unique characteristic that none other can boast. It can stimulate the growth of at least 70 of various sectors. Thus, the government's emphasis on this area is self-evident. Even at the local level, irrespective of provincial or municipal governments, land auctions serve as the most vital source of fiscal revenue. Therefore, Brother Hao, Zhenbong Group should invest more in real estate, particularly in capital cities and coastal southeastern cities. In other regions, partnering with local landowners to acquire land would be prudent. After all, the majority of funding will come from bank loans, ensuring this industry remains viable for at least another 20 years. The key is land acquisition. Securing territory in major urban centers across the nation is of utmost importance. This is self-evident. Su Hao then inquired, and what about the construction industry? Cao Mo promptly responded, as the populace gradually accumulates wealth, domestic infrastructure must keep pace. Highways, railways, provincial roads. On a national level, there will be increased investment in these areas, but securing project funds will depend on one's capabilities. Even if real estate stabilizes in the future, there remains the opportunity to venture abroad for engineering and real estate projects, correct? Su Hao chuckled. Cao Mo, you truly have a knack for this. I understand now. What about other industries? What are your thoughts? Cao Mo mused. The future will undoubtedly belong to my current company. As for others, it mainly revolves around metal mining and batteries. Beyond that, I cannot say for certain. However, discussions regarding batteries and renewable energy are matters I must remain reticent about, at least for the next decade. Moreover, there are numerous industries I'm reluctant to engage with. Even if I were inclined, it would be based on my own interests. Wouldn't it? Regarding chips, the Americans will never grant you an opportunity, regardless of how one might try. Developing them independently? Investing hundreds of billions may not yield any returns. That said, pharmaceuticals and the entertainment industry are undoubtedly stable sectors. In the long run, pharmaceuticals and healthcare will prevail, alongside entertainment. Beyond that, I cannot comment. However, these investments require considerable capital. Nonetheless, Brother Hao, my advice is to fully commit to real estate in the short term, as it is the most lucrative. Construction can be set aside for now. Su Hao observed his astonished father and younger sister, then playfully asked, by the way, what did you want to ask me? Cao Mo hastily responded, Brother Hao, does Zhenbong Group have any office buildings? I wish to rent an entire floor. Su Hao appeared slightly flustered. I'm not entirely sure. I'll inquire and get back to you. Do you have any specific requirements? Cao Mo replied, nothing too particular. Just a higher ceiling and a good location. Since I might need a server room, there may be power supply considerations, though I'm not entirely certain yet. Additionally, I do prefer ample parking space, ideally a sufficiently large underground garage. All right, I'll check whether those buildings are still available for sale. By the way, why not consider purchasing an entire building? We have office spaces in Lujiazui. Cao Mo inquired. How many stories does it have? What is the price for an entire building? Suhao continued. I'll ask and call you back. Okay, thank you, Brother Hao. After hanging up, Suhao turned toward his father. Susemban Said, truly formidable. He can't be more than 23 years old, yet his foresight is indeed daunting. Suhao also sighed. Wanyu, what sectors does your investment company primarily focus on? Wanyu replied earnestly, Brother, you are well aware of the sectors our investment company is involved in. There is no need for inquiry. However, I will be keeping an eye on investment opportunities in pharmaceutical companies and private hospitals. I will also monitor the entertainment industry. I have considerable faith in his discernment, even if he may not genuinely participate in these sectors. If the opportunity arises, I'll attempt to probe his insights to understand the basis of his opinions. Su Jinbong lightly tapped the table, urging the siblings to cease their chatter. Enough of this. You are siblings, and there are so few of us in this family. Must you create discord? Suhao, be kinder to your sister. Wanyu, temper your temperament. I want to rush you, but are you both unwilling to marry? How long must I wait to embrace my grandchildren? Wanyu, your brother can afford to wait until he has 30 to marry, but you mustn't delay any further. A woman at 30 who remains unmarried. Can you withstand the whispers of society? Suhao remained silent, staring at the ceiling. Wanyu huffed. I don't know if you can endure it. I certainly can. Su Jinbong waved his hand. Enough of this. You both go about your business. Cao Mo was unaware that two people had been eavesdropping on his conversation with Suhao. He had never intended to deceive anyone regarding these matters. To date, he had altered events following his rebirth, apart from his own affairs and those of the Su siblings. It could be said that without his intervention, Jinbong Group would likely have transitioned into Su Jinye's hands within 6 months. As for who else might be involved behind the scenes, he was entirely oblivious. From Suhao's tone, he gathered that Suhao was quite pleased with his responses. It wasn't that he desired a free office floor. Rather, he sought an entire floor, which was indeed a rarity in present-day Haishur. The remaining options were those not intended for sale, completely earmarked for leasing, such as the very floors Jinbong Group currently possessed. Suhao was prompt in his actions. Within half an hour, he returned the call. Cao Mo, where are you? I'll arrange for someone to meet you and take you to view the office. His mood was evidently elevated. Huh? Brother Hao, that was quick. Cao Mo expressed his surprise while informing Suhao of his location at Jianwei Garden. Suhao replied, in half an hour, Feng Shi's will call you. He will accompany you. Any requirements, just convey them to him, and he will certainly accommodate your needs. If you desire an entire building, that can be arranged as well. Cao Mo was taken aback, but soon realized that while he could rent now, if the location and floor met his satisfaction, purchasing in the future would also be a viable option. All that is needed is for Suhao to agree to refrain from selling to others for the time being. Brother Hao, I won't be needing so much. I won't require an entire building for at least 6 months. I am uncertain whether you intended to sell or lease it. If you plan to sell, I would advise you to wait a few years before doing so. Property prices are bound to rise in the future. This is a certainty. Both commercial office spaces and residential properties will undoubtedly increase in value. Suhao chuckled, assuring, rest easy if you have taken a liking to it. Just inform Feng Shi's, and I will reserve it for you. Whenever you wish to purchase, I shall sell it to you. However, my sister mentioned your plans for a new company. Perhaps you could grant me a share, either 1% or 0.5%. Otherwise, establishing a studio may not be particularly enticing. Recently, I have been familiarizing myself with the landscape of internet companies, and it is apparent that lesser-known firms struggle to attract talent, especially with the competition among the established companies intensifying. Cao Mo was undeterred. All right, I will first inspect the building and then discuss matters with you in your office. Chapter 53. Suhao's Unexpected Delight. Feng Shi's arrived remarkably swiftly, leaving Cao Mo in a state of disbelief as he exited the community. Feng Shi's appeared to be at least in his 40s and displayed a highly respectful demeanor upon their meeting. It was evident that Su Hao must have conveyed something to him. Cao Mo exchanged polite handshakes and accepted a business card before entering the vehicle. He chose not to directly address Fang Xiai's probing inquiries and was reluctant to disclose his connection with the Su family. Noticing his somewhat lukewarm attitude, Fang Xiai's escorted him to view two newly renovated office buildings, also situated in Lujiazui. However, to officially occupy them would indeed require a minimum of 2 weeks' time. Mr. Gao, you merely need to select your preferred floor, and if you have any specific requirements regarding the decoration, you may inform me later. We are currently finalizing the internal renovations and inspections. Accommodating your requests would be quite manageable. Standing on the vacant 8th floor with blueprints in hand, he introduced the building's features to Cao Mo. The first floor spans nearly 300 square meters, and Cao Mo indicated that retaining 7 or 8 floors would suffice for his current needs. As for the decoration, he believed it best to leave that to the technical director, as he himself could not articulate precisely what he desired. I have no particular demands. The standard decor will suffice. For now, I only need 1 floor. Mr. Fang, how much would this building cost if sold? Fang Xiai's recalled Su Hao's words. If this young gentleman wished to purchase, he would sell it at market value. He promptly quoted a price. Mr. Cao, this building consists of 49 floors, with a height of 36 meters, and each floor covers an area of 12,837 square meters. At the market rate, the total value would be approximately 1.8 billion. Cao Mo believed in the honesty of his words, having researched that the cost for Grade A office buildings is roughly between 20,000 to 25,000 per square meter, with selling prices typically exceeding 30,000. However, he was merely inquiring and did not intend to buy at this moment. What about leasing? He asked. Fang Xiai smiled, stating, Mr. Su's intention is to offer you any number of floors at merely 1 yuan per month, with all property management and utilities included at no charge. Cao Mo paused for a moment, then quickly replied, No, let us proceed normally. For such a high-grade commercial office space, the standard rate is under 5 yuan per square meter, which translates to approximately 6,500 per day, about 200,000 monthly, totaling 2.4 million annually. I will lease for 2 years. Mr. Cao, Fang Xiai's began to say, but was interrupted. Mr. Fang, truly, there is no need. I am friends with Mr. Su, and business is business. It would be inappropriate for me to let a friend suffer a loss. With that, it was settled. Please bring a lease agreement tomorrow. I only need 1 floor. He turned towards the elevator, assuring, You need not feel awkward. I will clarify everything with Mr. Su. Fang Xiai's hesitated, feeling he could not make unilateral decisions. The favor was owed to Mr. Su, and it would be inappropriate for him to accept it. Mr. Gao, please hold on a moment. I must consult Mr. Su. He hurried to catch up. Cao Mo halted, pulling out his phone. It's all right. I will contact him now, so you need not feel uncomfortable. He called Su Hao and switched to speaker mode after the connection was made. Cao Mo, which building have you fixed your eyes upon? Su Hao's voice rang out clearly, possibly due to the phone's speaker quality, and it was Cao Mo's first experience using this new phone speaker feature. Brother Hao, I must sincerely thank Mr. Fang. I really like the place he introduced to me, and I plan to lease 1 floor. However, Mr. Fang just mentioned charging me only 1 yuan in rent. How can that be acceptable? Market rates should apply, and please do not reprimand Mr. Fang. It was my insistence on this arrangement. Besides, you know I'm not short on funds, correct? Su Hao remained jovial. Very well, since you are adamant. I shall not press further. However, regarding your new company, could you possibly allocate me a larger share? 1 point sounds rather inadequate. Cao Mo pondered. After all, he would certainly be granting core senior management a share or options in the future, so giving Su Hao a bit more wouldn't be an issue. Furthermore, once the company goes public, it is not inconceivable that someone might acquire shares on the open market and gain entry to the board. Brother Hao, how much would you like? Cao Mo inquired with a touch of seriousness. Su Hao laughed heartily. Of course, the more the better. Cao Mo into the speaker mode, placing the phone to his ear as he moved aside, while Fang Xiai's discreetly stepped away. Brother Hao, the more you desire, the higher the price per share. I can offer you no more than 5%, but you must invest 10 million. And the investment should not come from your personal funds or from sister one-use investment firm. It must be from the parent company of Jinbang Group. After a brief pause, he continued, this is a prerequisite. Moreover, regardless of whether the company eventually goes public, I will retain my veto power, which will be explicitly stated in the company's articles of incorporation. If you agree, I will prepare the documents in a few days and can find you. Suhao did not respond to this matter. Have you decided on the company name? Since there would be 2 shareholders, I would like to name the company Haisher Shuanxi Technology Company Limited. That works. I accept your terms. Leave the registration process to me. I will enlist someone to expedite it for you. The standard procedure typically requires about 2 weeks. Suhao did not hesitate. He responded almost immediately after the suggestion was made. After hanging up, Cao Mo gestured to Fang Shi's. Once you have the contract ready tomorrow, please stamp it and send it to Suhao. I will sign it when I visit him in a couple of days. Fang Shi's was delighted. As long as it did not involve him, considering the high salary at Jinbang Group, it was uncertain whether he could still enjoy such benefits. Although young, Suhao was indeed somewhat ruthless with those beneath him. After their discussion concluded, they descended together. Fang Shi's instructed the driver to take Cao Mo home, while he himself hailed a taxi back to the company. On the other hand, after hanging up, Suhao could hardly contain a smile. He never anticipated that Cao Mo would willingly offer 5%. Originally, it was anticipated that merely 2 or 3 points would suffice. However, the acquisition of 5 points was an unexpected boon. Although Su Wanyue provided a brief overview of the company's situation, his understanding was limited. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that since Cao Mo was willing to invest and was determined to capture the market through subsidies for users, success was inevitable. Moreover, what did 20 million really signify? While the precise amount Cao Mo intended to invest remained uncertain, proportionally, it would equate to approximately 3.8 billion, even if not all at once. In comparison, he was untroubled by the prospect of losing this 20 million, and it seemed likely that Cao Mo felt similarly. However, the greater likelihood was that Cao Mo would not incur any losses. At least from a long-term perspective, profits were assured. He was well versed in the intricacies of capital. Losses on financial statements were hardly an issue, as the crucial factor lay in the company's escalating valuation. Furthermore, he was resolute in retaining his shares. Perhaps, in a decade or so, this 20 million investment could yield returns in the hundreds or even thousands of times. What a fortune it would be! Suhao laughed heartily in his office. Chapter 54. Preparing for Candidate Interviews. In the ensuing days, Cao Mo finalized the signing and registration of the company. The major shareholder was his offshore company in Hong Kong, while the minor shareholder was Jinbang Group. To facilitate this, Jinbang Group issued a shareholder resolution and a board resolution. These 2 resolutions undeniably altered Su Wanyue's perception of Cao Mo, although it did not reach the level of conspiracy theories. The transformation of personal investment into corporate investment undoubtedly implied leveraging Jinbang Group's reputation to bolster his fledgling Shuanxi technology. Throughout the entire process of obtaining the company's licenses, Cao Mo had neither called her nor visited her office, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, Cao Mo was eagerly awaiting news from Core International while preparing to re-enter the international crude oil futures market to amass wealth. Ma Kuei brought 3 individuals with him and drove to the capital. After renting 2 cars using false identification, he contacted Hu Wushuan. On October 25th, Ma Kuei's subordinate collected 3 tote bags filled with cash and a dossier from the locker room of the gymnasium. This was all prearranged, and Ma Kuei did not mind his men being seen. He had never considered whether he was being watched. In his hometown, there were no unfamiliar faces that raised suspicion, as countless people traversed the city daily. Yet, he firmly believed that the other party was well aware of his identity and family circumstances. Anyone capable of producing such a sum of money was certainly not an adversary he could afford to provoke. If they truly sought to harm him, even a bounty of 3 million in their city could annihilate his entire family. Thus, he harbored no malicious intent. On the one hand, he understood the necessity of completing this assignment, and on the other, he awaited the remaining 7 million after its conclusion. The dossier contained a stack of photographs of a young man in various poses and settings. While there was no identification, it provided a name, frequented locations, personal preferences for fine wine and beauty, and even a detailed account of Li Wei's daily movements and schedules over the past month. The task was to uncover Li Wei's background within a 2-month deadline, specifically before New Year's. Otherwise, the entire $3 million would need to be refunded. He instructed his men to investigate Li Wei's background, and before proceeding with any action, each of them would receive $100,000 to send home, with the remainder allocated for expenses. This was Ma Kuei's method of winning loyalty. He had always operated on a 3-to-7 split, 30% cash directly distributed to those who brought in the job, while he retained the remaining $7 million. In Liaoning province, his monthly income surpassed $2 million, yet the amount that actually reached his hands rarely exceeded $1 million, as he had to manage various expenses and maintain normal operations at his own expense. For external contracts, he could earn a bit more. Ma Kuei chose a location not within the city, but rented a farmhouse in the suburbs. Both the house and vehicle were rentals, as he had no other options. He parked the car directly in the yard. Should he need to act, but find himself lacking transportation or unable to enter the city, he would devise another plan. Once the client provided the funds, all ensuing difficulties were his responsibility to resolve, and he understood this well. On the other side, Hu Wushuang set down his camera, listening to his subordinates report. They only drove one car with a total of 3 people. The items have already been taken. Hu Wushuang gestured toward the camera, saying, "Send the photos to my phone and arrange for people to continue surveilling the places Li Wei frequents daily. No need for any other actions. Simply observe where he goes." In fact, Li Wei's movements were relatively predictable: home, work, and entertainment venues. The latter primarily consisted of upscale private dining establishments, clubs, and high-end KTVs. The opportunities to act were quite limited, and the only leverage he had was Li Wei's penchant for women. He was often accompanied by several second-generation rich kids, either sent by their families to curry favor with the Li family or simply sharing similar interests. Most of the time spent at clubs was for indulgent parties, and even at KTVs, women were invariably present. As of today, there was little left for him to do. All available information had been provided to Ma Kuei, and now it was up to the Northeast Ma Kuei to take the next steps. The reason for selecting Northeast Ma Kuei was fundamentally to ensure that once the task was completed, the trail would lead northward, as long as he remained uninvolved. There was little to fear. Moreover, he had recently spent money to acquire a syringe. He was fully prepared for various scenarios. The only thing left to do was wait, even though he felt an increasing impatience. Over 2 months had passed since Su Hao's incident, and he had yet to take action against anyone in the Li family. On the 27th, Cao Mo made another move in the crude oil market. This time, his strategy was to short sell, initiating positions as the price gradually dipped from 55.60. His target was to exit by mid-next month, ideally above 45.25, anticipating a profit margin of around $10, which would translate to profits in the billions. He had formulated a plan. After this transaction, each of the 3 brokers would only need to manage no more than 5 accounts, focusing on 5-year crude oil futures, allowing for sustained profits. Before 2008, the market was booming, but following the financial crisis, prices plummeted over $100 within just a year. That was the real opportunity. Prior to 2008, he also had ample capital to engage in another industry. He decided to limit his involvement in internet-related sectors to just 3 or 5 ventures, leaving the rest to others. The renovations at Feng Xiai's place were still ongoing, with the final phase of flooring requiring approximately 3 to 4 more days. Ning Hongwei had already sent him 6 resumes, from which he could discern little. He could only make a preliminary judgment based on past performances. If he wished to be a hands-off manager, experience would be paramount for the responsible individuals. The candidates hailed from Sina, Sohu, Baidu, and NetEase. He gave it little thought and simply asked Ning Hongwei to invite them over, arranging to meet at the same CAF where the two had previously met to discuss matters. If all went well, they would sign the contract and agree on the commencement date directly. Cao Mo Ning Hongwei. In truth, he had other resources at his disposal, but among them, these 6 candidates, in his professional opinion, were the most promising. coupled with Cao Mo's promise to reimburse travel expenses and offer a generous salary. This arrangement was advantageous for all three parties involved. Who could tell how the economic circumstances of these individuals were at present? On the morning of October 31st at 9 a.m., the interview was set to take place at Haisher Wudong, Ing CAF. This was the message that Ning Hongwei sent to the four candidates, complete with detailed directions. Among them, 2 aspired to become general managers, while the other 2 sought positions as technical directors, in addition to 1 architecture engineer and 1 streaming media engineer. In reality, the latter 2 offered little choice for Cao Mo, yet he remained unconcerned. His philosophy was that those with capability should step up if he was dissatisfied. He could always demote them or reduce their salaries. As for the interviewers, Cao Mo had invited 3 professionals from Korn Ferry International to evaluate the candidates from multiple perspectives. He was indifferent to the process. Chapter 55. The interview many perceive time as fleeting, while others find it drags on interminably. Su Wanyue belonged to the latter group. For reasons she could not articulate, she fervently wished to receive a call from Cao Mo or catch a glimpse of him on the 48th floor. Yet, as the month drew to a close, she had not seen him for half a month. Reflecting on her lack of excuses, she decided to stubbornly cease thinking about Cao Mo altogether and immerse herself in her work. Unbeknownst to her, Cao Mo remained oblivious to her sentiments. On the 30th, the 6 candidates had arrived in Haisher and contacted Ning Hongwei. After reviewing the company's business license and visiting the office building nearing completion, Ning Hongwei advised them not to be late the following day. Although the future boss was young, the company boasted shares from Zhenbang Group, the largest private enterprise in Haisher, undoubtedly boosting the candidates' confidence. Meanwhile, Cao Mo had printed out the resumes of the 6 candidates. Yao Chongli, the technical deputy director from Baidu, whose parents resided in Haisher, had spent several years in the capital and naturally hoped to return home with this opportunity. Zhang Haochuan, also from Baidu, was an architectural engineer. Zhang Jue worked as an architectural engineer for Sina, while Sun Xiaohua hailed from Soho. Deng Feng was from NetEase, and Gao Jijia was also affiliated with NetEase. All were under the age of 30, and, according to Ning Hongwei, they were all well-regarded technical talents within the industry. However, none of them had the qualifications to stand at the forefront, at least not in their previous companies. Each individual harbored their own aspirations and needs, perhaps stemming from competition and internal strife in their former workplaces. Ning Hongwei and Cao Mo communicated daily. According to Cao Mo, if these individuals truly possess the requisite skills, they should commence work immediately, and if they could bring others along, that would be even better. On Sunday, the 31st, Cao Mo arrived promptly at 8:40 a.m. Just as he settled in, without having placed an order, Ning Hongwei arrived with 2 others. After a brief introduction, He Hongliang and Wang Ziyan, both senior managers from Korn Ferry International, explained that they specialized in the IT sector, encompassing both software and hardware. Ning Hongwei himself was a headhunter exclusively for this industry. "Mr. Cao, it's a pleasure to meet you," He Hongliang said as they shook hands and exchanged business cards. Cao Mo felt a bit awkward, yet he had prepared for the occasion. "I apologize, I don't have business cards yet. The company has just been registered and is still undergoing renovations." Nonetheless, he retrieved 3 red envelopes from his bag and handed them to them. "Regardless of whether this aligns with your professional duties, I feel quite embarrassed for taking up your weekend time. Please consider this a token of gratitude." Such gestures were rare in this era. Moreover, their visit was part of the contractual agreement, as they were there to assist with recruitment, a request initiated by Ning Hongwei and a duty owed by Korn Ferry International. Ning Hongwei was the first to accept the red envelope. "Mr. Cao, you are too kind. I'll gladly accept it and ensure that I uphold my end of the bargain." Upon seeing him accept the envelope, the initially hesitant He Hongliang and Wang Ziyun exchanged glances. "Mr. Cao, we shall accept it then. It was intended for you, so please don't be modest. I'm genuinely grateful for your assistance. I would feel quite remiss if I didn't express my appreciation for occupying your weekend time." Cao Mo smiled as he watched them accept the envelopes. "What would you like to drink? Feel free to order anything. Today, it's on me." Even though a cup of coffee paired with a small pastry didn't cost much, uttering those words at least made everyone feel more comfortable, did it not? In his previous life as a delivery driver, he had accommodated numerous requests for the sake of good reviews, from bringing a pack of cigarettes to disposing of trash, even transporting a 5-kilogram bag of rice. As a delivery driver, these requests were merely trifles, as long as they were not excessive. Thus, he earned a decent income during that time until the hours grew increasingly scarce, compounded by the fact that the platform's owner was less than considerate. Alas, to speak of it is to summon tears, to dwell on it is to invite sorrow. Coincidentally, just as the three across from him accepted the red envelopes and the coffee was served, the candidates arrived. Cao Mo glanced at the time. 8:50 a.m. 10 minutes early. Both he and Ning Hongwei had seen photographs of the 6 individuals, so naturally, it was Ning Hongwei who rose to greet them. A few minutes later, Ning Hongwei returned with Deng Feng, an engineer from NetEase applying for the position of streaming media engineer. After a brief introduction, he looked toward Cao Mo. Cao Mo stood to shake Deng Feng's hand before sitting back down. I'm not well versed in technical matters. You all proceed, and we can discuss it further after the interviews. He gestured invitingly, indicating he would merely listen in. He Hongliang and Wang Ziyun chuckled in response. Deng Feng, carrying a modest briefcase and dressed in a well-tailored suit, appeared somewhat nervous. Ning Hongwei had already briefed them on Xuanxi Technology, a newly established company with a registered capital of 100 million yuan, with plans for further investment. He had also provided them with a brief overview of the company's future direction. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sincerely considered switching jobs for an interview. What followed was a relatively technical discussion, and while Cao Mo listened attentively, he understood the gist of their conversation. He maintained a quiet demeanor, casually nibbling on snacks and sipping coffee. Yet he paid close attention to the projects Deng Feng had undertaken. It wasn't until 10 a.m. that the technical discussions concluded, and it was now Cao Mo's turn. He invited everyone to take a seat at the table, necessitating the rearrangement of 2 tables into a larger one. Soon, 3 tables were pushed together, though the 10 individuals still felt somewhat cramped. The name of the company, Xuanxi Technology, embodies the notion of seizing fleeting opportunities, where 11 signifies sharpness or acuity. You have seen how things transpired. I may not grasp the technical intricacies, yet I am acutely aware of the type of website I envision. I will continuously augment my investment, so you need not worry about salary disbursements. The current capital of 100 million yuan is already in place. As for your anticipated salary and benefits, I harbor no objections, as long as you ultimately receive the offer from Carry Headhunters that meets your expectations. I am more than capable of providing the compensation, whether it pertains to salary or benefits. The shareholders of the company are my offshore firm and the leading private enterprise in Haishur, Zhongbang Group, of which I trust you are already aware. What I seek is to establish the company with the assistance of several core technical personnel. Those with managerial capabilities will be afforded higher positions. Meritocracy is the guiding principle that I intend to uphold consistently. The office space has already been rented, and the specifics regarding the decoration and the number of recruits are entirely your domain. I shall not involve myself excessively. Furthermore, discussions of stock options at this juncture are rather futile, as I believe the company will not achieve any profitability in the coming year, and I am prepared to incur losses for several years. Nevertheless, it is not to say that stock options cannot be offered. Rather, I will engage a professional consulting firm to devise the structure. He paused, stating that this was all he wished to convey, inviting any inquiries. Chapter 56, Xiao Mei. After the 6 candidates departed with their red envelopes of 10,000 yuan each, He Hongtao, Wang Zun, and Ning Hongwei submitted their evaluations and scores for each individual to Cao Mo. Mr. Cao, we now await your decision, Ning Hongwei remarked with a smile. The trio provided their assessments based on the candidates' performances during the interviews. Cao Mo responded, I shall send you a formal email reply after reviewing your submissions. In truth, he had already made his decision. He intended to hire all 6 candidates. Currently, he had no employees, so the more, the merrier, especially since the financial resources were ample. With daily earnings and futures exceeding 10 million, such sums were trivial. The general manager's salary was set at 800,000 yuan annually, while that for the technical director was 600,000 yuan. Even the lowest salary he intended to offer would be no less than 150,000 yuan per annum, and the company would not require a receptionist. At least, that was his current thought. Altogether, the workforce would not exceed 40 individuals, translating to a modest annual expenditure. He could recoup that amount in a single day. This was his straightforward and unembellished rationale. As for the 6 candidates, he initially envisioned that Xuanxi technology would follow the paths of Tushio and Douyin, believing that the diminutive Zhang, with his expertise in data collection for Baidu, would be suitable as a general manager. However, the 3 professionals from Carry International unanimously deemed Sun Xiaohua from Sohu to be more fitting for the general manager role. Conversely, he thought highly of the Baidu technical deputy director, Yao Chongli, yet concluded that he was better suited for the technical director position. Of course, their recommendations were merely advisory and did not dictate the appointments. Having received their compensation, the evaluations they provided were notably detailed. As someone without expertise in the field, it was prudent to heed the advice of professionals. He promptly sent an email to Ning Hongwei, confirming the positions for each candidate. As for the job responsibilities, that would be content modified by Ning Hongwei. He could simply copy and paste it. The agreement stipulated that they would commence work no later than New Year's Day, and no earlier than December 1st. Once this matter was settled, Cao Mo felt a profound sense of relief. His next task was to peruse various websites, discerning which ones did not align with his preferences or needs. He found himself particularly fond of Google's webpage design, simple and straightforward. However, the nature of his website differed. His would promote content tailored to registered users' preferences. Regarding advertising revenue, he considered the rate of 50 cents per 1,000 clicks quite satisfactory. The rest, he would leave to Sun Xiaohua. Brother Ma. The bald man entered the room, announcing that Xiao Mei and the others had arrived, along with Hao Gu and his crew. After this, he added, "Not the same train." Ma Kuei nodded and extinguished his cigarette. "Taizhu, let us divide the money." There were 16 individuals in total, each receiving 100,000 yuan to send back home. Taizhu nodded, calculating, "Brother, we need to prepare at least 6 vehicles. All must be A plates. Let the others handle the rentals. Additionally, purchase 5 new cars in the capital. Any license plates will suffice, nothing too extravagant. Once arranged, they could be driven back to the northeast for the team's use. These expenses would be covered from the remaining 1 million. Ma Kui instructed Karimli. After distributing the funds, each of the 6 women should receive 20,000 to acquire outfits, cosmetics, perfumes, whatever they need. Subsequently, arrange for them to work at these locations and have 2 people from the crew handle their transportation daily. Understood. I'll take care of it, Taizhu replied, turning to exit through the open door without closing it. Before long, Taizhu returned, accompanied by a man and a woman. Both were relatively young. The man was under 30, and the woman appeared to be in her early 20s. Particularly, Xiaomei was tall, standing at least 1.7 meters. Despite the cold weather, she wore only a windbreaker. Yet, even in that attire, her figure was notably appealing. Her bust was modest, but her waist was slender. The belt of the windbreaker accentuated her waist-to-hip ratio. Her long legs, accentuated further by high heels, added to her allure. But that was not all. The woman possessed an oval face, exuding an innate charm that was neither forced nor artificial, but rather a natural allure conveyed through her features. Her elegantly arched eyebrows and captivating eyes, coupled with a straight nose and luscious lips, radiated an unmistakable aura of seduction and enticement in her every gesture. As they entered, Taizhu closed the door and stood silently at the entrance. "Brother Ma." The pair respectfully greeted him before standing still. Ma Kuei gestured for them to sit, saying, "Please, we're all on the same side. Taizhu, you two, take a seat." Once the 3 were seated, Ma Kuei smiled and inquired, "Have you received the money?" "Yes, thank you, Brother Ma," Xiaomei responded, unfastening her windbreaker to reveal a high-neck cashmere sweater. Instantly, the contours of her chest became evident. It was not particularly large, merely a standard 34C, yet due to her undergarments, it appeared quite firm. The others merely nodded. Ma Kuei glanced at Xiao Mei's figure and chuckled. Indeed, Northeasterners are not afraid of the cold. Haha. He turned to retrieve a file folder from the nearby sofa and placed it on the coffee table. These are the individuals you need to keep an eye on. The others remained still. Xiao Mei chimed in, Brother Ma. All the people I've brought are the most beautiful from my team, guaranteed to captivate anyone who sees them. Ma Kuei gestured lightly toward the folder, instructing, You two should first take a look at the photographs, then distribute them, so everyone remembers the faces. We cannot afford to have anyone fail to recognize them when the time comes. Taiju reached for the folder, opened it, and began to sift through the stack of photographs. Some were taken by others, while some were captured during this period. Taiju interjected, There are several places this person frequents that we cannot access. There are 4 nightclubs and 3 KTVs available. Xiao Mei, your team, including yourself, should ensure that each person visits a different venue, ideally establishing good relations with all 7 places so that we can switch locations at will. Transportation will be provided by those associated with the mice for both commuting and transferring between venues. Should Li Wei be spotted, it is imperative to notify the others immediately. If you are selected, do your utmost to serve well. Xiao Mei retrieved a portion of photographs from a mice and examined them one by one. Hearing this, she spoke up. Rest assured, we are here to make money. Serving anyone is merely part of the job. Moreover, I've heard that the wealthy young masters in the capital are quite generous. If it weren't for Brother Taiju limiting us to 6 individuals, I would have wanted to bring everyone along. In a few years, we should open our own establishment. Though she spoke lightly, she was acutely aware that this situation was unusual. Who would offer 100,000 yuan without any prior engagement? There is no such thing as a free lunch. The heavens do not rain down pastries, only bird droppings and hail. The profits you earn belong to you entirely. We take not a single cent. However, if someone from those photographs ends up in your establishment without my knowledge, you can imagine the consequences, Taiju said slowly. That cannot happen, Xiao Mei quickly replied with a smile. I can discern that much. However, Brother Ma, she lifted her gaze towards Ma Kuei. If one of them enters our venue, should we notify Brother Taiju? Nothing more? Chapter 57, The Mice. Indeed, Ma Kuei nodded, taking a cigarette from a coffee table and lighting it. The 100,000 yuan is contingent upon immediate notification to Taiju if that individual enters the club, regardless of who sees him. This is the only condition for each person to receive the 100,000 yuan. I have already disbursed the funds, and you have accepted them. If you fail to fulfill your obligations, what do you think will happen? The mice interjected, These nightclubs are inaccessible without the A card. Taiju promptly responded, You will rent the A cards. The expenses will not be on you. 6 vehicles should suffice for Xiao Mei and her team. The mice nodded, indicating he had no objections. Ma Kuei exhaled a puff of smoke. Very well, that is settled. Taiju, provide Xiao Mei with a few photographs, then accompany her to shop for clothing and cosmetics. Mice, stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you. Taiju stood, collecting the photographs into a file. Xiao Mei followed suit, clutching her trench coat, and nodded to Ma Kuei. Brother Ma, I'll step out to show them the photographs so they can remember the faces. Ma Kuei waved his hand dismissively. Once the door closed, Ma Kuei inquired, How are the individuals you brought? The mice quickly listed a dozen names, adding, They're all quite resolute. Rest assured, Brother Ma, they do not belong to the same leader. They were selected from several different establishments. Have they seen blood? Yes, but none have taken a life. They remain relatively clean. Only then did Ma Kuei speak earnestly. Afterward, distribute the photographs. Ensure that each one is returned without exception. Each vehicle will carry 3 individuals, escorting 1 woman to and from work. Afterward, wait at the nightclub entrance for them to finish. This is your nightly obligation. However, should Li Wei appear, regardless of which nightclub he frequents, upon receiving the alert, the 6 vehicles with a total of 18 individuals must ambush him after he exits and transport him directly to the new port. Once successful, contact me. The mice seemed taken aback. Brother Ma, is that all? Aren't we meant to eliminate him? Ma Kuei shook his head. No need. The buyer does not want his life. Merely his presence delivered intact. The final delivery location will be determined once you have secured him. The mice scratched his face. realizing that Li Wei likely has at least 3 or 4 bodyguards, not to mention friends, so there will probably be 6 or 7 people when he appears. Ma Kuei interrupted. You have over a dozen individuals. With your equipment, are you worried about capturing him? The mice pondered, then asked, what about Cao Mo and the others? With daily transportation, won't they be easily tracked? That is your concern to address. Besides, you won't have them take taxis to work or drop them near the nightclub. Establish a designated pickup point. When the target appears, drive over and make your move midway or directly at the nightclub entrance. I demand results. The process is inconsequential. However, I must remind you, this operation cannot fail. If it does, I will send you all to the coal mines. The mice reacted minimally, merely nodding at one T fail. One strike may not suffice. A few more will do the trick. There is nothing we cannot accomplish. Prior to this trip, everyone crafted a fake ID to ensure no traces will be left. Ma Kuei's demeanor turned icy. I have stated, I require only that you call me once the individual is secured. Everything else is irrelevant. The mice is inherently cautious, yet paradoxically, this caution often manifests before action. While he tends to be bolder when the moment arrives. This is precisely why Ma Kuei specifically requested his presence. The mice did not linger in the room long before departing. Ma Kuei retrieved a beer from beneath the coffee table, opening it and taking a hearty swig. He believed the task would succeed, yet he equally suspected that once accomplished, these individuals would need to seek refuge in the south. Guangdong province is quite favorable, with pleasant weather and ample wealth. At worst, they could pool some money to open a bar in the south, allowing Cao Mo to sell there, which would still be profitable. Furthermore, Southerners are generally wealthier, with savings combined with this 7 million, approaching 30 million in capital. While they may not be able to open a grand bar, surely they could establish one in Dongguan. The company's administrator is a woman in her late 20s, her name notably melodious, Lu Zhihua. Upon seeing her resume, Cao Mo even considered her to be nearly as captivating as the icy beauty Su Wanhue. At 26 years of age, she has a 3-year-old daughter. Moreover, this woman is divorced and left her child behind, traveling alone from Chongqing to seek employment. Previously, she worked at her husband's company, but after he cheated with a mistress, she divorced him, claiming their money and property, which she subsequently rented out to come to Haishur. The reason for selecting Lu Zhihua is that her ex-husband also ran an internet company. She possesses a reasonable understanding of what a website company requires in terms of decoration and configuration. Although Cao Mo intended for Sun Xiaohua to make the final decision, the office area's decoration and procurement necessitate someone to oversee it. Thus, after reviewing the resume, he chose her. Furthermore, her beauty would surely motivate the team to work harder. The finance department consists of a man surnamed Yang, named Yang. The cashier was selected by Ning Hongwei, and there were no objections, as long as he understood basic accounting. As for the accountant, Cao Mo decided against hiring one, believing Yang sufficient for the task. Upon Lu Zhihua's arrival in Haishur, Cao Mo realized she was even more attractive in person, and her demeanor was commendable. Setting aside any awkwardness, this woman is remarkably efficient and decisive in her work. After viewing the new office building with Yang, she requested the property's blueprints and began discussing how to proceed with the interior design and zoning. After Cao Mo sketched a simple design for a shared office space, Lu Zhihua promptly declared that such desks would require customization. With a smile, Cao Mo reassured her that she only needed to oversee the decoration of the office area, leaving the other spaces vacant until the technical personnel from the general manager arrived to provide their specifications for design. Lu Zhihua's task was merely to establish the office area, leisure zone, and water bar. The remaining company regulations could be addressed individually by the administrative and financial departments. Truly, this hands-off management approach was rather refreshing. At Yang's request, Cao Mo agreed to come at least once a week for signature and payment before leisurely descending the stairs to continue his reading at home. Another significant matter, however, would have to wait. If memory served correctly, a shipment of counterfeit red wine was set to be exposed by early next month, just before Christmas. This scandal had left a certain young master not only humiliated, but also facing losses exceeding 10 million. What compounded his embarrassment was the fact that the remaining stock of red wine in customs supervision was also counterfeit. News reports from his memory indicated that this batch was scheduled to arrive at the port by the end of this month. Thus, there was still time to wait. Through this incident, it was highly probable to gain the young master's friendship. In a previous life, someone had commented that had it not been for this incident, the young master's father might have been able to secure a higher position in the capital. However, due to this debacle, those aspirations have been entirely dashed. Coincidentally, Su Hao was also acquainted with this young master, and their relationship was relatively amicable, often sharing drinks together. Yet, the distinction between them lay in the fact that while the young master engaged with women discreetly, Su Hao was brazenly open about it, especially since Su Hao had a particular penchant for married women. The thought alone made Cao Mo feel a twinge of envy. In his previous life, despite being a delivery man, he too had harbored similar inclinations. Chapter 58, Family Dinner. In the capital, Li Wei completed his signatures on the documents that required his attention, keeping in mind his father Li Weiguo's admonition about dining with the Lu family that evening. He was also aware that Lu Yujing would be present. Since transferring to his school in high school, Lu Yujing had been infatuated with him. This was hardly surprising, given his handsome features and affluent background. His appeal as a man naturally escalated exponentially. However, while Lu Yujing expressed her affection, permitting hand-holding and even a kiss, she firmly drew the line at any further advances. Lu Yujing's father, Lu Jiqiang, held a prominent position, having been transferred from a southern province directly into the Planning Commission, which later evolved into the Powerful Development and Reform Commission. He was not someone Li Wei could afford to offend. Lu Jiqiang looked down upon him, and he was acutely aware of this. Nevertheless, Lu Jiqiang's agreement to a meeting between their families stemmed from the connections of Li Wei's uncle and paternal grandfather. The Li family, while not the most powerful in political circles, boasted a formidable presence due to the influence of his grandfather, uncle, and father, making them a force to be reckoned with in both political and business realms in the capital. His willingness to dine with Lu Jiqiang was primarily out of respect for his father's wishes. He dared not disobey. However, should a union with the Lu family be on the horizon, he was determined to first win Lu Yujing's affections, otherwise he would never consent. What if they were not compatible? Li Wei's roguish tendencies were a common trait among men. Both Lu Yujing and Lu Jiqiang were aware of this, as was everyone else. But only those outside of Lu Yujing's circle seemed indifferent. Lu Jiqiang souffrait à dix peu alliance. But what he truly desired was the influence of the elder Li's voice in critical meetings, potentially saving him a decade of effort. The competition intensified as one ascended the ranks, yet ordinary individuals remained blissfully unaware. Embedded within the system, how could he not know? With no son and only 2 daughters, he had no heirs to consider, but if these daughters could yield greater benefits, he was indifferent to whom they married. Dad, I just got off work. I'll shower and change at the company. Aiming to arrive punctually, Li Wei proactively called his father to give notice, implying that he should inform Uncle Lu to avoid any semblance of rudeness. It's fine. Why don't you contact Yujing and see when she might arrive? Li Wei Wu rappela calmly. Dad, our paths don't intersect. Just call her. She has been back from the party school for over 2 months and has just started at her new job. You didn't say you'd spend more time with her. I want to mention your past escapades, but from now on, you need to be more upright. Once you're married, I can finally rest easy. Li Wei unconsciously tugged at the corner of his mouth, acknowledging, understood. I'll try to arrive earlier. After 7 o'clock, he finally reached the hotel, where his father Li Weiguo, mother Zheng Qian, and sister Li Zixuan were already present, as were the members of the Lu family. Lu Jiqiang and Li Weiguo occupied the seats of honor, with Li Weiguo's family beside him, while Lu Jiqiang was accompanied by his wife Tang Yuling, Lu Yujing, and another icy young woman. As Li Wei entered the private room, the first thing that caught his eye was the extraordinarily beautiful yet aloof girl. He had never encountered this young lady before. Uncle Lu, Dad, I apologize for my tardiness. Lu Jiqiang chuckled. No worries, we've only just arrived ourselves. Li Weiguo shot him a stern glance. Sit down. Arriving this late, didn't I ask you to hurry? There was heavy traffic. The company had too many cars. In truth, had he come directly after showering and changing, he would not have been late. He merely wished to minimize their dining time together. Li Wei retrieved several gift boxes from his bag. Uncle Lu, Aunt Tang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I brought a few small gifts as a token of respect. He gifted Tang Yuling a silk scarf, while Lu Yujing and Lu Yuxian each received a watch and a bottle of perfume, respectively. As for Lu Jiqiang, he had no gift to offer, as it would be inappropriate. Seeing that he had made an effort, Li Weiguo breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan regarded him. What about me? Li Wei smiled and produced another bottle of perfume for his sister. How could I forget you? Li Zixuan ralanta. From the moment he entered, the Lu family had been scrutinizing him. Lu Yujing had harbored feelings for him for many years, hence her gaze was markedly different. However, since Li Wei had focused most of his attention on Lu Jiqiang and then on Lu Yuxian, Lu Yujing's cool demeanor was somewhat justifiable, albeit it was crucial to display warmth towards her family. Once seated, he assessed Lu Yuxian. Her features were exquisite, a beautiful oval face bearing a frosty expression, strikingly similar to Tang Yuling. As she stood to receive her gift, her figure was equally impressive, with a slender waist complementing her ample curves. She stood a tad shorter, perhaps just over 1.6 meters. Yet this was inconsequential. Upon seeing Lu Yuxian, a familiar face suddenly flashed in his mind, equally distant and unapproachable, yet more alluring, both in physique and appearance, utterly eclipsing the young woman before him. Recently, he had been unable to reach Su Jianye, receiving no news whatsoever, and he was too preoccupied to leave the capital. He sighed. If there was no opportunity, so be it. The enchanting Su Wanyue was simply too irresistible. The allure she exuded was undeniably captivating. Merely contemplating it elicited a reaction within him. Dining, particularly in such gatherings, was in essence an experience fraught with discomfort. Yet, this was the reality of their culinary encounters. The act of dining was not the objective. However, it was a necessity for everyone involved. Thus, Li Wei, under the scrutiny of Lu Yujing's gaze, maintained his composure while responding to an array of questions posed by those across the table, all the while feeling a tempest of agitation within. His eyes repeatedly wandered to Lu Yuqi's countenance. It was not until the meal concluded that Lu Jiqiang announced their departure, citing the need to prepare for work the following day. The dinner was deemed finished. Xiao Wei, see Xiao Jing home, Li Weiguo instructed, his gaze conveying a meaning that, frankly, Li Wei failed to grasp. Lu Jiqiang merely nodded slightly, while Zheng Qian cheerfully suggested, Yuqi, you should accompany me. Let us take your father's car back. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Li family descended the stairs to bid farewell to Lu Jiqiang, who was leaving with his wife and daughter. Li Zixin suddenly came to life. Throughout the meal, she had been relatively quiet, primarily allowing the parents to converse. However, the topic had not strayed towards the children's potential marriages. This meeting was decidedly more formal, and in truth, it was the first time Zheng Qian laid eyes on Li Wei. Old Lu, Zheng Qian is in the back seat. As for this Li Wei, he looks decent enough, but I have heard whispers of his unsavory reputation, she remarked. Lu Yuqi immediately interjected, Mom, you are exaggerating. I've heard of more than 5 university students who faced unintended pregnancies because of him. Lu Jiqiang was well aware of Li Wei's notorious standing. He cast a glance at his youngest daughter in the passenger seat, pondering whether such remarks were appropriate for a young lady to utter. Zheng Qian sighed and fell silent. In Beijing, such matters were, regrettably, commonplace. They were mutual agreements, where the lines of right and wrong blurred. Although she felt a sense of injustice for her daughter, her authority within the household was limited, and everything ultimately fell under Lu Jiqiang's dominion. After a moment, she lamented, Xiaoqi, in the future, ensure you thoroughly assess a man's character before entering a relationship. Lu Yuqi scoffed, I'll make my own decisions regarding my affairs. Lu Jiqiang remained silent, while Zheng Qian exhaled another sigh. Chapte 50, Xiaoli. Are you returning to the dormitory or heading home? Once the Li family had departed, the first words Li Wei uttered were directed at Li Zixin, inquiring about her destination. Jingjie, where would you like to go for some fun? She asked, taking Lu Yujing's hand in hers. Lu Yujing glanced at the tall and handsome Li Wei, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. As a well-behaved girl, she had always been drawn to boys like Li Wei, rebellious yet from affluent backgrounds. Back in high school, his smoking, drinking, brawling, and charm had captivated her. Now, having reached the appropriate age for marriage, Li Wei undoubtedly remained her favorite. I don't know. I need to go home soon, Lu Yujing replied, her gaze fixed on Li Wei. Nowhere in particular. I'll just see you both home. Then I have plans to meet friends for drinks, Li Wei bluntly refused. The sparkle in Lu Yujing's eyes dimmed slightly, yet she still smiled at Li Zixin, saying, "Your brother has other commitments. How about we go watch a movie instead?" Li Zixin tilted her head to look at Li Wei. "Brother, are you going to bar? Jing Jie and I could join you. You do your thing, and we'll do ours." Li Wei laughed derisively. "Though night is fallen, don't dream. Are bars really appropriate venues for respectable women? You both ought to return home, or I can take you back to school. Snow is expected tomorrow, and the temperature tonight is low. You two should behave and go back. The place I'm heading to is unsuitable for you." He had contemplated bringing Lu Yujing to a hotel, but he understood all too well that she would never agree. Instead, he would drop them home and then indulge in his revelries. Just the other day, Cao Mo mentioned a northeastern girl at the Moonflower who was quite attractive. Furthermore, she could summon a few fellow compatriots if needed, and those women were certainly trained, their flexibility beyond description. Such thoughts were tantalizing. Gazing at Lu Yujing, he could see but not touch, which was undeniably frustrating. Coupled with the contrasting images of Lu Yuqi and Su Wanyu in his mind, he felt an overwhelming urge to seek release. "Mind your own business. Jing Jie and I will just go to a karaoke bar to listen to music and have some red wine before heading home," Li Zixin retorted, somewhat displeased. She had taken quite a liking to Lu Yujing. In terms of personality, they were polar opposites. While she herself was both conservative and liberal, Lu Yujing was steadfastly traditional. This had nothing to do with a love for adventure. Their familial backgrounds were commendable, and their appearances were not lacking. Why shouldn't they be allowed to enjoy life? Moreover, with their esteemed backgrounds, few dared to provoke them in Beijing. Li Wei chuckled, observing Lu Yujing, who had her eyes slightly cast down. He reached out, pulling her closer, lifting her chin, and planted a forceful kiss upon her lips. Even as he kissed her, he thought to himself, "So what if I am a scoundrel? Tasting is better than nothing." Li Zixin was taken aback, and Lu Yujing was utterly stunned, failing to comprehend the situation. Upon releasing her, he declared, "Let us part ways here, each to their own, and we shall act as if we are strangers when we meet again, to ensure everyone enjoys themselves." "Brother, are you even human?" After Li Zixin finally voiced her thoughts, Lu Yujing grasped her hand and turned to leave. Li Wei stood there, a smile gracing his face as he retrieved his phone, dialing Su Jinyao once more, only to be met with the same shut-off response. With a huff, Li Wei called Cao Mo, and after they arranged a time, he got in his car. Cao Mo, clutching his phone, contemplated the contact number for Song Yanbin, the young heir from Haisher that Su Hao had sent him. He felt an intense hesitation. Although he possessed the number, he was uncertain when the shipment of liquor would arrive at the port. Haisher was currently the most affluent city in the country, a title it had held for at least 3 decades. He struggled to comprehend the mindset of the city's youth, a disconnect that stemmed from his previous life experiences, living on the fringes of society. To those who prided themselves on being upper class, he was hardly worthy of their attention, whether socialites or those of modest means. Such matters held no interest for him. Acquiring wealth was his sole focus. He estimated that by the end of the month, everything should align. Yet he worried about time constraints. Perhaps the liquor had already arrived, but Song Yanbin was delaying the shipment. Christmas was undoubtedly a significant holiday for university students, young couples, and the youth of Haisher. Unable to make a definitive decision, he resolved to wait a little longer. Regarding Su Hao's inquiries about his absence from Jinbang Building, and even Su Wanyu's mentions of not having seen him for quite some time, he offered brief explanations about being preoccupied with financial matters and other commitments, assuring them he would visit once he had completed his current endeavors. He believed his responses were adequate. Yet Su Hao interpreted the message as likely stemming from Su Wanyu's irritation with Cao Mo Shaoli, whose birth name was Li Chunli, was the most naturally endowed among the group, led by Cao Mei. At 9 o'clock, she arrived at the location and received word that Tao Gongzi awaited her in the private room above. Young Master Tao is well acquainted with her, having met twice and been served on both occasions. She feels quite pleased, for this young Master Tao possesses remarkable stamina and, most importantly, pays with great generosity. Over these two encounters, she has earned nearly 8,000 yuan, which includes consumption commissions and tips from young Master Tao. For the third meeting, she summoned her friends, Cao Mei and others, and they had an extraordinarily delightful time in the largest private room. That night alone, she earned 20,000 yuan just from drink commissions, not to mention additional income. She believes that the current climate is exceedingly favorable. Earning money seems effortless, to the extent that she feels her past life in the Northeast was a mere squandering of her existence. In the changing room, she donned a new outfit and ascended to the third floor with her small bag in hand. Naturally, the largest private room was room 399, as 9 is the highest number. Young Master Tao always chose this room for his visits. Upon entering, she spotted him seated alongside two other young men, engaged in conversation over beers. Young Master Tao, she called out sweetly, setting down her bag and promptly taking a seat beside him. Her attire was deliberately chosen for ease of movement, with the top two buttons of her white shirt undone and a very short skirt. Young Master Tao wrapped an arm around her waist, while his other hand began to explore. "Call your sisters over. Let us have a grand time tonight." She feigned bashfulness, gently resisting his advances. "But there are others here," she protested, casting her eyes toward the two young men, regrettably noting that neither was the one she was hoping to see. Her coyness went unnoticed, and the other two merely chuckled, sipping their beers while watching young Master Tao's hands roam. "There are 6 of us sisters in total," she gasped softly, her voice barely above a whisper but ample enough to be heard. Young Master Tao laughed heartily. "No worries, we have plenty of people tonight. Li Wei is bringing in a few more shortly." Her heart skipped a beat at the mention of that name. Li Wei? Was it the same person? Perhaps another Li Wei altogether? She extricated herself from young Master Tao's embrace. "I'll go call Cao Mei and the others," she announced, then, with a hint of shyness, inquired, "Is that Mr. Li also as impressive as you, young Master Tao? If so, I fear we won't be able to handle it." As she spoke, she stood to retrieve her bag. Young Master Tao playfully smacked her backside, but refrained from answering her question. The other two men erupted in laughter. All of them were in their 20s, nearing 30, who among them lacked stamina. They had all entertained countless women, but when it came to being unrestrained, it was those who sold themselves who truly knew how to enjoy such encounters. Her heart raced, almost to the point of breathlessness. If it truly was that Li Wei, the first to make the call would be rewarded handsomely. Cao Mei had mentioned this just a few days prior, but it was not Cao Mei herself who would be paying. In fact, Cao Mei had already contacted people back home, advising them to explore opportunities in the south first. If it proved lucrative, they would all venture southward together after concluding their business here. Positioned at the door, she extended her hand to pull it open, ensuring young Master Tao could see she had not departed. The call lasted merely a few minutes. They were accustomed to communicating swiftly. After finishing the call, she re-entered the room, taking her seat beside young Master Tao, her phone resting on the coffee table. Young Master Tao, however, playfully tapped her leg adorned in stockings, suggesting she bend down for their amusement. "Didn't he believe me when I said you sisters were flexible?" Instantly, she stood and approached the coffee table, not even removing her high heels, bending backward at a relatively slow pace. To the astonishment of the other two, she managed to grasp the heel of her high-heeled shoe. After sustaining this position for several seconds, she supported herself with her hands, flipped backward, and then stood up, applauding herself. The sound of clapping echoed in the air. "Indeed, she has practiced." One remarked, "You're Xiaoli, right? Weren't you part of a dance troupe before?" Xiaoli smiled, "Yes, indeed. Gentlemen, I'm off to wash my hands." She opened the door, preparing to head to the restroom. Though a restroom was available within the private room, she preferred to go outside. Young Master Tao interjected, "No need. There's a restroom inside. Wash up and join us for drinks. When your sisters arrive, you can perform a few talents for us." Xiaoli chuckled. "I'd rather go to the outside restroom. I might as well hurry them along and see when they arrive." Facing the three of you alone is a bit daunting. Indeed, it was. Not to mention young Master Tao. The two others had not verbally addressed her, yet their gazes clearly expressed anticipation for her companions. The restroom was located midway down the corridor. This floor contained only 3 vast private rooms, with astonishing soundproofing. It was still relatively early, not yet 10 o'clock. Although there were patrons, they were primarily on the lower floors. She could even faintly hear the sounds of singing. Li Wei parked his car and ascended the stairs to the club. Today, he had not brought his bodyguards. He typically did not keep them close at hand, especially since he was dining with family tonight, a situation that did not warrant their presence. Moreover, he had been accompanied by bodyguards for over a year without any incidents. However, knowing he would be drinking and mingling with women, he called his bodyguards, requesting they return around midnight to fetch him. As he strolled in, a woman approached him, her white shirt slightly disheveled, appearing to be either a waitress or an entertainer. Upon seeing him, she glanced his way, then lowered her head, softly greeting, "Good evening, sir." Li Wei ignored her, passing by and heading directly to room 999. The moment Xiaoli laid eyes on him, she recognized him as the man from the photograph. He was tall and undeniably handsome, though his eyes held a certain aloofness. She needed to make a call, but her phone remained in the private room. While washing her hands, she contemplated her next steps. After drying her hands with a few paper towels, she adjusted her outfit and made her way back to the private room. Upon pushing the door open, she was unsurprised to see Li Wei already seated, a cigarette lit and young Master Tao pouring him a drink. When she entered, young Master Tao chuckled, "Xiaoli, did you call to check when your sisters will arrive? Young Master Li is already here. I didn't invite any other girls tonight. You should understand my intentions." Xiaoli quickly bowed. "Good evening, young Master Li. I apologize. I'll call them right away." She bent down to retrieve the phone from the coffee table and turned to exit. Indeed, she made calls to each of them. But her first call was to the one known as the Rat. "Young Master Li has arrived. How long until you all get here?" "Xiaoli? What are you saying?" "I said young Master Li is already here. How much longer until you can arrive? Are you certain it's the same person from the photograph?" "Indeed, the young Master Tao has extended an invitation, and it is evident that he is a wealthy heir. The potential earnings for tonight hinge upon the swiftness of your actions." After articulating this, she proceeded to call Cao Mo, followed by a series of calls to others. By the time she returned to the private room, she had even deleted the call log to the Rat. The rest was inconsequential, as they would soon meet. When Cao Mo entered, she was clad in a lightweight down jacket, which she promptly shed upon entry, placing her bag down before bowing to introduce herself to the 4 gentlemen in the room. Hardly 3 minutes had passed when the door to the private room swung open once more. In the ensuing 5 minutes, all the individuals Cao Mo had brought from the northeast arrived. Cao Mo and Xiaoli accompanied Li Wei and Tao Xiaoming, while Hua Hua positioned herself on the opposite side, effectively making it Cao Mo and Hua Hua attending to Li Wei alone. The remaining individual began selecting songs, inquiring about everyone's musical preferences while simultaneously queuing up selections on stage. A table laden with drinks was complemented by an array of fruits and sunflower seeds, giving the impression that all was perfectly normal. However, while Xiaoli was on the phone, Cao Mo found herself in the Rat's vehicle. The two were uncertain of the veracity of Xiaoli's claims, necessitating that Cao Mo confirm once more and call him back within half an hour. Currently, 6 vehicles were stationed in proximity to the club, within 100 meters, all parked along the roadside. Regardless of the path Li Wei chose to take upon exiting, he would remain within their line of sight. Moreover, the proceedings would not conclude before midnight. At precisely 11 o'clock, the most voluptuous Hua Hua had already rendered her services to Li Wei in the restroom. After he washed his hands and stepped out, Cao Mo had already gone to the restroom to verify with the Rat. It was indeed him, though she was unaware of his license plate. The Rat grinned, assuring her that there was no need for concern. They should simply conduct themselves as usual and arrange for their own transportation home after their shift. Following Cao Mo's call, the Rat contacted Taiju. "Brother Taiju, Cao Mo has confirmed it is Li Wei." Chapter 61. That is indeed Li Wei. The arrival of Li Wei's bodyguards was remarkably swift, manifesting within 10 minutes of Cao Mo's phone call. As their vehicles entered the parking lot, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The first snow of the year had arrived, falling like delicate white silkworm dust from the night sky, reflecting the lights in hues of white and yellow. But tonight is the night. Tieju's voice resonated from the phone. I'll arrange 2 vehicles to assist you. Once you secure your target, head straight for Jingguang City. I'll provide the exact address en route. After your associates arrive, we'll stage a car crash behind you to block the road. Call me once you reach Jingguang City. Sitting in the vehicle, the rat gazed at the snowflakes cascading outside. All right, after we deliver the individuals, we'll abandon the cars there and head back to the northeast. After hanging up, the rat, cigarette in mouth, turned to the passenger's seat and remarked, "The information indicates Li Wei has bodyguards. He will undoubtedly indulge in drinking, so his bodyguards must be waiting in the parking lot. Or they have coordinated a time to meet." Cao Mo noted that there were 4 men upstairs. If each had a bodyguard waiting, the situation could become quite complicated. "Brother, it can't be that troublesome. What is the big deal with bodyguards? They could be taken down just the same." The rat scolded, "Get lost. Do you think this is our hometown? Murder is absolutely out of the question. Call them over so we can discuss our plan." Time seemed to crawl for Cao Mo, just as it did for the rat and Li Wei's bodyguards waiting outside. One was enduring torment, while the others were simply enduring an agonizing wait. Lu Yujing and Li Zixin were enjoying drinks at a music bar, blissfully unaware that snow was falling outside. The band on stage performed beautifully. The guitarist, though clad in a deliberately tattered sweater, possessed an intriguing charm. The 2 girls listened to the music while chattering excitedly, occasionally stifling their laughter with their hands. Meanwhile, the rat had noticed at least 7 or 8 cars in the parking lot emitting steam from their exhaust pipes. Yet no one had exited, clearly waiting for someone. However, they remained uncertain as to which vehicle belonged to Li Wei's bodyguards. Just past midnight, chaos reigned in box 999, where Cao Mo and Xiaoli took turns cleansing themselves of the grime in the restroom. They muttered low curses about the young masters who treated them as mere objects, their bodies marked with bruises, and some experiences left them feeling utterly repulsed. Perhaps, in the eyes of these men, they were not even worthy of being considered mere outlets for release. The sole advantage seemed to be their generous payments. The men could simply splash some water on their faces and don their attire to appear impeccably groomed once more. Yet for the women, it was an entirely different story. As soon as the men in the private room departed and the door closed, Cao Mo pulled out her phone to send a brief message, then promptly deleted it. They just left. The rat observed the message and discarded his cigarette, but forward this to everyone. Once they emerge, keep an eye on which car they enter. Follow them. Find a spot to force a stop and crash, and don't let any accent slip. Li Wei, however, did not exit immediately. He and Tao Xiaoming, along with their respective bodyguards, made calls to their bodyguards on the first floor. This habit, while cultivated, also alleviated their family's concerns about potential mishaps during their revelries. Soon, several individuals emerged from the vehicles in the parking lot, swiftly entering the establishment before re-emerging. After exchanging pleasantries, Tao Xiaoming joined 2 of them in the bodyguard's vehicle. While Li Wei descended the steps accompanied by his 2 bodyguards. "It's really snowing," Li Wei remarked. "Cigarette in mouth. Tomorrow, have someone drive my car back." "Understood. Young master. Where to now?" "Not home. Let us head to the hotel." "Very well, young master." The roads were slick with snow, and despite the sparse traffic, it would take approximately half an hour to arrive. He referred to the family-owned hotel, Libe Nudasilandi. Upon entering the vehicle, he tossed the car keys to the bodyguard in the front seat and settled into the back to rest. He did not mind that only 2 bodyguards accompanied him today. The Mercedes cruised slowly along the nearly deserted streets at night, and as Li Wei closed his eyes, an overwhelming fatigue began to engulf him. The snow on the road lay only in a thin layer. While it did not significantly hinder speed, it was not without effect. The bodyguard maintained a cautious pace, particularly with the young master resting in the back. As a vehicle overtook them on the left, the driver remained unperturbed. At this moment, vehicles occupied both the left and right lanes, albeit at varying speeds. However, the car on the left seemed to be maneuvered expertly, suddenly veering diagonally toward the Mercedes. The bodyguard lightly tapped the brakes, but refrained from slamming them down, as another vehicle trailed closely behind. As the 2 vehicles collided, Li Wei was jolted awake by the commotion. Having just dozed off, he was instantly in a foul mood. Yet, a sensation informed him that his vehicle was also beginning to skid. Watching the other car slide awkwardly in front of him, he suppressed his anger and growled, "Give them some money to get lost." No sooner had the words left his lips than, bang, the vehicle jolted violently from behind as it was rear-ended. Just as Li Wei was about to unleash a tirade, the bodyguard in front interjected, "Wait, the car behind us, didn't he brake?" The bodyguard flung open his door and attempted to exit, while doors of the front and rear vehicles were pushed open simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 individuals surrounded them. There were no words exchanged, no arguments to be had. As the rat emerged from the vehicle, he clutched a wrench purchased from a hardware store, joined by others who similarly bore items in hand. Li Wei was now fully alert, yet remained seated in the back row, oblivious to the objects held by the assailants. When the 2 bodyguards were swiftly brought down to the ground, the front doors of the vehicle stood wide open. In shock, Li Wei uttered nothing. His first instinct was to lock the doors. Unfortunately, the front doors had been left ajar, rendering the locks futile. He retrieved his phone, intent on calling for help, but time was not on his side. As the door was yanked open, he was violently dragged from the car. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of his assailants' faces before they sprayed pepper spray directly into his eyes. "On my eyes. Damn it. Do you even know who I am and dare lay hands on me?" Yet, no one replied. The bodyguards had been rendered silent. With a dozen men assaulting 3, armed with weapons, resistance was futile. Soon, the bodyguards' mouths and noses were covered with towels, leaving them completely unconscious, while their phones and wallets were ruthlessly confiscated. After being dragged out, Li Wei, clutching his eyes and cursing incessantly, soon fell silent. After being subdued, a bag was placed over his head, and his limbs were bound before being tossed into the trunk. The entire operation was executed with remarkable efficiency, suggesting it had been performed numerous times before. The 3 vehicles accelerated away, while the rat and Taiju blocked all lanes to impede any pursuit. Despite the late hour, the roads were not devoid of traffic. However, the vehicles behind could not overtake. Scrapes and scuffles typically attract little attention, especially on a snowy night past midnight. 20 minutes later, the lead trio of vehicles had turned around and were heading east towards the city center. Shortly thereafter, 5 more vehicles joined the pursuit. Due to the late hour and the snowfall, they did not reach the port until after 4 in the morning. Ma Kuei, accompanied by his men, had 6 brand new vehicles waiting there. Upon glancing at the MMS photo sent to Hu Wushuang, he immediately confirmed that the figure bound like a silkworm was indeed Li Wei. Lying motionless in the trunk, even in such a state, he was unequivocally certain it was Li Wei. Over the past few months, he had scouted locations for action between the capital and Tianjin, ultimately deciding on Tianjin. He had scrutinized Li Wei's photograph no fewer than 1,000 times. "Which dock are you at?" Hu Wushuang inquired over the phone after confirming the identity. "I'll arrange for 2 people to drive over for immediate verification and payment." Upon hearing Hu Wushuang's voice, Ma Kuei provided the precise location. "All right. I'll wait for your men to arrive." Chapter 62. Poison on top of poison. Ma Kuei harbored doubts about the other party's willingness to promptly pay the remaining sum. He instructed Taiju to count the cash meticulously, warning that any discrepancies should be reported immediately. He then proceeded with the rest of his men. 3 vehicles remained on site, while the other 5 were stationed at a distance, with personnel concealed nearby. To his surprise, Hu Wushuang was less concerned about the money and more focused on the execution of the plan. Within 20 minutes, a locally registered business vehicle arrived. From it emerged 2 individuals wearing masks and hats, their ages indiscernible. Upon disembarking, they opened all the doors and tossed several large bags onto the ground. Taiju approached them. "Where is he?" The other party spoke in impeccably standard Mandarin, leaving Taiju unable to ascertain their origin. "Where's the money?" he inquired, hands tucked into his pockets. In truth, he wore brass knuckles and was prepared to engage in a confrontation. Unexpectedly, the other party merely gestured towards the bags on the ground. 7 million, all in cash. You may begin counting. This cash had been withdrawn in increments over time, arranged by individuals dispatched from Haishur. The previous 3 million had been withdrawn under the pretext of paying contractors. Taiju nodded. and the men behind him promptly approached to retrieve the bags and open them. Under the beam of a flashlight, the sight of bundles of cash, each worth 100,000, was visually striking. They meticulously checked the contents. Taiju remained vigilant. The two individuals showed no interest in the counting. Their gaze remained fixed on Taiju. Where is he? Taiju turned and opened the trunk of the vehicle behind him, revealing the still unconscious Li Wei. It's almost time for the sedative to wear off, Taiju noted, glancing at the clock. He had at most half an hour before Li Wei would awaken. Another henchman approached, retrieving a bottle and a towel from his pocket, dousing the towel with liquid before once again covering Li Wei's mouth and nose. After 7 or 8 seconds, he released his grip, stuffing the towel back into his pocket and stepping aside. The two money bearers pulled out their phones to take photographs and then turned to Taiju. Can we keep this vehicle? Taiju shook his head no. He observed his men slicing open the bundled cash, carefully verifying its authenticity. The entire process took nearly half an hour, during which everyone waited. Brother, the amount is correct. And they are genuine. There were 7 bags, each containing 1 million. Take him to the vehicle on the other side. Taiju directed his subordinates, then turned to the two money bearers. The transaction is complete. We part ways here. The two watched as the men loaded the cash into the trunk and drove off before returning to their own vehicle. Subsequently, they donned plastic gloves. One produced a plastic bag while the other retrieved a sheet of aluminum foil, pouring the white powder onto it and igniting it with a lighter. Before long, the powder melted into a liquid. One individual opened a box, withdrew a syringe, and drew in 20 milliliters of the liquid. The other pried open Li Wei's eyelid under the flashlight to examine his pupils, then unsheathed a knife to cut the ropes binding Li Wei. Rolling up his sleeves to retrieve a Sony T4 camera, capturing images of Li Wei's entire body, face, clothing, and rolled-up sleeves. Then, the needle was plunged into a vein, and the liquid was slowly injected into Li Wei's body. The filming concluded. The two exchanged no further words. Dragging Li Wei from the vehicle and discarding him by the roadside after they had thoroughly ransacked him, then covering him with a cotton coat from the car. The aluminum foil, syringe, and remaining liquid were tossed into a ditch by the roadside, as per Huye's explicit instructions. The intention was to leave this clue for the police to discover Li Wei's drug use. Regardless of whether the snowfall would obscure their traces, such concerns were of no consequence to them. The vehicle turned around and sped away. The gentle snow continued to fall without pause. 20 minutes later, at another dock, Ma Kuei beamed at Taiju, tossing him 50,000 yuan. Well done. You take 2 men back to the capital, have Xiao Mei and the others get new phones, and then drive back leisurely. Norus, understood? Taiju nodded. The rented vehicle, push it into the sea. When you return, just drive your own car. Ma Kuei continued with his arrangements. Rat, you guys head straight back. Rat acknowledged and led his men to push the vehicle into the sea before getting back into their own car. In the capital, the police received a call at 12:27 a.m., arriving at the scene by 12:43 a.m., but they found only 2 bloody bodyguards on the ground, nearly frozen to death. At the stroke of 1 in the morning, 2 bodyguards were rushed to the hospital. Following an inquiry into the vehicle's license plate, news began to spread. Li Weigua arrived at the police station by 1:30, but regrettably, due to the snowfall, the intersection, though equipped with cameras, yielded unclear footage, and no one could ascertain which vehicle had been involved. The bodyguards had not even caught a glimpse of the other vehicle's license plate. Not far away in Jingguang City, Li Wei, who should have remained unconscious for 2 hours, failed to awaken due to the neuroinhibitory effects of both methamphetamine and a sedative. It was not until the morning when the gatekeeper of the freight department emerged to clear the snow that he was discovered. The man promptly called the police while dragging him back to place him near the heater. The police from Jingguang swiftly arrived at the freight department, transporting him directly to the hospital, where they verified his appearance and information before notifying the police in the capital. Thus, the matter of Li Wei's abduction reached a conclusion. Yet he did not regain consciousness until the afternoon of that day. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to move or articulate words. The sedative and drug had devastated a significant portion of his nervous system. Li Weigua and Tang Ling braved the snow to reach Jingguang Hospital, accompanied by local police and his 2 bodyguards. The snow had fallen throughout the day, although light. It failed to obscure the traces left on the road outside the small freight department. However, by the time the situation was clarified, the area had been traversed by an unknown number of freight trucks, obliterating all evidence. Following the case filing, even the police harbored no illusions regarding the prospect of resolution. "Boss, the task is complete," Hu Wushuang announced as he sat in the airport lounge, making a phone call to Su Jinbong, indicating he would arrive in Haishur that evening. He divulged no details over the phone, nor did Su Jinbong inquire further. "All right, once you've concluded your business, return," Su Jinbong replied. "What time is your flight? I'll arrange for someone to pick you up." "No need, it's all been arranged. I'll explain everything in person tonight." "Very well, I'll be waiting at home." After hanging up, Su Jinbong smiled for a considerable time in his expansive office before finally composing himself. Approaching the large floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the confluence of river and sea, murmuring, "No one can make my child, Su Jinbong, pay the price without consequence." Nevertheless, he deemed it prudent to dispatch someone to ascertain the specific circumstances. Perhaps it would be wise to discuss a project with the Leaf family from the capital. Standing before the window, he pondered for a long while before turning to pick up his phone and calling Su Hao. "Are you interested in the gaming industry? I intend to send you to the capital to collaborate with the second branch of the Leaf family." Li Zhiyong, the youngest son of the Leaf family's second branch, had established a small gaming company. "Your mission is to partner with him and invest some funds. Even if it results in a loss, it's of no concern. We can discuss the particulars when you return home tonight." Su Hao hesitated for a while before responding, "Dad, shouldn't my sister handle the investment matters?" Chapter 63. Choosing an industry equates to choosing an opponent. After the housekeeper served dinner, she retreated to the kitchen to eat alone. With only 3 individuals present, the atmosphere felt rather desolate. However, both Su Hao and Su Wanyue had long since grown accustomed to it. With Su Jinbong seated at the head of the table and his 2 children positioned on either side. Having just received news that morning, Su Jinbong swallowed his food and remarked, "It seems the Ministry of Information Industry is poised to introduce new policies. The core regions of the IT industry in our country are either the capital, Guangdong City, or Shenzhen. In between, there are scarcely any formidable companies. Wanyue, keep a close eye on this industry in the coming period. If any promising companies arise, we should consider investing." Su Wanju immediately nodded. "Dad, you mentioned collaborating with the Li family from the capital?" Su Wanyue. Upon hearing the phrase Li family from the capital, Su Wanyue abruptly paused her chopsticks and looked up at her father, Su Jinbong. Why let a profitable opportunity slip away? Moreover, Li Zhiyong's company is not particularly large. Investing a bit of money and establishing ties with the Li family could be beneficial. Su Wanyue chewed her food slowly, pondering. How could he propose collaboration with the Li family? Did he not know about Li Wei's predicament? Cao Mo had made things quite clear. Why would he make such a statement? Could it be that the gaming industry is truly that lucrative? The only example that came to her mind was how NetEase had turned its fortunes around with its journey to the West game. While NetEase's financial reports had indeed improved significantly and its stock prices had risen, that was in the US market, and it did not guarantee that Li Zhiyong's game would also be profitable. Su Hao glanced at his sister, who was still eating, before shifting his gaze back to his father. "Dad, why the Li family?" Su Jinbong chuckled. "It's not that we must collaborate with the Li family. Tencent from Shenzhen certainly does not require any funding. Their current games are quite profitable. Lately, I've also been contemplating how Cao Mo perceives the future of the gaming or IT industry. Isn't he investing in a company? Su Wanju interjected. Isn't Jinbong Group holding a 5 stake? Su Jinbong smiled. Of course I'm aware. This matter was negotiated by your brother with Cao Mo. I merely chose not to oppose it. Since Cao Mo has confidence in this industry, I hope we can also have a stake in it." Su Hao added, "Rest assured, Dad, there's still time. Cao Mo has mentioned that the future of the internet industry is crucial. However, we are still in the accumulation phase. There may be 4 to 5 years before it truly explodes, so he is not in a hurry. As for the matter with Xuanxi Technology, he is proceeding at a leisurely pace, showing no signs of urgency." Su Jinbong smiled. "Let us eat. After dinner, I would like to hear your thoughts." Su Hao observed his father's expression, noting his persistent smile, which left him somewhat puzzled. though he refrained from directly questioning it. After dinner, Su Zhenbang summoned his children to the living room. Once tea was brewed and they sat down, he lit a cigarette, while Su Wanyue, somewhat disdainful, took a seat at the far end. Su Zhenbang inquired, "Has Cao Mo been in touch with you lately?" "No. He seems to be preoccupied with hiring for the company. I haven't pressed the matter. Besides, it was clarified from the outset that I need not participate in any capacity. The shares he granted me were merely his generosity. Otherwise, he might simply have established a studio." Su Wanyue added, "We haven't had any contact, not even a phone call." Su Zhenbang chuckled, feeling inexplicably cheerful today. "Let me share some insights I've gathered over the decades through countless experiences." Su Hao paused, then remarked, "Dad, is there good news? You've never shared your insights like this with us before. I still remember how, when you returned home, you would eat and sleep, while your sister and I felt like orphans." Su Wanyue lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Su Zhenbang nodded, chuckling, "If I weren't out there striving, you two might not even be able to call yourselves orphans." After laughing, he sighed. "Previously, when I expressed a desire to enter the gaming industry, it wasn't because I aspired to be part of it. Rather, we lack any experience in this new technological sector. You all know the saying that there's nothing new under the sun, but the latter half of that phrase is truly classic. New channels, new technologies, and new tools. In the past, making money relied on people. Then it shifted to relationships, and now it hinges on technology. You all understand this far better than I do, so I shan't elaborate further. I firmly believe in the significance of new technologies, channels, and tools, which is why I intend to participate, though the potential for profit is not my primary concern. The essence lies in entering this industry, ideally not one saturated with competitors. It is crucial to understand who one will be up against upon entering a field. Decades ago, when I ventured into the sand business, my only knowledge was that it could be lucrative. The reality was choosing which powerful player we could potentially overthrow. When you glean from this statement, Su Hao shook his head. Su Wanyue pondered for a moment before saying, "Know thyself and know thy enemy?" Su Zhenbang countered, "Not quite. To put it simply, selecting an industry is essentially about choosing your adversary. Later, when we delve into building materials and real estate, what was it that you faced, Su Hao, during your last land auction? Was it not the other companies bidding alongside you? Knowing who your competitors are is essential before entering, rather than confronting the issue of adversaries after the fact. This insight is a culmination of my experiences over the decades. While it may not be a classic principle, for those with no capital, connections, or resources, it is imperative to first ascertain whether one can triumph over their rivals." Su Hao slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Dad, you're absolutely right." Su Wanyue shot him a disdainful look, remarking, "Flatterer." Su Hao laughed heartily. "I'm merely paying compliments to our father. There's no shame in that." Su Zhenbang chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "I've looked into the gaming industry. There are various companies, yet the largest are essentially just 3 or 4. NetEase, Tencent, Shanda, and Shishanju. Of course, there are numerous games and a vast market. I wish to try my hand at it, but we should not charge in recklessly. We must leverage existing circumstances." Su Hao furrowed his brow and absent-mindedly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, asking Dad, "Why the Li family from the capital?" Su Wanyue replied coolly, "The prominent gaming companies currently in the market are neither short of funds nor talent for game development, not to mention their substantial market shares of well-known games. If you approach them for collaboration, they might not even give you the time of day." Su Zhenbang shook his head, "Not entirely. Although the Zhenbang Group possesses wealth, it is not without its risks. Thus, this venture is not about investment, but rather about seeking allegiance. We require the backing of the influential powers in the capital. This is akin to my agreement to collaborate with Cao Mo. It's merely leveraging Zhenbang's name." "But why?" Su Hao inquired, igniting his cigarette and taking a puff. Su Zhenbang remained silent, and after a moment of stillness in the expansive living room, Su Hao's voice broke the silence. "Dad, why the Li family? Is there no other option?" His tone was soft, tinged with confusion. "A few months ago, my sister and I were nearly caught in a predicament related to the Li family, weren't we?" Su Wanyue's expression shifted, radiating an icy aura. Su Zhenbang replied calmly, I need you to go to the capital and establish a connection with Li Zhiyong from the second branch of the Li family. Su Hao did not respond, but continued, setting aside our youthful relationships, even from a corporate standpoint. The resources and connections within the political and business realms should ensure that the company would not face insurmountable issues, even in the event of a crisis. He flicked the ash from a cigarette and added, in fact, even if I were to abandon the Jinbang group now, I possess sufficient funds to make a comeback. I'm still young, am I not, Dad? Su Wanyu was perplexed as to why the conversation had suddenly shifted towards the impending demise of the business. Su Jinbang remarked, with a trust fund in place, you need not worry about your livelihood. However, after that incident, I have come to recognize another truth. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and set it down, the cup producing a crisp sound. Even though I can achieve anything in high sure, when confronted with individuals emerging from the power center of the capital, we remain vulnerable. Is that not the case? After Li Wei regained consciousness, he was sent back to the capital. Tang Ling was in tears, unable to even stand. Li Wei Guo was furious, his anger reaching a boiling point. Upon returning to the capital, the first thing he did was summon the two unfortunate bodyguards to inquire about the complete circumstances of the incident. Third Master, after the collision, I realized they were intentional, but there was no time to react. Did you not see the license plate? Li Weiguo's face was stern. No, there was no opportunity. As we opened the car doors to exit, we warned Wei Xiao, but the moment we opened the door, they pounced on us without uttering a single word. I did not even see what happened to Wei Xiao before I was knocked unconscious. The bodyguard with a bandaged head wore a look of grievance. Having worked as a bodyguard for the Li family for nearly 3 years, if he truly wished to betray them, the opportunities were plentiful. The road surveillance footage had been reviewed, and there were numerous vehicles under suspicion. Furthermore, the police had begun contacting the vehicle owners and initiated investigations. It must be said that power is quite advantageous at such times. Between midnight and 1 a.m. that night, every vehicle that traveled that road was investigated. Only 14 vehicles were confirmed to have left the capital. Each of these vehicles headed in different directions. Some were returning overnight from meetings the following day, while others had compelling reasons to return home. Among them were company vehicles, private cars, and those from rental agencies. Notably, 6 vehicles were rented in the capital, and their destinations remain unknown. To date, there has been no information. Li Weiguo instinctively believed that his son's troubles were the doing of those 6 vehicles. Unbeknownst to him, those 6 cars had been submerged at sea. Although they could likely be spotted in clear weather, there has been no news thus far. Last night, he had contacted Tao Xiaoming and 2 others who had been with Li Wei, and he was present when the police took their statements. There were no indications linking them to the incident. The club entrance was not devoid of surveillance. Everything appeared normal, at least on the surface. Tao Xiaoming had entered the vehicle before his family's bodyguard and left afterward. Moreover, the other 2 departed a full 20 minutes after Li Wei had entered his car, and they drove away themselves. On their return journey, they had an accident. Yet after just 2 hours in the traffic police's detention room, they were taken home by their families. As for the few escorting women, he did not suspect any wrongdoing. They were merely working, and even if they had the audacity, they would not dare to act against someone they did not know. Having met Li Wei for the first time, even the vehicles passing by outside the parking lot appeared normal, and the surveillance cameras were situated at a considerable distance from the street. Regardless, if the police genuinely wished to solve the case, they would not overlook any detail and would question anyone necessary. Their efficiency was commendable, yet they had produced no results or leads. What Li Weiguo could not comprehend was why it was his son who suffered misfortune. Another mystery that perplexed him was why there had been no ransom demand following his son's abduction. His son's blood tests revealed traces of methamphetamine, with injection marks found on his arm. This was hardly consistent with his son's behavior. Although his son enjoyed reckless antics, he had never dabbled in drugs or gambling. The son he had meticulously raised was now utterly ruined. This was evidently an act of vengeance. Not only was revenge exacted, but it also drew minimal police attention, as it did not constitute a homicide. Thus, the third question arises: when exactly did my son offend someone? Following closely, the fourth question: my son is incapacitated. What shall become of this vast family estate? Should it be handed over to the elder brother? Or perhaps the second brother, according to my father's customary line of thought? This estate, whether inherited by Li Wei or not, undoubtedly belongs to the Li family. Now that Li Wei is incapacitated, he cannot safeguard this estate. But why should that be? Tang Ling continues to weep, as does her daughter, Li Zixin. In their eyes, there lies a profound emptiness and helplessness, along with a glimmer of hope when they gaze upon themselves. Li Wei lights another cigarette and takes a deep drag. It is true that his son is indulgent and reckless, even prone to bullying others, but which child in the capital circles does not exhibit such behavior? Elevating oneself while belittling others is merely a requisite for survival. Moreover, it mirrors his own generation. Even amidst fierce rivalry, they would collaborate again for mutual benefit, with no hatred deep enough to warrant such extremes. Therefore, this incident could not possibly be orchestrated by the ruffians of the capital. Either his son possesses an enemy unknown to him, or involves the second brother. The hospital corridor is littered with cigarette butts. Li Wei's face glistens with an oily sheen, his eyes harboring a darker glint. On the morning of the 15th, the first thing Cao Mo did upon rising was to open his computer. Today, he intends to close all positions above 525. Having shorted from 565 on October 27th, he now enjoys a profit margin of approximately 10. Once the funds are settled, he plans to pursue further endeavors. He finds it particularly intriguing that on the days he is poised to make transactions, he invariably finds himself entangled with the Su family. Either he has matters to discuss with Su Hao, or he must meet with Su Wanyue. Today, however, is Su Hao who has summoned him, claiming to have significant matters to discuss at 10 a.m., followed by lunch with the chairman of Zhenbang Group, Su Zhenbang. Since calling Su Wanyue, he has never encountered Su Zhenbang in person. The last time he saw this man was through news reports, depicting a visibly frail elder who had lost his daughter, while his son languished in prison, unclear whether he perished therein. Yet, a more vivid memory lingers of Su Zhenye attending a commercial bank's ribbon-cutting ceremony. It seems there have been no recent updates about Su Zhenye. Perhaps he has passed on. Cao Mo ponders, stroking his chin. Chapter 65. Is real estate not appealing? Cao Mo placed an order before having breakfast. The renovations at the company are nearly complete, though several technical experts have yet to arrive. Fortunately, Lu Zhiruo is indeed decisive. After obtaining his consent, she has rented an apartment in Haisher for employee accommodation and communicated with Sun Xiaohua, the newly appointed general manager, regarding the renovation plans for the server room and executive offices. As for Cao Mo, he has only requested a modest office for himself. Financial officer Yang Yang has also recruited a cashier through headhunter Ning Hongwei. While regarding the accountant, he stated that given the current state of the company, there's no need to hire a dedicated accountant. He can manage the books himself. Cao Mo is quite satisfied with these arrangements, as it alleviates him from micromanaging. After a visit to the company to inspect the nearing completion of renovations, he leisurely drove his Audi to the Zhenbang building. Unlike previous occasions, when the assistant ushered him into Su Hao's office, Su Hao was not seated behind his desk, but rather lounging on a sofa in the relaxation area. Upon his arrival, Su Hao merely gestured for him to sit and had tea brought over. He instructed his assistant not to disturb him for the remainder of the morning. The assistant complied, gently closing the door behind him. Cao Mo's gaze swept over the coffee table, puzzled, as he sat down and reached for a cigarette resting on the table, lighting one for himself. The ashtray already contained several butts. He does not smoke often, particularly since his rebirth, having consumed no more than a few packs. Brother Hao, are you troubled by something? Su Hao nodded solemnly, affirming, indeed, otherwise would I be smoking so much this early for show? A faint smile crossed Cao Mo's lips. Having known him for quite some time, it was the first time he had witnessed this side of Su Hao. Since you called me here, I presume this matter pertains to me? Su Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette, not entirely. Consider this a conversation among shareholders of Xuanxi Technology. At this, Cao Montauk was genuinely perplexed. Nevertheless, he nodded slightly, suggesting they discuss it further once the tea arrived. If Brother Hao requires Sister Wanyue to represent Zhenbang Group in this matter, he has no objections. Su Hao rose and approached his desk, retrieving a folder to hand to him. Within this is a compilation of all prominent gaming companies in the country, along with their currently launched games and registered player counts. Please come over. I am particularly eager to hear your thoughts. If I wish to enter this industry, or if your switching investment seeks to do so, how should we proceed? Cao Mo opened the folder, which contained merely a single sheet of paper. After a quick glance, he closed the folder and inquired, "Is real estate not appealing? As long as the construction quality is sound, nearly every aspect can yield profit. Why venture into a realm so unfamiliar to you? Is this perhaps Sister Wanyue's suggestion? Does Jinbong Group genuinely wish to invest in the gaming industry?" Su Hao pondered. "It is merely an idea. Yet we are uncertain about the investment, and if we do proceed, with whom should we collaborate?" A knock sounded at the door, and Su Hao's assistant entered with teacups and a teapot, setting them down before exiting. Cao Mo poured tea for both himself and Su Hao, taking a sip before stating, "The issue is not with the gaming industry itself, but rather that it is unlikely to experience significant changes in the future. NetEase, Shanda, and Tencent essentially dominate the field. Furthermore, foreign games are formidable as well, though that does not pertain to your investment, only to the competition. Let us not even mention the fact that none of the top three would welcome your investment, even if you could invest in the subsequent companies. Do you genuinely believe they could triumph over any of the top three? Not to mention the market share occupied by foreign games. The competition among domestic gaming companies is already fierce." Su Hao fixed his gaze on him. "What if I truly want to pursue this? Cao Mo, Thou Wen, isn't that rather misguided? Real estate is currently a lucrative industry. Acquiring land is not costly, and constructing homes requires minimal investment. Aside from finance, this industry is one of the fastest revenue-generating sectors globally. Why compete for a slice of someone else's pie? I have previously advised you that the most critical focus now is to acquire land and stockpile it. As the president of Jinbong Group, can you not see this for yourself? What on earth is happening? What has transpired? Truly, Brother Hao, my advice is to refrain from this venture," he said earnestly. "What you should be doing is continuously acquiring land. Invest all your funds, including bank loans, pre-sale funds, and deposits, into land purchases. I would not recommend any other investments." Su Hao extinguished his cigarette and inquired, "Then why do you wish to start a company?" "One, switching investments, and the other, Shuanxi technology." "Oh, right. Aside from your prior assertion of seeking fame, what is your motivation for investing in terms of profit? How can you be so certain that these two companies will yield profit, especially Shuanxi technology?" Cao Mo hesitita. He was reluctant to delve too deeply into the subject of Shuanxi technology. In fact, he preferred to say as little as possible, but remaining completely silent would be inappropriate. Thus, he could only embellish upon what he had already disclosed, avoiding elaboration on other matters. "Brother Hao, you understand far better than I what is required to make a business profitable. However, when entering an industry in which you have no prior experience, it is crucial to contemplate what qualifies you to enter this sector. Is it your sales channels or model that are superior to others? Or do you possess advanced technology? Alternatively, do you have an undisclosed advantage? With these elements, will you be able to outmaneuver your competitors? I embarked on switching investments precisely because of Degao Map, which compelled me to establish the company to invest. My focus is not on my abilities or resources, but on how Degao aids me in generating profit. This is the essence of what an investment company ought to do, devoid of any mystery. As for Shuanxi technology, the products I offer are not significantly different from those of existing internet companies. My revenue streams are primarily derived from advertising income or reselling data packages. The only distinction lies in my method of charging, which diverges from conventional websites. In fact, I could assert that my profit-generating tools differ from theirs. Even if I lack any truly groundbreaking technology to surpass my competitors, you are already aware of my sales model. For instance, I mentioned to Sister Wanyue and you that I would subsidize registered users, enabling them to upload content themselves within the existing legal framework, ultimately striving for advertising revenue through user numbers. But, Brother Hao, have you considered that within 5 to 7 years, I could require users to pay to access the complete content published by registered users? Wouldn't it mean that content creators profit while my website, as a content platform, shares revenue with them while continuing to earn advertising income? Moreover, this website is merely the initial step of my comprehensive plan. I possess a complete strategy, ample funds, and sufficient time. There are no competitors in the domain I have chosen. Do you grasp that, Brother Hao? Selecting an industry essentially equates to selecting your competitors. If we return to the gaming venture you intend to pursue, in which aspect do you possess an advantage that others lack? If you do, you could easily make a profit. If not, you might as well spend that money on revelry, pursuing women, or acquiring a sports car. Even purchasing a bar or CAF would yield greater profits than venturing into gaming. Chapter 66. Today should not have happened. Cao Mo resolved firmly to say no more. After expounding his thoughts, he lifted his teacup and resumed sipping his tea. Opposite him, Su Hao held his teacup as well, but internally he was reeling in astonishment, his mind in disarray. Choosing an industry essentially equates to selecting your competitors, Brother Hao. This statement mirrored what his father had said. Upon reflection, regardless of whether Cao Mo's confidence was excessive, he undeniably comprehended this principle well. Both he and Su Wanyue were acutely aware of the rationale behind Zhuoqing Investment's choice to invest in Degao. As for the existence of Xuanxi technology, he was equally cognizant that providing financial subsidies to registered users was indeed an aspect that no current internet company had undertaken. The opportunities for players and gaming companies to earn money are merely through selling equipment, accounts, or providing services. What other models exist? Perhaps there are some, but as he does not engage in gaming, he is not well informed. He took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and casually extracted a cigarette from a pack. Lighting it, Cao Mo, you realize that what you just expressed is not something typically articulated by someone of your age, let alone accomplished. Cao Mo shrugged, saying nothing, merely extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray. Su Hao continued, "Yet, you not only can achieve these feats, but you also excel in making profits in futures trading. What exactly are you, a prodigy?" Cao Mo chuckled softly. "Brother Hao, why must it be gaming? Is there a truly captivating story behind this endeavor?" Su Hao shook his head with a smile. "There is no story. Cao Mo, from the moment I met you, I have never regarded you as an outsider. I believe my father and sister feel the same. Had you not alerted me back then, our family might have already disbanded. However, the desire to venture into gaming stems from a different consideration." Cao Mo was curious but restrained himself. "It's all right, if it's inconvenient. Then let us not discuss it. I feel it's not appropriate to know too much about your family matters." He said this, yet genuinely wished to understand why a prosperous real estate company, which continued to generate substantial profits, would entertain the notion of delving into online gaming. Nevertheless, it was undeniably none of his concern, and he had subsequent matters to attend to that he had not disclosed to Su Hao, simply because there was no necessity. Su Hao let out a bitter smile. "It's my father's intention, although I don't comprehend it. He has explicitly designated that I collaborate with the younger son of the Li family's second branch in Beijing, Li Zhiyong." As Cao Mo contemplated whether there was another Li family besides that one in Beijing, he heard Su Hao mention that Li Wei is from the third branch of the Li family. Cao Mo was taken aback. Why? Does the Li family hold some significance? Su Hao glanced at him, then rose to retrieve a piece of paper from the desk drawer and approached to hand it to him. Cao Mo shook his head, refraining from reaching for the paper. He instinctively felt it might be a considerable hassle. In fact, he was already contemplating leaving this place, realizing that knowing too much was undoubtedly not beneficial. He declined to take it, and Su Hao did not mind, sitting down and placing the paper on the coffee table. The Jinbang Group is a private enterprise that has achieved some success in Haishur, and both my father and I have various connections and numerous friends in Haishur. However, after the incident involving my sister and me, my father believes it is still not secure enough. Stop. Don't say any more." Cao Mo raised a hand to interrupt urgently. "Let us not discuss such matters, Brother Hao. Has that issue of yours been resolved?" Su Hao met his gaze and nodded, acknowledging the resolution. He did not elaborate further, yet Cao Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Su Jinye was undoubtedly dead. It was even possible that his entire family had perished. He had indeed researched some information, discovering that Su Jinye was the only brother of Su Jinbang. Their family consisted solely of the two brothers, with their parents having passed away long ago. If Su Jinbang could eliminate his only sibling, it would be a trivial matter for him to make Cao Mo disappear one day if he felt Cao Mo knew too much. Brother Hao, he forced a smile, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. I beg you, please stop. I do not wish to know, nor do I dare to involve myself in these matters. I am merely 22 years old, still a university student who has yet to graduate. Though this statement bore a semblance of jest, his refusal was unequivocally clear. Just tell me how I can assist you with something, but please refrain from discussing anything else. Is that agreeable? Su Hao gazed at him with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, and after a moment, he chuckled softly, saying, to be honest, I merely wanted to hear your thoughts on how we might enhance the security of the Reborn group. You understand what I mean, don't you? Cao Mo's expression grew more pained. Brother Hao, what could a mere child like me possibly know? I'm certain that Director Su has already prepared extensively in this regard. You undoubtedly have your own ideas, possibly even acting on them for some time. By asking me this, aren't you merely consulting the blind? I truly lack the knowledge in these matters. At this moment, Su Hao appeared somewhat more relaxed, gazing at him with a gentle smile and remaining silent. Cao Mo felt an awkwardness creeping in. Brother Hao, how about this? I offer you a suggestion. Oh, do tell. Brother Hao, I was referring to matters concerning cooperative projects. For instance, investing in a banking stake. I assume you have considered this, right? With commercial banks emerging one after another. When the common folk find themselves short on funds for purchasing homes, they resort to loans. This business is genuinely lucrative. Typically, one can earn back the equivalent of a house with a 30-year loan term. After acquiring a stake in the bank, you could also participate in national high-speed rail projects. As long as the policies permit. It's a matter of diversifying investments. Isn't it? Local governments also have performance metrics. In any case, it's a win-win situation. If I weren't financially constrained, I would certainly be inclined to engage in such ventures. It's really a means of earning while reclining. Su Hao nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm aware of all this, and Reborn Investment has indeed been pursuing projects in this domain. My father initiated it before I even met you. Speak of something I do not know. Cao Mo scratched his head, thinking to himself, damn, I really shouldn't have come today. He wore a bitter expression as he fidgeted, and a sudden thought struck Su Hao. Does this kid also have moments of uncertainty? Or does he perhaps possess an even better project, but is unwilling to share it with me? Cao Mo, do not be anxious, he said. I know that not many are aware of you, and I currently have no intention of introducing you into our circle. So, do not overthink it. The reason I summoned you was partly due to my own frustrations, and partly to seek an alternative way to fulfill my father's requests. Cao Mo regarded him, contemplating what requirements Director Su might have. Was it to align with the influential figures of the capital? Given that the Su family could already assert themselves in Haishur, what necessity would there be to venture to the capital? Su Hao pointed to the ceiling. Not enough. It still isn't secure enough. Cao Mo sighed. I see. As long as you do not engage in illegal activities, it should be quite safe. If it is the kind of situation your father worries about, it must date back many years. Given the current scale of the Su family, no one would dare act recklessly. As for anything else, if it pertains to commercial tactics, that is a matter of individual capability. I'm afraid I cannot assist further. I rack my brain and can only come up with so much. Chapter 67. The birthday of the foster mother approaches. Cao Mo wished to leave, but found himself unable to do so. He never anticipated that while awkwardly picking at his toes, his phone would ring. Upon checking, he sighed in relief. The caller ID displayed his elder sister, Cao Peiting. He pondered for a moment, declined the call, and then sent a text message. Elder sister, please hold on. I will call you back shortly. It's not a convenient time. Having sent the message, he looked up at Su Hao and stated, Brother Hao, that was my elder sister the eldest daughter of the Cao family. She treated me quite well while I was with the Chaos. I'll step out to return her call. Su Hao waved his hand. Go ahead and call back. There's a small meeting room outside with excellent soundproofing. Cao Mo nodded and rose to leave. Perhaps something significant had occurred in the Cao family, which would necessitate his return to Hangqing. Although he would likely do little upon returning, it would at least allow him to evade Su Hao's imposing demeanor. What situation? Here I am, being interrogated by the president of $100 billion conglomerate, as if I were a pitiable orphan. Truly inhumane. If it weren't for my pressing need for the Reborn group, I wouldn't be so accommodating. I wonder what my sister wishes to discuss. As it stands, my only virtue is my wealth. Well, in other words, when facing that scoundrel Cao Kun, I am indeed formidable. The meeting room was rather small, and like the others, it had glass walls. Cao Mo pushed the door open, entered, and sat down to return Cao Peiting's call. The moment the call connected, he promptly said, "Elder sister, you were looking for me?" Having not been in contact for 4 months, he felt a genuine curiosity. Cao Peiting replied, "Little Mo, the day after tomorrow is Mother's birthday. Want you return?" Cao Mo was about to decline, but then reconsidered. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to return. The torment he endured from Cao Kun in his past life would surely not repeat itself. Besides, he wasn't T without his own advantages. After being bullied by Cao Mo a time or two, he ought to have gained some spine and left Hangsheng. Perhaps it was his reluctance to leave and his lingering hopes for the Cao family that inadvertently bolstered Cao Kun's arrogance. He had contemplated this matter before. Indeed, there was a possibility of that being the case, but the events of his past life were complicated. They were in the past, after all. This time around, such occurrences would not transpire again. Little Mo, where are you currently? In Hangsheng? Yesterday, during dinner, Father suddenly mentioned you and then spoke of Mother's impending birthday. I wasn't too sure if you would return, so I called. There was a hint of anticipation in Cao Peiting's voice. Cao Mo snapped back to attention. "Elder sister, I do wish to return to celebrate Mother's birthday, but, as you know, her attitude towards me has been less than favorable. She raised me for 20 years, and I cannot speak ill of her. Yet, I worry about the potential discomfort inflicted by second sister and Cao Kun. Should I retaliate or endure?" Cao Peiting did not address this inquiry directly, but instead remarked, "Yao Yao will be returning as well. She arrives tomorrow afternoon. Don't you wish to see her? Furthermore, aside from second sister and brother Kun, there's still myself and your third sister. We miss you." Miss me? This was debatable, but it was true that both sisters had given him money upon his departure from the Cao family. "Very well, elder sister, I shall prepare a gift. I should be able to reach Hangsheng by tomorrow after a day's drive. I wonder if Mother's birthday celebration will be at home or in a hotel." Cao Peiting's voice was tinged with surprise. "We cannot accommodate everyone at home. Invitations have been sent to most of the commercial circles in Hangsheng, so it will be held at the same hotel banquet hall as last time." She did not elaborate further, but Cao Mo understood clearly. The banquet would take place in the same hall where the Cao family had announced Cao Kun's identity. "Understood, elder sister. Then I shall see you the day after tomorrow. I plan to arrive around 5 p.m. By that time, the family should have gathered. I will deliver my gift and depart quickly to avoid leaving any room for gossip among the guests that might upset our parents." His stance was clear. He would be present with his gift, yet he would not engage with the other guests to prevent any idle chatter that could vex Wang Meiwan. Despite being the first to drive him away from the Cao family, he understood her perspective. In situations where fairness was unattainable, it was better to sever ties decisively. This approach would benefit not only Cao Kun, but also himself. Throughout 2 lifetimes, he never believed Wang Meiwan had acted wrongly. Before Cao Kun's return, he treated himself exceptionally well. Yet subsequently, perhaps due to Cao Kun's incessant disparagement of him, the members of the Cao family gradually began to harbor a growing disdain towards him. Regardless of the circumstances, prior to locating Cao Kun, apart from the ever-critical Cao Peiyu, others had indeed treated him quite favorably. Admittedly, at the moment he was informed of his impending departure from the Cao household, he was filled with a profound anger, yet felt utterly powerless. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Cao Peiting mentioned that she had other matters to attend to, prompting Cao Mo to end the call. He wondered whether his mention of having driven all day would leave an impression, suggesting that he was keeping his distance. However, the car issue was inconsequential. The Audi bore the license plate of Haisher and was an A-class, allowing him to easily claim it was borrowed. Reflecting on the situation, he sensed that he might be approaching the matter with a subtly distorted mindset. Were he still in school, as in his previous life, it was certain that he would not have attended Wang Meijuan's birthday banquet, owing to the humiliation inflicted by Cao Kun. No, he would never have appeared before the Cao family. There would have been no opportunity for that. "Brother Hao, I have urgent business to attend to in Hangsheng," Cao Mo declared as he knocked before stepping through the doorway to address Su Hao. I apologize. Su Hao momentarily paused, his gaze scrutinizing and discerning. Cao Mo's expression remained largely neutral, his eyes retaining their calm demeanor. Yet internally, he acknowledged that his adoptive mother had saved his life. So, you're driving back? Su Hao Wei. Yes. I still need to purchase some gifts to bring back, Cao Mo replied. A smile broke across Su Hao's face. Safe travels. Come back early. I'll explain to my father about our lunch plans. Cao Mo quickly expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. Inside the room, Su Hao's phone screen illuminated, and he glanced at it. Wang Meijuan's birthday? Even after leaving the Cao family, why is Cao Peiding asking him to return? What could be your motive? Typically, injecting methamphetamine induces an intense euphoric sensation, with traces detectable for up to 3 days thereafter. The key factor hinges on the individual's metabolic rate. Li Wei's case was particularly unique. He had been injected with meth after undergoing nerve anesthesia, ultimately surviving the ordeal. However, 2 days had elapsed, and he was only now able to speak, albeit somewhat haltingly, and could manage to stand. Nonetheless, he struggled with walking in a straight line. According to the top neurologists in the capital, his condition was improving, yet the timeline for full recovery remained uncertain. Conversely, Li Weiguo held a different perspective. He was acutely aware of the ramifications of this incident. It was not merely that Li Wei had been incapacitated. His entire branch of the family was similarly undermined. All his life's endeavors and ambitions had been rendered futile. The disappointment in Li Wei, coupled with a sense of despair for the future, left him little room to ponder the magnitude of the disgrace this posed for the Li family. His sole focus was on identifying the perpetrator, thus affording Li Wei no respite. Even when the police suggested waiting for Li Wei's health to stabilize before questioning him, Li Weiguo refused to acquiesce. Consequently, Li Wei and the 2 unfortunate bodyguards were compelled to endure repeated interrogations by the authorities. Simultaneously, news of Li Wei's predicament began to circulate within the small circles of the capital. Had the 2 individuals responsible for his meth injection been present, they would undoubtedly have been perplexed by the police's inability to locate the discarded foil and syringe after 3 days. Having returned to Haishu, they were unaware that the snow in Jinggang City had fallen for 2 consecutive days. The accumulation was not substantial to ensure road safety. The snow on the streets had been cleared into the ditches. Chapter 68, Coward. Have you heard? Li Wei is finished. What's the situation? Elaborate. I heard he was kidnapped outside a nightclub on the night it snowed, and on top of that, he developed a drug addiction and contracted syphilis. Where did this news come from? Is it credible? Absolutely. It's from inside the hospital. I must say, he had it coming. Could it be a bit excessive? That little maid certainly made enemies. I don't even need to ask. It was undoubtedly someone from out of town. How do you know? You guys have no idea. He appears quite docile in the capital, but when he is out of town, he is utterly arrogant, practically wanting the world to know that old Master Li is his grandfather. He is quite adept at extortion and coercion. I wouldn't dare be that brazen. Enough. How many female students has he assaulted in the capital? It's a foregone conclusion that he deserves this retribution. Exactly. If you have money, no one cares if you keep a few mistresses, but this guy insists on using force. He truly deserves what he has gotten. If that's the case, doesn't it mean the Li family's 3rd branch has lost all hope? Huh. Do you even need to ask? His father, Li Weiguo, is no saint either. He deserves it. Whoever did this is ruthless. They've left him no way out. Isn't that the truth? I'm starting to believe he got what he deserved. Unless there's a deep-seated grudge, someone wouldn't go this far. The most astonishing part is they only injected him with a needle and didn't kill him outright. The police probably still haven't found any leads. Don't forget it was snowing that night. Does that mean Li Zixuan is in the clear? What are you insinuating? Don't you think Li Zixuan has a lovely figure? Are you daring to touch her? Aren't you afraid of catching something? I'm not entirely convinced. I should call Li Jijun. Li Jijun, the eldest son of the Li family's 2nd branch, was the offspring of Li Aigua and his mother, who bore the surname Jing. Their family had military ties. The main business of the 2nd branch revolved around securing a portion of military contracts, particularly for uniforms, boots, and police equipment. This was the most stable enterprise for the Li family's 2nd branch, but it was not a long-term solution once the elderly passed away. this business would likely be transferred to others. Apart from this, the second branch engaged in import-export trade, focusing primarily on textiles, mineral product for export, and machinery and medical equipment for import. Their business was not particularly large, especially in a place like the capital. However, even after the elder Li's departure, the eldest son, Li Jianguo, had already attained a vice-ministerial position, marking him as a rising star. If the elder Li could hold on for another decade, Li Jianguo would undoubtedly have the potential to reach the pinnacle. 3 decades of hard work, starting from the position of town mayor to his current status. He had navigated his career methodically, making few mistakes. His personal capabilities were evident. With Li Jianguo in place, the future of the second branch's business remained uncertain. Yet now that the younger generation in the capital had learned of Li Wei's situation, it was inevitable that, motivated by self-interest, the news would spread. Everyone had their eyes on the third branch's business, but remained wary of the elder Li and Li Jianguo. It could be said that the prominent families in the capital were biding their time, anticipating the day when Li Wei would crumble entirely. However, some had already begun to devise ways to obtain concrete evidence. Their only regret was that Li Wei's illness was not self-inflicted, but rather an act of vengeance against him. After leaving Su Hao, Cao Mo felt quite apprehensive. Although he struggled to comprehend why Su Hao, with such a promising real estate career, would choose to delve into gaming, his anxiety stemmed from Su Jinbang's approach to problem-solving. The mere thought was unsettling. In the realm of affluent families, those who perch atop the pinnacle of the pyramid are invariably tainted. It matters not which city one examines. The scenario remains consistent. Over the past few decades, particularly a decade ago, the entire nation was in disarray. The southeastern coastal regions were in a state of utter chaos, with smuggling reaching unprecedented levels. Was Su Jinbang truly untainted? It is certain he did not wipe clean. How much does Su Hao comprehend? By age alone, he certainly was not involved. Yet, as the saying goes, a hero begets a hero. This Su Gu, who outwardly appears to be solely enamored with wealth and women, is undoubtedly not as benevolent as he seems. As for Su Wanyue, despite her fervent desire for conquest, one must admit that her arrogance stems from a newfound wealth. To be reborn is one thing. To stir up storms and meddle is quite another. Fear has set in. It is best to focus on one's own company, treating the Su family merely as partners. As for other matters, it is prudent to refrain from meddling. However, the affairs of the young master of Haishur do warrant some involvement, as long as his endeavors do not falter. His father will likely be appointed to a position in the capital within 2 years. This could be a life-saving grace, if utilized wisely. Having an influential ally in the capital is not out of the question. My biological parents' connections lie within the capital, but regrettably, in my previous life, I had no tangible leads. There is no rush regarding this matter. Even if a return is necessary, one must first establish a firm footing. As Cao Mo sat in his study, contemplating his actions since his rebirth, he increasingly recognized the flaws in his decisions. Indeed, one must not be carried away. He had been rather reckless. Su Wanyue raised an eyebrow at her brother, acknowledging his keen insight. Just yesterday, I had a conversation with General Zhuang from Digaetong. Following an infusion of 80,000 in capital, Digaetong is now in discussions with Tumen in the capital to obtain the necessary qualifications. They must convince the relevant departments in the capital. Tumen boasts a solid foundation there, and I sincerely hope Digaetong successfully acquires Tumen. The street information collection software has also been upgraded, and I genuinely admire Cao Mo's foresight. Even from a partner's perspective, he established Zhuoqing investment, yet remains largely uninvolved, a situation I currently lack the energy to manage. According to his stipulations, investment is contingent upon his initiation, so I plan to let this investment firm sit idle until he decides to speak up. Su Hao cleared his throat. Wanyue, you don't have any grievances against him, do you? I must tell you, I hold Cao Mo's Shunxi technology in high regard, but I am even more impressed by him as an individual. We are not short on funds. Real estate remains a pillar industry, with at least 20 to 40 years of viability ahead. A person with such vision is worth befriending, and there is no necessity to bring him into Junbang's fold. Moreover, As you observed, I attempted to engage him directly and inadvertently frightened him away. Suvanju half softly, muttering coward. Suaori played, all right. Have you finished compiling the materials I asked for? With a disdainful glance, Su Wanyue retrieved a document from her drawer and handed it to him. Time was tight. Only 3 days had passed, and the staff's organization was rather rudimentary. The company of Li Jiong from the second branch of the Li family, as mentioned by father, was utterly insignificant. I do not advocate for collaboration with him, especially considering Li Jiong's less-than-stellar reputation in the capital. Su Hao began to peruse the document. Su Wanyue continued, Brother, is it true that the matter concerning our second uncle has been entirely resolved? I have yet to inquire with you, or father. Without lifting his gaze, Su Hao reassured her, there is no need for concern. The situation has been addressed. Our second uncle's family has departed Haishu and been sent abroad. Su Wanyue furrowed her brow slightly and shifted the topic. Brother, if you can persuade father, I believe it may be more prudent to seek opportunities abroad directly. Chapter 69. Cao Mo, brother. Su Hao glanced at her and shook his head. That is not something for you to worry about. The timing is not yet right. The group's funding is primarily directed towards real estate. I am currently formulating a plan for a capital increase, and, additionally, I intend to pursue financing through a listing in Hong Kong. At the very least, there is one statement from Cao Mo with which I wholeheartedly agree. The immediate priority is to acquire land. Policies across various regions stipulate that development must commence within 2 years, alongside urban renewal projects, all of which require substantial financial investment. Given the current market trends, land prices are escalating, and conditions are becoming increasingly stringent. Our advantage lies in our ample capital. However, our debt ratio is also on the rise, and I am contemplating solutions. Su Wanyue sighed, Brother, I meant to suggest venturing into cosmetics, nurturing a domestic brand. Su Hao pondered briefly, tossing the document aside. Do you have a target company in mind? Are you considering acquisition or investment? The funds in the futures market cannot be accessed for another 2 days. After purchasing gifts, Cao Mo did not bring his computer with him and set off after finishing lunch. By the time he arrived in Hangzhou, it was nearing 5 p.m. The journey was slow, primarily due to the extended time spent traversing the 2 cities. He chose a hotel by Westlake. After showering and changing clothes, he stood by the window, admiring the scenic view of the lake, and called Chao Peiting. The call was quickly answered. Cao Mo, are you back? It sounded as though his sister was quite cheerful. Cao Mo smiled slightly. Yes, I've returned. Has Xiao Mei arrived yet? Did she fly over from Haishu? Cao Peiting chuckled. No. I didn't work today. I specifically went to pick her up from the Haishu airport. We're on our way home now and should arrive in about half an hour. Do you want to speak with her? Thinking of his adorable younger sister, Cao Mo's expression brightened. Sure, I haven't seen her in over a year. I wonder how she has been. A soft, sweet voice came through the phone. I'm back. Hearing this voice instantly lifted Cao Mo's spirits. He could vividly picture a little girl with big eyes, eyelashes like tiny brushes, sporting a bun hairstyle, smiling brightly as she spoke into the phone. How have you been abroad, little prodigy? He asked with a grin. I'm no longer at the Cao family. Did Dajie tell you? Cao Peiyong did not provide a direct answer, but acknowledged his statement. You came back without a break. That won't affect anything, will it? No, I took a week off, and my advisor agreed. Brother, did you drop out? Dajie mentioned it. Yes, I dropped out. Are you still in Hangzhou after moving out? Cao Mo refrained from answering that question. The flight from the U.S. back home took over 10 hours. You must be tired. Rest well in the car. Around 6:30, after I deliver the gifts to Mom, let us find a place to chat. Cao Peiyong paused before responding. I understand. Go. Immediately after, Cao Peiting's voice chimed in. Xiao Mo, what time will you arrive? Cao Mo replied. Between 6:30 and 7 o'clock. Tomorrow is Mom's birthday banquet. So I want to go. I'll just drop off the gifts tonight. With that said, Cao Peiting had no choice but to relent. After hanging up, Cao Mo glanced at the gift placed on the bed, a scarf he had purchased at the New World department store in Haishu. He did not wish for the Cao family to know about his current situation, nor did he want to provoke any harsh words from Cao Kun over a more extravagant gift. Not to mention, when he left the Cao family, his eldest sister had insisted on giving him money, which the second sister undoubtedly relayed to Cao Kun. In recent months, it is typically the case that a fourth-year student who has withdrawn from school would earn little to no money. Thus, gifting a scarf worth several thousand yuan may very well represent the pinnacle of Cao Kun's financial capability. Inside a Maybach, Cao Peiyao leaned against her sister Cao Peiting's shoulder. "Sister, is Cao Kun really as wonderful as our second sister described?" she asked softly, her voice lacking the usual sweetness. Cao Peiting sighed. "I suggested he pursue further studies abroad, but he declined. Mother is reluctant, and since father agrees, he remains here. Now, in his senior year, our family has even hired several professors to teach him. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that his aspirations and vision are rather limited." Cao Peiyao had seen the photograph sent from home, yet she had never spoken with Cao Kun over the phone, not even once. "It's all right, sister. Once we return, I shall inquire directly with father and mother. You mentioned over the phone that his adoptive family circumstances are relatively decent, but sister, one can only hope for a modest household. At the very least, they shouldn't raise a waste of potential. What worries me are those small-scale entrepreneurs, as they are often the ones who squander their offspring's future." She was prepared to meet her biological brother and witness for herself, with a slight wrinkle of her nose. She added, "If he turns out to be lacking, I won't bother with him." Cao Peiting reached out to ruffle her head. "Don't speak carelessly. When you meet him, you should call him brother. As for Cao Mo, it would be best not to directly call him brother in front of our parents. You can refer to him as Mo Go instead." After uttering this, she too felt that the title sounded somewhat peculiar. Cao Peiyao looked up at her with an odd expression. "Sister, are you serious?" "Montake." And with that, she burst into laughter. Cao Peiting joined in her amusement, affectionately embracing her youngest sister, known as a prodigy in Hangshen. "However, don't hold too high expectations for your brother." Cao Peiyao responded with a soft leaning against her shoulder and closing her eyes. Meanwhile, Cao Mo was meticulously timing his departure. Carrying several bags, he hailed a cab directly to the Cao residence. Upon arriving at the front gate, he pressed the doorbell. Moments later, with a click, the door began to open automatically. He stepped inside. It was a considerable distance from the entrance to the villa, and he could already see several cars parked out front. On the steps stood 3 figures. As he approached, he recognized them as his eldest sister, third sister, and youngest sister, Cao Peiyao, who awaited him. Continuing forward, he was still some 10 meters away from the steps when he cast a steady glance at Cao Peiyao, his most cherished sister from his previous life. Dressed in a new outfit, she dashed towards him, standing 2 meters away and scrutinizing him from head to toe. Cao Mo, holding the bags, stood still and smiled at her. "Little sister, it's been a while. You've grown taller." The girl stood approximately 165 meters tall, which is indeed considered tall for the Jiangnan region. She wore a short down jacket that revealed a high-neck cashmere sweater, paired with jeans and ankle boots. Her hair styled in a bun. "Brother." Cao Peiyao suddenly welled up with tears and threw herself into his embrace. Cao Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Why are you crying?" "I'm doing well. Brother, it's you." Cao Kun's voice boomed unexpectedly. Cao Mo looked up to see Cao Kun standing on the steps, an expression of surprise on his face. Chapter 70. Why don't you call me Big Brother anymore? Cao Kun's voice was loud. Whether his surprise was genuine was a matter of doubt. Cao Mo gazed at Cao Kun standing at the door, his expression darkening slightly as he forced a smile. "Sister, third sister, I'm back." He attempted to move forward, but Cao Peiyao firmly pushed against him, preventing his advance. "Brother, I don't like Cao Kun." Her voice was low, and Cao Mo believed it would not carry to the steps, which were still 7 or 8 meters away. "All right, I came back to give Mother a birthday gift. I originally planned to come tomorrow, but given my current circumstances, it isn't suitable for me to appear before so many guests. It would only embarrass the Cao family. It's better to present the gift to Mother today. By the way, I also brought you a small present." He pushed Cao Peiyao aside and pulled a box from one of the bags, handing it to her. "Perfume?" Cao Peiyao opened the box to take a glance. Cao Mo nodded. "Yes, it's my favorite scent. You should spray it on for me." Seeing him revert to the familiar way he spoke when they were together, Cao Peiyao wiped her eyes and replied, I'll spray it on right now. She quickly tore open the packaging and spritzed herself with the fragrance. In less than a minute, another person emerged from the house. Cao Mo. Cao Mo, come inside quickly. Mom and Dad are here, she said with a smile. Elder brother, knowing you were coming. Mom didn't let us touch the chopsticks and has been waiting for you. Cao Kun grinned widely, stepping forward to extend his hand. Brother, where's my gift? Cao Mo examined the smile on his face and then glanced at the expressions of his three sisters, pondering, is this really necessary? The nature of our relationship means I must accommodate you. Haven't we played this out a few months ago? Is it still not enough? Must you put on a show, waiting for Wang Meiwan or Cao Yu to find fault with me? Cao Yao ignored Cao Kun entirely, pulling on Cao Mo's arm. Come on, I'm starving. Cao Mo returned the smile to Cao Kun, saying, of course, I have prepared a gift, but I hope you won't turn your nose up at it. How about we eat first? I've been traveling all day and am quite hungry. He chose not to speak the truth, even altering the plan he had made with his eldest sister to come tomorrow. Tomorrow was Mother S' birthday. Today was merely an early gift-giving occasion. As for the reasoning, well, he had already explained some of it over the phone to his elder sister. It would suffice to clarify further in person. As they conversed, Cao Yao had already dragged him away. Cao Kun's gaze followed the two of them, feeling utterly disregarded. How outrageous! I am a future head of the Cao family. Everything here belongs to me. You all shall live under my shadow in the future. This little sister, from the moment they met until now, had hardly acknowledged him. Even when speaking, her tone was sharp, often probing into his previous adoptive parents' circumstances. Did this insufferable little girl not realize how awkward this made him? Of course she did. She was doing it on purpose. Lowering his head, Cao Kun concealed the malevolence in his gaze from the sisters on the steps. Almost at the moment Cao Mo stepped onto the stairs, he lifted his head, wearing a sunny smile. Cao Yu, dressed in a cashmere sweater without a coat, stood with her arms crossed, accentuating her curves and waist. However, her expression was far from pleasant. Oh, have you come back seeking affection? Her voice was soft yet loud enough for everyone to hear. Cao Peiting and Cao Peina descended the steps, paying no heed to Cao Peiyu's words, which only served to darken her mood further. Cao Mo, it's so wonderful to see you again. Where have you been these past few months? Cao Peiting asked, reaching out to grasp his sleeve. Cao Peina gazed at him with a beaming smile, her demeanor appearing quite spirited. Your second sister is just like that. Pay her no mind. Cao Mo chuckled, nodding in agreement. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, I have returned this time to wish Mom a happy birthday, and I have also brought you all small gifts. I hope you won't find them lacking. He was rather straightforward, retrieving 3 boxes from his bag and handing them over one by one. I'm not very adept at purchasing gifts, so I got you all the same perfume. Naturally, he intended to avoid leaving any room for criticism, yet he was fully aware that each woman in the family had her own distinct preference for fragrances. However, his knowledge of such matters was limited, and he couldn't be bothered to make a meticulous selection, so he simply chose a scent that he himself liked. Cao Yu did not accept the gift. Instead, she huffed and turned to enter the house. It was indeed somewhat chilly outside. The temperature in Hangzhou during mid to late November was not particularly low, yet it was not warm either. A cashmere sweater paired with a lightweight down jacket sufficed. Moreover, the villa was equipped with air conditioning. As long as one remained indoors, it was quite comfortable. Cao Mo laughed heartily, showing no signs of embarrassment. He turned and handed the bag directly to Cao Yao. Please give this to second sister. Ever since Cao Kun returned, she has been even more critical of me. If I don't move out, do you believe she could scold me 3 times a day? Cao Yao accepted the bag and followed behind him in silence. Cao Kun caught up, saying, Elder brother, what about my gift? After months apart, you haven't forgotten about me, have you? Cao Peiting wished to say something, but was promptly pulled into the room by Cao Peina, who did not forget to wave at Cao Yao, little sister, coming quickly. Cao Yao glanced at Cao Mo and then at Cao Kun. Brother, I'll go in first. You hurry up. Cao Kun understood that this little sister was not calling him, as she directly addressed Cao Kun. He was aware she had returned early and even prepared a diamond necklace for her. Yet this girl refused to show him a pleasant demeanor after receiving her gifts. It was infuriating. Cao Mo nodded at her. Yes, go on in. I'll join you and your brother shortly. Once the door closed, he turned to face Cao Kun. Have you visited the school to look for me? The smile he had just shown to Cao Yao faded from his eyes. Were you disappointed to discover that I had dropped out? Cao Mo pulled out a DuPont lighter from his pocket and tossed it to him. Cao Kun was taken aback, stepping back a bit before clumsily catching it. I didn't have money before. This lighter costs over 10,000. I specifically bought it for you before returning. Cao Kun glanced at the lighter, casually stuffing it into his pants pocket. Over 10,000? Is it that expensive? Cao Mo replied nonchalantly. Don't want it? Then give it back to me. You know, after moving out, everything costs money. Without money, one cannot go far. I believe you should understand this quite well. Don't you? Cao Kun's expression changed, realizing that this bastard was referencing his past. Cao Mo, what do you mean by that? The money you spent came from our parents and sister, didn't it? Can you even earn money yourself? Oh, why aren't you calling me elder brother anymore? Cao Mo feigned surprise, raising his finger at him. Whether I can earn money is my own concern. I certainly don't need to prove my capabilities to anyone. However, you, having returned to a wealthy family and indulged in extravagance, I fear you might struggle to manage this overwhelming affluence. Cao Kun. After all, it is easier to fall into luxury than to return to frugality. Cao Kun gritted his teeth. Today is Mom's birthday. You a foster child. My eldest sister only invited you back out of courtesy. And you actually dared to come? Cao Mo raised the bag in his hand. I came back solely to present a gift to Mom. Do you want me to tell her that you don't want me to stay for a meal? Shut your mouth. You're merely a substitute, yet you truly think yourself significant? Cao Kun's expression twisted. Cao Mo lauet di Cao Kun. Don't you find this world quite fascinating? You see, I'm a foster child of your biological parents, and you, too, are someone else's foster child. Although I still don't know where my biological parents are, that doesn't hinder my understanding of your situation. Truly, I can understand. However, I believe you need not put on such a performance. I don't even know what your jealousy and malice are aimed at. My status as a foster child is common knowledge. It's just that my classmates at school may not be informed. And since I have dropped out, you have no opportunity to find trouble for me there, do you? Besides, our parents do not adhere to the narrative of novels where the emotional bonds formed over 20 years cannot be severed, leading them to dote on me more than on you. Remember, it was Mom who suggested that we were incompatible and directly asked me to move out. I didn't shed tears begging them not to expel me from the Cao family as affluence. Now that you've returned, they only wish to compensate you for the 20 years of wealth and the love of biological parents and a complete family that you missed out on. I have a clear understanding of my own position, which is why I moved out. What more do you find unsatisfactory? Am I to blame for being adopted? Or is it my fault that you were lost? We are all adults now. Can we not act a bit more like it? Observing the struggle on Cao Kun's face, Cao Mo pulled out a cigarette and offered him one, then took one for himself. After lighting one for Cao Kun and then for himself, he found it quite pleasant to smoke in the cold. The smoke dissipated swiftly. Cao Mo regarded Cao Kun, who was silently smoking. Today is Mom's birthday. If you wish to target me, feel free. I can take it. However, you must bear the consequences yourself, even if you were a biological son. I'm not some pushover. Cao Mo felt a twinge of concern. Had something transpired during these 4 months that he was unaware of, causing Cao Kun to be so restrained? In his previous life, Cao Kun had not been like this. The words he had just spoken were not solely meant for Cao Kun's ears. He knew someone was listening behind the door. Yet, Cao Kun's reaction surprised him. Either something had indeed happened, or his previous remarks had somewhat impacted this scoundrel. He was still unaware that since Cao Kun's return, he had been balancing his university courses while interning at the Cao family and receiving specialized one-on-one guidance. In his past life, Cao Kun had been like a sticky candy, able to track him down no matter where he went, often proclaiming his true identity publicly. It was not only bothersome, but this fellow could also command the Cao family's higher-ups to make introductions. Now that he had dropped out, there was no dialogue between them. Nor could there be any assertion that his resistance had sent this guy into a euphoric frenzy, leading to his relentless pursuit. Cao Mo, one cigarette cannot resolve our issues. Cao Kun finally spoke. Everything belonging to the Cao family is mine. Regardless of how you frame it, You occupy the familial ties in life that rightfully belong to me. Do you not acknowledge this? Cao Mo flicked the ash from his cigarette, amused as he replied, "Is this something I consciously caused? My being adopted. Did it not also hinder my biological parents from finding me? Is it a possibility? As I mentioned earlier, I've already left the Cao family. My return is merely to celebrate Mom's birthday. If you have any further grievances, shall I take my leave?" A flash of anger crossed Cao Kun's face. Did this scoundrel intend to set a trap for my elder sister to scold me? Cao Mo promptly responded, "If that's the case, then please deliver the gift to your mother, and afterward, you can explain to your elder sister." "You're talking nonsense. That is not what I meant," Cao Kun retorted. "But you're nearly broke now, aren't you? I doubt you can offer anything of value. If you want to go in, then by all means do so. My parents have supported you for 20 years. I'm curious to see if you have the audacity to present my mother with a cheap gift." He was simply unwilling to concede. Such a splendid opportunity for a rebuke Cao Kun would not let slip by. Cao Mo could already envision the ensuing scene once he stepped through the door. Yet it mattered little. What he sought was merely the favor of his younger sister. Cao Paizhao. As for the others, they were likely to follow the trajectory of the past life, and within a year's time would probably align themselves with Cao Kun. Tossing aside his cigarette, but he extinguished it. "I'll head in first," he declared, not bothering to glance at Cao Kun's expression as he swiftly turned, pulled open the door, and stepped inside. Cao Kun, seething, crushed the cigarette but underfoot and followed him into the living room. "How long are you going to keep everyone waiting?" Second sister Cao Peiyu immediately stood up and loudly reprimanded him. "What could you possibly have to discuss with Kun? You are from two different worlds. Do you really think there is any common ground?" Cao Mo removed his coat and, noticing Cao Peiyao turning to approach him, gently shook his head. "It's nothing. I just had a few words with Cao Kun." He carried the bag over and sat down on the sofa. Cao Kun's displeasure was evident on his face. Cao Peiting and Cao Peina, unsure what had transpired outside, saw them approach, and Cao Peiting said, "Little sister, could you please go upstairs and ask Mom and Dad to come down? Just tell them Cao Mo has arrived. Let us have a meal together." Cao Mo smiled and remained silent. Cao Kun stood up and said, "Guests should be treated with respect. It's not a problem to keep the hosts waiting. I'll go call Mom and Dad." Without caring for the expressions of the others, he headed upstairs. Cao Peiting gently tugged at Cao Peiyu's hand, a gesture that caught Cao Mo's eye. "Cao Mo, you still haven't told me where you've been these past few months. You're in your senior year. Dropping out is truly unwise." Cao Mo looked at the nodding Cao Peina and Cao Peiyao and smiled, shaking his head. "Senior year is about internships. Afterward, it's just about obtaining a diploma and degree. The effort I put in before was merely to please my parents. At this point, I see no necessity." Noting his reluctance to divulge his whereabouts, Cao Peiting sighed. However, Cao Peiyao cheerfully interjected, "It's all right. Brother dropping out isn't necessarily a bad thing. Besides, didn't the founders of Microsoft and Oracle drop out of college? Who knows, maybe in the future, brother will be the founder of a renowned public company. Right, brother?" Seeing her little face and expression, he couldn't help but smile. "Humph. Does she really think she is something significant? Yao Yao, don't you know their backgrounds? Does she truly believe that success can be achieved from scratch? I assure you, no one achieves success without the support of a solid background and connections. Gao Paiyu Zimak Bodun Li. Without the resources provided by the Cao family, I'd be very curious to know what the future tycoon is doing after dropping out." Cao Peiyao immediately retorted, "Second sister, that's enough. After all, brother is here to celebrate Mom's birthday, even if he has left the Cao family. Don't you understand the basic courtesy of treating guests well? I really can't comprehend why you always target him. What has he ever done to offend you?" Chapter 72. Do you know how disappointed Mom and Dad are in you? Cao Mo's attention was not focused on the living room, but rather on contemplating Cao Kun's strange behavior. Something felt amiss. Yet, he had to respond to the conversation occurring downstairs. "Little sister, it's all right," Cao Mo comforted her. "Second sister must have her own reasons. Perhaps it's due to our limited communication in the past." Cao Peiyu didn't even glance at him, merely continuing to scoff. The sound of a door opening echoed from upstairs, accompanied by Wang Meijuan's voice. Cao Mo turned to look. Unlike a villainous stepmother, Wang Meijuan did not grasp Cao Kun's hand. She merely stepped out with Cao Kun following behind. Cao Jianya was the last to emerge. After descending the stairs, they made their way toward the dining room, where everyone stood up, waiting in silence. Only Cao Peiyao did not remain still. She rushed over, pushed past Cao Kun, and took Wang Meijuan's arm. "Mom, let me help you." Wang Meijuan smiled and patted her little hand, saying, "Yao Yao, you always warm my heart." Upon spotting Cao Mo, Cao Jianya exclaimed, "Cao Mo has arrived. Let us eat together." His demeanor was unpretentious, showing no sign of displeasure toward Cao Mo despite Cao Kun's presence or any other factors. Cao Mo smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, I came to enjoy a meal." A hint of embarrassment crossed Wang Meijuan's face, which caused Cao Mo to ponder deeply. However, he had little time to dwell on it, as Cao Jianya came over and patted him on the shoulder. "It's good to be back." Cao Mo quickly replied, "I'm here for Mom's birthday." He picked up the bag and retrieved a gift box. "Mom, tomorrow is your birthday, but I don't think it's appropriate for me to appear at your celebration. This gift is for you." Cao Mo clearly saw her glance quickly at Cao Kun before approaching to take the item. "Cao Mo, thank you for remembering my birthday." Cao Mo smiled, truly puzzled as to why this adoptive mother cared so much about Cao Kun's reaction. Perhaps it was due to excessive concern that her attitude towards him seemed rather perfunctory. "Mom, why don't we open the gift and see what it is?" Cao Kun, standing nearby, pointed to the box. Cao Peiyu followed with a cold laugh. He has dropped out now and has no source of income. What could he possibly afford to give? Cao Mo replied with composure. "A scarf, a cashmere scarf." Wang Meijuan lightly scolded. "Xiao Yu, Mom, I meant no offense. I just think little of what he offers." Cao Peiyu retorted. "You've probably never used something so inexpensive in your life, have you?" Cao Peiting felt a surge of anger, but glanced at her father's expression before saying, "Cao Peiyu, can't you act a little more mature? Even if you don't consider him a member of the Cao family, at least show some basic politeness." Wang Meijuan forced a smile and said to Cao Mo, "It's lovely. I happen to need a scarf. The weather is getting colder, and I don't have one for going out." Cao Kun, somevot imtatent, interjected ulreit, mom. "We were waiting for him. We're all hungry. Let us hurry and eat." Cao Jianya had already made his way to the dining room, prompting Wang Meijuan to quickly set down the gift box. All right, let us eat. Everyone, let us eat. Ting Ting, go inform the kitchen that we can start serving." "Cao Mo, why don't you stay for a meal before you leave?" Cao Peiting agreed and turned to head to the kitchen. Cao Kun chimed in, "Indeed. Guests should be treated with hospitality. It would be unreasonable not to share a meal with them, especially when they arrive bearing gifts." Cao Peidao, okay. Taking hold of Cao Mo's arm. "Brother, let us go. I want to sit next to you. It's been ages since we've dined together." With a smile, Cao Mo followed her into the dining room, where Cao Jianya was already seated at the head of the table, lifting his teacup. Once the family settled down, the servants began to serve the dishes, which were evidently pre-prepared, merely requiring a brief reheating. It was also possible they had been kept warm, awaiting his arrival. "Xiao Montak, you left in such haste last time that some matters went unaddressed. I'm unaware of where you're residing now, what you're doing since dropping out. Are you managing financially? Didn't T.I. arrange for your eldest sister to provide you with some money?" Cao Jianya inquired, directing the focus of all eyes upon Cao Mo. Feeling somewhat awkward, Cao Mo replied, "I came solely to deliver a birthday gift to Mom. I'm doing quite well, living alone, and I've found a job." Cao Kun immediately asked, "Is it in Hangshan?" Cao Peiting joined them, sitting beside Cao Jianya, declaring, "It's certainly not." He mentioned on the phone that it took him a whole day to return. She turned to Cao Mo. "Cao Mo, where exactly are you now? We've been quite concerned." "Don't involve me in this." Cao Peiyu scoffed. "I'm not worried at all." Once Kun returned, him moving out was the most sensible decision. He is an outsider, a substitute. He can't just stay at home indefinitely. Suddenly, Cao Peiyao interjected, "Second sister, could you please be quiet?" Cao Peinai added, "Second sister, refrain from speaking so much. We were having a pleasant time until you ruined the mood completely." Cao Mo maintained a smile, saying, "I'm perfectly fine, so there is no need to worry. When I left before, Both eldest and third sisters gave me some money, and I also sold my Porsche. I have enough funds to last for quite a while. Cao Jianya, indifferent to the car's sale, noted it was merely a vehicle. However, for reasons unknown, Cao Peiyu seemed intent on not letting Cao Mo off the hook during this gathering. That car was a gift from Dad. So why did you have to sell it? It was meant for Cao Kun. He is my biological brother. Cao Jianya coughed lightly. All right, let us eat. If there is anything to discuss, let us do so after the meal. He was the first to pick up his chopsticks, prompting Wang Meiwan to begin serving Cao Kun. While expressing gratitude, he glanced at Cao Mo, who found his behavior rather childish. They had already made things clear outside, yet upon seeing Wang Meiwan, he couldn't help but show off. What is this? Cao Peiyao placed a serving of food onto his plate, urging, Brother, eat up. It's cold outside, and the dishes will cool down quickly. Although she said this, the temperature in the room remained quite warm. Cao Mo found it rather uninteresting to oppose Cao Peiyu or Cao Kun. It felt beneath him. He nodded and began to eat. Seeing him eat quietly, the table fell into a brief silence. Shortly after, Wang Meiwan suddenly asked, Cao Mo, you haven't mentioned where you are living now. It takes a whole day to return. Is it far? Cao Mo swallowed his food and set down his chopsticks. Not at all, Mom. I rented an apartment in Haishur and found a job. What kind of company would hire an undergraduate? You're not working in a factory in one of the surrounding counties, are you? Well, even if it's in the countryside, it's still Haishur. Cao Mo thought it unworthy of a response, not even wanting to spare her a glance. Mogu, do tell us where you're working. You wouldn't want to worry Mom and Dad, would you? Cao Peiyu pressed on. You shouldn't have dropped out. University students are in high demand, especially in finance. Dad even said you could work at the Cao family company after graduation, yet you quietly withdrew from school. Do you realize how disappointed Mom and Dad are? Cao Mo raised his head, feeling overwhelmed. Cao Jianya's gaze was filled with inquiry, confusion, and disbelief. He genuinely could not comprehend why Cao Mo had chosen to drop out and move to Haishur, although it was only about 100 to 200 kilometers away. What job could a high school graduate secure? Moreover, factory work was hardly easy. Cao Mo had never experienced such hardships. He remained silent, seemingly awaiting further explanation from Cao Mo. Wang Meiwan set down her chopsticks, gazing at Cao Mo with a mix of compassion and sorrow. Xiao Montak, why not return to Hangsheng? Wouldn't it be better to have a job arranged by the family? Before Cao Mo could respond, Cao Kun quickly agreed. Exactly, Mo Ge. Wouldn't it be beneficial to intern at our family as company? Why did you drop out? By doing so, you've missed out on internship opportunities. And without a degree, what will you do in the future? Cao Peiyu chuckled. Don't be naive, even if Mom and Dad agree. You know what your uncles would say. Cao Mo, you can't seriously be considering coming back, can you? Cao Mo ingan deeply, esaling sao. He was on the verge of losing his composure. No, I came today merely to deliver a gift and to wish Mom a happy birthday in advance. He looked at Wang Meiwan earnestly, adding, Mom, thank you for raising me all these years. Happy birthday. He continued. The reason I arrived today was to prevent the guests attending tomorrow's banquet from gossiping about the Cao family because of me. I do not wish for you, Dad, or the Cao family to be subjected to any scrutiny due to my presence. I can go anywhere without concern, but I have settled in Haishur, both in work and life, and I assure you, I'm doing well. Cao Peiting, Cao Peina, and Cao Peiyao remained silent, patiently awaiting him to finish. Once he did, Cao Peiyao sighed. Brother, I'm alone abroad too, and it's truly quite dull. Wherever I go, I'm by myself, and I can't even risk forming close ties with my classmates. I'm uncertain about their intentions when they interact with me, truly. Why not return to Hangsheng? Even if you don't live at home, at least being in Hangsheng, Mom, Dad, and the elder sisters can provide you with support. Cao Peiting looked at him with earnest anticipation. Cao Mo, why not come back? Even if you dropped out, it's all right. I know your grades from freshman to junior year were excellent, and your senior internship was meant to help you better adapt to the realities of the workplace. Come back. I'll arrange a job for you. Just as Cao Peiyu was about to speak, she noticed Cao Peiyao glaring at her fiercely. Yao, what else with that look? You'd best keep quiet, or I'll ignore you from now on. Cao Peiyao warned with intensity. Cao Jianya and Wang Meiwan continued to eat at a leisurely pace, while Cao Kun refused to let this opportunity pass. Eldest sister, when I suggested interning at the company, you insisted I study abroad instead. I want to spend more time with Mom, Dad, and all of you, yet you wouldn't agree. Now you're being so lenient with him? Eldest sister, this is quite the double standard. Cao Peiting's expression shifted, but it's not the same, is it? He asked my biological brother. And the future of the Cao family rests with him. Do you think my insistence on sending you abroad stems from a lack of affection as your elder sister? My intentions are solely for your benefit. Can the educational standards here truly compare to those overseas? If you lack genuine skill, are you not concerned that one day the chairman's position could be usurped by the second or third branch? Although Cao Mo is an adopted son, he has lived with us for so many years. What harm is there in lending him a hand? Or do you perhaps harbor a reluctance for his return, fearing his abilities may surpass your own? Cao Kun is not truly foolish. He merely speaks to provoke our parents' emotions. Mother, look at my sister. Scolding me again. Cao, Jane interjected. Your elder sister is right. You haven't forgotten what your second uncle and the others mentioned during their last visit, have you? Their doubts are not about your identity, but rather your capabilities. I do not wish to dwell on this matter. If you do not exert yourself, no matter how vast the family fortune, you may still struggle to maintain it. Genuine effort is what truly matters. Everything else holds little significance for you. Upon concluding his words, he cast a deliberate glance at Cao Mo. Cao Mo chuckled inwardly. Is he referring to me? He turned to Cao Peiyao and whispered, hurry up and eat. You should heed these unnutritious words less often in the future, or better yet, forget them entirely. Although his voice was low, it was audible to everyone present. Cao Peiyao nodded. Brother, wait for me to return and establish my own company. Will you help me then? Of course, as long as you do not disdain my lack of formal qualifications. Cao Mo replied with a smile. Cao Kun, noticing that Cao Mo was ignoring him, felt a surge of anger but could not express it in front of their father, Cao Jianya. For the past few months, he had been playing the role of the obedient and diligent student, and indeed, his academic abilities were quite commendable. However, he still needed to respond to his father's remarks. I understand, Father. I will strive to improve. The staff on my elder sister's side have been quite supportive, and I have kept up with my private tutors. Wang Meiwan nodded with a smile. Yes, Mother is aware that you have been working hard lately. You must continue to put forth your best effort. If you do not wish to study abroad, then do not. Mother feels somewhat reluctant. Cao Kun's gaze shifted to Cao Mo, who was engrossed in conversation with Cao Peiyao while eating, completely neglecting him, which only fueled his frustration. The meal proceeded swiftly, despite the ongoing conversations at the table. Cao Mo remained disinterested, eager to finish his meal and return home. He had already sensed the changes in the attitudes of Cao Peiyu and Cao Kun towards him, as well as those of others. He could comprehend it, but would not accept it. Cao Jianya seemed to have grown indifferent to him. The words spoken were merely for appearances. Wang Meiwan, she would likely only recall her unfairness towards him when they next met. But as long as he was not before her, she would certainly forget she had an adopted son. His elder and younger sisters, while not openly hostile, would likely reach that point within 6 months. As for the second sister, Cao Peiyu, she could be disregarded. Cao Kun, still immature in thought, could be ignored. Only Cao Peiyao, this brilliant young girl, saw through it all. Her desire to help him establish a business was merely born from her ignorance of his true circumstances. Given the Cao family's status and wealth, there is truly no need for these 4 sisters to engage in alliances or consolidations. Such matters were left to the daughters of the second and third branches, who would even receive considerable dowries and resources from the Cao family. Perhaps Cao Peiyao felt free to act without reservations for this very reason. Nevertheless, it warranted further observation. With a soul over 40 years old, he had witnessed far too much. Even the news and short videos encountered while waiting for meals had provided him with countless narratives. He genuinely wished to avoid such melodramatic tales unfolding in his own life. By the way, Cao Mo, Cao Jianya set down his chopsticks. Have there been any updates from your biological parents? This question immediately captured everyone's attention. Cao Mo paused momentarily before shaking his head. There are no leads at present. With a sigh, he continued, I suppose it will depend on fate. Perhaps I could devise a way to get myself into the news, and who knows, my biological parents might see it and recognize me by my appearance. If I were to seek them out myself in this vast country, I wouldn't even know where to begin.